Chapter 1. The brain storage system is a must-have for everyone. Brain storage. When 10,000 brains are stored, everyone will be bound to the brain storage system. Just call him Su Ping in the first chapter. Everyone will be called Sun Wukong in the rest of the chapter. You are a college student. What abilities do you have? Damn. You look down on college students, don't you? Not only do I have the curiosity of a newborn child about everything, I also have the frail body of an old man who is about to be buried. Su Ping angrily retorted, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. I was just talking. How could he be so frail that he was buried directly? Su Ping complained in his heart. Who said it wasn't? The system that was prepared to be distributed to you was only half built. Who would have thought that you would have traveled through time in advance? Another voice also sounded in Su Ping's heart. Even Su Ping, who knew nothing about reading comprehension, could hear the speechless meaning in the voice. Are you the legendary system elf? So I have a system. This is really great. Su Ping was very excited. The army of time travelers finally caught up. He, a college student with no other advantages except good craftsmanship and a good mentality, is finally going to turn over a new leaf. Don't get excited yet. It's too early to get excited. I'm just leaving a voice message. Because your time travel was so sudden, I didn't use the service I booked to get lucky. I'm on my way to negotiate a refund now. So I'm kind enough to leave you some messages. Because time is limited, I'll just talk about the key points. I'll say whatever comes to mind. Forget about your system. Apart from the main functions, nothing else is equipped for you. You can only operate it yourself. Your plugin is called Kyun Wheel, and it will draw a lottery based on your luck after the time travel. Your original luck was very high. If you travel through time, you should travel to the protagonist of another world. Don't wonder who I am? Just think of me as your godfather. That's it. If you never see me again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Su Ping was just about to start brainstorming. I've seen crispy college students. I've never seen one so crispy. How come he's gone after just 2 sentences? I'm speechless. It's not that I forgot to turn off the recording, I just said these words on purpose for you. I'm so pissed off. Su Ping waited for a while. Excuse me, are you still there? Are there any more recordings? No voice replied. Su Ping pretended to exhale. Why pretend? Because he had no mouth and no breath now. It's not my fault that I'm crispy. I was so sleepy when I got up at 8 a.m. I couldn't get up at all when it wasn't 8 a.m. I wanted to exercise but couldn't stick to it. All the losers are better than me. While talking to himself, he checked his own situation. Then he found out that he didn't even have a body. In front of him was an unformed embryo. If nothing went wrong, this was his body. Great! After crossing over, he immediately achieved the achievement, solving the mystery of the fetus. But the current situation, no eyes to see, no ears to hear, no sense of touch, so strange. Is this the state of the soul? It's great. I was not taught how to leave my body when I was in college, but now I can experience it after traveling through time. After a brief experience, Su Ping found that the experience was extremely poor and decided to study his own plug-in. After all, as a half-useless college student, plugins are indispensable if he wants to survive in another world. Swish! Su Ping dubbed himself. It's just a small hobby, don't mind it. A golden turntable appeared out of thin air in front of Su Ping. Su Ping observed this plug-in that he would be with for the rest of his life. This golden turntable emits a faint and very soft golden light to the surroundings. The surface of the turntable is not divided into different areas, but very smooth. There is a golden pointer in the center of the turntable. This pointer is not connected to the turntable, but floats 1 centimeter outward on the center surface of the turntable. What a low-end appearance! How come there is not even a pattern? Su Ping looked at his plugin and shook his head. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. Is this the great Dao of simplicity? The next second, 4 large characters, the great Dao of simplicity, appeared on the outside of the turntable. So this needs to be designed by myself. I'll talk about it later. Continuing to observe, there is a display screen under the turntable, which reads 0/0/0. The first time he saw it, Su Ping knew what these data meant. The first 0, indicating the number of unused rotations. The second 0 indicates the number of rotations that will be performed next, that is, if it is changed to 10, it will be 10 consecutive draws, and if it is changed to 20, it will be 20 consecutive draws. Now because there is no rotation number, it can only be 0. The third 0 indicates the number of rotations that have been performed. Su Ping thinks that if this data reaches a certain standard, some new functions may be enabled. Why is this number of rotations 0? Su Ping asked with some doubts. The golden turntable did not respond. This may be the disadvantage of not having intelligence. Su Ping controlled the soul to float slowly over. Soon, he found the information he wanted. There was a line of small words on the lower right corner of the display screen. Body and soul are united, the turntable starts. Countdown, 35 days, 12 hours, 33 minutes, and 11 seconds. Oh! Su Ping suddenly realized, and then glanced at the unformed embryo. Why is my soul still floating outside? It turns out that my body doesn't have the ability to put souls in it. Su Ping tried to enter the unformed embryo, but he couldn't get in when he reached the waist. I shouldn't count this as taking over another body. After all, this body doesn't have any original consciousness at all. Su Ping suddenly felt a little entangled. Although college students have poor health, low morals, and poor brains, they at least have a conscience. Thank you for the body sent by Brother Bangda. If Brother Bangda is still here, I will give you my original body. Su Ping bowed to the embryo. In the following time, Su Ping fiddled with his future body from time to time, and designed the pattern on the golden turntable from time to time. Time passed quickly. On this day, Su Ping's soul, which had maintained the appearance of his previous life, suddenly changed shape. Su Ping only felt a slight dizziness for a moment, and then it disappeared. Looking at Su Ping's soul again, it has become a small crab-headed baby. When Su Ping found himself getting smaller, he fluttered around in panic. Finally, he plunged into the embryo that had already formed, but he was not expelled like before. A conversation that seemed far away and yet close came. Bardock. I think I'm pregnant again. If it's a son, how about calling him Cockroach? Jine. It's a good name. Su Ping was shocked. Cockroach. I'm so stupid. Wonderful end of chapter. Less shivering. More plot. A new book is launched. I wish all college students to get rid of their fragile skin. Chapter 2. The old man was very happy. Body and soul are united. Turntable starts. Chi luck adds to the body. The number of turns increases by 100. The number of turns increases by 1 every 10 days. This is it. 100 draws will be given when you go online. Su Ping laughed happily. By the way, now that I have become Cockroach Sun Wukong, then I will not call myself Su Ping in the future. Gukong, rest assured to give your body to me. From now on, I will be Chi Tian, cough cough, it is Cockroach Sun Wukong. Now, Chi Luck turns the turntable. Start. If it were not difficult to move, Sun Wukong would really want to rub his hands. Let's do 10 consecutive draws first. May the great sage equal to heaven bless me to draw something good. It has been confirmed that Qiluan Wheel. Start, is the start-up phrase. Qiluan Wheel. Start. You get, glass marbles, white. You get a bag of marrow ham sausage, white. You get a plate of golden egg fried rice, green. You get universal shaping silicone, green. You get super scion wig, white. You get a Nicaran sword, white. You get a bowl of freshly made Cuaba dish, white. You get 5 bags of readaloud dipping sauces of different flavors, white. You get socks that never stink, blue. You get silk stockings that never break, blue. Sun Wukong. He knew the classification of quality colors at the first time. The quality from low to high is white, green, blue, purple, gold, black, and red. Sure enough, you are not a king in another world. The only thing that does not change is the red heart. Red is really the best. Recalling the past, Sun Wukong faced reality again. Damn. The highest quality in the first lottery was socks and stockings. I am still in my mother's belly. Is there a special place for these things? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he felt a dark space formed around the chi rotation disc, and the things drawn from the turntable just now were in a state of time stagnation in this space. Sun Wukong's eyes swept over each item. My 10 years of experience in novels tells me that you should not underestimate any item. Maybe it will be useful at some critical moment. Sun Wukong's expression changed, and his face fell, but, sure enough, I still want high-quality things. This can prove that I am not a non-African. Go all in. Go all in is a kind of wisdom. Sun Wukong, who had made a decision, used all the remaining 90 rotations in one go. You get fruit knife, white. You get 6 meridians divine sword, blue. You get 1 yang finger, green. You get sandbag, white. You get supernatural seed, white. You get creation yin and yang skill, gold. You get smoke without injury law, black. You get soul enriching syrup, purple. You get a plate of shenglong dumplings, blue. You get a basket of 3 egg steamed buns, blue. You get ripple breathing method, blue. You get Gigzu Soul Sutra, purple. You get Dai Tian Long Tattoo, purple. You get pig spell, blue. You get cow spell, blue. 1 black, 1 gold, 3 purples, and 12 blues. Sun Wukong said in surprise. Although he had been praying for red, 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 and red, he actually thought that it would be good to get a gold. Now a black one appeared, which was a pleasant surprise. Law of no injury in smoke, black. You will not get hurt in the smoke. No way, no way. Does black refer to rule level abilities? This can't really be smoke without damage. I can only try this after I go out. Creation yin and yang gong, gold. Participate in the mystery of yin and yang, sees the creation of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong fell into a long silence. No. Uncle Sun is very happy to draw the double rest gong method. But you drew it when I was still an embryo, which made Uncle Sun very unhappy. I drew a golden reward but have to wait 18 years to use it. Isn't this making me anxious to death? Damn it. Yuan Shen juice, purple. Strengthen the soul. Jindan monks use it to increase the probability of turning into a baby by 30%, and Yuanying monks use it to increase the probability of turning into a god by 10%. Another thing that can only be used after birth. But it is indeed a good thing. Gigzu Soul Sutra, purple. A method of cultivating the soul, with many wonderful uses. As a time traveler, it is normal for the soul to be strong. This method is very suitable for me. Dai Tian Long Tattoo, purple. A Dai Tian Long Tattoo on the body. You can tell at a glance that it is not a human. The shoulders are as wide as double doors. Grab the monster and turn it hard. Please note. The less hair the user has, the better the effect. The less hair the better the effect. Krillin will definitely like this gift. Sun Wukong thought of his future little brother. There are also some things that are not of high quality, but the effect is very good. Power seed, white. Different powers can be awakened according to the user's body, soul, will, etc. Although it is white, it can change with the strength of the user. With my future physical fitness, I will definitely be able to awaken a good power. Ripple breathing, blue. A magical qigong that enhances physical fitness and increases vitality. The energy derived has a very high conductivity. It has a strong killing power against cannibals. It has a fatal killing power against photophobic races. After learning this, I am also a gentleman. This skill is really related to cannibalism. I remember that when Uncle Ba was still a gentleman, he was shot in the sun because he didn't know how to ripple, and then he changed his job to become an ogre. In short, many things are not useful in the current situation, but some knowledge can still be learned in advance. As soon as Sun Wukong thought about it, the content of Gigzu Soul Sutra appeared in his mind. Time for practice always passes quickly. After 17 days, Sun Wukong successfully mastered Gigzu Soul Sutra. Although Gigzu Soul Sutra is a kind of practice that is easy to learn but difficult to master, 17 days from not knowing to getting started and then to being proficient is enough to prove Sun Wukong's high talent. Closing his eyes, Sun Wukong came to a grey room. This is a secret technique in Gigzu Soul Sutra called inner knowledge spiritual emptiness. That is, relying on the power of the soul and some imagination create a false consciousness space. Heart Lake Mirror Image. The ground under Sun Wukong's feet began to fluctuate like the surface of a lake, and a phantom that looked like him but without facial features slowly emerged from it. As soon as the phantom appeared, it kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his leg to block. Heart Lake Mirror Image is also a secret technique recorded in the Gigzu Soul Sutra. And it is one of the most core secret techniques. Its function is not only to serve as a sparring partner, it also has many other functions, such as assisting in training, entering other people's consciousness space, and dragging other people's consciousness into one's own consciousness space. It can only be said that the Gigzu Soul Sutra is too comprehensive in the use of soul power. Chapter 3. The battle was a battle, and the battle was a battle. That day, Sun Wukong was fighting 3 phantoms in inner consciousness spiritual space. He was in an absolute advantage. Just as Sun Wukong arrogantly shouted 3 people fighting 1 and still got killed. Do you know how to play? He suddenly felt something hitting his forehead. In a moment of distraction, the 3 phantoms caught his weakness and punched him in the face and body. It hurts. What on earth is hitting me? Sun Wukong came out of inner consciousness spiritual space and released his perception to investigate the situation. After the investigation, Sun Wukong's face twitched. I say. Bardock, old father. Your son is still in there. I don't want to be part of your play. Outside, the beast Bardock actually did something shameful to the pregnant Jine. This time, Sun Wukong misunderstood Bardock. Because Jine was the one who took the initiative. The situation at that time was like this. Jine. This is not good. You are still pregnant, what if you or Cockroach are hurt? It's okay Bardock. Cockroach is very strong and full of energy every day. Come on. Don't be like a woman. This, okay. Sun Wukong held his head with both hands to defend against the fierce attack of his old father. Just when he tried to calm down and enter the inner consciousness spiritual space in this environment, he suddenly found that the creation yin and yang gong that he had forgotten after entering the door was automatically running. A stream of strange energy appeared out of thin air, divided into 3 streams and merged into the bodies of Sun Wukong, Bardock, and Jinnah, divided into about 4, 3, and 3. My whole body is warm and comfortable. What a mysterious way to participate in the yin and yang, and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong sighed, and then concentrated on controlling the fortune power entering his body to consolidate his foundation and improve his potential. As for improving his strength, Sun Wukong actually didn't want to. A lower level warrior with a combat power of 2 is fine. If there is a born with a combat power of 20,000, Sun Wukong can be sure that King Vegeta will merge himself into Broly's space wandering team. So in order not to change the plot and successfully reach the Earth, Sun Wukong will not make himself too strong before he has hidden means. In the following days, Bardock and Jinna competed more and more frequently. All this is because when Bardock tested his strength one time, he found that his combat power had increased by more than 10%. Bardock's original combat power was a little over 10,000, but after 2 days, it turned into a little over 11,000. Bardock was very clear about what he had done in the past 2 days, and there was no major training. So after testing Ginia's combat power and finding that it had also increased a lot, the answer was obvious. What else can I say? This is much better than training. Not only is the effect good, but the process is also very comfortable. In this way, Bardock and Ginia began a high-frequency sparring life. Days passed. Sun Wukong calculated that the day of his birth was very close. Within 10 days. So he decided to draw another wave of prizes. I just hope to draw a means to hide my strength. Bardock and Ginia have sparred too much, and the combat power of both of them has increased by more than 5 times. Sun Wukong, who has gained more than the two, can't suppress his strength. According to his own speculation, it has reached 8,000 if not 10,000. If this is checked after birth, King Vegeta will not say a word. Then Sun Wukong and his family can join the universe wandering team gloriously. Please. Give me a covered method for the 15 draws. I want to be a useless person who has been in the East for 30 years and the West for 30 years. Not a genius with full soul power and twin martial spirits. Kyun Wheel. Start. You get 3 packs of tissue paper, white. You get stainless steel thermos cup, white. You get life-saving teleportation talisman, purple. You get life-saving teleportation talisman, purple. You get 2 packs of raccoon instant noodles, white. You get 2 packs of magician instant noodles, white. You get turtle breathing skill, blue. You get clearing men's shampoo, white. You get flower breathing, green. You get Barrett sniper rifle with unlimited bullets, green. You get middle parted wig, white. You get supernatural seed, white. You get a Doraemon, green. You get chicken talisman, blue. You get wolf fruit mythical beast hurricane wolf king form, purple. I drew 3 purples out of 15. And I also drew the hidden skill I wanted, turtle breathing skill. I, Sun Wukong, am indeed a man of great luck. After boasting happily, Sun Wukong immediately started to learn turtle breathing skill, but he still didn't forget to complain about you, who gave this crappy name? It sounds like return to the West skill. 5 days passed in a flash. With Jine's effort. Let's celebrate. He is a person from another world who knows the past and the future. He is the owner of a plugin with infinite possibilities. Kaka. 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 Cockroach. Sun Wukong. Born. I, old Sun. Finally came out. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong said that he had wanted to say this line for a long time. Baby baby baby. Sun Wukong was stunned. How did my cool entrance words turn into a baby's cry? Damn. I forgot that my throat hasn't fully grown yet. Baby. A violent cry came from the side, and the strong breath made Sun Wukong feel like a thorn in his back. Turning his head slightly, he saw that it was also a baby being held. At this time, a scion in a nurse's uniform was looking at the monitor and screaming in surprise. "Oh my god! 2000 combat power! 3000 combat power! It's increasing so fast! Quick! Quick! Go report to King Vegeta!" Another group of scions ran over. "What? That's Colonel Paragas's child! 4000 combat power! How is that possible? How can a child be so strong? 5000 combat power! Already stronger than when he was just born! Shut up! Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity! Colonel Paragas is here!" With someone shouting, the scene became quiet. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "Are you students who were fighting during self-study class? Where did you learn this ability to be quiet in an instant?" Colonel Paragas came, and soon, King Vegeta also came, and started a series of discussions with the baby whose combat power has reached 10,000. As for Sun Wukong, the child of a lower-level soldier, who was born with only 2 combat power, who cares? Sun Wukong was also happy about this, and poor Broly went to wander in space obediently. He, Sun Wukong, is going to start enjoying his childhood life. Sun Wukong put his little hand on Ginia's milk bag and said to Ginia, "I want to eat them all." Chapter 4. The first time, the second time. It's so unfair. Why do scions have to eat when they are born? I want to eat everyone. Sun Wukong cried loudly in his little bed. The scion babies in other beds were also crying because of Sun Wukong's noise. When Sun Wukong heard it, someone's cry was louder than his. This is not okay. It's time to show the college students' desire to compare. Baby. Sun Wukong was so angry that he cried loudly, and the crying of the surrounding scion babies stopped. Baby, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong was in a good mood and laughed happily. The happiness of college students is so simple. Baby. A voice louder than Sun Wukong's came, and Sun Wukong turned his head to see that it was a bed that was obviously different from his big iron bed. Not only was it higher than his own bed, it also had various protective measures, and the mattress was so soft that people could sink into it. Damn! They are all babies. Treating them differently, right? Sun Wukong got angry. Just because he had seen who was on the bed. Oh! It turned out to be Broly. That's okay. I'm going to wander the universe soon and I won't bully you. Sun Wukong looked back and forth at Broly with sympathy. Hey? Why does it feel wrong? Sun Wukong looked at Broly, and for some reason he felt a sense of disobedience, as if something was missing. After subconsciously reaching out and scratching the right side of his ding-ding, Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Oh! It turns out that there is no ding-ding. No ding-ding? With a face full of question marks, Sun Wukong rolled over from his crib and staggered to the side of Broly's bed. This place has the names of the scion babies on each bed written on it. Bro Loli. Bro? Loli. Sun Wukong was shocked and almost subconsciously covered the bird with both hands, fearing that it would fly away if he was not careful. Sun Wukong looked at Broly with even more sympathy in his eyes. It was miserable enough to wander in space, but now even the companion spirit treasure disappeared. Even more miserable. He looked around and found that there was no surveillance. That's right, King Vegeta probably hoped that Broly, who was born with a combat power of 10,000, would have an accident. How could he install surveillance? Since there was no surveillance, Sun Wukong thought for a while, and out of caution he still used turtle breathing to eliminate part of his own presence. Then, he climbed onto Broly's bed quietly. Looking down at Broly, Sun Wukong sighed slightly and thought, if you were still Broly, it would be fine. But you are a girl. Oh my damn curiosity and sympathy. The next second, Sun Wukong had an extra Shenlong dumpling in his hand and stuffed it into Broly's mouth. Broly's mouth moved, and then her eyes lit up, and her mouth chewed quickly. Sun Wukong took out another Shenglong dumpling, put it next to Broly's hand, and then returned to his bed. There are 20 Shenglong dumplings in a plate, and giving 2 is already a lot. Sun Wukong still needs to eat himself. Enjoy the food. Broly. You will eat dirt soon. After whispering in his heart, Sun Wukong calmed down and entered the inner consciousness spiritual space. Look at my 6 meridians divine sword ripples running. Sun Wukong is using the virtual image as a moving target, tapping his hands continuously, and golden sword energy continues to shoot at the virtual image. Although the body has not started practicing, everything learned can be simulated in the inner consciousness spiritual space. Sun Wukong is now previewing the use and combination of various exercises. Why does my face hurt a little? Sun Wukong stopped, he felt the abnormality of the body outside. Ouch, what are you doing? Sun Wukong just opened his eyes and saw Broly grabbing one side of his face with both hands and preparing to bite it. After making a soulful voice, he quickly pushed her away. Broly looked at Sun Wukong blankly, then stretched out her hand and opened her mouth to make a gesture of putting something in her mouth. Does this mean you want to eat? Sun Wukong guessed in his heart, and took out a 3-egg steamed bun and kept throwing it up and catching it. Broly's head also kept rising and falling with the steamed bun. Why don't you look so smart? Sun Wukong thought it was fun to tease Broly, so he slowly put the steamed buns in his hand into his mouth, and deliberately opened his mouth wide and made an ah sound. Then he was. The momentum of fighting power blew away. You can't afford it. You little loser. You don't have the strength. Sun Wukong lay on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air. Broly caught the steamed buns with both hands, ate them happily, and showed a proud smile to Sun Wukong. After that, Broly came to Sun Wukong from time to time, and Sun Wukong also consciously fed him. It's not that I don't work hard, but that the other party is too powerful. A few days passed like this. On this day, Paragus, with an angry face, broke into the nursery and directly picked up Broly, who was eating a bun. I'm going to wander. See you later. Broly. Sun Wukong looked at this scene, turned his head and closed his eyes, and said goodbye to Broly in his heart. Wandering in the universe, surviving on remote planets, and can only eat some hard-to-swallow animal meat every day. Quickly recalling the plot of Broly in the original work, Sun Wukong opened his eyes again and happened to meet a pair of somewhat confused eyes. Those were a pair of pure and flawless eyes, totally unaware of what he would face next. No. She is not the original Broly. She is Broly. Sun Wukong sat up instantly, as if he had made up his mind. Fix it for me. Without any hesitation, Sun Wukong instantly used the fixing soul technique in the returning soul sutra on Paragus. Paragus was stunned. It's a bit reluctant. Sun Wukong forced himself to hold back the slight dizziness and moved, because he felt that he could only freeze Paragus for about 2.5 seconds. He took out the location symbol, blue, that he had drawn during the 90th consecutive draw and used it on Broly. Feeling that Broly's position could be clearly felt in his mind, Sun Wukong did not stop. The returning Soul Sutra was running, and the ripple breathing method was imprinted into Broly's mind. After doing all this, Sun Wukong quickly lay down and returned to his original position. Broly's position in his mind was getting farther and farther away from him, and then gradually blurred, until he could only roughly feel one direction. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Do you think you are mentally retarded? You have been busy feeding for several days. You have to make it so thrilling in the last few minutes. Sun Wukong cursed himself in his heart. Just now, he went straight up on impulse. He was also lucky. If there was a mistake in the process, he might not be able to survive. For example, fixing mind technique did not freeze Paragus. Another example is that when Paragus was frozen, someone came in from outside. It can only be said that Sun Wukong was a little careless because everything went smoothly all the time, which led to taking risky actions without thinking too much. Broly. I am not strong enough now, and there is only so much I can do. When I have some strength in the future, I will take you back and treat you to delicious food. Chapter 5. After Broly left, Sun Wukong's life became quiet again. Sun Wukong counted and found that he had 3 more rotations. Just when he was thinking about whether to draw a miracle, he found something that surprised him. Damn! Why are there so many rotations? Sun Wukong looked at the rotation number displayed below the Qi rotation disc with a look of astonishment. Soon he found some new small words in the lower right corner. At the time of birth. Huge Qi luck added. Rotation number plus 1000. Rotation number plus 1 every 10 days. Daily rotation number plus 1. Intersecting with the person with Qi luck, Bardock. Rotation number plus 10. Intersecting with the person with good fortune, Hein. Number of rotations plus 10. Intersecting with the person with great fortune, Broly. Number of rotations plus 30. Intersecting with the person with good fortune, Paragus. Number of rotations plus 10. Intersecting with the person with good fortune, King Vegeta. Number of rotations plus 10. This Qiluan disc is too stupid. Such a big thing happened without telling me. Sun Wukong was a little speechless, and then controlled the small characters in the lower right corner to form a screen and projected it into his sight. Of course, only he could see it. 1078:15:115. More than 1,000 draws. Let's try 100 consecutive draws first. Qiluan disc. Start. Sun Wukong directly used 100 rotations. You get. Did I use up too much luck in the last wave of Ling? I only got 2 purple fruits in 100 consecutive draws. Natural smoke fruit, purple after eating, ocean resistance, 100%, water resistance, 10%, you can switch your body between physical flesh and energy smoke at will, and control the surrounding smoke. After awakening, you can convert any physical object into energy smoke. Extra equipment card, purple after using it, you can get an extra equipment slot. Any equipment can be placed in this equipment slot. The appearance of the equipment can be chosen not to be displayed, and the equipment effect will not be reduced. The things are pretty good, but after all, it's 100 consecutive draws. Forget it, there's nothing urgent. Let's wait a few days. Sun Wukong decided to save up his luck and then come for a big wave, yes, 1,000 consecutive draws. It seems. Sun Wukong looked at the smoke fruit and suddenly remembered something. It seems that I haven't experimented with the law of smoke without injury yet. He thought about it again, forget it. Let's not do too much. Let's wait until we get to Earth. Just as Sun Wukong was about to start practicing, a voice suddenly came from the side. Is this the latest batch of babies of our science? So weak. There is even a low-level fighter with 2 combat power. This is a proud girl's voice. What female kid is speaking? Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at a 1.4 meter tall girl with her hair standing up high and a proud face. At this time, she was holding one hand on her waist and the other hand on the detector. Bay. Bye Bay. Vegeta. Although Sun Wukong had prepared himself mentally when he saw Broly, he couldn't help but be surprised when he really saw the feminized Vegeta. Intersecting with a person with great luck, Vegeta. Number of rotations plus 100. Intersecting luck. Number of rotations per day plus 1. Daily rotation times plus 2. This is really Vegeta. And he turned into Vegeta. Sun Wukong trembled and covered his bird again. You must not fly. Ha ha ha. Look at you Raditz. That 2 strength trash is shaking. It's really a trash among trash. Vegeta laughed for a while, he turned his head and looked at Raditz behind him. By the way, Raditz. Didn't you say that your brother is in this nursery? Which one is it? At this time, Raditz, who had long hair, kept changing his expression on his face, and he opened his mouth several times but couldn't say anything. Finally, he turned his head with a dark face, and pointed at a 2-strength trash. The expression on Vegeta's face also began to change, and finally pointed at a 2-strength trash, and looked at Raditz with an inquiring look. Raditz nodded. Raditz. Are you kidding me? You actually want your second-level trash brother to be my personal guard? A powerful aura burst out from Gita. Vegeta was questioning Raditz, while Sun Wukong was madly outputting to her in his heart, "What's wrong with the trash? The trash ate your rice. You have been practicing for 5 years and only have a combat power of 8,000, which is not as good as the newly born Broly. You have grown 20 centimeters in 20 years. What are you proud of? You used to be the second for 10,000 years, but now you are only 10,000 years. You are no longer the second. You pointed at your nose and said that you are a speed scion, and you are really fast. You are arrogant when you have a little strength, and you don't know how much you weigh. When you are not satisfied with something, you shout it's not easy, then don't do it, and then you are beaten into a little scoundrel. You. Princess Vegeta. I just don't want my brother to die on the battlefield." Raditz knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Vegeta. Hey? Wasn't Raditz so cold-blooded when he was a child? That's right, after all, he was taught by Bardock. Sun Wukong looked at Raditz's appearance at this time and silently decided to let him go in the future. Even if he becomes bad in the future, he will not be killed directly, but will use Dabadu to teach him to be a new man. Scions don't need extra emotions. Vegeta glanced coldly at Raditz and Sun Wukong, turned around and left. Raditz was about to get up, and Vegeta's voice came again, "Don't mention your trash brother to me before he reaches 1000 combat power." Raditz was overjoyed when he heard it, and knelt down again with his half-raised body. "Thank you, Princess Vegeta." Sun Wukong didn't expect that this Wanyan Wu Lao Er, who was a trash, would actually have some human touch. At this time, he recalled his 800-word essay on the black history of Bei Lao Er with a guilty conscience, and just wanted to ask if it was too late to withdraw it now. Raditz saw Vegeta was going far away, so he quickly got up and chased after him. But before catching up, he walked to the bedside of Sun Wukong and said a few words quickly, "Grow up well, Kakarot. I'm going to carry out a long-term mission with Princess Vegeta. I hope that in a year you won't be a scumbag with a combat power of only 5. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Did this famous saying appear so early? Then he realized that Raditz was going to follow Vegeta to do a long-term mission, so planet Vegeta was not far from being destroyed by Frieza. Chapter 6. The first time, the last 2 days have passed. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the lucky wheel has been turned 1100 times. Also today, Sun Wukong was stuffed into a spaceship by Badaba. Sun Wukong looked at Bardock, who was serious, and Jinna, who was worried, outside the spaceship, and silently used a life-saving teleportation talisman, purple, that he had drawn in the previous 15 consecutive draws on each of them. Life-saving teleportation talisman, purple teleport randomly when life is in danger. Dad Bardock. Mom Jinna. We're separated today. I don't know when we'll see each other again. Please take care. Sun Wukong thought silently in his heart as he looked at the Vegeta planet that was getting farther and farther away. He has done everything he can. The life-saving teleportation talisman, purple, is to help them escape the destruction of the planet. Although he has not experimented with the law of smoke without injury, Sun Wukong still added this law to the two of them to save their lives. That's right, although the main body of the law of smoke without injury is in Sun Wukong, he can add this law to other people at will. Black-level items are really terrifying. Most importantly, Sun Wukong also engraved the yin-yang gong of creation into the bodies and souls of Bardock and Jinna, so that they can continue to improve their strength in the future. This one-stop service of avoiding life and death, saving lives, and improving strength is the limit of what Sun Wukong can do now. After all, whether it is teaching Bardock various martial arts or some props with special effects, they will show obvious changes and increase the possibility of exposing themselves. Stopping to think, Sun Wukong looked at the target planet on the spacecraft display. Earth. I'm here. Try your luck with 100 consecutive draws. Qiluan Wheel. Start. Sun Wukong is the first to throw out some ideas. You get gold. 2 golds. Sun Wukong looked at the 2 golden items excitedly. Magic pot, gold. A magical pot, as long as you put your lower body in it, you can have unlimited physical strength. Once helped a determined person survive PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Hey! Isn't this the lower body of the protagonist in that relaxing game where watching others play? Unlimited physical strength. Awesome! Chef, gold. Superb cooking skills, divine food. The flip cover glows. The spirit of aphrodisiac. Isn't it enough to have hands? When luck is right, how can we not pursue victory? Qigong Wheel. Start. Give me 1000 consecutive draws. Sun Wukong knew that hesitation would lead to defeat. After checking the 2 golden items, he immediately started a new round of draws. You get 4 black, 5 gold, and 22 purple. Strong! 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 Sun Wukong punched in the air to express his excitement. Although there is no red. But 3 blacks are already awesome. Question-answer law, black for all the questions you ask, the other party will give the correct answer in their mind. Infinite shield, black. Create a protective shield, which can transmit energy infinitely into it, and can transmit energy through the air. Personal practice room, black. If the accumulated practice time reaches 913 days, there will be a surprise. Growth mantra of all things, black. Allows items to have growth capabilities. With the upper limit being the skill level, black. True martial arts, gold. Contains the mysteries of martial arts, and can grow by absorbing different martial arts. National martial arts, gold. Know your body, use your strength like a god, and avoid all diseases and external evils. Hell Thunder, gold. Enemy of all ghosts, specializes in souls, and can be used to train souls. Shenji Balian, gold. The ultimate in mechanical arts, refining, controlling objects, and transforming objects. Golden Eyes, gold. Clairvoyance, perspective eyes, soul improvement. Why is there still 1 rotation? Sun Wukong calculated that half of the rotation had passed since the accumulation of 1100 rotations, and it was time to get the rotation. After using this 1 rotation, Sun Wukong will start to officially improve his strength in order to have more self-protection methods before reaching the earth. Suddenly, a red light appeared. Double! 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 Draw a miracle! Sun Wukong twisted his body exaggeratedly, and his limbs seemed to have their own consciousness and began to twist non-stop. Super wishing machine, red. Can fulfill 3 wishes. Ah! Screams echoed in the small spaceship. Sun Wukong was excited for 2.5 minutes before he trembled and took out the A flip phone has been released. Who would have thought that this small flip phone could fulfill 3 wishes? The first wish, let me survive in any environment and be immune to any negative state that is unfavorable to me. This wish can help me survive in the universe. From a distance, it can prevent old Six Zamasu from exchanging bodies with Super Dragon Balls. Not only that, I am immune to Beerus's destruction and the erasure of the Omni King. The second wish, let me live forever, be immortal, have unlimited potential, and have a superb understanding. I didn't read so many fanfictions in my previous life in vain. This wave can be said to be directly taking off. The first 2 wishes are just a prelude, and the third wish is the top priority. The third wish, let me have absolute control over the abilities obtained through wishes, and can pass on the abilities to others. After all 3 wishes were made, the flip phone turned into a red stream of light and rushed into Sun Wukong's body. The next second, Sun Wukong's entire body turned into a red luminous body. An extreme feeling of fullness instantly swept through Sun Wukong's body. This is Fei Yanjiang's godfather. The red light dissipated, and Sun Wukong's baby body was revealed again. But at this time, his whole body exuded a sense of agility, his skin was white and delicate, his black hair was shiny, and his lips were red and his teeth were white. Once he shaved his hair, he could go to Wuzhuang Temple and pretend to be a ginseng fruit. After carefully feeling his own situation, Sun Wukong smiled happily. The potential of my current body should not be lower than that of Sun Dashan, who just jumped out of the stone. But Sun Wukong's cheating did not end. In order to pay tribute to Sun Dashan, Sun Wukong first extracted golden eyes, gold. Suddenly, 2 dazzling golden lights burst out from Sun Wukong's eyes, piercing through my spaceship and flying towards the depths of the dark and colorful universe. No. That's not what I meant by tribute. It's bad. Go to some big guy whose golden light can't fly. Don't come back. Beerus was sleeping soundly and was woken up by my golden light. I'm different from Sun Dashan. There's no big guy behind me to help me. Sun Wukong was worried for a while and then put it behind his mind. The golden light had already flown away. It was useless to worry now. Let's improve our strength quickly. Then Sun Wukong took out all kinds of rare treasures and medicines won in the lottery and stuffed them into his mouth. Anyway, it won't kill you or hurt you now, so these things will only benefit you and not harm you. While digesting various treasures, Sun Wukong also used the extra equipment card, purple, to obtain an equipment slot, and put the magic pot, gold, in the equipment slot, giving himself an infinite stamina state. Chapter 7. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Just as Sun Wukong was madly improving his strength. The Heavenly Palace. No. It was inside Frisia's spaceship. Frisia was sitting in a baby carriage, looking at planet Vegeta in front of him, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Sabo, a man with green hair who looked like a human, said respectfully to Frisia, "Lord Frisia. Almost all the scions have obeyed the order and returned. And the information sent by the monitor has become less and less. It seems that they have suspected that something is wrong." Frisia drank the red wine in one gulp. "Mr. Sabo. If an ant suspects that you want to step on it to death, but in fact you want to destroy the entire ant nest, then, may I ask, does the suspicion of this ant have any meaning?" "Sabo. You are just too suspicious. Our Frisia King Frisia not only has the wisdom to surpass all the heroes, but also has the power to destroy the world. All those scion monkeys combined can't withstand a look from King Frisia. Even if we tell them, I will destroy your planet and kill all of you. What can they do? They can't make any waves at all. They are like the fluff on the thigh of an ant that can be seen everywhere on the roadside." To King Frisia, Dodoria spoke a series of flattery with extremely fast speed and clear sentence order, and at the same time consciously poured half a glass of red wine for Frisia. "Oh ho 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 ho, Mr. Dodoria. Mr. Sabo just likes to think more about some things, and he did nothing wrong. Mr. Sabo, you have to learn to think from the perspective of the strong." Frisia obviously wanted to use this flattery and laughed sharply. "Strong? Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want." Frisia's face was full of arrogance. "For example, I want to see fireworks now. What about you, Mr. Dodoria? Mr. Sabo?" After saying that, without waiting for Dodoria and Sabo to answer, he raised his hand and fired a purple energy ball towards planet Vegeta. The purple energy ball quickly grew larger and soon became the same size as planet Vegeta. Countless scions flew high into the sky to stop the purple energy ball, and Bardock was at the forefront. After discovering that the attack had no effect, Bardock turned on the combat power detector beside his ear and roared, "Frisia, with all his strength, then he flew back to Jin and held Jin tightly in his arms. Feeling the danger getting closer and closer, the two hugged each other tightly, and suddenly the space twisted and the two disappeared on the spot. The purple energy bomb fell, and planet Vegeta exploded. Oh! Oh! How do you use this thing? Sun Wukong shook his head, and then lowered his head to study the function of a certain item. This day. A forest somewhere on Earth. Boom! The violent collision left a big pit in the original place, and there was a huge round iron ball in the center of the pit. This pit is very likely to be caused by the collision of this iron ball, said a blonde girl next to the pit. Sun Wukong really didn't expect that he would be forced to be silent on the first day on Earth. This was just like when he heard someone ask why the meteorite was in the meteorite crater in his previous life. He was speechless. Quickly open the door of the spaceship. Sun Wukong jumped out, picked up the spaceship and turned around to leave, indicating that he didn't want to talk to a fool. Hey! Don't go! The blonde girl waved and shouted at Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong pretended not to hear and continued to move forward. The blonde girl wanted to go down the pit to chase, but her feet slipped and she fell directly from the edge of the pit. Rolled down. At this time, Sun Wukong had not taken 2 steps. He looked at the blonde girl who rolled to his feet, and his eyes twitched. The blonde girl had a lot of wounds on her body. At this time, she was twisting on the ground, my elbow. My glass cap. My lumbar disc. Sun Wukong sighed, I really give up. He put the spaceship on the ground and walked towards the blonde girl. Go out less in the future. It's too dangerous for you outside. Sun Wukong said something to the blonde girl, then grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it on the blonde girl. Ouch! What are you doing? Why are you throwing soil on others? The blonde girl screamed as she watched herself covered in dust. Ah! The blonde girl sat up in surprise and moved her hands and feet back and forth. It doesn't hurt anymore. This soil healed me. Do you have any strange feelings now? Sun Wukong asked. Strange feeling? The blonde girl tilted her head cutely, and suddenly she was shocked. Did you do something strange to me? Sun Wukong's face was full of black lines. I'm asking if you have any bad feelings. After all, this is the first time I use this treatment method. Oh. So that's it. The blonde girl breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Sun Wukong carefully again. That's right. You are a little kid who is not even as tall as my waist. What strange things can you do to me? Sorry, little friend. I misunderstood you. You are the most sorry for what you said to me. Sun Wukong was so angry that he trembled all over. Tisk. Aren't you just a little kid? The blonde girl didn't finish her words. Law of answering questions. Do you have any bad feelings now? Sun Wukong asked. A little tired. And a little hungry. The blonde girl replied. Sun Wukong nodded. It seems that the law of no injury in smoke will not hurt people in the smoke, but it will consume some physical strength. I wanted to turn around and leave, but then I thought that this was the first person I met since I came to Earth, so it was fate. I had already used the question and answer law, so I asked her a few more questions. My name is Sun Wukong. What's your name? Sun Wukong asked again. The blonde girl immediately said, My name is Tais. Chapter 8. The old man was so angry, and he was so angry. Taisai. Sun Wukong silently recited the name, and it always felt familiar. In order to confirm the unclear memory, Sun Wukong asked Taisai again, What do you do? I am an adventure novelist. I personally experience various adventures and then write novels. Taisai put her hands on her hips and answered with a proud face. The memory gradually became clear, and Sun Wukong continued to ask, What does your family do? The Universal Capsule Company is opened by my family. Taisai's face was even more proud. Sun Wukong remembered, Taisai, adventure novelist, Universal Capsule Company. It seems that this blonde girl is Bulma's sister. The small screen of sight was adjusted again. Intersecting with a person with great luck, Taisai. Number of rotations plus 30. This is really fate. Are you an alien? Taisai asked at this time. Sun Wukong did not speak, but waited for 2 seconds. Very good, the question answering law will not apply to him. Yes. I am a scion, the race with the highest potential in all time and space and all universes. Sun Wukong silently pretended to be cool. Wow! So powerful! Do you scions already rule the universe? Taisai's eyes lit up. No. If I'm not mistaken, we have no more than 10 people killed now. Sun Wukong shook his head. Ah? Aren't you the race with the highest potential? Taisai's face was full of surprise, just like a college student who didn't sleep in until 10 o'clock and found that he didn't know when he had added a morning class. Yes. The highest potential. So there is a person with little potential but strong early strength who is afraid of our potential, so he blew up my planet. Sun Wukong answered while carrying his spaceship again, don't sit there. Take me to the Universal Capsule Company, I have a business deal with your company. Oh. Okay. Good. Taisai quickly patted the dirt on her body and climbed up from the ground. It's far from the west. How can we get there? Taisai took 2 quick steps to Sun Wukong's side. Fly over. Sun Wukong waved his hand and took out the chicken talisman, blue, and rabbit talisman, blue, from the turntable space. Fly over? The airport is not in this direction. Ah! Taisai's original head full of questions was transformed into a full score scream by her body that suddenly took off. Here is an explanation of what a full score scream is. It is the scream that Xiaolan, a certain death god elementary school student, made after seeing the corpse. Alright. Alright. Stop shouting. Open your eyes and look. You didn't fall down again. Sun Wukong interrupted the perfect scream. Taisai opened her eyes carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she was really floating in the air. Sun Wukong teased in front without looking back, aren't you an adventure novelist? You haven't even flown before. I've only been in the industry for 2 months. This is also the first time I've met an alien. How could I have flown before? Taisai adjusted her body awkwardly. Come on. Not all aliens can fly. Not to mention taking others flying. Not all Earthlings can't fly. You haven't met an Earthling who can fly before, it seems that your adventure experience is not dangerous enough. Sun Wukong was telling the truth. If you don't count the chicken spell, there are only 3 ways for him to take others flying without physical contact. Taisai made a few swimming movements in the air. And found that she was not getting closer to Sun Wukong. She said, can I get closer to you? I'm still a little scared. Sun Wukong controlled Taisai to sit on the spaceship he was carrying, and then said, then sit on it. Don't worry, you won't fall. Just treat it as sitting on an uncovered plane. Not long after, Taisai whispered again, Sun Wukong, can you tell me some interesting stories? I want to find materials for my novel. Then I'll tell you about a certain period of history of our science. Sun Wukong thought for a while, and then began his own story. That year, the old King Vegeta died unexpectedly, and the new generation of King Vegeta was young and ignorant, and was controlled by Paragus. Lake sells pork on the street, and Slin sells green beans at the end of the street. Just as the two were wrestling with each other, King Vegeta's uncle Bardock came over. Bardock, Slin, and Lak became brothers on the planet Dorothy. Then Broly, the son of Paragus, fought against Bardock and his 3 men alone and was not defeated. I say. Stop taking notes. Take a look at the road. Why haven't we flown to the west yet? Sun Wukong looked at Taisai, who was taking notes seriously without raising her head, and reminded her. We are just getting there. It takes at least 2.5 days to fly back to the west from that place. It's only been 2.5 hours. Taisai looked at her watch and said she was not in a hurry. I have to remind you. Miss Taisai. We just flew at 20 times the speed of sound. How fast is the speed of the plane you just mentioned? Sun Wukong stopped where he was. Let me think about it. I remember searching online when I was looking for novel information before. It seems to be 0.75 times the speed of sound, which is 918 km per hour. Taisai closed her eyes and thought for a while. The speed is 918 km per hour. 2.5 days is 60 hours. That is to say, the flight from where we just went is 55,080 km to the west. And we flew in a straight line for 2.5 hours at 20 times the speed of sound. 20 times the speed of sound is 6,800 meters per second, and 2.5 hours is 9,000 seconds, which means we flew 61,200 kilometers in a straight line. From this, we can see that we should have flown over. Sun Wukong calculated at a very fast speed, and at the same time he was thinking that if he had this thinking speed in his previous life, he would not have become a fragile and stupid college student with poor literary and martial arts skills. At least he could have become a fragile college student with strong literary and martial arts skills. While Sun Wukong was calculating, Taisai's face became redder and redder. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, she knocked on Sun Wukong's head with the notebook in her hand. It's because the story you told is too attractive. Fly back quickly. It's my fault for telling a good story. Sun Wukong complained, but didn't care and started flying back. After some twists and turns, Sun Wukong finally landed in the garden of a huge house and put the spaceship on the open space. A little blue-haired girl was attracted by the sound of the spaceship landing and walked out of the house. Sister. You are back. Why did you bring back a little brat? Intersect with a person with great luck, Bulma. Number of rotations plus 100. Intersect with luck. Daily rotations plus 2. Daily rotations plus 3. This is the second time Sun Wukong has been called a little brat today, and he is very unhappy. Looking at Dr. Brief who came out later, Sun Wukong rolled his eyes and then smiled crookedly. Stretching out his hand and patting the spaceship next to him, Sun Wukong asked Dr. Brief, Dr. Brief. This is the first spaceship that the strongest person in all time and space in all universes in the future will ride. I will use this as a gift to gather your 2 daughters, is it enough? Chapter 9. The more you look at the more you want to see, the more you will see. Dr. Brief did not get angry when he heard Sun Wukong's question, but looked at him seriously. Are you an alien? Before Sun Wukong spoke, Taisai wanted to speak first. Yes. He is a scion. Dr. Brief asked again, what race are scions? Tais replied, scions are the race with the greatest potential in all time and space and the universe. Dr. Brief also asked, so, do scions have a very high status in the universe? Tais Si replied, no, no, no. Because they have too much potential, they were killed by a person who has little potential but high strength in the early stage, and there are less than 10 left. No. You. Sun Wukong looked at Taisai in confusion, then looked at Dr. Brief, and slapped his thigh angrily. You control your daughter. He said all my words. Tisk. Taisai pouted, this thing. Whoever says it first gets it. Puchi ha ha ha. Bulma couldn't help laughing. Good. Very good. Very good. Sun Wukong was so angry that he laughed, and he remembered this grudge. Haha. Dr. Brief seemed quite happy. He looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. I see you two get along well. How strong are you? Can you protect Tais and Bulma? Strength. Sun Wukong was no longer sleepy when it came to this topic. Dr. Brief, do you know Master Wu Tian? Master Wu Tian. Of course I know. As far as I know, he is the #1 martial artist on earth now. He is called the god of martial arts. Brief nodded. Let me tell you this. If you don't count combat experience and only combat power, my combat power is at least 100 times that of Master Wu Tian. Sun Wukong said seriously. He was not talking nonsense. According to his speculation, although he did not have any physical exercise during the year he flew to Earth, because he ate too many good things, his combat power should have naturally increased to about 150,000. If he remembered correctly, Master Roshi's normal combat power seemed to be more than 130, and it was only more than 300 when he turned into muscle form. Sun Wukong was being modest when he said 100 times. Tisk! You boastful braggart! Little lowly Bulma whispered. But Sun Wukong's perception was so sharp that he heard the whisper directly. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, blue-haired girl. Don't you believe me? Blue-haired girl. The hair on Bulma's head exploded, and she took out a small pistol from somewhere and pointed it at Sun Wukong. Tai Sai quickly stopped her. Dr. Brief also smiled and waved his hand. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that we want to open our eyes. Then I'll open your eyes. Sun Wukong's mind moved, and the small pistol in Bulma's hand broke away from Bulma's hand and flew towards Sun Wukong. Ah! My gun! Bulma was startled. What are you going to do? Dr. Brief asked curiously. He was not panicked at all. As for the reason, no one would think that a doctor who can create space compression technology has no security measures at home, right? For example, at this moment, at least hundreds of various weapons were aimed at Sun Wukong in invisible corners. Sun Wukong grinned and continued his operation. As for being pointed at by hundreds of weapons, he was not angry. It is necessary to be on guard against others, not to mention that he, a relative stranger, got a dangerous weapon. Sun Wukong pointed the gun at himself, and before everyone could react too much, he shouted, "Watch it!" Bang! The bullet came out of the gun. Ah! Tai Sai covered her eyes in fear. Bulma and Dr. Brief kept watching Sun Wukong's actions with their eyes open. Tais! You brought him back. You don't trust him too much. Dr. Brief's voice came into Tai Sai's ears, and then she slowly moved her hands away. What came into view was Sun Wukong with his teeth bared, and a bullet stuck between his 2 rows of teeth. Pa! Sun Wukong spat the bullet on the ground, and then said slowly, the martial arts in the world. Invincible. Only speed can't be broken. Please call me Huoyun Zikong. Pa pa pa. Dr. Brief clapped his hands. Not bad. Your strength is indeed not weak. But I have seen masters who can catch bullets. You. Before Dr. Brief finished speaking, Sun Wukong clapped his hands on his forehead again. Fire 7 shots in a row. 7 bullets turned into 7 small discus, which formed a Big Dipper pattern on Sun Wukong's head. You are really strong. Then my 2 daughters will be left to you to protect. Sun Wukong. Dr. Brief said calmly. Leave it to me. Father-in-law. If you want to bully them, you must step over my body first. Sun Wukong patted his chest confidently. Bulma raised her hand. What if my sister wants to bully me? What will you do? Sun Wukong looked at her speechlessly. You can always come up with new tricks for me. If she dares to bully you, I will bully her. Hee hee. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Bulma smiled, then lowered her head and recited Sun Wukong's name twice, not knowing what she was doing. Sun Wukong was not joking either. Just now, he had split 3 infinite shields from his infinite shield and put them on the 3 people present. Because of his unlimited stamina, Sun Wukong would charge some energy into the infinite shield whenever he had nothing to do. Now, the infinite shield already has the equivalent of about 2 billion combat power. Sun Wukong divided 3 infinite shields with 500 million combat power and put them on the 3 people. Even if the earth suddenly exploded now, these 3 infinite shields can ensure the safety of the 3 people. Brief. Little Bulma. It's time to eat. A voice came. There are masters. Sun Wukong looked over and saw a big blonde beauty leaning out her upper body and looking into the courtyard. Hey! Taisai is back. And this child? The big blonde beauty saw Taisai, came out in surprise, and then saw Sun Wukong. Tais. Is this child your son? You gave birth to a child at such a young age. Who is the child's father? The big blonde beauty stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. Puff ha ha ha. Bulma couldn't help laughing again. Mom? Taisai shouted. Sun Wukong could clearly hear that the word mom contained the joy of seeing his mother, the doubts when hearing his mother's questions, the slowness when thinking about the questions, the surprise when he understood the questions, and the disbelief when he was shocked by his mother's brain circuits. Sun Wukong, who forced himself to do a reading comprehension, finally took back the question marks on his face. This is a real master. The few words he said almost burned his CPU. Hello, mother-in-law. My name is Sun Wukong. I'm your daughter's boyfriend. Sun Wukong took 2 steps forward and shook Mrs. Brief's hand. Chapter 10. The 2 of them were very happy. Hey. Hello. My name is Bridget. Mrs. Brief held Sun Wukong's hand with a smile on her face and shook it up and down. Hello, mother-in-law Bridget. Your name is so nice. I can tell you are a fashionable and confident person. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Bridget was very happy and pulled Sun Wukong into the house. During this process, Sun Wukong also put a 500 million infinite shield on Bridget. Dr. Brief, Tais and Bulma also followed in. Sun Wukong was pulled to the side of the dining table and pressed on a chair. Seeing that there were only 3 chairs, Bridget walked to the side and picked up a chair with both hands. Mother-in-law. Let me do it. Sun Wukong jumped off the chair, came to Bridget, and stretched out his hand to take the chair. No need. Little Wukong. Hee hee. From this point of view, you are not even as tall as the chair. Bridget turned the chair and dodged Sun Wukong's outstretched hands. Puchi ha ha ha. Not even as tall as the chair. I am dying of laughter. Bulma thought Sun Wukong was really interesting. She has been very happy since he came. I am not as tall as the chair. Do you have it? Sun Wukong couldn't help it. This little Bulma actually laughed at his height. He stretched out his hand in the direction of Bulma and bounced an invisible force to Bulma's forehead. Bang! It's a good start. Ah! Bulma screamed with her hands covering the place where she was bounced. Sun Wukong heard the scream and felt happy immediately. He stretched out his hand and waved the chair in Bridget's hand and flew up by itself, and finally landed next to the dining table. Wow! Gaku! You are awesome! Baijini's voice sounded very surprised. That's right. Sun Wukong put his hands on his waist with a proud face. If I'm not awesome, how can I protect your daughter? Yet. Baijini nodded in agreement, and suddenly thought of something else. By the way, Gaku. Are you Bulma's boyfriend or Tai's boyfriend? Ahem. Both. Sun Wukong said a little embarrassed but very firmly. After all, Vegeta lost his second child and became Vegeta, so Bulma will be single for life. As their beloved relatives, brothers and sisters, Sun Wukong felt that he had to be responsible for this matter. As for Tais, he had already met her, how could he let her run away? Both. Baijini thought about it in confusion, and then reacted, wow! Little Gaku! You are so awesome! You are the boyfriend of my 2 daughters at the same time. Do you want me and Brief to have another daughter, and you can be her boyfriend too? Sun Wukong was shocked by this awesome brain circuit again. This matter. Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong saw Bulma and Taisai staring at him, and Dr. Brief's expression of begging for mercy. "I don't think this is necessary. But thank you, mother-in-law." Sun Wukong raised his hand and pointed to the dining table. "Mother-in-law, let's eat first. Let me taste your cooking skills." Everyone sat down around the table and started eating. "Don't say it. It's really delicious." But Sun Wukong didn't eat much. After all, if he ate this table of dishes seriously, it wouldn't be enough for him to fill his teeth. He ate 2 bites first, and waited until everyone was full before eating the rest, and he would never let the farmer sweat in vain. "Mother-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Otherwise, you can raise your 2 daughters to be plump and white." Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up. Bridget laughed happily. At this time, Dr. Brief asked Tais, "What did you do this year?" Sun Wukong immediately replied, "She became an adventure novelist." Dr. Brief said to himself with some doubt, "Adventure novelist?" Sun Wukong answered again, "It means going through various adventures, and then adding some ingredients to write a novel." Dr. Brief nodded in understanding. "Dad," he said, "all my words." Tais reacted and shouted at Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief waved his hand, "Didn't you say that? Whoever says it first gets it." Tais looked at Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong smiled back at her with a crooked mouth. Tais gritted her teeth. She remembered this grudge. Pfft! Ouch! Before Bulma could even laugh, she was hit on the head by Son Goku, who had predicted it. Bulma! She also gritted her teeth. She remembered this grudge. Dr. Brief and Bridget watched this scene with a smile on their faces. After dinner, Sun Wukong helped move the spaceship into Dr. Brief's laboratory, and then came to the courtyard alone. At the age of 1, Sun Wukong will officially start practicing. Personal practice room, start. Personal practice room is a black object, not to mention the surprise that will come when the practice time reaches 913 days, which has not been experienced yet. Its other functions alone are enough to live up to its quality. First of all, it can control the size and shape at will, and it is invisible. Unless Sun Wukong wants to or touches it with his hands, he can't find it at all. Then, as long as Sun Wukong wants, anyone with a lower combat power than Sun Wukong will be blocked by the range barrier of personal practice room, no matter whether this person is inside or outside personal practice room. Finally, personal practice room can prevent any breath from leaking, which is also a favorite function of some old Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong controlled the personal practice room to become a cylinder with a radius of 2 meters and a height of 2 meters with himself as the center. Gravity, start. 10 times gravity. Gravity is the ability awakened by Sun Wukong using Power Seed, which can consume physical strength or Qi to use the ability. And for Sun Wukong with unlimited physical strength, this power can be used almost at will. Soon, Sun Wukong adapted to 10 times gravity, and his combat power did not increase significantly. He began to increase the gravity multiple. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. 50 times. After reaching 50 times gravity, Sun Wukong felt that it was difficult to move all over, as if he was in a quagmire. 100 times. Sun Wukong's body was instantly compressed a lot. However, he was not panicked at all, and took a horse stance, and the power-using techniques in national martial arts, gold, emerged in his mind. The whole body is round and flawless, and it is intact, even 100 times the gravity cannot move it. Then, Sun Wukong began to practice Tai Chi slowly. Start. Wild horse splits its mane. White crane spreads its wings. Hold the knee and twist the step. Waving the pipa. In his previous life, Sun Wukong learned the 24-style Tai Chi in college physical education, and also learned the power-generating techniques of the national martial arts Tai Chi in National Martial Arts to the Gods. Although the movements of this set of Tai Chi he performed this time were not so standard because of his relatively small body. The Tai Chi flavor in it was very strong. Chapter 11. After 2.5 hours, the sky gradually darkened. Sun Wukong made the last closing move, and then slowly exhaled a breath of white air. The white air sprayed straight out and finally landed on the personal practice room barrier 2 meters away. It's worthy of the unlimited potential obtained by making a wish comparable to the Super Dragon Ball. After practicing for a while, my combat power has increased to at least 500,000. It's caught up with Frisia in the baby car state. Sun Wukong felt the powerful energy in his body, and his face was full of happy smiles. Hey! Sun Wukong! Your fist is so slow, how can you hit anyone? Bulma supported her hands outside the personal practice room barrier. When she saw Sun Wukong stop, she shouted out the question she had been holding for a long time. Sun Wukong took back the personal practice room and turned it into a layer covering the surface of the body. Bulma, who didn't react in time, stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. Sun Wukong took a step forward instantly and pressed his hand on her shoulder. Bulma only felt a force that offset the force of her fall, and she easily regained her balance. My boxing is mainly for health preservation. Strengthen the body. Of course, fighting is not weak. Tai Chi, attack and defense, hard and soft. Sun Wukong explained to Bulma. Oh. Bulma nodded, and did not continue to ask, but pulled Sun Wukong, let's go. Sun Wukong. My sister and I have prepared a bath for you. Such a thoughtful service. Sun Wukong was very surprised, and he could not help but look at Bulma with a scrutinizing eye. It won't be a trick. Bulma's body paused obviously, but immediately returned to normal. She pulled Sun Wukong forward without looking back. How could it be? Aren't you going to be my and my sister's boyfriend? Isn't it my duty to prepare a bath for you? Okay. I believe you. Sun Wukong didn't care, and continued to follow Bulma to the bathroom, but a purple light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sun Wukong, you are here. The bath water is ready. Entering the bathroom, Tai smiled and waved to Sun Wukong. Thank you so much. Sun Wukong smiled and reached out to touch Bulma's head, and then took off and touched Tai's head as well. Bulma and Taisai were in an excited state for some reason, and they didn't care about being touched on the head by Son Goku. The two girls said to Son Goku, then we'll go out first, and left the bathroom with a smile on their faces. Son Goku took off his clothes. Speaking of which, this was the super stretch clothes, green, he drew with the chi turntable. He stretched out his hand to test the temperature of the water. It was just right, a little higher than body temperature. Put your feet in. In the end, the whole body was soaked in, leaving only the neck outside. His-ha! Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! The bathroom door was suddenly opened. Ha 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 ha! Bulma's laughter came in first. You got hit by Son Goku. Bulma and Taisai were full of joy and walked in with big strides. Stand up and take a look, Son Goku. Bulma pointed to the bathtub. Oh! Sun Wukong tilted his head and stood up immediately. All the parts of his body below his neck turned purple. This is a special paint I researched. If you don't use my solution, it will take a month to fade. What do you think, Sun Wukong? If you call me Sister Bulma and let me shoot you 10 brains, I will consider forgiving you. Bulma put her hands on her hips. And me? Call me Sister Tais. You can steal my lines. Tais also put her hands on her hips. Sun Wukong put on an embarrassed expression. What's wrong, Sun Wukong? Don't you want to admit your failure? Tais said gloatingly. What do you mean you are 100 times stronger than Master Wu Tian? You still fell into my hands. I advise you to shout quickly. If you shout slowly, even with my solution, it will take half a month to fade. Bulma stretched out her hand to tidy up her hair. Sun Wukong's expression became even more embarrassed. Bulma and Tais looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two people who were laughing suddenly heard a laugh that didn't belong to them. They looked at the laughing Son Goku. Bulma asked in confusion, "Hey? Son Goku, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? You will know it soon." Sun Wukong slowly raised one of his hands. Snap! Sun Wukong snapped his fingers. Bulma and Tais were in a trance, and then they saw Sun Wukong, who was dressed neatly, standing outside the bathtub and looking at them with a smile on his face. Bulma and Tais looked at each other again. At this time, both of them were soaking in the bathtub, with only one head exposed outside. Is it an illusion? When? This was a question that arose in the minds of both of them at the same time. Okay. You two soak here. I'm leaving. Sun Wukong turned and walked out of the bathroom, waving his hand before leaving. Closing the bathroom door, Bulma and Tais' angry roars came from inside the door. Damn Sun Wukong! The two quickly came out of the bathtub, and sure enough, their bodies were already purple. Quick! Sister! Get the shampoo! I put the detangler in the shampoo. Bulma pointed to the shampoo on the table next to her. Okay. Taisai reached out to grab the shampoo, but it was empty. Yes, it was empty. She grabbed Sun Wukong's wrist. Sun Wukong's voice came from nowhere, it turned out to be in the shampoo. Ah! Sun Wukong! You actually peeked at us taking a bath invisibly. Bulma covered her body with a blushing face. Aren't you wronging me? It was obviously you who were peeping at me taking a bath. Sun Wukong spread his hands. With this spread of his hands, the illusion around him faded away. Sun Wukong, who was all purple, reappeared. At this time, he was being held by Taisai in one hand and holding a bottle of shampoo in the other hand. Bulma and Taisai were standing next to the bathtub. Another illusion. When was it? The same question arose in the minds of the two people at the same time. Hey, I didn't expect that the antidote was taken by you. Bulma sighed, her face full of frustration. Now is not the time to be frustrated. Don't you two want this antidote? Sun Wukong shook the shampoo in his hand and asked the two. What use do we have? We don't have. Taisai's words have not been finished, and the surrounding scene is distorted again. Finally, the two appeared in the bathtub again, with only their heads out. And Sun Wukong was holding shampoo beside the bathtub and looking at the two with a smile. Why is there still an illusion? When is it? Bulma and Taisai roared madly in their hearts. Chapter 12. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Little Wukong, aren't we going to call Bulma and Tais? Bridget asked Wukong while stroking the skewers in her hand. Don't worry. Mother-in-law. I've prepared their share. Now they are both asleep, just wait until tomorrow morning to give them. Wukong kept turning over the various barbecues on the stove. Wukong. Your barbecue skills are really good. And this meat is also a rare good ingredient. What animal is it from? Dr. Brief was holding a skewer of roasted whole pig meat in his hand and eating it happily. This is not an ordinary product from Earth. Eating more can strengthen your body. Come on, father-in-law. The kidneys of this beer goat are so delicious. You have one and I have one. Sun Wukong handed a bunch of roasted kidneys with a sizzling smell of wheat to Dr. Brief. Most of the ingredients Sun Wukong uses now come from the world of food captives. They contain gourmet cells, are very delicious and can strengthen the body. As for Bulma and Taisai, they are probably having fun in the illusion now. After Sun Wukong entered the bathtub, Bulma and Taisai went outside the bathroom and prepared to come in later. But in reality, they did not stay outside the bathroom, but went directly back to their room to change into pajamas and went to sleep. In the illusion world, they waited outside the bathroom for a while and went in again according to their original idea. Then there is the infinite nesting doll's link of illusion. When. As for turning purple all over, this problem is easier to solve. The first wish that can be immune to any negative state quietly passed by. After taking a shower, Sun Wukong, who changed into new clothes, felt energetic and full of vitality, so he called Bridget and Dr. Brief to have a barbecue in the courtyard. Father-in-law, when you have studied my spaceship thoroughly, can you make me a newer and bigger one? Sun Wukong took a bite of the big kidney in his hand, and then asked Dr. Brief. Sure. Wukong. Any requirements? Dr. Brief agreed directly, and then first inhaled the wheat fragrance of the kidney, and then took a bite. Sun Wukong ate the kidney in 2 bites, and then thought about it while eating other meat. Not long after, Sun Wukong looked at Dr. Brief again. Father-in-law, you can do whatever you want with the rest. I believe in your skills. But there is one thing, you must equip me with a luxurious speaker. Dr. Brief's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Sun Wukong as if he had seen a confidant. You. Wukong, do you also think that good speakers are the key to a spaceship? Of course. Without speakers, what kind of spaceship is it? Just call it a flying box. Sun Wukong slapped his thigh. Yes, yes, yes. No matter what tool, it has a soul only when it has speakers. Dr. Brief also slapped his thigh. That's right. A toothbrush that can play songs is super cool, okay? The return rate is 100%. Sun Wukong handed the freshly baked potato corn to Dr. Brief and Bridget. Back then, Brief captured my heart with a lipstick that could play songs. Bridget fell into memories. Sun Wukong. Giving my daughter to you is definitely the most correct decision I have made in my life. People who like audio are definitely not bad people. Dr. Brief patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. The morning sun penetrated the window and shone on the faces of Bulma and Tais. The two slowly turned over, and after a while, they opened their eyes one after another. Illusion. When. In a stress response, the brains of the two who were not fully awake drove the vocal cords and lips to make the sounds they had rehearsed all night at the same time. Then it was. Damn Sun Wukong! At the same time, the two cursed from the heart. 76 times, 76 times. They were deceived 76 times in one night. Counting this time just now, it was 77 times. Little Bulma. Tais. You are awake. Bridget's head poked in from outside the door. You guys went to sleep after Gaku went to take a shower yesterday. You must be exhausted. Hurry up and wash up, then have breakfast. Bridget retracted her head while speaking. After washing up, the two sat at the dining table, but they didn't see Gaku. Bulma asked in confusion, where's the damn Gaku? He's not up yet so late. Gaku. Bridget. Dr. Brief took a bite of bread. He left after he got up in the morning. What? Taisai exclaimed and stood up directly. Taisai ran to the door. He promised me to take me on an adventure in the universe. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious. Gaku left a note for you and Bulma. Dr. Brief calmly drank a sip of coffee. Dad. Where is it? Taisai ran back again. Dad is here. Dr. Brief was very happy. No. I'm asking where the note left by Gaku is. Taisai rolled her eyes. Dad, are you happy to be naughty? Bridget covered her mouth and smiled, hee hee. Taisai's caring look for her boyfriend is really cute. Here, this is the note Gaku left for you. After that, she handed over a note. Let me see it. Bulma took the note before Taisai and looked down. Tais leaned over and read it with Bulma. Everyone who sees this note. Congratulations. You are cursed by me. I curse you to be healthy, have good luck, and have a lot of money. Bulma and Tais, Did you sleep well last night? Hee. I am very sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Separation is for a better reunion. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Don't look at my strength on earth, it seems very awesome. It can be regarded as the best in the world. No one can bully me when I walk outside. It's like playing a game and winning every time. But in the universe, I am just a little Karami. I will die directly when I meet a big guy. That's it, I have to practice for a while first. I put a protective shield on you two and your parents-in-law, so you can hold on for a while even if the earth explodes. When I can have a little self-protection power in front of the person who destroyed my planet, I will take you to travel in the universe. Taisai, remember, the universe is dangerous, don't go there before I come back. Bulma, fate is wonderful, destiny will let us meet again. Finally, I left a gift for you too, just put it where you stayed last night, I believe you will like it. The mountains remain unchanged. The green water flows forever. We will meet again. Bulma and Taisai's future husband Sun Wukong left. Wonderful end of the chapter. He. All those who see this end of the chapter. You are cursed. Curse you to reunite with the person you think of in your heart. Chapter 13. The sea is full of sharks, and the water is still flowing. In the sea, about 50 meters below the sea, Sun Wukong is fighting a group of sharks. The 15 sharks, who are extremely flexible in the water, are evenly matched with Sun Wukong, who is under 300 times the gravity of the earth. Sun Wukong saw an opportunity when 2 sharks crossed his side. He turned his body sideways and stepped on a shark with both feet. In an instant, the force started from the feet and flowed through the ankles, calves, knees, thighs, waist, spine, chest, shoulders, upper arms, elbows, forearms, wrists, palms in less than half a second, and finally condensed on the 5 fingers that were put together. Sizzle! Bang! First, a large number of bubbles came out of the sea water. Then, the shark in front of Sun Wukong had a big hole in its body like butter cut by a hot knife, and the sea was dyed red with bright red blood. The shark under Sun Wukong's feet had 2 clear footprints that were 10 centimeters deep in its body. Its entire body was blown away 10 meters, and its eyes rolled up and its belly was facing up. It was a young shark, and it fell asleep. The other sharks changed their targets and went to bite the shark with a hole in its body. Sun Wukong swam to the side of the young shark, kicked it hard with his feet, and rushed straight to the sea surface. Sun Wukong exhaled the foul air in his chest, lay on his back on the sea and looked at the clouds in the sky, and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect that killing a few sharks could increase my combat power by 30,000. Sure enough, it's not that the boss can't be defeated, but it's more cost-effective to fight small monsters with gravity on your back. Kai is dead. Dirty Luana. One Piece. I'm sure I'll be the Pirate King." A voice came from the side, and Sun Wukong instantly became energetic. No way. Could it be that I have traveled through time again? And I just happened to run into Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. I must be a vice-captain. Sun Wukong turned his head and saw a little kid with a black middle-parted hair standing cross-legged on the bow of a small fishing boat, one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. Oh, it's not a straw hat and a grin, so I shouldn't be wearing one. Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the child. Your shouting and yelling made Uncle Sun very unhappy, but your hairstyle made Uncle Sun change his mind. But the hairstyle was only a secondary reason for Sun Wukong to change his mind. The main reason was that the child was being beaten, and at the same time, there was a roar, "Lapis! We are a fishing boat! We are fishing! Not a pirate ship! If you shout again next time, I will break your legs!" The one who beat him was a blonde and blue-eyed burly man, whose arm was thicker than Sun Wukong's waist. He was a master, of course, only a master on the current Earth. According to Sun Wukong's investigation, the combat power of this man was about 30, which was already very strong on the current earth. Sun Wukong waved at the boat in the sea and shouted loudly, "Brother! Can you give me a ride?" "Hey!" The blonde man and Lapis looked over and saw the little crab head floating in the sea. "Dad! Someone is drowning! I'm going to save him!" Lapis screamed and jumped into the sea. The blonde man grabbed Lapis by the back of his collar and put him back on the boat. "Dad! What are you doing? Didn't you see the blood floating around that man? He's dying!" Lapis jumped into the sea again. The blonde man grabbed Lapis by the back of his collar again, but this time he didn't let him go. "That's not his blood." The blonde man's nose moved slightly. "That's shark blood. And it's very fresh. Besides, open your eyes and look. Isn't he swimming towards us? Why do you need to save him? You didn't wash your clothes if they got wet." The blonde man lifted Lapis in front of him and shook him up and down twice. At this time, Sun Wukong also swam to the side of the boat. He turned over in the sea to gain leverage and landed on the deck. Sun Wukong clasped his fists towards the blonde man. "I am Sun Wukong. I want to fight all the strong men in the world to hone my martial arts. I wonder if you can spar with me. Here is a thing I got when I drew 1000 times in a row." Language Translation Module, Purple, which allows Sun Wukong to understand the language of any living creature and can also accurately convey Sun Wukong's meaning. "Hello. Brother Sun Wukong. My name is Rajak. I'm really sorry, I have retired for many years and my strength is not as good as before. Please find someone else." Rajak also said to Sun Wukong. "Fists. Then I won't force you." Sun Wukong nodded, "But..." He pointed to the sea in the distance, where a row of black shadows appeared faintly. "But you seem to be in trouble. Do you need help?" Boom! The sea next to the fishing boat was suddenly blown up by a cannonball, and a huge splash of water appeared. Boom! 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 The first one seemed to be just the signal to start. With loud noises, the small fishing boat continued to explode with sky-high splashes. The splashes continued to explode, and the black shadows in the distance had revealed their complete outlines. They were huge sailing ships, and the ships were still hanging skull flags with red scarves on their heads. Rajak. You often venture out to sea, so I want to ask you something. Is it that they deliberately didn't hit your ship, or is their aim so bad? More than a dozen ships fired more than 100 shells, but not a single one hit. The gunners are all masters of outlining. Sun Wukong was originally going to kick the shells away in the air to show off, but the outlining skills of the opponent didn't give Sun Wukong any chance to show off this question. Rajak fell into deep thought in an instant. This question was something he had never considered before. When he ventured out at sea before, it seemed that he had never been hit by the shells of the opponent, and the cannons on his ship seemed to have never hit the opponent. This is a very good question. Rajak, who didn't know how to answer, decided to change the subject. Brother Sun Wukong, they are coming soon. I recognize this pirate flag. It's the Red Turban Pirates. There are more than 10,000 people in the group. They are the largest pirate group in this sea area. Burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. Lapis's voice came from the side. No. Who asked you? How come you automatically brought in the background introduction of the NPC's role? However, after hearing it, Sun Wukong had to nod to show that he understood, and then he asked his own question, since the opponent is so powerful. Why don't we run? Yes. Rajak came to his senses instantly. Why didn't he run here? Even when he was the leader of the Loki Adventure Group, he couldn't fight 10,000 people alone. Not to mention that his strength is not as good as before. So what am I waiting for if I don't run here? Ha 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 ha. Still want to run? It's too late, I tell you. Before Rajak made a move, the arrogant laughter came from the largest pirate ship in the distance. Chapter 14. The big boats were surrounded by the small fishing boats. Soon, several large ships surrounded the small fishing boats. They acted quickly without any hesitation, and even no command was needed. It's nothing. It's just a matter of practice. On the largest boat, a one-eyed man with a red scarf on his head and a scar on his face was sitting on a high chair, looking down at the small fishing boats below. You! The one-eyed man suddenly fixed his eyes on Rajak's face. Suddenly, the one-eyed man stood up from his seat, his face full of anger, and raised the big iron hook in his right hand and pointed at Rajak. You are Rajak. Rajak, the leader of the Raj Adventure Group. I didn't expect it. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect that God would let me meet you again. The expression on the one-eyed man's face changed wildly, and finally he laughed wildly in an unpleasant voice, ha 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 ha. Fuck. Dad. Are you so awesome? Lapis looked at Rajak with shining eyes. And Sun Wukong sighed that the image of this pirate boss's one-eyed big iron hook was so professional. Rajak ignored the brave kids around him and looked at the one-eyed man with a serious face. Since you know me, can you give me some face? How about the three of us leave? La la. Your reading comprehension is too poor. Sun Wukong said helplessly, he can recognize you in 3 seconds. Either you were very famous before, or he has a deep impression of you. The 4 words God has eyes reflect his excitement after seeing you, and at the same time, it indirectly reflects his deep longing and hatred for you. The word again also shows that he has met you before. Ahem. Sun Wukong finally organized his words to summarize. From the above, we can see that your face is just a shoe-in soul to him. Pa. 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 The one-eyed man clapped his hands. That's right. What this kid said is absolutely right. Rajak. Your face is like a shoe-in soul to me. He stared at Rajak and roared, Rajak. Do you remember that 15 years ago, you killed the captain of the Sika pirates? That was my father. I hid in a wooden barrel and watched you kill him with my own eyes. I joined the Red Ribbon Corps when I was alive. And because I grew up on the sea, I was assigned to the sea to build a force. Finally, I stepped up step by step and became the captain of the strongest pirate group in this sea area. Now, I want revenge. Revenge. After venting his emotions, he looked at Sun Wukong again. Little ghost. You are right. It just so happens that I am in a good mood today. You can choose your own way of death. Sun Wukong asked, are you serious? Whatever way I choose to die, you can fulfill it. You are just a little ghost who is about to die. There is no need for me to lie to you. The one-eyed man waved his hand indifferently. Oh. Sun Wukong nodded, then I want to die happily and freely. Brother Sun. You are just like my brother. You are so good at operation. Lapis gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up. That must be operated. How can you survive in the world without operation? Sun Wukong raised his head and raised his thumb to his nose. But in less than a second, Sun Wukong, who reacted, quickly retracted his thumb. This dirty frog lying down gesture in Dragon Ball is comparable to Shen Gong Bao's ultimate curse of Dai to please stay during the conferred god period. His current strength can't control it. Boy! You dare to play tricks on me! At this time, the one-eyed man who had been silent for a long time spoke angrily. No. I don't want to play tricks on you. You told me to choose the way to die. You are not going to break your promise. Sun Wukong spread his hands helplessly. I'm a pirate. Isn't it normal to be dishonest? The one-eyed man sneered, guys. I'll give 10 gold coins to anyone who kills this brat. I'll give 100 gold coins to anyone who kills Rajak. If you can capture Rajak alive, I'll give you 1000 gold coins. Go. The little Karamis with messy hair, untidy clothes, and sallow faces all screamed excitedly. Each of them used ropes, swimming, or wooden ladders to rush to the small fishing boat like a group of college students rushing to the cafeteria. Go! Gold coins, gold coins! I haven't had meat for a long time. This kid has delicate skin and tender flesh. Listening to the chaotic and noisy sounds around him, Lapis leaned on Rajak in fear. But Sun Wukong was calm. He turned to Rajak and asked, "Do you know why he doesn't give you face?" "Well, because he has a grudge against me." Rajak has already taken a fighting posture. "No, no, no. This is just a superficial phenomenon. Don't be fooled by the superficial phenomenon." Sun Wukong stretched out a finger and shook it. "Listen carefully, Rajak." Sun Wukong's voice was slow but deeply rooted in people's hearts. "He doesn't give you face. Because he dares not to give you face. Because there will be no serious consequences for doing so. In other words, you are too weak. If you are strong enough and can easily kill everyone present, then you see he dares not to give you face." "Yes." Lajak suddenly sighed, "I haven't practiced for 10 years in order to live a peaceful life with my wife. But I forgot that strength is the guarantee of safety. When danger comes, everything is empty talk without strength. Hey, it's too late to figure everything out now. Brother Sun Wukong, I'm sorry, I've implicated you. Hey! Grow up." Sun Wukong suddenly changed his serious face and played a joke with a smile. "Lajak. Everything is not too late," Sun Wukong said, turning his head to look at the one-eyed man. "I said, one eye." The words were slow and long, and Sun Wukong also stepped towards the void in front of him while speaking. Then he stepped steadily on the void and walked towards the one-eyed man step by step. As the distance slowly approached, Sun Wukong's words became clearer and clearer in the ears of the one-eyed man, and he felt more and more oppressive. "I'm here today. I wonder if you, One Eye, can give me a face? How about letting us go?" After saying this, Sun Wukong also walked to less than 2 meters opposite the one-eyed man. "You said." The one-eyed man just uttered 2 words. A huge mental shock erupted from Sun Wukong. Heroic Haki, purple perform mental shock on the target according to the strength of one's own spirit and will. After a short moment, everyone present except Sun Wukong, Rajak, Lapis, and the one-eyed man fainted with their eyes rolled up. The sea was filled with unconscious little Karami, just like a lot of gaga soup. "Can you give me a favor?" Sun Wukong simply repeated this sentence again. Chapter 15. The old man was so angry that he said, "Can you give me a favor?" Sun Wukong simply repeated the sentence again. "What are you saying, saying? Forget about giving me a favor. You should give me 100 favors. Grandpa. Come on, go wherever you want. I don't know who dares to stop you today." The one-eyed man who has no name since his appearance bent his legs and knelt in front of Sun Wukong with a very sincere voice, a 100% sincere attitude and a 1,000-fold sincere posture to speak very sincerely. "Hey! That's right. Do you have the strength to fight with your grandpa son?" Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and patted the one-eyed man's face. After returning to the fishing boat in a flash, Sun Wukong casually pointed in a direction, "Go." "Okay." Lapis completely turned into a fanboy, and immediately controlled the boat to move as soon as Sun Wukong gave the order. Looking at the shadow of the fishing boat that was gradually going away and disappearing, the one-eyed man climbed up from the ground. At this time, he was sweating profusely, and the ground was wet. "Lajak. You are lucky this time. And that abominable kid. It's useless to be strong when you come out to mess around. When you come back, I will let the Red Ribbon Army bombard you with missiles." "I don't believe it." The voice stopped here, and the calm sea surface just now sank instantly. and the tens of thousands of pirates and more than a dozen large pirate ships were all crushed into meat and dust by 1,000 times the gravity. Please, Sun Wukong was an old bookworm with more than 10,000 reading hours on the tomato novel platform in his previous life. How could he do such a stupid thing as cutting the grass without removing the roots? Lapis. You called me brother Sun. I can't let you call me that for nothing. Let me ask you, do you want to become stronger? Sun Wukong asked Lapis, who was beating his legs for him. Brother Sun. Of course I want to become stronger. Please teach me, brother Sun. Lapis was very excited. He stopped beating his legs and bowed 120 degrees to Sun Wukong. Okay, get up. Your waist is quite flexible. Sun Wukong patted Lapis' waist. There is a price to pay for wanting to become stronger. Ah! Lapis was shocked and quickly covered his butt with both hands. This. Brother Sun, this price is a bit high. Grandmother. Sun Wukong's face was dark, and he kicked over with a big kick. Lapis drew a parabola in the air and fell into the sea. You little brat! All day long you're either hungry or trembling in your head. What are you thinking about? The price I'm talking about is very hard, very, very hard. I'm afraid you can't hold on. Sun Wukong shouted angrily at Lapis in the sea. Brother Sun. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to protect the people I want to protect when danger comes. Lapis shouted firmly in the sea. Anyone can talk. Sun Wukong pouted. Now follow the boat. If you follow the boat to the shore, I will believe you and I will make you stronger. In just 1 month, I will make you able to beat 10 current rajks. Swim. Lapis let go of the rope on the boat that he had already grabbed and swam in the sea. Sun Wukong returned to the deck and sat cross-legged, but he kept a trace of his mind to keep an eye on Lapis at all times, so that he wouldn't really drown. The reason why Sun Wukong got on this fishing boat at the beginning and now promised to make Lapis stronger was because Sun Wukong recognized who he was when he saw him for the first time. Intersect with a person with great luck, Lapis. Number of rotations +10. Luckily, his name is Lapis, and he has black hair parted in the middle. There is no doubt that this is the android number 17 in the original book. There are many reasons that prompted Sun Wukong to carry out the next series of actions, but at least 98% of them are because he covets the body of number 18. That's right, I won't pretend anymore. I, Sun Wukong, am cheap and I'm going to show my cards. That's number 18. She has a good figure and a high appearance. She can be cool and shy. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? A gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman. This is normal. At the same time. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Report to the commander. Colonel Sicard has lost contact. A sausage-mouthed black braised egg is reporting the situation to a red-haired, one-eyed dwarf. Our one-eyed man who has become a piece of meat finally let everyone know his name in the final return, Zekit. This is really a cause for celebration. Coca-Cola. This sausage-mouthed black braised egg is called. His name is Black, and he is the deputy commander of the Red Ribbon Army. And this red-haired one-eyed dwarf is called Rhett. He is the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. He is ruthless and cruel. Because of his short stature, he wants to collect Dragon Balls to make himself taller. Take a look. Isn't this a difference in treatment? The characters who have not appeared in the original book are treated differently from the characters who have appeared in the original book. The one-eyed man is an inspirational figure who has reached the top step by step for revenge. Just because he did not appear in the original book, his name was not known until he died. And these two villains who have a few episodes in the original book were introduced clearly as soon as they appeared. If the one-eyed man were alive, he would definitely wave the hook in his hand and shout to the sky, "Isn't this bullying the honest people?" While the narrator was introducing the characters and complaining, Red had already confirmed the situation with Black. At this time, he angrily took a puff of the expensive cigar in his hand, and then blew out the smoke from his nose. Sakau is such a waste. He didn't find the Dragon Ball, but he lost his life. He is a man who can't do anything but make trouble. Let General Blue take over his original sea area and continue to look for the Dragon Ball for me. Yes. Commander Ret. Black bowed slightly and responded, then turned to find General Blue and issue orders to him. Wait a minute. Ret suddenly stopped him. There is one more thing. Excuse me, is there anything else? Commander. Black did not hesitate at all, and turned around and looked at Ruwu again as soon as he heard the words. Find the Dragon Ball. Be sure to be careful. Don't be in a hurry. What I want is to find the Dragon Ball, not a sentence like we have searched every corner. Ret thought of the Dragon Ball that had not been found so far, and couldn't help feeling a little angry. Yes. Commander. Black responded again and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Ret suddenly called him again, there's one more thing. Commander. Just give me your orders. Black turned around again and asked in one go. Let someone check how that Sika died. Not everyone can touch the people of my Red Ribbon Army. And it's not without cost. Ret slammed the table hard. He felt that he should look very domineering at the moment, so he hid his right hand that was shaking slightly because of the pain. Yes, Commander. Black felt very excited in his heart, and responded decisively, and immediately turned around to convey the commander's order. Chapter 16. The Commander-in-Chief said, Yes, Commander. Black felt very excited and responded decisively, turning around to convey the commander's order. Wait a minute. Right just shouted. One more thing. Black had already turned around and said this on behalf of the commander who didn't know why he had a lot of things to do today. Ahem. Go get me a glass of water. I want 38 degrees room temperature water. Ruwu moved his throat a few times because he felt a little thirsty because he talked too much. Okay, Commander. Black nodded. 2.5 seconds later. What are you doing here? Why don't you leave? Wright looked at Black standing there without moving, and asked strangely. Report to the commander. I'm waiting for your new orders. Black said truthfully. This was also his true inner thought. After all, it was tiring to move around. Nothing for the time being. You go down. Ret waved his hand, got down from the chair, walked to the French window, and looked at the scenery outside the window. Yes, Commander. Black turned and walked out. Ret looked at the sun in the sky and slowly said, as long as the 7 Dragon Balls are found, my wish will come true. By then, ha 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 ha. By then I will be taller. Black, who had already walked to the door, heard this low and somewhat arrogant laughter. He was extremely excited. After going out, he said to himself, wait until the commander finds the 7 Dragon Balls and realizes his wish to rule the world. By then, ha 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 ha. By then I will be the existence above 10,000 people. A high-ranking official who happened to be passing by heard Black's excited and somewhat happy laughter, and was also extremely excited. After Black walked away, he also muttered to himself, wait until the commander finds the 7 Dragon Balls and realizes Black's wish to grow hair. Then, ha 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 ha. By then, the commander and Black will live a happy life, and the Red Ribbon Army will fall into my hands. Another high-ranking official who happened to come out of the toilet heard this. That day, the Red Ribbon Army headquarters was full of laughter. Guess who didn't laugh? Yes, it was the one-eyed man. Why don't you laugh? Oh, it turns out that you are born not to like to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sika. Sikat's soul was kicked out of the world because of his intense emotions. King of Hell, damn it! How can there be someone cutting in line? Brother Sunday. Brother Sun. I did it. Lapis lay on the shore weakly. He was panting like a bellows at this moment. It seemed that he had exhausted all his strength after saying this. Look at him with new eyes. Sun Wukong gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Rejuvenation Talisman, green. Resurgence Scroll, green. 8 Destroying Dragon Pill, purple. Sun Wukong first used 2 recovery items on him, and then stuffed a strength-enhancing pill into his mouth. The worse the physical condition, the better the effect. Restoring Soul Nourishing Technique, purple. Lapis fell into a deep sleep. When he wakes up again, his soul power will be greatly increased. Sun Wukong touched Lapis's forehead again, and the domineering power flashed across his soul. Lapis' soul was successfully infected with the haki characteristic. He was able to actively acquire the 3 hakis of Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Domination Haki through training. Lapis is fine. He just fell asleep. Sun Wukong waved to Rajak, who was worried, and lifted Lapis up with his mental power to let him float in the air. Thank you for today, brother Sun Wukong. I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. I really admire you. I admire you. Reassured, Rajak first bowed formally to Sun Wukong, then stretched out his hand and beckoned, thank you for your kindness. Please come home with me, brother Sun Wukong, and let me treat you well. Sorry for bothering you. Let's go. Sun Wukong smiled and followed Rajak on the journey home. Lazuli. Kajis. I'm going back. Here they come. Guests are coming. Rajak stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of a 3-story building, shouting to the inside. A woman with long black hair and an apron and a blonde girl came out from different rooms. When they saw Rajak, they all smiled. Welcome home. Rajak. Kajis came forward, and then saw Lapis floating in the air with his eyes closed. Lapis! Kajis exclaimed, and then grabbed Rajak and pressed him to the ground. What happened to our son? I'm asking you, Rajak. What happened to our son? It hurts. Kajis. Lapis is fine. He just fell asleep. Rajak, with his face pressed against the floor, ignored the pain and explained to Kajis at a very fast speed. Then why did he fall asleep? He's still floating in the sky now. Kajis asked again and let go of Rajak. Rajak got up from the ground and pointed behind him. This is a long story, but this time I have to thank this little brother Sun Wukong. If it weren't for him, Lapis and I might not be able to come back this time. Rajak turned his head while speaking, and then found that Sun Wukong, who was following him, was gone. Hey? Where's little brother Sun Wukong? Rajak looked around. Finally, he saw the familiar crab head next to his daughter. And Sun Wukong had already held one of Lazuli's hands. At this time, he was staring at the palm of that hand and exclaiming in admiration. Oh my! Oh my! Incredible, incredible! This palm is extremely incredible. Blonde girl, you will definitely be a person of great achievement in the future. And this marriage line emitting golden light. Your future husband must be a peerless strong man with the ability to penetrate the sky and the earth. The kind that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. While Sun Wukong was speaking, he stretched out a finger and kept moving it in Lazuli's palm. Come. Please give me your other hand. Sun Wukong grabbed Lazuli's other hand and put the 2 hands together. Hiss. This palm reading. It's so scary. Your future husband seems to be a bit too awesome. But Sun Wukong first performed the shock on his face to the extreme, and then suddenly changed the style and paused. But what? Lazuli was relieved after learning that her brother was fine, and at this moment, she was also curious about Sun Wukong. The expression on Sun Wukong's face changed several times, and then he slowly said but. Chapter 17. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to face each other. The expression on Sun Wukong's face changed several times, and then he slowly said, but your future husband is a man of great love. Great love. Lazuli asked in confusion. This matter is very profound. You will know it when you should know it. There is no need to delve into it now. Sun Wukong patted her hands and gave her a look that didn't need to be taken seriously. Brother Sun Wukong. What are you doing? Lejek had stood not far from the two of them at some point, and at this time he was looking at Sun Wukong with green eyes. Oh! Uncle Lejek! What bad things can I do? I just think your daughter is very special. I want to make friends with her. Sun Wukong grinned at Lejek. Rajak, who was one generation older than him, was obviously not happy. If possible, he still hoped that Sun Wukong would call him brother, so that he would not come to pick up his own cabbage. Of course, if Sun Wukong knew his thoughts, he would definitely smile embarrassedly and tell him, it will be more exciting to pick it up this way. I like excitement. Brother Sun Wukong. Don't stand here. Come to the dining table with me quickly, the meal cooked by my wife Kajis will be ready soon. Rajak grabbed Sun Wukong's wrist without saying anything and walked towards the dining table. Sun Wukong did not resist, but just smiled and grabbed Lazuli's hand with the hand that was not grabbed. Lazuli was stunned, and then she was also pulled away. In this way, Rajak pulled Sun Wukong and Lazuli to sit at the dining table. Kajis smiled at Sun Wukong and went into the kitchen again. And Lapis was controlled by Sun Wukong to leave the corridor. After asking Lazuli where the bedroom was, she sent him to bed. Chicken soup is here. After Sun Wukong settled Lapis, Kajis also brought up the last soup. Before he ate it, Sun Wukong praised it first. Look at this table of dishes. The colors are bright and the aroma is fragrant. I think it tastes good. Uncle Rajak, it's your blessing to marry sister Kajis. Hee. Your name is Sun Wukong, right? What a cute little boy. Can I call you Wukong in the future? Kajis was obviously very happy after being praised, and reached out to serve Sun Wukong a bowl of chicken soup. Thank you, Sister Kajis. Sun Wukong took it with a smile. Rajak, who was sitting next to him, was calm on the surface, but he was roaring in his heart. The first bowl of chicken soup was given to me before. In fact, before Sun Wukong hooked up with his daughter, he didn't mind this kind of thing. After all, Sun Wukong was his savior. But now Rajak is getting more and more annoyed with Sun Wukong. This situation became more obvious when Sun Wukong also served a bowl of chicken soup to Lazuli. This caused Kajis's big bib to gently stroke the back of Rajak's head, and a pop sound was heard. During this period, Sun Wukong quickly served a bowl of soup to Kajis and Rajak. Rajak reached out and took the bowl of soup, and drank it all up like a drunk. Don't say it, today's chicken soup is really delicious. Rajak, who thought it was delicious, was about to reach out for the soup spoon to serve himself another bowl, but his hand was firmly grabbed. He turned his head and saw Sun Wukong frowning and closing his eyes, not knowing what he was doing. Rajak knew that Sun Wukong would not do meaningless things. And his mind and body were instantly alert to the surroundings. What happened? Rajak asked while grabbing the stool beside him and preparing to use it as a weapon. The soup is poisonous. Sun Wukong said the situation in simple words. Sun Wukong still closed his eyes. He was using his mental power to assist his observation haki to scan the surroundings. Law of answers to questions. Sun Wukong looked at Kajis. Did you know that the soup was poisonous? Yes. Kajis answered without hesitation. How did you know? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Could it be that Kajis really put the poison in? You just said it. Kajis answered again, and didn't feel anything wrong. Well, Sun Wukong admitted that his Chinese language skills were still a little poor. How could he not even ask a question? Did you know that the soup was poisonous before I told you? Sun Wukong organized his words and asked Kajis again. I don't know. Kajis' suspicion was instantly reduced. Do you know who put the poison in? Sun Wukong took out a small glass bottle while asking, and opened it and looked at it. With a very skillful blow from the bottle mouth, a light silver smoke filled the room. 1000-star detoxification powder, blue. I don't know, but I have some guesses. Kajisi rolled her eyes twice, and obviously had some ideas. Who? Sun Wukong asked quickly. Me. Kajisi was silent for a while, and then said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Ah. 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 Sun Wukong, Rajak and Lazuli asked this question in unison. Kajisi blushed slightly, turned her head and looked out the window. That's the one, the mushrooms in this chicken mushroom soup are grown by me. Hi. Sun Wukong's mouth twitched slightly. He asked why the weather was sunny. It turned out that you made it rainless. It's okay. It's okay. It was just a false alarm. Sun Wukong poured some 1000-star detoxification powder into the chicken soup and stirred it with a spoon. Now the soup is not poisonous. Lajek also relaxed and released his hand from the stool next to him. Looking closely, he had left a clear handprint on the stool. The matter was resolved and everyone started eating. During the meal, they couldn't help chatting. Hey, Kajisi. Why did you think of growing mushrooms yourself? Lajek asked curiously. Kajisi picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. She thought for a while chewing. After a while, she swallowed the food in her mouth and said, "At that time, I found a pair of shoes that you had not worn for a long time in the basement. There were mushrooms growing on them, so I tried to grow some." As she was talking, Kajisi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed at Rajak with her chopsticks. Then this matter is all your fault. Why do you think mushrooms grow on a pair of shoes? Ah? Blame me. Rajak pointed at his nose with a question mark on his face. Yes. Blame you. Kajisi said seriously. Is this my fault? Rajak turned his head to look at his little cotton jacket Lazuli. Lazuli turned her head away from Rajak, indicating that she was leaking air. Is this my fault? Rajak turned his head to look at Sun Wukong again. Lajak. This is not your fault. Sun Wukong felt Kajisi's gaze before he finished speaking, so he changed his words instantly. Who else can I blame? Why didn't you just throw away your shoes after you stopped wearing them and put them in the basement? Me? Me? I'm full. Lajek poured all the rice in the bowl into his mouth, then stood up and left. Lajek was so angry. He couldn't beat Sun Wukong. He couldn't bear to beat Lazuli. He didn't dare to beat Kajis. Now he just wanted to shout to the sky, is there still the king's law? Is there still the law? Oh. That's right. There is also Lapis. At this moment, Lajek suddenly felt that it was great to have a son. The animal force punch is ready, just waiting for Lapis to wake up. My son Lapis. Let your father give you a complete childhood. He. Chapter 18. After Sun Wukong left Dr. Brief's house, Bulma and Taisai began to look for the gift Sun Wukong left for them. Because Sun Wukong said in the letter that he put the gift where they stayed last night, Bulma and Taisai started looking for it in the room where they slept last night after breakfast. They didn't find it until they were sweating all over. Sun Wukong, that stinky bastard. Didn't he say that the gift was in this room? Where is it? Bulma said to herself while lying on the bed, panting. Yeah. We slept in this room last night. If not here, where else could it be? Taisai's physical strength was better than Bulma's, and she was still searching for a small box. After another 2.5 hours of searching, they still couldn't find it. At this time, Bridget came in and asked Bulma and Tais to go to dinner. After the two of them had dinner, they simply cleaned up the messy house, and fell asleep on the bed because of excessive physical exertion. In Bulma's dream, Bulma was soaked in hot water. Bulma looked around, and her smart mind quickly reacted. She slapped her forehead, How could I forget? Yesterday, my sister and I were plagued with illusions by the bastard Gaku in our dreams all night. At this time, the scene in the bathroom twisted. 2.5 seconds later, Bulma's eyes lit up instantly, and when she looked around again, she was already in a white space. And right in front of Bulma, a golden book was slowly floating up and down in the air. Bulma's eyes were immediately attracted by the book. There were 4 big words on the cover of the book. Bulma didn't recognize this font, but the first time she saw these words, she knew how to read these words and their meanings. Shenji Bai Lian. Bulma read out the name of the book word by word. After Bulma said the name, the book turned into golden light spots from bottom to top, and those light spots rushed into Bulma's eyebrows. Bulma closed her eyes slightly, and some information slowly appeared in her mind. About half an hour later, Bulma opened her eyes, and her eyes were full of surprise and joy. Does this stinky Wukong think that I can forgive him by giving him a gift? Really? Humph. Although she was still complaining about Sun Wukong, Bulma couldn't hide the happy smile on her face. On the other side, Tai-Ai's situation was similar. The one given to Bulma was the golden quality Shenji Bai Lian. And the one given to Tai-Ai was not golden but not bad. It was 2 purple quality knowledge and skills, namely Flying Thunder God technique and Introduction to Camartage spells. These gifts were carefully selected by Sun Wukong. Bulma's intelligence and technological capabilities are beyond words. In the future, even a time machine can be built. It is natural to give her the divine machine 100 refinements. As for Taisai, since she wants to adventure around the world, the ability of space is more important. Flying Thunder God technique saves a lot of time, and Introduction to Camartage spells records some practical spells including the welding special effect Space Gate. With the complementation of each other, if Taisai has a little more combat experience, she can go to the Red Ribbon Army dungeon alone. Of course, this knowledge is only part of Sun Wukong's gift, and the other part is the infinite shield on the 2 of them. Bulma and Taisai can freely call on the energy in the infinite shield. And the black quality of the infinite shield is not exaggerated. Being able to infinitely transmit energy into it is only the most basic function. The real user of the infinite shield is Sun Wukong. No matter where he is, he can transmit energy to any infinite shield regardless of the distance. Coupled with Sun Wukong's own infinite stamina, this means that Bulma and Taisai are carrying a power bank with unlimited energy and protective functions. Bulma and Taisai were extremely happy to learn this information, and the little resentment they had towards Sun Wukong disappeared instantly. After the 2 woke up, they discussed using the power that Sun Wukong gave them to create an item with all their strength. When Sun Wukong comes next time, they will give him these items as a return gift. In a corner of the universe, there is an inconspicuous planet. The name of this planet is Wampa Star. At this time, a child who was only half a meter tall was fighting a 20-meter tall, 18-legged giant bug. The child's mouth kept making oh sounds. As these sounds were made, golden light and golden lightning kept coming out of her body. 2.5 minutes later, the battle was over. The giant bug was broken into dozens of pieces and lost most of its mobility, but several legs with fluff and barbs were still waving around. And the child also had some more injuries on his body, the most obvious of which was that his left arm was bent backwards at 90 degrees, which was obviously broken. Oh, as the continuous roar came out, a strong golden lightning suddenly came out of the child's left arm. 2.5 seconds later, there were only 2 clicks. Clicks. The broken arm quickly returned to its original appearance, and the large and small wounds on the body that were originally bleeding had already healed. Feeling the warmth covering her whole body and the delicious food that penetrated her soul in her memory, she smiled knowingly. On this desolate planet, only these 2 things and the crab-headed figure in her memory can bring her some warmth. Yes, this person is Broly, who wandered in the universe and finally settled on the planet Vampa. Broly picked up several broken giant insect legs on the ground and flew back to her residence. Father! I'm back! And there's dinner for today. Broly put the insect legs on the ground and shouted, thinking about the figure who was busy in the spaceship. Paragus turned his head, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he squeezed out an ugly smile. Good job, Broly. You eat first, Dad is busy. Okay, Father. Broly nodded, broke open the purple shell of the insect legs, and the smell of decay and green blood instantly overflowed. Broly resisted the nausea, thinking about the delicious food in her memory, and ate these hard-to-swallow things. Paragus looked at Broly's figure, which was small but stronger than his own, and his face gradually twisted. Why? Why? Why is this child the legendary Super Saiyan, but I am not? Why is this? Why can't I learn that magical Qigong? Damn it! Why? But it doesn't matter. This powerful force will be mine sooner or later. After my control helmet is completed, you can be my tool for revenge with peace of mind. Thinking to this point, Paragus lowered his head and continued to assemble the control helmet specially made for Broly. Broly, who was eating, felt very uncomfortable all over. But she didn't know that this was because of the beastly thoughts her biological father had about him. She just thought that this feeling was a side effect of the bad environment and disgusting food. Silently practicing ripple breathing method, Broly, who felt warm all over, remembered the figure of the crab head in her memory. Carefully recalling what the nursery staff had called that figure, Broly's mouth opened and closed slightly before she whispered a name, Kakarot. Chapter 19. The two of them were so busy that they ran into each other. An open space. Lapis was running like crazy. Behind him, a jeep was driving fast. Rajek was sitting in the driver's seat, his feet almost stepped into the gas tank. Sun Wukong was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. He waved and shouted at Lapis, who was running like crazy in front. Lapis! Don't run! Rush towards the car! Lapis was still running for his life, without responding to Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong picked out a long-range low-end attack weapon, a slingshot, pinched a rubber bullet and shot it at Lapis' ankle. Hit! Ah! Lapis screamed and fell to the ground, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Hearing the sound of the car approaching, he quickly rolled to the side, and the jeep sped past him. No! No! Father! Brother, son! I don't understand. This is too dangerous. Lapis watched the jeep drift, turn around and rush towards him again. He climbed up with difficulty and continued to run while shouting behind him. Someone may ask here. Didn't Lapis learn the armament haki? Why not just take it? Lapis himself has tried this question. During the first training like this, Lapis shouted, "How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert?" Then he used the armament haki all over his body and stood still. The final result was that half of his body was fractured, and he had to lie down for 3 days under Sun Wukong's diversified treatment before he fully recovered. At that time, Sun Wukong looked at him and said earnestly, "Brother, how could the prop you took out be so simple? You see, it looks like an ordinary jeep. But it is actually an extraordinary jeep. Training jeep, purple, an advanced training tool once used by the evil Cain Starman to train the Leo Prince. No matter what creature faces it, they will feel fear, except for the super beast. It has a certain defense braking effect. No brakes." And at that time, the exterior of the car was wrapped in a layer of armament haki by Sun Wukong. An armament haki has a certain relationship with will and mental strength. So Lapis armament haki, which was just condensed a few days ago and can only defend against pistol bullets, is no different from hitting a rock with an egg in front of this advanced training tool enhanced with armament haki that can defend against missiles. Someone may ask again. Why did Rajak step on the accelerator when he knew that it would cause great harm to his son? This is entirely because Lapis has several life-extending pills in his stomach at this time. As long as his heart doesn't explode and his head doesn't fall off in one breath, he can be saved. To take a step back, Sun Wukong also told everyone a story about collecting 7 Dragon Balls to revive relatives, and explained that these 7 Dragon Balls really exist. When telling the story, everyone else's faces felt so magical, only Lapis's face became paler and paler. So now Lapis knows that even if he is hit to death, he will be resurrected and continue to hit, and he has personally experienced how powerful this car is. In addition, the fear effect of the jeep, he dare not face his old father who stepped on the accelerator. Another time he passed by a speeding jeep, and Lapis was so scared that his tear glands were out of control, and a few tears flew out. Lapis! What's wrong with your expression? What are your tears? Can these things protect your family? Sun Wukong said. And another rubber bullet hit Lapis's butt. That's right. Lapis. You know what? You've always been my pride. Come on. You can do it. Rush towards the car. Rajek stretched his hand out of the window and gave Lapis a thumbs up. Sun Wukong looked down at the foot that was still firmly pressing on the accelerator, and then looked at Rajek with an encouraging expression on his face, and silently said in his heart, when it comes to dogs, you still have to win. I am your pride. Father! Lapis shouted, and then actually rushed directly towards the jeep. Ah! This is the roar that Lapis used to give himself courage. Bang! This is the sound of the front of the jeep touching the flesh. This is the silence after Lapis fainted. Okay. Today's training goal is completed. Lapis is really brave. Sun Wukong used his mental power to grab the unconscious Lapis and put him on the back seat. Drive back. Sun Wukong pointed in the direction to go back. The main thing about domineering is willpower. As long as Lapis keeps fighting the fear in his heart, his willpower will improve. In addition, the process of recovery from injury can increase physical fitness and internal chi, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone or even 3 birds with 1 stone. Ah! Lapis yelled, and then fell off the bed. Ah! My bolenga! My elbow! My lumbar disc! Lapis twisted painfully on the ground. Don't move if you have fractures all over your body. Sun Wukong's voice came from outside the door, and then Lapis floated up and returned to the bed. Thank you, brother Sun. Lapis said weakly. Be careful in the future. After I leave, your old father won't have such gentle means as me to send you to bed. Sun Wukong slowly walked in from outside the door. Lapis said casually, I know, and then quickly reacted. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Sun Wukong. I saw that Sun Wukong had changed into a training suit that would not hinder his movements, and he was holding a simple bag in his hand. Brother Sun! Are you leaving? Lapis' voice was full of doubts and puzzlement. Yes. I have passed on the qualification of domineering practice and all the practice methods to your family. You practice well. I will continue to practice on my own. Sun Wukong nodded and confirmed Lapis's idea. Why? Can I? Lapis didn't know what to say for a while. He wanted to ask Sun Wukong why he was leaving so soon. He wanted to ask Sun Wukong if he could stay for a while longer. He wanted to ask Sun Wukong if he could take him to practice together. But in the end he gave up, just looked at Sun Wukong and said, have a good trip. Yo! Sun Wukong gave him an admiring look. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. As long as you practice well, we will meet again in the future. The mountains remain unchanged, and the water flows forever. Goodbye. Lapis. Sun Wukong's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely in front of Lapis. Goodbye. Brother Sun. I will never forget your teaching, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Lapis shed 2 lines of tears. Chapter 20. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Sun Wukong. Why is my brother crying while he is sleeping? Lazuli glanced at Lapis, who was lying on the back seat of the jeep with his eyes closed and tears flowing, and then asked Sun Wukong who was grilling. I don't know. Sun Wukong put on an innocent expression, maybe he had a nightmare. Don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Sun Wukong handed over a skewer, I'm leaving tomorrow. Lazily. Just eat and have fun today. Sun Wukong. You are kidnapping my daughter again. Rajak popped up from the side and took the skewer before their hands touched. Rajak. You've changed. You don't even want to call me little brother now. Sun Wukong was heartbroken and sprinkled a handful of cumin on the lamb skewers in front of him. I originally prepared a small gift for you. Sun Wukong whispered again. What gift? Rajak asked curiously. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously in return. Splash! A basin of cold water was poured on Rajak and Lapis' heads. Rajak and Lapis woke up suddenly. Observing the surroundings, Rajak and Lapis found that they had been tied up. What's going on? Where's brother Sun? Lapis shouted in panic. Rajak kept observing the surroundings, but he was also full of doubts in his heart. He found that his memories seemed to be missing something. Brother Sun. Ha ha ha. I believe it. You really believe it. You remember a name I made up at random. Ha ha ha. A slightly crazy voice came from the darkness. Rajak and Lapis squirmed and turned their heads to the direction where the sound came from. The originally dark environment suddenly had some light. It was an old desk lamp, emitting a faint light. The light did not dispel the surrounding darkness, but only vaguely outlined a figure whose outline could only be roughly seen. Squeak squeak. A harsh sound came out, and the figure seemed to move closer to Rajak and Lapis. Under the light of the old desk lamp, a dry hand slowly appeared, holding the desk lamp, and then slowly raised it in front of him after picking it up. Scarface. One Eye. This is, the one-eyed man Sakat. A hoarse voice sounded, Lajak. He. I know you are confused now. But don't be confused first. Let me explain it to you slowly. Hey! You bastard, let me and my dad go. Lapis kept crawling on the ground, with a sad expression and tears on his face. Lapis! What's wrong with your expression? What are your tears? Can these things protect your family? Sakat said this slowly in a hoarse voice. This sentence reached Lapis' ears, making him feel like he was struck by lightning in an instant. He was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. You. Why do you know these words? Lapis' voice was full of disbelief. Ha ha. My hypnosis seems to be very effective. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Sakat's hoarse voice was filled with unconcealed joy. You don't really think that there is someone in this world who can knock out tens of thousands of people at the same time with just a glare. It really makes me laugh to death. Ha 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 ha. Lajak no longer cares about the seemingly missing memories. Sun Wukong is fake, but it is true that he and his son are in danger at this moment. Lajak said in a deep voice, I don't care what your purpose is. Let Lapis go. I will take care of everything. Father. What are you talking about? Brother Sun will come to save us soon. Lapis shouted. Lapis. Lajak's voice was full of anger. Sun Wukong is fake. Don't you understand? Sun Wukong is the one who deceived us with hypnosis by the person in front of us. No. This is not true. No. This is not false. Lapis was shocked by the roar and kept muttering words in his mouth. No. Sun Wukong is real. I am your son brother. Lapis. Don't you recognize me? Sakat's hoarse voice changed, and what came out of his mouth was actually the voice of Sun Wukong. Son brother. You are son brother. Lapis was kicked hard by Rajak before he finished speaking. Lapis. Wake up. You have to distinguish between the virtual and the real. Ization and reality. Rajak almost roared. Yes. Lapis. You have to tell the difference. Sakat still fanned the flames with the voice of Sun Wukong. Ah. No. Dad. Brother Sun. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Lapis collapsed and twisted on the ground. Hey! You bastard, let me and Dad go. The voice came into his ears. Lapis opened his eyes, and then he looked down at himself and Rajak who were tied up. What? What's going on? Lapis's mind was in a mess. This was another memory that told him that his name was Sikart, and he used a kind of hypnosis to torture Rajak and his son. This kind of hypnosis might confuse his mind, and even make him think he was someone else. So. I'm not Lapis. Am I Sikart? Lapis looked at the tears still on his face, recalling some vague memories, and silently felt that the sequelae of hypnosis were so strong. He was about to speak, but he didn't know what to say, and recalled some things in hypnosis. Lapis. What's wrong with your expression? What are your tears? Can these things protect your family? Lapis said this slowly in a hoarse voice. You. Why do you know these words? Listening to this familiar line, Lapis was a little dazed for a moment. It seemed that he had just said this sentence, and it seemed that he had just said that sentence. Who am I? Lapis? No. Sakate? No. Am I Sun Wukong? Yes. I am Sun Wukong. Sakate is just a person I made up with hypnosis. I am Sun Wukong. Father. What are you talking about? Brother Sun will come to save us soon. Lapis. Sun Wukong is fake. Don't you understand? Sun Wukong is deceived by the person in front of us with hypnosis. No. No. This is not true. No. This is not false. Just when Lapis was thinking about who I was, the familiar conversation fell into his ears again. Someone actually suspected that I, Sun Wukong, was fake. No. Sun Wukong is real. I am your brother's son. Lapis. Don't you recognize me? Lapis' hoarse voice changed, and what came out of his mouth was actually the voice of Sun Wukong. Next, Rajak kept telling Lapis that Sun Wukong was fake, while Lapis kept emphasizing that Sun Wukong was real. Lapis collapsed and twisted on the ground. Ah! No! Dad! Brother Sun! I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Chapter 21. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. Lapis looked at himself collapsing and twisting on the ground, and shouted the familiar line, Ah! No! Dad! Brother Sun! I can't tell. I really can't tell. What a familiar feeling. I said this before. Am I Lapis? No. I'm not Lapis. Am I Sun Wukong? No. I'm not Sun Wukong either. Sun Wukong is fake. I don't know who I am. But I know Sun Wukong is fake. Lapis opened his eyes again, and he only saw Lapis lying beside him and Sakat in front of him. Then. Am I Rajak now? Regardless of whether I am Lajak or not, I know that Sun Wukong is fake. No. Sun Wukong is real. I am your son brother. Lapis. Don't you recognize me? Zekat's hoarse voice changed, and what came out of his mouth was actually the voice of Sun Wukong. Son brother. You are son brother. I. Lapis kicked him hard before he finished speaking. Lapis. Wake up. You have to distinguish between virtuality and reality. Lapis almost roared. Yes. Lapis. You have to distinguish it clearly. Zekat still used the voice of Sun Wukong to fan the flames. Ah! No! Dad! Son brother! I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Lapis collapsed and twisted on the ground. Lazuli glanced at Rajak and Lapis, who kept turning over, mumbling, shouting, and squirming in the back seat of the jeep, and her mouth twitched. Sun Wukong, you obviously did something. What is the situation of the two of them now? Ahem. Don't worry, as long as they can hold on and not become schizophrenic, this matter will only benefit them and not harm them. When they wake up, their domineering will become extremely powerful. It should be. Sun Wukong's eyes were erratic, but his tone seemed extremely confident. Don't say it should be. What is schizophrenia? Explain it clearly. Lazuli fixed Sun Wukong's head with both hands and looked him in the eye. Well, if you really want to hear it, I can tell you. This situation is quite complicated. To put it simply, Rajak and Lapis are in a large illusion composed of multiple layers of illusions. In different illusions, they may be themselves, each other, or other people. In each illusion, their thoughts and ideas will be synchronized, overlapped, or exchanged from time to time. As long as they fall into the false and the real, and cannot distinguish between the false and the real, a new illusion will be created. When they can distinguish that the environment they are in now is false, and Sun Wukong is real, they will wake up. Sun Wukong briefly explained the situation. After that, he checked the situation of Rajak and Lapis, and said in amazement, "Your father Rajak is really awesome. After such a long time, there is only one more illusion except the most basic triple illusion, and it's all because of the pig teammate Lapis. As for Lapis, in some ways, he is also quite awesome. Well, or I'd better wake him up. He has already reached the 20th illusion. What on earth is going on? Don't really make him schizophrenic." After that, Sun Wukong raised one hand and was about to snap his fingers. "I believe in my brother. Wait a little longer." Lazuli held down Sun Wukong's raised hand. Sun Wukong glanced at her, saw that she was determined, and turned to look at Kajis, who nodded. Sun Wukong dispersed the mental power that had been mobilized. About half an hour later, Rajak suddenly opened his eyes. The first moment he opened his eyes, he clenched his right hand into a fist, with the dark armament haki wrapped around it, and punched towards Sun Wukong. Middle-aged people don't have martial ethics. You sneak attack me, a little comrade who is not even 1 year old. Sun Wukong dodged his attack with a tilt of his body. Sun Wukong! Rajak was wrapped in armament haki, and he swept his leg towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong saw that Rajak had no intention of stopping, so he stopped dodging and stepped forward to fight with him. For a moment, the dust was flying. Rajak, who had just undergone a wave of major upgrades and had greatly increased his strength, fought Sun Wukong, who was under 500 times the gravity on his body, and they were evenly matched. After 2.5 minutes, Rajak stopped on his own initiative. In the previous battle, although he hit Sun Wukong many times, he did not cause any harm to him, but he was beaten black and blue. His face was swollen, his back was sore, and he was kicked twice. To this, Sun Wukong could only say, "Don't be fooled by the superficial phenomena of things." Although the personal training room on his body blocked all of Rajak's attacks, it protected Rajak much more than Sun Wukong. If there was no personal training room, the moment Rajak's fist touched Sun Wukong, he would be crushed into dumpling stuffing by 500 times the gravity. But Sun Wukong didn't tell Rajak about this. After all, he was his future father-in-law, so he had to give him some face. "Oh! Don't be so stingy. Look at how much the armament haki has increased now, the quality has at least increased 5 times. Sun Wukong patted Rajak on the shoulder. "When Lapis wakes up, I will really leave. You can practice with me now and quickly get familiar with the strength that has increased too quickly. You can practice with Lapis later." Sun Wukong took a fighting posture and increased the gravity on his body to 550 times. "It seems that your improvement is great, but my improvement will always be greater than yours. bang, 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 bang. Fist to palm to palm, foot to palm. No matter what kind of attack Rajak launched from what direction, Sun Wukong accurately intercepted it with his palm. On the side, lazily watched the battle scene in front of her with her eyes fixed. She exclaimed, "Father has become so powerful." Sun Wukong was beaten and could only defend on the spot. Kaji smiled and shook her head, reaching out to rub Lazily's golden hair. "Lazily, take a closer look. Now your father is at an absolute disadvantage." Ah! Lazily was a little confused, and then began to observe carefully. After a while, seeing that Lazily hadn't noticed, Kaji's pointed to the ground under Sun Wukong's feet. Lazily looked in the direction of her finger, and then she covered her mouth in surprise. I saw that Sun Wukong's feet had actually drawn a perfect circle. His right foot was the middle point of the circle, and his left foot was moving on the outside of the circle. This. Sun Wukong didn't leave the same place from beginning to end. Lazily spoke, her voice full of surprise and confusion. The battle lasted for 2.5 hours. At this time, Lapis's voice came from behind. "I figured it out. I finally figured it out." Chapter 22. The more you spend, the more you will be in the dream. 1 hour in the outside world, 1 day in the dreamland. After 2.5 days of struggling with himself in the dreamland, Lapis finally woke up. His progress is very obvious. His powerful mental power pushes the armed Haki to become stronger rapidly, and has reached the level of 3 times Lajak. He can already touch some armed Haki Ryuu. But Sun Wukong prefers to call him armed Haki dark power. Sun Wukong combines the knowledge of national martial arts with the super understanding gained from making a wish, and has pushed the armed Haki to the 4th level. Armed Haki bright power, that is, wrapping the armed Haki around the body to enhance defense, attack power, and various attributes. Armed color dark power, can penetrate the armed color domineering into other targets through contact, causing huge damage from the inside out. Armed color transformation power, practice armed color into instinct. When hurt, armed color will wrap around defense like instinct. When attacking, armed color will wrap around attack like instinct. Armed color Dan power, the whole body is full of armed color domineering, round and smooth, always in a state of micro-entanglement, can consume armed color domineering to attack out of body. The stronger the armed color, the farther the attack distance. There are also some ideas for the latter realms. I believe that with the blessing of Sun Wukong's super understanding, it should be deduced soon. However, the first 4 realms are enough for Rajak's family to practice. Before leaving, Sun Wukong imprinted the specific situation and practice methods of these 4 realms in the minds of all the people in Rajak's family. This time I'm really leaving. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the green waters flow forever. See you later. Sun Wukong waved to Rajak and others, and walked towards the sunset that had already fallen halfway. After waiting for Sun Wukong's figure to completely disappear, Lapis, who was hugging his shoulders, spoke, "It's no big deal to pretend to walk again. A small illusion can still show off his skills twice." Humph. After looking at the direction where Sun Wukong left for a while, Lapis turned around and said, "Let's go back." Then his expression couldn't be suppressed. Because he saw himself hugging his shoulders and saying, "It's no big deal to pretend to walk again. A small illusion can still show off his skills twice." Humph. He looked down at his hands, which were obviously much more delicate, and grabbed his hair. It was golden. "No. Brother Sun. Stop messing with me. I was wrong." Listening to Lapis's collapse roar from far behind, Sun Wukong smiled knowingly. Looking at the sunset in front of him, Sun Wukong's eyes emitted bursts of golden light, and the emotions in his heart were stirred for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Laugh at so many things in the world, and enjoy the changes in the world. I, Sun Wukong, am leaving. Time began to pass. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Sun Wukong's singing came from the top of a high mountain. After being born, he stayed on Vegeta Star for a few days, stayed in the spacecraft for half a year, and practiced for another half a year. Today, Sun Wukong is finally 1 year old. Sun Wukong's mind moved, and the 1,200 times gravity that had been pressing on him disappeared instantly. After thinking about it again, he made the personal practice room bigger enough to wrap around the mountain under his feet. After doing these things, Sun Wukong slowly stretched his waist. Crackle! Click! Crackle! Relaxed all over, Sun Wukong took a deep breath until his lungs were filled. Ah! As the famous roars from the Dragon Ball world, which represent various meanings such as showing strength, temporary breakthroughs, and cheering before the battle, the momentum of Sun Wukong's whole body burst out instantly. 2.5 million combat power. Full strength burst. The entire 1,000-meter peak was shaking and slowly getting shorter. And this was just the consequence of the aftermath of Sun Wukong's full-strength release of combat power. Cool. Sun Wukong sighed, and his momentum slowly converged. He waved his hand, and a mountain of various foods appeared in front of him. Dinosaurs and elephants are just the lowest level ingredients, and all kinds of delicacies obtained from the gourmet captives world that can be eaten without cooking, and there are already prepared dishes from the worlds of Cooking Master Boy and Food Wars. Various delicious aromas mixed with sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy instantly filled the entire space covered by the personal practice room. He took a deep breath, and his enhanced sense of smell sent waves of stimulation from the food into Sun Wukong's brain. No, I'm eating. Sun Wukong started eating like crazy. Swallowed everything in a flash. Inhaled like a storm. Chewed and swallowed quickly. I trademark 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. The mountain of food disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiccup. Sun Wukong sat comfortably on a soft sofa, raised his hand and rubbed his belly, which was not bulging at all. He sensed himself again, and his basic combat power was 3 million, catching up with Sun Wukong when he fought against the king on Namek. In this regard, Sun Wukong only wanted to say, I am only 1 year old, and my slight move is the limit of this age group. This matter is simply, so cool. After eating and drinking, Sun Wukong turned his attention to his plug-in chi motion wheel, which he had not seen for a long time. 1643:1:1316. 1643 times of rotation. 1 is the last time when the single draw miracle was retained, and it has been rotated 1316 times. I started with 100 consecutive draws, 15 consecutive draws before I was born, and after Broly left, I didn't continue with the 100 consecutive draws because of bad luck. On the way to Earth, I drew 100 consecutive draws and 1000 consecutive draws, and the most important single draw produced a miracle. If there are any data errors in the future, please remember to add me. But why are there so many rotations? I rotated twice a day in the first half of this year, and 3 times a day in the second half of the year, about 900 times a day. In addition, the lucky people I met after arriving on Earth seemed to be more than 200 times. It shouldn't be more than 1600 times. Confused, Sun Wukong began to check the small words in the lower right corner of the record. After turning a few pages, a shorter text appeared in front of him. Come to the place of luck, Earth, the number of rotations plus 500. Sun Wukong immediately understood, and suddenly, he found that there were some small words in the lower left corner that was originally empty. 1000 cumulative rotations. Conditions met, daily task module generated. Today's task, 1. Have a good meal, task reward, 1 rotation, completed, pending. Refresh time, 13 hours, 40 minutes, 12 seconds. No. Uncle Sun is very happy that you have a new function, but Uncle Sun doesn't like that you have to manually claim it. How many rotations have I missed in the past 6 months? You don't even remind me. Just when Sun Wukong was secretly annoyed, he found that he had not finished reading this pile of words. His eyes continued to move down. You have 65 completed tasks waiting to be claimed. Sun Wukong nodded with satisfaction. Good turntable. I misunderstood you. It seems that as long as the tasks are completed, they can be saved and wait for claiming. At least this way I won't lose a lot. Sun Wukong directly claimed 66 task rewards including today's, and received 82 draws, and then officially started the draw. Let's place an order first. Let's see if the miracle can happen again. Qiluan Wheel. Start. You get a box of lay-by, white. Chapter 23. The old man was very happy. Libby is not unacceptable. How about another 10 draw? You get breath of water, green. You get a pack of disposable gloves, white. You get a set of mud, white. You get a college student who has practiced somersaults for many years to show off, white. You get horse talisman, blue. You get no trace in snow, green. You get wooden axe, white. You get a new school bag, white. You get a beginner's guide to meditation, green. You get woolen pants, white. Hey! Horse talisman. Not bad, the 12 talismans are just right all. Continue to draw 100 times. You get Patrick's same style shorts, white. You get number 18 life-size figure, white. You get iron shorts, white. You get wind-eating and dew-drinking goo, purple. You get Joyful Bliss Sutra, gold. You get a flower transplanting and tree transforming disaster talisman, purple. You get earth-eating fruit, purple. Wind-eating and dew-drinking goo, purple. After coexisting with people, you only need to eat wind and drink dew to provide nutrients for people to survive. Joyful Bliss Sutra, gold. Be happy together and ascend to bliss. Flower transplanting and tree transforming disaster talisman, purple. Can transfer known disasters from people. Earth Yuan fruit, purple. Fruit grown in places with strong earth yuan power, which can strengthen the body after consumption. No. Why is the guaranteed prize another double day off method? I am really impressed. But it just happens to complement Creation Yin and Yang Gong. Creation Yin and Yang Gong focuses on the body, while Joyful Paradise Sutra focuses on the soul. There is this poison. No offense, I wish the great love immortal venerable to be free and at ease. But don't come to me. I know a Dr. Chen who likes to do research, you can go to him for tea. It's not easy to get involved in the big boss's game. If you say something wrong, you may be put in a sack and taken away. Let's start 1000 consecutive draws. You get a can of Sanlo milk powder, white. You get flower butterfly ecstasy powder, green. You get solar lounge chair, blue. You get True Spirit Secret Book, black. You get Passionate Roaring Law, black. You get Heavenly Creation Dew, gold. You get Myriad Transformations, black. You get Sumi Cave Heaven, black. You get 100 top grade spirit stones, purple. You get Tian Yuan fruit, purple. You get Soul Containment Secret, green. Not bad, although no red was produced, 4 black and 6 gold were produced. True Spirit Secret Book, black. The body nourishes the soul, and the soul nourishes the true spirit. Some research on the true spirit by an existence. Passionate Roaring Law, black. When you shout out the other person's name, the other person will also shout out your name. Wan Huidi, black. Take the advantages of thousands of physiques and return them to yourself. If 10,000 people have Wan Huidi, then these 10,000 wanty bodies must be different. Sumuru Cave Heaven, black your portable little world. Kantian creation do, gold dilute the herbs with water, Li Feiyu said it was good. Tianlong pill, gold the pill made with a whole dragon, after eating it, it can strengthen the body and strengthen the body. Disposable insect arrow, gold. The insect arrow modified by a certain existence when he was bored, can only help one person awaken a substitute once and then disappear, but the awakened substitute will be very powerful. Spark source, gold it can give real life to machines, not artificial intelligence. Faith to become a god, gold a method of becoming a god that improves strength very quickly and has obvious effects, but the disadvantages and side effects are also very large. 8 Desolations Wuvo Stick Technique, gold a unique martial art that a certain strong man comprehended in the 8 Desolations. Sun Wukong looked at it and was very happy. Although there were no red quality items, the things he drew this time could further enhance his foundation and make his future more full of infinite possibilities. With his mind moving, Sun Wukong disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared. Now it is a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. This is exactly the interior of Sumuru Cave Heaven. Sumuru Cave Heaven is indeed a black object. It not only has a space that is almost infinite, but also has a continent that is almost the same size as the entire solar system and a complete system of the rotation of the sun and the moon and the change of seasons. Moreover, Sun Wukong can actively let it absorb external substances to expand this continent or form other continents. But let's talk about these later. Sun Wukong directly received the Wanhua body. His this feeling? There is actually no feeling at all. What's going on? Counterfeit and shoddy products? Shouldn't there be some pain that goes deep into the bone marrow? Sun Wukong read the introduction of Wanhua body several times again. Take the advantages of others and attribute them to yourself. After silently reciting this sentence, Sun Wukong waved his hand and extracted a Dharavatra from the reward space. A green gorilla with 4 arms suddenly appeared, and the 4 fists hammered his chest with a dull sound. Sun Wukong glanced at him, and the whole monkey of Doraemon was stunned in an instant, trembling all over, and his originally furious eyes were full of fear. Sun Wukong hooked his finger at Doraemon, and a big hole suddenly tore open in Doraemon's chest, and hot red blood gushed out from it, and then was brought to him by Sun Wukong's telekinesis. Sun Wukong put his palm into the blood, and a strange feeling came, as if the palm was eating. Slowly, Sun Wukong felt a sense of hunger all over his body, but he didn't care, and casually used the side effect of making a wish to eliminate it, and the hunger completely disappeared. About 2.5 minutes later, Sun Wukong's left and right ribs suddenly twisted, and then there were only 2 puffs. Puffs, and 2 fresh arms stretched out. It's not over yet. The 2 shoulder blades on his back twisted, and 2 arms that were thicker and longer than Sun Wukong's thighs stretched out. Sun Wukong first casually released a healing spell to the Doraemon who had lost too much blood, and then took out a mirror to check his new look. After a year of growth, Sun Wukong's height has reached 80 centimeters, and now he has 6 arms. He looks immature and a little domineering. Not bad. After a simple evaluation of his new look, Sun Wukong controlled his shoulder blades and the 4 arms under his ribs to retract. Then he sat cross-legged, opened his mouth and drank the Tianlong pill, gold, with a bottle of Ningxuan Jade Dew, purple, and lit 3 original ginseng golden incense, purple, for himself, and then chose to receive the True Spirit Secret Book, black, and 8 Desolations Wuvo Stick Method, gold, and began to concentrate on comprehending. Chapter 24. After 18 days, or 2.5 weeks, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. His combat power increased to 6 million, his physical strength doubled, and his soul increased by about 50%. It's great. It's really fun to cheat. It's fun to cheat all the time. The author of the Secret Book of the True Spirit is definitely someone who has studied this to the deepest level. Although the content is profound, it explains various knowledge points from all aspects from the shallow to the deep. No matter how poor the understanding is, as long as people are willing to spend time to study it carefully, they can understand it in the end. This book is not a definite method or something like that, but a kind of knowledge, a concept. There is no set route, you can create your own abilities according to your own understanding. After 18 days of study, Sun Wukong's previous soul abilities have been substantially improved. For example, the Gigzu Soul Sutra, Sun Wukong has already perfected the various abilities and secrets recorded in it. After studying, Sun Wukong has further strengthened these abilities. For the current Gigzu Soul Sutra Enhanced Edition, Sun Wukong feels that it can reach the gold quality. Next, Sun Wukong is going to do something he has been looking forward to for a long time. That is to awaken his own stand. I believe that everyone who has watched JoJo wants a stand. Sun Wukong was also a JoJo fan in his previous life, and he was familiar with all kinds of JoJo stocks, and he also tried all kinds of JoJo. Sun Wukong, who was very happy, waved his hand and took out the disposable insect arrow, gold. Looking at the short arrow in his hand that looked like pure gold, and the lifelike beetle on the arrowhead, Sun Wukong felt extremely excited. This excitement lasted until he turned the arrow body and saw the round funny smiley face on the back of the arrowhead. I can understand. If the boss makes a modification, can't I add some personal characteristics? Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, who originally wanted to hold a ceremony, was interrupted, and he simply took the insect arrow and stabbed it towards his heart. According to rumors in the previous life, the probability of awakening a powerful improvement by stabbing the heart with an insect arrow is higher. Now he is immortal anyway, so he might as well give it a try. The insect arrow easily cut through Sun Wukong's skin that can now defend against sniper rifles at zero distance. The first time it came into contact with blood, the insect arrow directly turned into a golden fluid and poured into Sun Wukong's body. Warmth. Warmth of the whole body. Warmth of the soul. Sun Wukong could feel that his soul was growing rapidly. Slowly, it grew more than double. At this time, the true spirit also changed a little. Sun Wukong's true spirit also grew a little bit, that is, this growing true spirit gradually separated from Sun Wukong's own truth as soon as it grew. Slowly, next to Sun Wukong's true spirit, an individual that was independent but closely connected with Sun Wukong was formed. Sun Wukong could even feel that he could make the individual represented by this true spirit have independent consciousness. Along with the appearance of this true spirit, there was a feeling of blessing coming to the heart. Almost as a subconscious reaction, Sun Wukong crossed his legs and stretched them straight, leaned back 90 degrees. Opened his left hand with 5 fingers in front of his face, pointed his right hand straight forward, and shouted, "Dead eggs are afraid of me. This is. I practiced my own JoJo stand many times in the dormitory in my previous life." Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. No one saw it. Sun Wukong looked around in panic. Although he knew in his heart that there was no one around, this sudden attack from the previous life still made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Hey!" Sun Wukong exhaled slowly, and a hand emerged from the void to help him wipe the sweat off his head. "Thank you." Sun Wukong subconsciously thanked him, and then reacted. Sun Wukong turned his head to look at the hand. The muscle lines were beautiful and smooth, the palm was thick, the black and gold skin was covered with pink strange patterns, and there was a golden bracelet inlaid with green gems on the wrist. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he said, "Come out. Let me see your whole body." As the words fell, the body part behind the arm slowly emerged. Sun Wukong's stand-in also appeared in front of him for the first time. Bare upper body, lower body is a skirt armor with white background and black patterns. Barefoot, with gold jewelry inlaid with emeralds on wrists, ankles, waist, and clavicles. The muscles on his body are clearly visible, strong, and smooth. The black and gold skin is smooth and tight because there are no pores and fluff, and the pink pattern emits a slight fluorescence. A head of dark blue long hair hangs down to the waist in a Super 3 hairstyle, and the flying hair faintly flashes with mysterious patterns of dark red, red and golden red. Compared with the current Sun Wukong, his height of 1.85 meters is very tall. The facial features can be called a sword eyebrow and star eyes, but there are some shadows of Sun Wukong's own face. But those eyes seem a little dull. Sun Wukong knows that this is because this stand-in does not have his own consciousness. After thinking for 2.5 seconds, Sun Wukong smiled and shook his head. Isn't a conscious stand-in brother what he dreamed of in his previous life? How come he is so strong now, but he is so timid? Sun Wukong took back his substitute in an instant. His true spirit flashed, untied the shackles on the substitute's true spirit, and at the same time sent his own true spirit power to him. Here it comes! Here it comes! Here it comes! Sun Wukong only felt a sincere gratitude coming from his true spirit, and at the same time, a brand new ability was completely awakened. Come out! Sun Wukong spread his legs to support his body, twisted his body 60 degrees to the right, spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand in front of his crotch, and pointed his right hand straight ahead. My substitute! Let the world witness your birth! Reenactment. Start! Sun Wukong shouted this sentence hoarsely. Oh! Oh big, oh big, oh big, oh big! In the meantime, the tall figure rushed out from Sun Wukong's body, flew around and in the sky for a few circles, and then landed behind Sun Wukong, and made the same movements as Sun Wukong while speaking. Sun Wukong pointed at Doraemon, who came over after hearing the noise in the distance. Go! Highlight replay! Give him a few slaps! Highlight replay appeared in front of Doraemon in an instant, and a big bag passed by. Pa! Doraemon had a clear palm print on his face, and his head turned half a circle with his body. But highlight replay was back behind Sun Wukong again. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! This was a crisp snap. Pa! This was the sound of a slap on Doraemon's face out of nowhere, and Doraemon, who was about to fall, turned half a circle with his head. Pa! This was another crisp snap. Pa! 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 This was still the sound of a slap on Doraemon's face out of nowhere, and Doraemon's whole ape started to spin like a top. Pa! 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 As the slapping sounds became more and more frequent, Doraemon spun faster and faster. Wonderful end of the chapter. Doraemon, House Apes. Who understands? Today I met a low-class man who insisted that I was a wind-splitting skywing and started to beat me. Chapter 25. In JoJo, most of the powerful stands have time-related abilities. And if you really want to count the ability of replay, it is also time-related. Reappearance of wonderful effects. Destruction, same as Sun Wukong's original body, can be enhanced by consuming energy. Speed, same as Sun Wukong's original body, can be enhanced by consuming energy. Range, related to Sun Wukong's soul strength, can be enhanced by consuming energy. Sustainability, can exist forever unless Sun Wukong dies. Precision, same as Sun Wukong's original body, can be enhanced by consuming energy. Growth, grows with Sun Wukong's growth. Ability, reappearance of wonderful effects, can make anything you think is wonderful reappear, e.g., attacks on enemies. 6A panels, Daddy ability. It is worthy of being a stand awakened by the stand arrow transformed by the boss. After Sun Wukong understood that the attributes of the stand were related to himself, he immediately thought of one thing. That is, he finally had a sparring partner. Come on! Reappearance of wonderful effects. Let me see your throwing tiles. Sun Wukong hooked his finger at his stand. Oh big! Wonderful reappearance didn't hesitate at all, and punched at the first moment Sun Wukong gave the order. Bang! Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block wonderful reappearance's huge fist. Good! Strong enough! Sun Wukong praised, grabbed wonderful reappearance's wrist with both hands, and kicked wonderful reappearance's chin. Wonderful reappearance looked up to avoid it, and at the same time, punched Sun Wukong's waist with his left hand. This punch hit Sun Wukong's waist firmly, but he twisted it with the force and kicked wonderful reappearance's stomach. Sun Wukong relied on his small body to deal with him beside wonderful reappearance. After fighting for about 2.5 minutes, wonderful reappearance used a strong knee strike to knock Sun Wukong back a few steps. Then, wonderful reappearance's body changed, slowly shrinking, and finally became about the same size as Sun Wukong now. Sun Wukong smiled when he saw this. This is simply a perfect sparring partner. He will also change his body shape according to the sparring target. Oh big! Oh big! Although it was an ambiguous roar, Sun Wukong instantly understood the meaning of exciting replay. You said that I can only hide, what's the point? Okay, then I won't hide. Let you see who is the boss. Sun Wukong said that his body was no longer relaxed, but instead he tightened his muscles and put on a fierce fighting posture. Bang! First, it was the first fist fight. Bang! 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 As the figures of Sun Wukong and exciting replay turned into blurred afterimages, dense and dull collision sounds came out. 2.5 days later, Sun Wukong stopped. His combat power slowed down after reaching 25 million. It seems that the potential and foundation accumulated through exercise and eating during this period have been almost consumed. By the way, did I forget to do 2 days of daily tasks again? Alas! There is no way. It's so cool to have a sparring partner of equal strength. Sun Wukong slapped his head. In order to make up for his mistake, he quickly looked at today's tasks. Today's task: 1. Do a good thing. Task reward: 1 turn, unfinished. Good thing. This is easy. Sun Wukong let go of his perception and wanted to find out if there were any people around who needed help. But the result was naturally disappointing. The place Sun Wukong was looking for was too remote. Not to mention people who needed help, he didn't even find a single person. It's not a big problem. If there is no one, go find someone. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong took off and flew away. While flying quickly, his perception was still constantly searching for people around who needed help. Soon, after flying for about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong saw an old man chopping wood beside a beautiful pond. As soon as he saw the old man, Sun Wukong landed about 200 meters away from him. Then he walked out of the woods and shouted to the old man, "Uncle! Put the wood there. I'll help you chop it." Maybe Sun Wukong's expression was not accurate, and the old man didn't react at first whether he was here to help or to cause trouble. Paused for 2 seconds. Seconds later, the old man who successfully understood the meaning of Sun Wukong's words showed a helpless smile on his face. "Young man! That's not what you said. You said you wanted to help, but it was like you wanted to fight." The old man smiled at Sun Wukong, and felt that the young man in front of him was very kind. Oh! A real man doesn't care about trivial matters. Don't care about these details, old man. Come on. I'll help you chop wood. Sun Wukong stepped forward and was about to take the axe from the old man's hand. "No need, young man. My old body is not so fragile. I can do it myself. The old man moved his hands very skillfully and dodged the hands that Sun Wukong grabbed. Oh! I didn't expect it. Old man! You are still a master. Sun Wukong looked at the old man in front of him with some surprise. Then he thought of something and called up the small screen in the lower right corner. He glanced at it in his sight and found that there were indeed some more words. Intersecting with a person with great luck, Sun Gohan. Number of rotations plus 30. What a coincidence! I didn't expect that the old man I met while flying around was actually Sun Gohan. But it doesn't matter who it is. No one can stop me from chopping these wood today. Sun Wukong didn't try to grab the axe in Sun Gohan's hand again, but stomped on the ground fiercely to shake all the wooden stakes into the sky. Then the wooden stakes fell one by one, and Sun Wukong swung his palm to chop them all one by one. Wow! I didn't expect it. Young man! You are also a master. Sun Gohan also looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. Practice! Sun Wukong made a gesture to invite him to spar, and at the same time pressed himself with 3,000 times gravity. Practice! Young man, you go first. Sun Wuhan thought for a moment and agreed with a smile, and also made a gesture. Okay. Uncle. Be careful. Sun Wukong didn't hesitate, and kicked Sun Gohan in the crotch directly. Why are you using dirty tricks, young man? Seeing that Sun Wukong's legs were short, Sun Wuhan retreated to avoid the kick, then raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers to stab Sun Wukong's eyes. You are also using dirty tricks, aren't you? Sun Wukong jumped up and stood on Sun Wuhan's arm, kicking Sun Wuhan's nose. Good boy. Sun Wuhan really didn't expect Sun Wukong to be so flexible. He was ready to stop, so he praised him and started fighting with Sun Wukong. Chapter 26. The first chapter was a good one, but it was a good one. Wonderful chapter opening. Just as Gohan and Goku were fighting, the author arrived. He wants to tell his handsome or beautiful readers something. The author's small class has started. This course is the first lesson of this article. It's worth remembering. Please give me a few more to generate love. Orts beg for gifts. Ahem. Let's talk business. This class mainly talks about the measurement units in this book. Because the combat power of Dragon Ball is relatively vague in the later part. So the calculation of combat power is a problem. Of course, I can write about combat power vaguely, but this author is a more rigorous person. I will bring you a clearer combat power value. If there are any inaccuracies or mistakes, please at me and point them out. I am a little off topic. The theme of this content is not combat power, but counting units. The counting units are more difficult to write as the characters are written later. Wan, Ubiao, Ji, Jing, Gai, Zi, Rang. Just like this. When it comes to the units later, you may not know the characters, so the data is confusing, so I will use a new counting method. Wan is Ubiao, Ubiao is Ji, Zhi is Jing, Jing is Gai. How about it? In this way, 10,000 is 10 to the 4th power, 100 million is 10 to the 8th power, 1 trillion is 10 to the 16th power, 1 Jing is 10 to the 32nd power, and 1 Gai is 10 to the 64th power. Doesn't it feel much easier to remember? Of course, if you need to use it in real life, don't follow the author's method. I suggest you check it on Baidu. Because the author checked the unit after on Baidu. Okay. Thank you everyone. Thank you readers who have read this far. The following is the main text. Author's complaint: why didn't I just use the power of 10? I'm really impressed. I just thought of it now. But since we have already decided to use counting units, we won't change it. Main text. Who? Sun Gohan panted heavily, and at the same time, looking at the Sun Wukong who was not tired at all, he said with some doubts, Am I really old? Why am I almost exhausted, but you are not tired at all? Sun Wukong's mouth was crooked. I am a cheating player. Can I tell you, uncle? Your endurance is already very strong. According to my speculation, it's no problem to knock out 3 people. But you picked the wrong opponent this time. My physical strength can be ranked in the top 10 in this universe. Do you know what humility is? Humility means that Sun Wukong's physical strength ranks first in the universe, but he only said that he can rank in the top 10. Young man, you still underestimate me. When I was young, I knocked out 5 people in a row. Sun Wuhan spoke at this time. Look. Just knocking out 5 people in a row and being proud and complacent. This is the embodiment of lack of humility. It is in sharp contrast with Sun Wukong's humility. I'm talking about other martial artists. What are you talking about? Sun Wukong asked. Sun Wuhan paused and even forgot to breathe. I'm talking about. Of course, other martial artists. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan looked at each other. Well, they are all serious fellows. Sun Wukong put away his attacking posture and clasped his fists towards Sun Wuhan. My dear. You have more combat experience than me. But I have better endurance than you. I am Sun Wukong. I will give in. Young men are better than young men. Combat experience is not so important in the face of absolute strength. Young man, you are too modest. What a coincidence. My name is Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan smiled kindly at Sun Wukong. He originally had a very kind feeling towards Sun Wukong, and this feeling deepened a lot after hearing Sun Wukong's name. Just as Sun Wukong was talking to Sun Wuhan, a faint light attracted Sun Wukong's attention. But there were new words on the screen that had not yet been adjusted out of sight. Special task release, protect Sun Wuhan's physical body from death for 3 days, reward, 100 turns, open the second taskbar of daily tasks, countdown, 72 hours. Sun Wukong was distracted and read this special task, and his heart sank slightly. Sun Gohan will die? Was he stepped on to death by me? Should I leave now? No, if it was because of something else, then this mission would fail. No. In order to complete the task, Sun Wukong didn't want Sun Wuhan to die. Having made a decision, Sun Wukong asked Sun Wuhan, Grandpa Sun Wuhan, can you let me stay for 3 days? After hearing this, Sun Wuhan felt happy in his soul, and his face was full of smiles from the heart. Okay. Okay. Not to mention staying for 3 days. 3 years is fine. It just so happens that I'm bored alone, and one more person can chat with me. Next, Sun Wuhan asked Sun Wukong to wait and went to cook. Sun Wukong didn't shirk it. The important issue now is how to protect Sun Wuhan. As for showing off his cooking skills, there will be plenty of time in the future. Highlight replay. If I lose my mind, you must stop me and protect Sun Wuhan. Can you do it? Sun Wukong asked seriously to the highlight replay floating beside him. Oh. Highlight replay grinned at Sun Wukong with his big teeth and raised a thumb at the same time. What he meant was, leave it to me. I'll leave it to you. Take good care of these things. This is used for. Sun Wukong took out some bottles and jars and a few talisman papers, and explained the functions of these things to replay wonderful. Healing, restoring physical strength, calming the mind. Various props cover all aspects. Even if Sun Wuhan only has 1 head left, he can still survive for 3 days. Of course. I still hope that Sun Wuhan will not reach the point where he only has 1 head left. After a while, Sun Wuhan brought up today's dinner, and several large bowls were filled with meat. Deer meat, tiger meat, fish meat, anyway, there are all kinds of meat, and you can tell at a glance that it is game from the mountains. Sun Wukong estimated that there must be at least 20 kilograms of meat. I don't know if Sun Wuhan usually eats this much, or if it was specially prepared for Sun Wukong. Hey! Wukong! What are these bottles and jars? Are they seasonings you prepared? Sun Wuhan looked at the extra props on the table and asked in confusion. Sun Wukong smiled, Grandpa Sun Gohan. These are not seasonings. They may be used later. Sun Gohan didn't care too much. Anyway, the table was very big, so he put the rice he prepared on the other side. I'm starting. Sun Wuhan said with his hands clasped together, and then he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Sun Wukong had already picked up the chopsticks, but when he saw Sun Wuhan's look, he thought about it, put down the chopsticks, clasped his hands together, and said I'm starting, before he started eating. Facts have proved that as a martial artist with good strength, Sun Wuhan himself has a big appetite. Half of the 20 kilograms of meat was eaten by him. Chapter 27. The moon is shining brightly, and the sky is full of stars. Night. The moon is high in the sky. An eagle is flying in the dark sky. A group of eagles are flying in the distance, chasing each other. While flying back and forth, they are constantly making piercing eagle cries. Sun Wukong, who is always giving out his perception, instantly discovered this group of eagles. With many abilities, he can understand the words these eagles are communicating as long as he wants. It was this hearing that made him quit the state of cultivation directly. The cries of eagles continued to be transmitted into Sun Wukong's mind through his perception. Ying Wu! You, a wild eagle, dare to steal the prey of our young patriarch. Put down the golden ring rat in your claws quickly. We can still spare your life. Humph! You are a bunch of lackeys of the Wind Eagle clan. Do you think I will believe your words? I will never give you this golden ring rat even if I die. What? What are you going to do? Shut up! How dare you, eagle! The eagle in front with grey and black feathers lowered its head and swallowed the golden ring rat in its claws into its stomach in 2 or 3 bites. Several angry eagles in the back quickly approached while it was slowing down while swallowing, and launched a series of fierce attacks on the eagle with sharp claws and eagle beaks. But the eagle was obviously not an ordinary person. It took a chance to reach out with one claw and directly cut the neck of an eagle. The eagle with a cut neck screamed a few times, and fell straight from the sky due to excessive blood loss. And the place where it fell, if Sun Wukong calculated correctly, the final landing point was the roof of the house where he was now. This made Sun Wukong alert instantly. Could it be that the danger to Sun Wuhan's life came from this dying eagle? Could it be that he was carrying some deadly virus? Should he turn it into ashes before it fell? No. According to the law that the later it is, the more difficult it is. If the first wave of danger is really this eagle, then this is definitely the simplest danger, so we must try it. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong stared at the ceiling, which was the final landing point of the eagle. At the same time, the body and soul were alert, and they could rescue Sun Wuhan at any time no matter what danger came next. Closer. Closer again. The eagle was getting closer and closer to the roof. The eagle smashed the roof. Is there any danger? It seems not. Is it a false alarm? What's outside this roof? Why is it so attractive? Damn it! You are playing tricks on me, right? What a round moon! I was careless. This was Sun Wukong's last thought, and then he lost consciousness. But before he lost consciousness, he used his last moments of clarity to press himself with 10,000 times the gravity, hoping that it would work. Sun Wukong finally regained a little consciousness, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes again was the moon hanging high in the sky. No. Just let Sun Gohan die. Sun Wukong complained speechlessly, and after pressing himself with 30,000 times the gravity, he lost his mind again. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm going to die soon. Sun Gohan said weakly in a huge pit. Oh, hit a sound that seemed to be both near and far was heard by the already fuzzy Sun Gohan, and then he felt a cylinder forcefully pushed into his mouth. Half an hour ago, Son Goku lost consciousness and turned into a giant ape. After roaring and beating his chest for a while, he immediately attacked Son Gohan, who was watching from a distance. Because of the 10,000 times gravity on his body, the initial speed of the giant ape Son Goku with a combat power of 250 million was very slow. Son Gohan successfully dodged 4 or 5 punches with his prediction. However, as the giant ape Son Goku slowly adapted to the 10,000 times gravity on his body, Son Gohan was directly hit. However, thanks to the 100 billion infinite shield that Son Goku put on Son Gohan during the day, this punch did not cause any damage to him, but knocked him into a mountain. The giant ape Son Goku roared and punched again. The entire mountain was instantly penetrated by a huge force, and Son Gohan was knocked into another mountain. Roar! 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 The giant ape-formed Sun Wukong roared 3 times to the sky, punched his chest with both fists, and exerted force with his whole body, bursting out from his ribs and shoulder blades. 4 new arms suddenly stretched out. Next, the 6-armed giant ape-form Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Sun Wuhan, who could not dodge no matter how hard he tried, just like turning on the radar. The mountainous area of several kilometers was razed to the ground within 10 minutes. Fortunately, the place where Sun Wuhan lived could be called a deep mountain forest, otherwise it is unknown how many casualties would have been caused. After 10 minutes, although Sun Wuhan was not injured, he only had the last 1 billion infinite shield left. Maybe he was having a good time, while the giant ape form Sun Wukong roared to the sky, and used his 6 arms to beat his chest in turn. Sun Wuhan finally had a moment to breathe, but he returned to the original hut without any rest, desperately looking for Sun Wukong in the room. Wukong! Goku! Are you still here? If you hear what I say, run! There are monsters coming! It was at this time that Sun Wukong regained a little consciousness, saw the moon, pressed himself with 30,000 times gravity, and lost his mind again. The giant ape form Sun Wukong was crushed to the ground with a boom. But the potential contained in Sun Wukong's body is very huge. And the giant ape form is a key form for scions to stimulate their potential. The combat power of 250 million is growing rapidly. 280 million. 300 million. 310 million. 350 million. 370 million. 400 million. As the combat power reached 400 million, the giant ape form Sun Wukong directly used 6 arms to slowly support his body. Roar! The angry roar soared into the sky, and the combat power soared again. 470 million. 550 million. 600 million. Boom! Boom! The ground collapsed like a dragon turning over, and the plains transformed from the mountains were full of hideous cracks. As if to resist the gravity on his body, the giant ape form Sun Wukong deliberately jumped up. As he fell, he aimed at Sun Wuhan and stepped straight over. Boom! A huge sound came out, and the ground that was originally full of cracks was instantly flattened. The infinite shield on Sun Wuhan's body broke in less than 2.5 seconds, and the whole person fell to the ground with broken bones. Highlight reappearance appeared in front of Sun Wuhan before the revolving lantern, and a bottle of purple cloud life-sustaining juice, purple, was stuffed into his mouth. After finally saving him, a big foot passed through Highlight reappearance's body and stepped heavily on Sun Wuhan. As soon as the revolving lantern appeared, Highlight reappearance drove it away with another bottle of great vitality pill, purple. Then there was the big foot again. Revolving lantern. Highlight reappearance. Big foot. Revolving lantern. Replay. Big feet. Revolving lantern. Replay. Oh hit. Oh hit. Replay. Seeing that the props left by Sun Wukong were almost gone, he stamped his feet anxiously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his head, which was less than 2.5 days old. Replay. He hit his left hand with his right fist, as if he had thought of something important. He just snapped his fingers. Snap. Replay. Start. Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the ground and watching the opening of his revolving lantern again, was fuzzy. The next moment, a Sun Wuhan with no injuries, neat clothes, and 100 billion infinite shield appeared in the same place. Oh hit! Replay. Thumbs up for his amazing wisdom. This not only restored Sun Gohan's defense, but also consumed the energy of the giant ape form Son Goku, weakening him for a while. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 28. The next morning, Sun Wukong regained consciousness completely. The first moment he regained consciousness, he felt that he was pressed to the ground. Although his combat power after the giant ape transformation has reached 60 million, this combat power is not enough to withstand 30,000 times the gravity. Adjust the gravity to 7,000 times. This gravity slightly oppresses the body without crushing it, and it can increase strength every moment under pressure. Of course, this is the gravity multiple in daily life, and it is not this gravity during training. After standing up from the ground, Sun Wukong saw wonderful reappearance, showing a big white tooth and giving him a thumbs up. Sun Wukong immediately understood that Sun Wuhan's life should be saved. After sharing the memories and newly developed abilities transmitted by highlight replay, Sun Wukong also gave him a thumbs up with appreciation. Wukong, why didn't you tell me that you would turn into a monster at night? My old bones. They broke dozens of times last night. Sun Wuhan's voice came from a distance. After the voice came, Sun Wuhan ran over in a few seconds. Grandpa Sun Wuhan. I'm really sorry. The main reason is that I have conditions for turning into a monster. I really didn't expect that I would turn into a monster by chance last night. And I even demolished your house. Sun Wukong was really careless this time. The conversation of a few eagles made him forget that he couldn't look at the moon. Sun Gohan waved his hand casually. Don't blame yourself. Goku. You didn't cause any casualties last night. You just destroyed the surrounding terrain. Hearing this, Son Goku looked at the battle-damaged wind plains around him and smiled a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect this. But it's okay, I have a way. Highlight replay. Come on. Son Goku took off as he gave the order, and Son Gohan saw Son Goku flying and flew up himself. Oh hit! Highlight replay responded, then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! As the sound of the snapping fingers came out, the battle-damaged wind planes around flashed at a very fast speed. However, because the coverage area is too large, even with Son Goku's infinite stamina as a power bank, it takes a while to charge. At this time, Son Gohan looked at Son Goku with a smile. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Goku. I was on the verge of death several times last night, and I feel that my strength has increased by at least 25%. Oh! 25%? Not bad. Son Goku agreed a little insincerely. If this were to happen to us Scions, let alone being on the verge of death several times, even if it was only once, the improvement would definitely be more than 25%. Wait! A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Son Goku's mind. But he didn't catch it. Son Goku just felt uncomfortable all over, scratching his head and thinking. What is it? What is it? What did I think just now? We Scions have a higher strength increase after being on the verge of death? It seems to be this. On the verge of death? No. Increased strength? Not right either. What is it? We Scions. That's right. Because I am a Scion lower level warrior, when my body strength is higher than my soul strength, I will lose my mind when I transform. But this is not unimprovable. I am a cheating player. Sun Wukong, who felt that his mind was suddenly enlightened, looked at Sun Wuhan with excitement. Grandpa Sun Wuhan. Can I lend you some blood? Blood? Sure. Sun Wuhan was a little confused at first, but then he agreed immediately because he knew that Sun Wukong would not harm him. Although Sun Wukong did not say it, Sun Wuhan was sure that the means to pull himself back from the brink of life and death last night must be Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong heard that Sun Wuhan agreed, took out a small bottle and handed it to him. This is blood swelling pill, blue. Sun Wuhan took it and swallowed it. Not long after, Sun Wuhan felt itchy in his nose. Cut! A big sneeze came out of Sun Wuhan's mouth. As the sneeze came out, blood began to spurt out of Sun Gohan's nostrils. The blood was gushing out like a college student who had eaten a hamburger in the cafeteria. It was impossible to stop it. However, the blood did not fall to the ground, but was controlled by Sun Wukong and floated into a small porcelain pot. Blood Demon Pot, purple. According to the introduction, this item is a magic weapon that everyone in the Blood Demon sect has in a certain fantasy world, but there are different qualities. This purple one is one of the heritage left by a certain Blood Demon sect ancestor who ascended to the spiritual world. Blood Demon sect master, where is the Blood Demon Pot left to us by the ancestor? I think no one has entered the sect's treasure house recently. This pot has 3 functions. First, purify impurities and do not let anything other than blood enter it, such as boogers. Second, store blood. It can store up to 5,000 tons of blood, and different blood can be stored separately without mixing into one stream. Third, the blood cloud is diffused, and the stored blood can be turned into blood cloud. This needs to be used in conjunction with the Blood Demon sect's skills. Of course, Sun Wukong's law of smoke without injury can also be achieved with blood cloud. But it is not necessary. Sun Wukong has hundreds of ways to block his sight, and it doesn't matter if there is only one blood cloud. In short, this thing is very useful. Not long after collecting Sun Wuhan's blood, the terrain below no longer flickered, and it returned to its original beautiful appearance. Sun Wuhan returned to his hut, and Sun Wukong asked reappearance to keep an eye on him, and he came to a mountaintop. Sun Wukong released Sun Wuhan's blood and put his hand in. Hey! Come to feel it. I don't know if it's because the blood of the Earthlings and the Scions are very complementary, but after the many changes body took effect, Sun Wukong felt that his whole body was warm, a bit like the feeling when he was in Jinna's belly. After 2.5 minutes, the warm feeling disappeared, and Sun Wukong felt that some kind of shackles in his body seemed to be broken, but it was not right. After a careful feeling, it was just that the potential contained in the blood that could be stimulated skyrocketed several times in a short period of time, and the feeling that the spirit platform was covered by a layer of thick fog did not disappear. Yes, in the original work, Sun Gohan, the son of himself and Chi-Chi, will also lose his mind after turning into a giant ape. This is not so difficult to understand. It seems that only the blood of the Earthlings will not work. Now either I use the power of my soul to wear away the thick fog bit by bit, or I can only go to the universe to find Vegeta. The thing I hoped for did not happen, but there was an unexpected surprise. In general, it is not good or bad. The problem is not solved at all. I should be careful not to look at the moon. Chapter 29. After a long time, the two of them went to sleep. Sun Wukong returned to Sun Wuhan's hut. Time soon came to night. Just in case, Sun Wukong did not let Sun Wuhan go to sleep, and kept sending energy into his infinite shield. In order to prevent himself from getting sleepy, Sun Wuhan decided to find something to do, so he went to tidy up his basement. Sun Wukong was always alert and kept telling himself not to look up. The moon was in the sky, and he couldn't see the moon as long as he didn't look up. Gaku. At this time, Sun Gohan came up from the basement. It's fate that we met. This thing is a meteorite that fell from the sky many years ago. I happened to pick it up, and now I'm giving it to you as a souvenir. Sun Gohan put a round sea blue stone on the bed. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Son Gohan. Son Goku didn't care and reached out to pick it up. Boom! 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 The heart suddenly began to beat violently. It's broken. This familiar feeling. Why does Son Gohan have something that just activates the Saiyan bloodline? The huge ferocious ape appears again. Roar! Roar! Roaring to the sky. Boom! 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 6 arms beat their chests. Shit! Gohan ran away. Oh, hit! The stand-in caught up. I give up. What's going on? Can't Son Gohan avoid being trampled to death by me? Son Goku sat up from the battle-damaged wind plane again. Son Goku felt his own situation again. Oh my! 150 million combat power. Is this Earthling blood plus Saiyan blood so powerful? And Son Gohan wouldn't have been trampled to death by the giant ape form with 150,000 combat power. Probably not. The ability of exciting replay is still very powerful. Sure enough, not long after, Son Gohan and exciting replay came over from a distance. Wukong! You have to solve this situation quickly. Otherwise, how can you get married in the future? As soon as Son Gohan came over, he said to Son Goku earnestly. Oh! My God! Grandpa Son Gohan! You have such a long-term vision. I just celebrated my birthday the day before yesterday and I'm about to get married. Son Wukong used his eyes to roll at him. Ah! You're only 1 year old. I really didn't expect this. I thought you were at least 4 or 5 years old. But this is not important. What I want to ask is why you chased me and beat me after you turned into a giant ape. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, say it now. Son Gohan said this, his face full of helplessness. No matter how he hid his breath and hid in the past 2 nights, Son Wukong in the giant ape form could always find him as if he had installed a radar. Hearing this, Son Wukong covered his face directly. This is really not my fault. Grandpa Son Wuhan, you are doomed. For example, last night, I tried not to look at the moon, but the souvenir you gave me could replace the moon to activate the blood in my body. There are so many things in your basement, but you chose something that can send yourself away. Son Wuhan pinched his chin and thought for a while. Indeed. I wanted to give you an orange glass ball with 4 stars in it last night, but I don't know what happened. I suddenly changed my mind and brought up the blue meteorite. Look. Isn't it obvious that you are fascinated by things like disaster energy? Always doing things that can easily make you die. Son Wukong said so jokingly, but he suddenly thought of something. Before he did 1,000 consecutive draws, he had 100 consecutive draws and seemed to have drawn a prop. Transferring flowers and trees to transfer disasters. Purple, it can transfer known disasters from people. Isn't Son Wuhan now in a known disaster? Grandpa Son Gohan. I have a way to solve your problem. Son Wukong took out the transferring flowers and trees to change disasters talisman, purple, and handed it to Son Wuhan. Son Wuhan took the blue and silver talisman paper and looked at it back and forth. I couldn't understand it at all. It was just like a ghost painting. But he still believed in Son Wukong very much. Wukong. How do I use this thing? Son Wukong said casually, just tear it open or stick it on your body. It's not impossible to drink it with water. Oh? This thing can also be flushed with water. Son Wuhan was obviously aroused by interest, and picked up the kettle to make water. Let me say here that after Son Wukong woke up, he asked reappearance to restore the terrain. It was just because the process was the same as yesterday, so I didn't write it down. Soon, Son Wuhan prepared the water, poured the boiling water that was still bubbling in the cup, and then put the transplantation of flowers and trees to turn disasters talisman, purple, into the cup. Transplantation of flowers and trees to turn disasters talisman, purple, melted in the water. After a few seconds, when the boiling water stopped bubbling, Sun Wuhan picked up the cup and took a sip. It seems that you have been affected by the disaster energy and the like without knowing it. You can use it directly, but you chose the most troublesome way, and you also use this kind of boiling water that is hard to drink. Sun Wukong's voice came into Sun Wuhan's ears, and Sun Wuhan was shocked. Sun Wuhan, are you awake? Ask yourself, I am not a curious person, why did I wonder if this thing can be drunk with water the first time I got the talisman paper? It seems that something has really affected his spirit. It's over now, don't worry too much. Sun Wukong interrupted his thinking, anyway, the talisman paper has taken effect. At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes were shining with a faint golden light, and he could clearly see a black cloud gathering above Sun Wuhan's head. Sun Wuhan found a seat with his water cup and sat down, drinking it in small sips while chatting with Sun Wukong. Slurp, I say, Gaku. How come you changed color after you turned into a giant ape last night? Sun Wuhan took a sip of water. Change color? What color change? Sun Wukong was a little confused. Slurp, it's just that the hair on my body changed from the original brown to that light golden color. But it changed back not long after. Sun Wuhan took another sip of water. Really? Are you sure? Sun Wukong's face was full of surprise. His hair turned golden. Could it be that he could become a Super Saiyan? That's 120% certain. I was on the verge of death once last night, and when you stepped on me, my hair did turn light gold. Sun Gohan didn't drink the water this time, but recalled the scene of being stepped on crazily last night. It's all your fault. Otherwise, blame the world, time, and Denso, anyway, this matter can't be blamed on me. Son Goku was a little embarrassed, but he was very smart and chose to pass the blame to the three big pot kings. After passing the blame, he immediately changed the subject, ahem. Anyway, it won't be like this tonight. I saw that the disaster on your head has been transferred tonight. Son Gohan looked at the hot water that he had just drunk half of, and chose to sip it again. Slurp, you said it was transferred? Will it be transferred to others? No way. It should be. Son Goku was a little uncertain. It should be. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku and repeated these two words. Chapter 30. The old man was very happy. It's done. The control helmet is finally done. Paragus excitedly held a broken metal helmet in his hands that looked like it was bought from a scrapyard. At this time, he was disheveled, dirty, bloodshot, and his mind didn't seem to be very normal. Come here. My child. Broly. Paragus waved to Broly, who was eating and drinking sticky purple flesh. Broly, who trusted her father very much, immediately put down the food that could not be called food and walked in front of Paragus. Father. What's the matter? Broly asked. Broly. Wear this helmet and you will no longer be. Broly. Broly? Broly, what happened to you? Paragus was talking halfway when he suddenly found that Broly's eyes suddenly lost their pupils, and the inside of her eyes turned into whites. Ah! Ah! A low roar came out of Broly's mouth. The sky-high aura suddenly exploded and collapsed the cave they lived in, and also shook Paragus out. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out from Paragus' mouth. Continuous staying up late and high-intensity work had already made his body weak, and the breath he had originally held was also washed away by Broly's ferocious beast-like momentum. Oh ah! Strange breathing sounds and low roars continued to come out of Broly's mouth, and her aura kept changing between white, light green, and light gold. At a certain moment, the aura stopped changing, and a golden-green aura appeared. A more powerful and terrifying aura emanated from Broly, and Paragus flew out again. This time, he was completely stunned. Broly raised her hand and sent an energy bomb to Paragus. Paragus passed away peacefully in his sleep. Without any pain. Slurp, you said it was transferred? Will it be transferred to someone else? No way. It should be. Sun Wukong was a little uncertain. It should be. Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong and repeated these two words. A real man doesn't mind the small details. Grandpa Sun Gohan. Don't worry about the details. Tell me how you feel now. Sun Wukong chose to skip this topic, mainly because he didn't know how this item worked. The books he drew, such as 1,000 Talismans and 10,000 Talismans, Blue, and Making Talismans, From Entry to Burial, Green, had not recorded this kind of advanced talisman that could change fortunes. Slurp feeling? There's nothing special about it. Is it that there are some familiar and strange memories in my mind? Sun Gohan thought for a few seconds, then pointed to his temple. Familiar and strange memories. Such a familiar description. Based on my experience of reading online articles for more than 10 years, this should be the awakening of your memories from your previous life. Sun Wukong pinched his chin and said seriously. Memories from my previous life? It turns out that I was a medicine seller in my previous life. Sun Gohan was a little surprised. Selling medicine? Sun Wukong was curious and sat down opposite Sun Wuhan. He poured himself a cup of hot water. Grandpa Sun Wuhan. Please tell me your story. Slurp. Sun Wuhan took a sip of water and organized his words in his mind. Then he said, if my memory is correct, there should be a very infectious virus at that time. It is not fatal in a short period of time, but once infected, the body will be weak and the spirit will be depressed. The strongest person at that time only lasted for 2.5 years before he died. The strongest person is incredible. He once defeated all opponents in the world with one move of Iron Mountain. It is said that he was born in a small village. His ancestors have been committed to digging mountains. They want to dig a passage between two mountains to make the village rich. But this person has not dug mountains since he was a child. Instead, he picked up a secret book from somewhere and started to hit the mountains. As a result, he really picked up the real thing. It took him 25 years to knock the two mountains apart. Speaking of selling medicine, Sun Wukong quickly brought back the topic that had run away. Oh, right. Selling medicine. Slurp. Even such a strong man only lasted 2.5 years before dying, which shows how strong this virus is. 5 years after this virus appeared in the world, a pharmacist association called Red Autumn Pants was born. It took another 10 years for the pharmacist association to finally develop an antidote for this virus. But yes, the price of the antidote is very expensive. An antidote that can last for a month costs 500,000 daran. Daran was the currency at that time, and 500,000 darans added up couldn't even fit in a cart. My wife at that time had a very, very high talent for medicine. How high was it? She only smelled the antidote developed by the Red Autumn Pants Pharmacist Association, and she developed a weakened version of the antidote that could only work for half a month. And she was sure that the price of the raw materials of a real antidote would not exceed 200 darans after adding them up. Slurp. At that time, I was also one of the small leaders who sold medicine for the Red Autumn Pants Pharmacist Association. When I heard the news, I was also very shocked. 200 darans sold for 500,000 darans. You know, at that time, at least 5,000 people died every day. Did the people of the Red Autumn Pants Pharmacist Association have their consciences eaten by dogs? And one pill made a net profit of 400,000 darans, and I could only get 100 darans from selling one pill. Ahem, of course this is not important. Then I started my journey of selling fake medicine. Of course, mine is not fake medicine, it's mainly cheap. I remember when the Red Autumn Trousers Pharmacist Association sent people to investigate the source of fake medicine, everyone stopped them. Someone said something like, I took Red Autumn Trousers medicine for 2.5 years, and I lost my house and my family. Now I finally have cheap medicine. You insist that the medicine is fake. Don't we know whether the medicine is fake or not? Later, after experiencing some things, I formed an anti-autumn trousers alliance with several like-minded friends. The truth is out. It turns out that the virus was released by the 3 top leaders of Red Autumn Trousers. My wife and I were poisoned by a group of people and died together. The water in the 2 cups had long been finished, and the sky darkened. Grandpa Son Gohan. Your previous life. Very exciting. Unfortunately, you saved a bunch of self-righteous fools. You died at the hands of the people you saved with all your might. You. Sun Wukong couldn't control his excitement for a moment and slammed the table. No need to say more, Goku. It happened hundreds of years ago, let it go. Sun Gohan's face was a little heavy, but he quickly adjusted his mood and smiled again. It's so late. Goku. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. Grandpa Son Gohan. Let me cook tonight. Let me show you my cooking skills. Sun Wukong let him taste what soul-stirring food is, and also swept away the heavy atmosphere in the house because of this story. Walking to the kitchen, Sun Wukong began to wash the vegetables, and finally couldn't control the exposure of the national quintessence, Tama de Yukan Sharbai. I'm so. Listening to the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers coming from the kitchen, Sun Gohan wanted to stop it, but because it was so satisfying, he didn't move for a while. Chapter 31. The smell of the food was so delicious that it was hard to resist. This aroma. It's worthy of the food I made with my heart. Sun Wukong smelled the food in the pot in front of him, then put it on a plate, and finally took a big bowl and put it on top. Why put the bowl on top? Please, how can you release the golden light effect without blocking the food in advance? Grandpa Son Gohan. It's time to eat. Sun Wukong directly lifted up 4 plates with his mental power and walked out of the kitchen. No way. He fell asleep so soon. It seems that he is really tired. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan who was lying on the bed and breathing evenly. Then let's eat tomorrow. Sun Wukong waved his hand and put away a few dishes. Don't ask unnecessary questions like where to put them. The wheel of fate has been turned thousands of times, and there are still hundreds of space storage props. Sun Wukong, who had been leaning on the chair and closing his eyes to rest, suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes burst into golden light and looked directly at the top of his head. Fuck! This disaster energy actually affected me. Is Sun Gohan going to die? I don't believe it. Yes, a faint black mist appeared above Sun Wukong's head. What are you two doing? Sun Wukong cast his eyes on Sun Gohan again, and saw 2 little ghosts, one black and one white, putting their hands on the shoulders of Sun Gohan's soul, pulling out of Sun Gohan's body, and the entire upper body had been pulled out. I said why Sun Gohan slept so soundly. It turned out that he couldn't get up after sleeping. Exciting replay. Sun Wukong shouted. Oh! Sun Wukong didn't need to say much, exciting replay instantly understood what he should do. 2 sturdy arms stretched out instantly, directly pinching the heads of the 2 little ghosts, one black and one white. Oh big! Highlight replay asked. Ahem. Highlight replay. Let me ask the questions. Sun Wukong stepped forward. Pa. Sun Wukong slapped the white ghost in the face with a big bag, and asked at the same time, say it or not. Seeing that the other party did not answer his question immediately, Sun Wukong directly used a series of slaps. Pa. 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 Say it or not. 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 The black ghost next to him couldn't stand it anymore. You ask. Pa. Oh big, oh big. Highlight replay. A big bag went over, and at the same time said, "Can you interrupt my brother when he is talking?" Sun Wukong gave him an appreciative look. Replay. I felt like I had eaten a Snickers bar, and my whole body was full of energy. I also threw my arms and started to smoke black ghosts. Pa. 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 Oh. 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 The first time Son Gohan opened his eyes, he saw Son Goku and a mighty man fighting two big pigs, one black and one white. Wukong? You are. Damn. What's going on? The second time he opened his eyes, Son Gohan discovered the special situation that his upper body soul was connected to his lower body. Say it or not. Oh. Grandpa Son Gohan, you are awake. Your current situation is caused by these two black and white ghosts. Replay and I are interrogating them. Oh, by the way. You should be able to see it now. The 2-meter-tall man next to me is Replay. He was protecting you last night and the night before yesterday. Sun Wukong took a break from his busy schedule and turned back to explain a few words. Oh. Replay also turned around and grinned at Son Gohan. Hearing this familiar voice, Son Gohan instantly recalled it. After all, he often heard similar sounds when his soul was about to leave his body before, so he greeted Replay, "Hello. Pa. 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 Say it or not. 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 Pa. 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 Oh. 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 After watching for a while, Son Gohan asked curiously, "Goku, what are you asking? They are like this and you still don't say anything." Ahem. Actually, I haven't asked anything. Son Goku told the truth. Nothing? Then you are. Son Gohan didn't know what to say for a moment. But Son Goku could understand what he meant, and he freed up a. He waved his hand, "It's okay. Don't worry. This is a special interrogation method." Highlight replay, "How long have we been fighting?" Sun Wukong turned to ask Highlight replay. Highlight replay looked at the clock on the wall. "Oh. It's been so long. I've been addicted to fighting and I've forgotten the time." "Stop. It should be almost time," Sun Wukong said, and stopped his series of slaps. Highlight replay nodded and stopped as well. "You rude mortal! You dare to hinder the work of the underworld! Lord Yama will not!" The first time he came to his senses, Bai Gui's angry voice roared out. Snap! But before he could finish, Highlight replay snapped his fingers and hit out. Snap! Oh big! Oh big! Wonderful replay means, "What class are you? How dare you talk to my big brother like that? Wonderful replay! We should be reasonable. We have beaten him for so long, it is normal for him to be angry. We should understand him. Long live understanding." Sun Wukong patted Wonderful Replay's waist while speaking, mainly because he is too short to pat his shoulder. Wonderful Replay nodded, "Oh big." What he meant was, "Big brother is right, then I will remove the ability first." After saying that, he raised his hand to snap his fingers, but was pressed down by Sun Wukong. "Oh big." Wonderful Replay turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. "What's wrong, big brother?" He will be angry, which proves that he has not adapted yet. You are beating him like this now, which is helping him grow. When he grows up, he will calm down and answer our questions. This is called a win-win situation. Wonderful Replay. You still have a lot to learn. Sun Wukong patted his waist again. Oh big! Oh big! Replay nodded seriously. Big brother, I will work hard. I will definitely become a substitute recognized by Big Brother. Good. Very energetic. Sun Wukong praised, and then looked at the other ghost who was not beaten now. So, this black comrade, have you grown up in this matter? Can you calmly tell the whole story? The black ghost nodded tremblingly. Obviously his temper was not as bad as the white ghost. This sir. This is what happened. Chapter 32. The truth is that the matter has something to do with Sun Gohan's past life. After Sun Gohan and his wife were poisoned to death in his past life, their souls naturally came to the underworld together. Sun Gohan was just an ordinary normal person with stronger strength in his past life. He was reincarnated directly after his memory was cleared. However, Sun Gohan's wife in his past life was not ordinary, not normal, and not even a human. She was a small account opened by a big boss god in the underworld in the human world. She is Taishang Lejun. It's just an original character in the animation. There is no such person in the comics. How to say it, Son Goku doesn't like this character very much, just because of the name. Lejun, the avatar of the saint, diligently refines medicine every day, attends the Peach Festival on time every year, and is the head of the logistics team and props team of the Journey to the West crew. In order to ensure the smooth completion of Journey to the West, he selflessly contributed all his treasured elixirs, magic weapons, small pets, etc. You said that such a person's name was used for a woman who appeared in the early stage, had poor combat effectiveness, and dared not show up in person because she missed her husband. How could Sun Wukong like this role? Let's get back to the point. According to Sun Wuhan's memory of his previous life, his wife's name was Ning, so the Taishang Lejun will be called Ning in the future. Ning didn't know what happened 3 days ago, and he wanted Sun Wuhan to accompany him. The King of Hell, who was ordered, asked someone to check the remaining life of Sun Wuhan. The result of the query was very good, not too much, only 150 years left. Then the King of Hell ordered someone to bring Sun Wuhan down. That is to say, he will be killed. The department in charge of fortune directly adjusted the probability of Sun Gohan's death to the highest level. As the biggest risk factor around Sun Gohan, he was naturally the most affected. Well, this biggest risk factor is none other than Son Goku. But Son Goku was too powerful, and the amount of disaster energy he used to turn disasters into disasters could be directly used up for a day. This also meant that Son Gohan did not experience any other accidents except being beaten by Son Goku. And the second time, because of the fusion of the Earthling blood, Son Goku's strength became stronger rapidly, and he directly used up the disaster energy that Son Gohan could use for the next 10 days. And Ning, who was eager to miss her husband, could not wait for 10 days, so she ordered the King of Hell to skip those tedious steps and directly send his men to pick up Son Gohan. No, are you a saint who has transformed himself into the underworld? Why don't you come out and find Son Gohan yourself? Why must Son Gohan go find you? Just because you are old? Oh. So that's it. Goku. Thank you for your protection these days. I apologize to you on behalf of Ning, I am really sorry. Son Gohan said to Son Goku sincerely, and then waved to the black and white ghosts, asking them to take him away. Why are you leaving? Son Goku spoke. Reenactment took 2 steps forward and lifted up the black and white ghosts again. Grandpa Son Gohan. Look, although Ning said she missed you, she only wanted you to find her, and she never thought of coming to find you. This is not okay. This can't be spoiled. Son Goku said with great sorrow, and by the way, stuffed Son Gohan's upper body soul back into his body. Randomly glanced at the small screen. Protect Son Gohan's body from dying for 3 days, reward, 100 turns, open the second task column of daily tasks, countdown, 5 hours 16 minutes and 32 seconds. On the one hand, the task is not over, and on the other hand, Ning has given herself so many things to do, so I have to give her something to do. Grandpa Sun Gohan. If you go back like this, you will have no say in front of your wife in the future. Listen to me, let's do this, 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 this. This is not good. Don't worry. I will show mercy. Then I'll leave it to you. Goku. Lord Yama. Lord Yama. The kid next to Son Gohan is here. The black man with a swollen head ran in from outside the Yama palace, shouting in panic as he ran. What? How could such a thing happen? The King of Hell stood up in surprise. By the way, who are you? I don't remember having a subordinate like you. Lord King of Hell. I'm the Black Ghost. How come you don't recognize me? The Black Ghost pointed at himself and said loudly, his voice full of disbelief. The King of Hell listened to the voice and it was indeed a familiar voice. Black Ghost? Yes. It's really the voice of a black ghost. What's your style? It's quite unique. I remember you didn't look like this before you went out. It doesn't matter, Lord Yama. That little ghost is coming. Bang! Before the black ghost finished speaking, the huge red wooden door of Yama's hall was kicked open. Sun Wukong, holding the white ghost, strode in. Yama looked out through the open door and took a breath of cold air instantly. Because the scene outside made the knowledgeable Yama sigh, the world is full of wonders. Various colorful gyroscopes are spinning non-stop and colliding with each other. But if you look closely, you can find that it is not a gyroscope, but a ghost messenger of different colors that is spinning non-stop. What they have in common is that their heads are tilted to one side, and there are continuous and dense snap, 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 sounds coming from their faces. 10 minutes ago, Sun Wukong briefly hypnotized the black and white ghosts and asked them to open the door to the underworld. As soon as he entered the underworld, Sun Wukong released his control over the two ghosts. The braver white ghost rushed up directly, and was knocked unconscious after shouting, "I'll fight you." The more sincere black ghost turned around and ran to the Hades palace. On the way, he asked his colleagues to stop Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong naturally accepted everyone who came, and sent a ghost and a big bag over. Then exciting reappearance used the ability to reappear Sun Wukong's big bag on the faces of those ghosts who had been hit by Sun Wukong's big bag. The movement here attracted other ghosts, and more ghosts rushed over and turned into spinning tops. Only some dead souls who were ready to reincarnate were left on the spot, and they didn't expect to see a good show. After all the ghost messengers turned into spinning tops, Sun Wukong found a blue ghost messenger and swung the white ghost to hit it. After a shout of "Go! Li Feng Tianyi," the many ghost messengers who turned into spinning tops collided with each other. Sun Wukong kindly set up a barrier to prevent them from being bounced far away. And this scene is the spinning top melee that the King of Hell saw. Sun Wukong looked at the King of Hell with a red face, a big beard and horns in front of him, and twisted his mouth. He slapped the white ghost and threw it away, and asked loudly, "You call me the King of Hell?" Chapter 33. The old man was so angry that he was beaten. "I'm asking you. You call me the King of Hell?" Sun Wukong flashed in front of the 4-meter-tall King of Hell, stared into his eyes and asked again. "How dare you?" A red ghost who was obviously much stronger beside him roared angrily and punched Sun Wukong. "Pa!" A 2-meter-tall strong man suddenly appeared beside him, and a beat fanned him into a spinning top. "Oh my god! Can you interrupt my big brother? Son Gohan still has 150 years to live. Why did you sentence him to death without asking him a question?" Sun Wukong saw that no one answered his question, and he didn't care. Anyway, he came to find fault, and then he threw out his next question. "Mortal! How dare you come to the King of Hell and act wild? Have you ever thought about the consequences?" If you don't explain clearly today, you don't have to leave. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from the King of Hell. The impact felt by Sun Wukong, the combat power is at least 2000. Explain? Humph. Sun Wukong sneered, I'm too lazy to explain to you. You don't deserve to listen. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him. The King of Hell did not dare to neglect, raised his arms to block, but was still knocked out. Ah! Forcibly stopping his body, the King of Hell started the second stage of transformation, and his whole body instantly grew to 40 meters high. The combat power also increased 10 times, reaching 20,000. Not bad. Da Hong. Sun Wukong praised, and gave him a nickname based on the appearance of the King of Hell. Who is Da Hong? The King of Hell swung his fist as big as a car and smashed it towards Sun Wukong. Come on! Sun Wukong stood still in a horse stance, lowered his shoulders and elbows, ready to meet this blow. The red fist as big as a car hit Sun Wukong's palms. The hard stone slab under Sun Wukong's feet instantly cracked into spider web-like cracks. Just when Sun Wukong was about to fall completely under this punch, suddenly, a red breath came out of the King of Hell's body, and the power of his fist instantly became several times stronger. The name of the move was also shouted out from the King of Hell's mouth, 5 times. King of the Kings. Sun Wukong, who was leaning back, had a look in his eyes. Is this the King of the Kings? However, only 5 times. Who are you looking down on? A mere 100,000 combat power. Wild horse. Split mane. The huge red fist was pulled by Sun Wukong's hands and passed by Sun Wukong. The King of Hell staggered forward a few steps. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, kicked the ground with both feet, and flew up to hit the chin of the King of Hell. Oil-consuming heel. As the name of the move was read out loud, the King of Hell was directly hit 2.5 meters off the ground. The King of Hell only felt his head buzzing, and his body subconsciously fell backwards. Lord King of Hell! At this time, the Black Ghost shouted anxiously. Can't fall down, Lord King of Hell! The White Ghost also spoke. There were other high-level ghost messengers in the King of Hell's palace, and they shouted at the same time, Lord King of Hell! Only you can defeat this man. What should we do if you fall down? Yes. I can't fall down yet. This is the King of Hell's palace. It's my territory. The King of Hell's consciousness recovered under the call of many relatives and friends, and then he stood up straight in an instant. Sun Wukong scratched his head first, then touched his chin. What was the familiar feeling of sit ups? When did he become a villain? Second-grade divine power. Bless me! The King of Hell shouted, and a white and somewhat sacred aura gushed out of his body. The combat power also increased rapidly, directly increasing by 100 times to 10 million. No. You? What are you doing? Are you cheating openly? Sun Wukong looked at this scene and was stunned for a moment. You are so awesome, why don't you say it? But fortunately, Sun Wukong also opened it. And it was bigger than the King of Hell. Once the 15,000 times gravity was withdrawn, the aura of 150 million combat power instantly filled the whole place. Sun Wukong smiled crookedly and said slowly, You are sweating all over, right? Brother Da Hong. What? Such a powerful force. The King of Hell was shocked for a moment, but then he showed a somewhat relaxed smile on his face. If all your power is just this, then I can only say that you have come to the wrong place. I am the master of the King of Hell. King of Hell! Bless me! The King of Hell roared again. Go! Da Hong, you can still cheat? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. I saw Da Hong, no, the body of the King of Hell was slowly shrinking, but his breath was rising crazily. A glittering Yan character instantly appeared above his head, and a huge phantom of the King of Hell appeared behind him. Is this the legendary 50-cent special effect? Just as Sun Wukong was speaking, the King of Hell's body returned to its original size of 4 meters, and his combat power stopped growing. With the blessing of the King of Hell's shop, the King of Hell's combat power increased 100 times again, reaching 1 billion. 1 billion. Sun Wukong's voice was full of shock. But while he was surprised, he was more excited. Finally met an opponent who was stronger than himself but not much stronger. Finally, I can have a good fight. Da Hong! Come and fight! Sun Wukong shouted, and the next moment he appeared in front of the King of Hell and punched him. The King of Hell raised his hand and easily blocked Sun Wukong's attack, and at the same time kicked Sun Wukong away. Sun Wukong kept twisting his body in the air to try to release the force of this corner. But in the end, Sun Wukong's waist bone still had a crack. But it recovered in the next second. Immortality, let's learn about it. Fight. Cool. Come again. Sun Wukong rushed forward again. Under the stimulation of pain, the scion warlike gene in his body was stimulated as never before. Suppressing strength to fight others. Unhappy. Unable to fully vent his power. Fighting with a stand with the same attributes. Also unpleasant. Exciting reappearance as fighting skills are too poor, and he can't completely practice with Sun Wukong. Only now can he fight against enemies whose fighting power can crush him. Great! 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 Complete release of power. Ultimate application of skills. Intuitive and accurate prediction. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally experienced an unprecedented sense of pleasure. That is the desire for battle deep in the blood of the scions. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Great! Great! Sun Wukong felt pain all over his body. At this moment, he just wanted to fight. Fight! Fight! Later, he even turned off his immortal body because injuries and pain are also part of the fun of fighting. Chapter 34. The blood boiled, the spirit was high, and the fighting power soared. With the help of various skills, the fighting power increased to 200 million, and it was already able to tie with the King of Hell. What? The King of Hell was shocked by the speed of Sun Wukong's strength improvement, and knew that he could not continue to be a sparring partner, otherwise he would be surpassed by Sun Wukong sooner or later and defeated. 20 times Kaioken. The King of Hell's fighting power instantly increased 4 times and reached 4 billion. King of Hell's Sky Cannon. At the moment when the fighting power increased to 4 billion, he launched his ultimate move, because the King of Hell knew that he could not hold on for long in the state of 20 times Kaioken. In Sun Wukong's eyes, a huge red light wave full of powerful force and red aura wrapped around it was approaching quickly. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. But this was not fear, but excitement. Excitement from deep in his blood. Come on! Without opening his immortal body, Sun Wukong found that he really liked the feeling of being close to death now. He gathered all the energy in his body, put his hands at his waist and pushed them out quickly, and blue-white light waves came out from his palms. Although Sun Wukong did not know Kamehameha, he felt that this action could increase the chance of winning the wave. But the gap between 200 million combat power and 4 billion combat power is too big. A full 20 times gap cannot be made up by one action. The speed of the red light wave slowed down only a little, and it approached Sun Wukong again. Ah! Sun Wukong roared loudly, and his combat power reached 250 million at the same time. It's useless. Mortal. The little growth you made in the battle. How can it compare to the divine power I have accumulated for 10,000 years? I have to admit that you are a respectable opponent. But coming to the King of Hell to act wild is the biggest mistake of your life. The King of Hell's voice was full of disdain. It seems that the King of Hell has already felt that he has won, but when it comes to mistakes, we have to mention the 3 important mistakes that the King of Hell made at this time. Opening champagne at halftime was his 3rd biggest mistake. The 2nd biggest mistake was that at this moment, from the perspective of many ghost audiences, he stood on the left. As for the 1st biggest mistake, that is, he should not fight against the Sun family in the Dragon Ball world. Just when the red light wave was less than half a meter away from Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong roared, the golden flames soared into the sky, and Sun Wukong's black hair instantly turned golden, and the pupils of his eyes also turned light green at the same time. The combat power of 250 million surged in an instant. Super Saiyan 1. 50 times amplification. Combat power 12.5 billion. The originally tiny blue-white light wave became thicker by dozens of circles, and the red light wave on the opposite side was directly dispersed. Moreover, the blue-white light wave rushed towards the King of Hell at a speed that people could not react to. The King of Hell did not react. But the phantom of the King of Hell's palace reacted. It instantly arrived in front of him from behind the King of Hell. Boom! The powerful energy light wave hit the phantom of the King of Hell's palace. The phantom of the King of Hell's palace was obviously somewhat intelligent, and did not resist it, but chose to be pushed back quickly by the light wave. The King of Hell, who was being carried back rapidly by the phantom of the King of Hell's palace, also reacted at this time. Before he flew away, he shouted to the many ghost messengers on his right, "Go to King Kai's planet to find Lord Kai." After shouting this, the King of Hell smashed the wall behind him, and disappeared into the sky with the terrifying energy wave and the phantom of the King of Hell's palace. No! This is impossible! Lord King of Hell was knocked away. How can a mortal possess such strength? The many ghost officials watching the battle on the side all made unbelievable sounds. The first one to react was a blue-green ghost. He turned his head and looked at the black and white ghosts. Black ghost and white ghost. You are the fastest. Go to King Kai's planet to find Lord King Kai. We will do our best to hold him back. There was no if we die together drama when the black and white ghosts were there. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran towards the snake path. The many ghost officials looked at each other and surrounded Sun Wukong. Oh! Oh! Snap! The black and white ghosts didn't run far, but carefully felt their own situation. The chi increased by 50 times, which means the combat power increased by 50 times. If the physical fitness is not counted as the blessing of chi, it is just doubled. However, he can feel that even if he withdraws from the state of Super Saiyan 1, the already strengthened physical fitness will not drop to the original state. As for the soul, there is no enhancement at all, but it becomes a little unstable and irritable, and it is more likely to have emotional fluctuations, especially negative emotions such as anger, rage, and killing. However, although the soul has not been enhanced, some changes have occurred, and there is a sense of wildness. If Sun Wukong guessed correctly, it should be that the combat instinct has been improved. To put it in a more numerical way, it is to improve the critical hit rate and dodge rate in battle. On the other side, the black and white ghosts traveled about 50,000 meters on the snake road and met a fat man with 2 tentacles on his head and sunglasses on his face. "Don't block the way, don't block the way. We are going to find Lord Kai." The white ghost directly pushed the fat man who was standing there and trying to show his master style, and he staggered. After King Kai dodged, the 2 black ghosts did not stop at all and continued to run along the snake path. After running about 100 meters, another fat man with 2 tentacles on his head and sunglasses on his face appeared in front. This time, without waiting for the 2 ghosts to get close, the fat man pointed directly at the pattern on his clothes and shouted, "Look what this is! Why is it you again? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Do you know that I am a military officer and can't read at all? Get out of the way! If you delay something important, can you afford it?" The fat man was pushed by the white ghost and staggered again. The fat man was a little dumbfounded. Looking at the backs of the two ghosts running away again, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, then stomped his feet angrily, and finally disappeared on the spot. Not the same place. But it was the same fat guy. The fat guy appeared again 100 meters after the black and white ghosts advanced. This time he shouted loudly after he appeared, "The black one! Can you read?" The black ghost was a little impatient, but this person must be unusual for appearing in front of them several times. It would be bad if he was caught if he didn't do what he wanted. They have important things to do now, and they must get rid of this person as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the black ghost shouted, "I know. I know how to read. In fact, this is true." Compared with the white ghost who is a pure military officer, the black ghost has learned some literature. Very good. The fat man's face was instantly filled with joy. He pointed to the pattern on his clothes again. "Tell me loudly. What are the words written on my body?" The black ghost looked at it intently for a few times, and complained in his heart, "What ugly words! The square words are written in a circle, which is comparable to my level." The black ghost, who has rich experience in writing ugly words, is very calm. Fortunately, his handwriting is similar to this, otherwise he really can't recognize it. The confident black man shouted, "This must be written, field of soil." Chapter 35. The black man shouted loudly, "It must be written as, field soil." The expression on the fat man's face changed, and he alternated between stunned, confused, silent, shocked, and so on. Finally, the fat man silently took 2 steps away and waved to the 2 ghosts who ran by quickly, "I wish you a smooth journey to find the king of the world. By your good words." The 2 ghosts ran away without looking back. Sun Wukong stood at the entrance of the snake path, looking at the fat man who was walking slowly in front of him with a lost expression on his face, and was a little confused. So he said, "Why is King Kai so depressed?" The fat man, King Kai, instantly raised his head, even ignoring the other party calling him brother, his voice trembling, You, how do you know I'm King Kai?" Sun Wukong was even more confused. He stretched out his hand and pointed at King Kai's clothes. "I'm not blind. Isn't it written all over your body?" King Kai. Okay. Right. I am King Kai. This is King Kai. It's not Tian Kongtu." King Kai smiled and nodded frantically. "Tian Kongtu." Sun Wukong silently repeated these 3 words, and then looked at the 2 words King Kai written in a circle. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like Tian Kongtu." King Kai's whole body was instantly struck by lightning, slowly lying on the ground, and gradually turning grey and white. Sun Wukong scratched his face. What the hell is going on? Isn't it just that the words are a little ugly? What's the big deal? And it's not too ugly. In his previous life, he had seen many characters comparable to Oracle Bone Script. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong said, "Brother Kai, don't be so sad. These 2 words are actually very easy." "It's okay." Kai interrupted Sun Wukong's words, stood up with difficulty, turned around and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I don't take it to heart at all." Hearing this, Sun Wukong subconsciously asked, "Did I use too much strength?" "What?" Kai was puzzled. Hee. Don't mind. It was my second personality that was talking just now. He always said some inexplicable words. Sun Wukong didn't want the reputation of a certain old Lu crying with a palm when he was young to spread to the other world. Okay. The joke ends here. Sun Wukong. I already know the ins and outs of this matter. This matter is the fault of the underworld. Don't blame you. At this time, Kai suddenly looked serious. Oh. Really? Then. Sun Wukong was interrupted by a burst of laughter before he finished speaking. Ha 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 ha. King Kai didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly laughed. Sun Wukong looked at King Kai, who was immersed in his own world, and a few numbers popped up above his head. Brother King Kai! Brother King Kai! Hearing Sun Wukong's call, King Kai reacted and waved his hand at Sun Wukong. Sorry. Sorry. Haha, I just thought of a funny thing. Sun Wukong knew that this was not perfunctory, but a fact. In the original work, King Kai was a person with a low sense of humor and liked to tell jokes. What's the funny thing? Sun Wukong was a little curious. He wanted to see what kind of jokes King Kai in reality could tell. Oh! Sun Wukong, do you like to hear jokes too? You just knocked the King of Hell away, didn't you? Ha 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 ha. Then the phantom of the King of Hell's palace took the King of Hell and smashed the King of Hell's palace. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha. King Kai said what he had just thought of while laughing. Sun Wukong's expression at this time was like an old man looking at his phone on the subway, because he didn't get the joke at all. Isn't it funny? Ha 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 ha. King Kai asked Sun Wukong, and he couldn't stop laughing at the same time. Sun Wukong still had the same expression. Ha ha. King Kai's laughter paused a little, and he asked again, don't you think it's funny? The phantom of the King of Hell's palace took the King of Hell and smashed the King of Hell's palace. Although Sun Wukong's expression changed back, he was still silent and didn't speak. Gradually, King Kai's laughter also disappeared, and the scene was completely silent. Brother Kai! A hunter shot at a fox, but why did the hunter end up being killed? In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Sun Wukong asked Kai a question. Why? Kai's voice seemed somewhat. He was exhausted, and it was obvious that his joke was denied, which made him a little lonely. Because the hunter hit the reflection fox. Sun Wukong deliberately shook his head and said it. The hunter hit the reflection fox. Hit the reflection fox. Reflection fox. This sentence reached King Kai's ears, and then kept echoing in his mind. There was another moment of silence, like the calm before the storm. Ha 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 ha. A huge laugh came from King Kai's mouth, and he laughed so hard that he lay on his back on the ground. Ha 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 ha. He laughed with his hands covering his stomach. Ha 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 ha. He laughed while rolling over. Ha 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 ha. He laughed while pounding the ground. Ha ha ha. Gat. Ah. He laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Hoo hoo ha ha ha. He started laughing again after a while. Sun Wukong knew that King Kai would not be able to stop laughing in a short time when he started laughing, and he was not idle either. Sun Wukong began to recall the battle with the King of Hell just now. It was great. But not completely great. Mainly because the King of Hell was not an enemy, so he didn't kill him. For example, the armament haki that penetrated into the interior to destroy, and the hell heavenly thunder that was known as the enemy of all ghosts and specialized in the soul, these methods that could easily kill the King of Hell if not controlled well, Sun Wukong didn't use them. Under Sun Wukong's multiple releases, the King of Hell suffered at most an external injury. Let me say here that for Sun Wukong, all injuries that did not hurt the soul were counted as external injuries. Now there is no time to worry about the King of Hell. Sun Wukong's amazing wisdom and heaven-defying understanding have arrived at the scene. First, he exited the state of Super Saiyan 1, and then Sun Wukong whispered, "Double Kaioken." The red fighting spirit instantly permeated his body, and Sun Wukong's combat power, which had grown again to 300 million due to his first transformation, began to rise, and finally reached 600 million combat power. Double the physical strength consumption. Sun Wukong felt his body and smirked, "Unlimited physical strength, let's learn more. Increase the intensity. 50 times Kaioken." The personal practice room with 15 billion combat power was perfectly isolated from the outside world by being attached to the surface of the body. Without any exposure. Chapter 36. The moment the battle was announced, Lin Shi was already at full speed, turning into a black shadow and rushing towards the opponent. The player named Sith was not in a hurry, waving the staff in his hand, and a huge summoning array began to spread from under his feet. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and dozens of skeleton soldiers holding rusty swords and shields rushed out of the array and rushed towards Lin Shi. The white light flashed again, and nearly 50 skeleton archers holding rotten and worn-out bows and arrows stepped out of the array, raised their hands, bent their bows and shot arrows, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Then the magic circle flashed again, and a not-so-tall skeleton warhorse snorted and slowly walked out of the magic circle. Looking at the dozens of skeleton soldiers rushing in front of him, with their broken weapons in their hands, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel contemptuous. That's it? Can this be ranked 8th among more than 1 million first-level players? There should be a backup plan. He swung the dragon claw in his hand lightly, and the broken sword that chopped at him turned into debris and splashed everywhere. The aggressive skeleton soldiers were also like paper, breaking at the touch. In just 3 seconds, all 50 skeleton soldiers turned into bone fragments and spread on the ground. Lin Shi was confused and rushed towards Sith, who was already riding on the bone horse. Before he could take 2 steps, there was a sound of bones rubbing behind him. Lin Shi looked around and saw that the bone fragments that were originally broken on the ground began to assemble themselves. After a while, a new batch of skeleton soldiers were reborn. No, not only that, Lin Shi keenly noticed that the strength of these skeleton soldiers was a little stronger than before, and the rust on the surface of the regenerated weapons was much less. But it was useless to be reborn. With the slow speed of the skeleton soldiers, they basically would not pose any threat to him, so he simply stopped paying attention to them. However, when he rushed into the camp of the skeleton archers and crushed them at will, Sith had already ridden his bone warhorse, bypassed Lin Shi, and ran to the back of the group of skeleton soldiers. Are you playing tricks? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, gave up dealing with the remaining skeleton archers, and rushed towards Sith again, but this time he activated the dragon scales, directly ignoring the shabby swords of the skeleton soldiers, and rushed to Sith in the blink of an eye despite the damage. I only heard a sneer from under Sith's black robe, and waved the staff in his hand slowly, and a green light flashed. A skeleton archer appeared at Sith's original position. And his body, together with the white bone warhorse, exchanged the position with the skeleton archer. Oh! So there is still such a trick left. What if, like this? Lin Shi raised his right hand, and pointed his index finger at Sith from a distance. A ball of green light gathered at the fingertips and gradually condensed into a small light bullet. Qigong bullet. Swoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Qigong bullet was launched after only 2 seconds of charging, and flew towards Sith dozens of meters away. This move surprised Sith a little. He thought that the opponent was just a reckless melee fighter who had just risen to a higher position. But he didn't expect that he had the means of long-range attack. However, Sith shook his head slightly, and moved his staff slightly. 3 pale bone shields appeared out of thin air beside him and rotated around him. As soon as the Qigong bullet approached him within 10 meters, one of the bone shields automatically flew out and blocked the flight path of the Qigong bullet. Pop! The condensed energy ball hit the bone shield and shattered it. It was only slightly dimmed, but it continued to move towards Sith. Seeing this, Sith had an idea, and the remaining 2 bone shields also blocked the Qigong bullet. After another bone shield was blown up, it successfully blocked the small energy ball. Until then, he began to pay some attention to Lin Shi. But when he just raised his head to look at Lin Shi, he suddenly found that a series of energy bombs were flying towards him. At this time, Lin Shi's 10 fingers on both hands seemed to be the muzzle of a gun, and he continuously fired 30 Qigong bombs. He also quickly rushed towards Sith again. The huge number of energy bombs made Sith give up the idea of continuing to use the bone shield to resist, and he was ready to repeat the trick and exchange positions with his summons again. However, just as he was about to swing his staff, one of the energy bombs suddenly accelerated and hit one end of the staff with a snap. The powerful impact almost made the staff slip out of his hand, and the displacement he was about to perform naturally was also interrupted. Looking at Lin Shi, who was so close, Sis remained calm. The only red gem on the top of the staff suddenly lit up, and the red light turned into substance, spreading outward from Sis's body in a ring shape. It was the skill that came with his equipment, Ring of Resistance. It was a protective skill that could force enemies around him to retreat 20 meters. Just as Lin Shi was about to charge forward, he suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, pushing him far away. Even with his 44 points of strength, he could not resist it. This force did not cause any damage. After being pushed out, he just turned over and landed safely. And Sith took the opportunity to launch a teleportation again, avoiding those energy bombs and moving away from Lin Shi again. Hey, do you have any new moves? If you have, use them quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance to use them in a while. In the previous confrontation, he was just trying to test the combat power of the top first-level players. It was just that the opponent used this set repeatedly, which made Lin Shi a little bored. Although for regular players, this conventional tactic of summoning younger brothers and kite flying and pulling is indeed a bit unsolvable. But in Lin Shi's opinion, if the opponent only has these abilities, he should not be able to reach the 8th place. He came to the arena to see the strength of the top players, not to play house with others. Are you so eager to die? Well, let me show you the true power of the undead. A deep voice sounded from under the black robe, and 2 blue soul flames burst out from the eyes in the dark hood. He was embarrassed by Lin Shi and was really angry. He slowly stood up from the bone horse, raised his hand and inserted the staff in his hand into the head of the bone horse. A complex magic array began to spread from the place where the staff was inserted. This array not only covered the bone horse, but also Sith himself. Finally, even the skeleton soldiers guarding the surroundings were completely covered by the array. Then the entire array instantly changed from a plane to a 3-dimensional one, and all the existences covered by the array were rolled into a ball. After the sphere flashed red light for 2 seconds, it suddenly exploded. A 3-meter-tall white bone giant with a horse head-shaped head appeared in the original place. His body was empty, and only a red light ball was hanging on the giant's chest. Boy, it is your honor to see the state of my lord of the undead. Die. The white bone giant did not speak, but a voice that seemed to overlap with many voices came directly from the light ball in his chest. Chapter 37. The first time, the second time. First, you need to understand that telling jokes is to make others happy, not just to find it funny yourself. Then, Sun Wukong was slowly explaining the so-called joke-telling skills, and suddenly a roar came from the horizon. Mortal boy! I was careless before. I didn't dodge. Are you ready to accept my anger? 100 times Kaioken. The King of Hell, who exuded a powerful aura of 20 billion combat power but was bleeding all over, broke through the roof of the King of Hell's palace and fell far away from Sun Wukong. As soon as he landed, he rushed towards Sun Wukong. The butterflies flying in the sky instantly regrouped into a red energy bomb to attack the King of Hell. Just now, Sun Wukong just released an energy bomb. The energy in it is only 10 million. 1 Lisa for 12 points, happy. With the blessing of the 10,000 times King Kai Fist, it reached 100 billion. And our King Yama was really careless this time, as he said, and didn't dodge. After all, he didn't expect that he couldn't even block an energy bomb that looked like an ordinary attack. This time he flew in another direction, so another hole was knocked out of the King Yama's palace. But fortunately, he flew slower this time. Before flying away, he saw King Kai and shouted, "Lord King Kai! I'll leave this to you. Leave it to me, King Yama. Brother Sun and I will wait for you to come back here." King Kai waved to King Yama. King Yama flew away with 2 lines of flash numbers. Why is this random energy bomb so powerful? Why does this energy bomb have the breath of King Kai? Why does King Kai call that mortal brother son? No. I won't be here in such a short time. How many things happened? Then after others laugh, even if you really want to laugh, you can't laugh too much, you have to smile lightly. You must smile lightly. The lighter the better. This will give people the feeling that you have many more funnier jokes. Sun Wukong continued to explain, and King Kai took out a pen and a small notebook from nowhere and was recording seriously. About 5 minutes later, King Yama came back again. This time he didn't attack Sun Wukong right away, but cancelled the King Kai Fist state, the King Yama Palace Blessing state, the Divine Power Blessing state and the Transformation state, and returned to 2000 combat power. When Sun Wukong saw his 2000 combat power, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, there are always people who say that our Scion's combat power doubles like cheating. But our combat power doubles 50 times after we become Super Scion 1, and Super Scion 2 only doubles it to 100 times on the basis of 1. And what about the King of Hell? His basic combat power is only 2000. Once transformed, it doubles 10 times to 20,000. After the blessing of some divine power, it doubles 100 times to 2 million. After the blessing of the King of Hell, it can double 100 times to 200 million. Finally, there is a 100-fold Kaioken to 20 billion. From 2000 to 20 billion, it doubled 10 million times. Who is cheating? This is just a complaint in my heart. With Sun Wukong's thinking speed, the real world has only passed in a moment. Brother Yan Wang. There's no need to be so malicious towards me. I just want to vent my anger for Sun Gohan. I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't kill any ghosts. All the ghosts are intact and playing Hurricane Battle Spirit. Sun Wukong flew up and patted Yan Wang on the shoulder. But at this moment, Sun Wukong understood a certain brother fruit ability user a little bit, it feels really good to call others brother. It's a pity that when I saw Sun Gohan, I subconsciously called him grandpa when I saw his white beard, otherwise it would be brother Sun Gohan. Forget it, it's just a name. But let's set a small goal here. Brother High Priest and Brother All King. Ahem. Sun Wukong didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that he would recruit the big guys before he grew up. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong. Are you ready to die? We have invited Lord Kai to come over. Just then, the two black and white ghosts led a monkey wearing the same clothes as King Kai into the King of Hell's palace. And the monkey not only wore the same clothes as King Kai, but also had small sunglasses on his face and 2 antennas on his head. This is one of King Kai's behemoths, Babras. The two black and white ghosts saw Sun Wukong put his hand on the King of Hell's shoulder at first sight. They dodged and hid behind Babras, Lord Kai. This mortal is too scary. He has actually held Lord Yama hostage. Please take him down quickly. Are you teaching me how to do things? A voice that was intimidating without anger came from Babras' mouth. This was the first time that the black and white ghosts heard the limited edition of King Kai. Babras speak, and they were frightened all of a sudden. They were frightened and knelt on their knees. Lord Kai. Lord Kai. No. How dare we teach you how to do things? It's just that mortal. Are you denying my words? The voice that was intimidating without anger came again. No. No. Lord Kai. That mortal broke into the Hades palace and beat our faces so hard. Please. You want me to stand up for you? Shameless guy. Know your position. No. No. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Lord Kai. No mistake. You are not wrong. Nothing is wrong. I have the final say. What I say is right is right. What I say is wrong is wrong. Now tell me, are you right or wrong? We. The black and white ghosts were sweating all over, and huge mental pressure enveloped their hearts. Bobris scratched his head in confusion. Why did a sound come out of his mouth? What happened to the two ghosts who brought him here? Brother Sun! Please don't scare my men anymore. Pucci, the dull voice of the King of Hell, came out, but in the end he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! Don't you think it's funny? Brother Yan Wang! Sun Wukong also stopped restraining his expression and laughed happily. I don't know if you have guessed that the sound made by Bobris just now was made by Sun Wukong using the sound transmission technique. And he also borrowed the quotes of a certain scum boss. Brother Kai Wang, why don't you look so happy? Look at you, this huge creature, how much you pretend to be like you. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong teased the gloomy Kai Wang again. At this moment, Kai Wang was like Newton who was hit by an apple and discovered gravity. He also discovered a law called the conservation of smiles. His smile did not disappear, but was transferred to Sun Wukong's face. It's all because of these two black and white ghosts. How does this monkey with an antenna on his head look like Kai Wang? And the truly handsome, elegant, suave, tall and mighty Kai Wang himself was actually ignored by them. I'm so angry. Chapter 38. The angry King Kai lifted his dabi and walked towards the opposite side. Bobris saw that his childhood memory dabi was slowly approaching him, and he turned and ran away in fear. The black and white ghosts saw that the King Kai, who they thought was angry, turned around and rushed towards them, and they were also terrified and turned and ran away. Bobris! Stop right there! What's your clothes? What's your little magic mirror? What's the two antennas on your head? If you don't explain it to me today, you may not be able to avoid this dabi. Woo woo. Ah woo woo. No. King Kai, we know we are wrong. We won't dare to do it again. The scene was in chaos. King Kai was chasing Bobris with his palm raised, while the black and white ghosts were running madly in front of Bobris. Bobris was about to catch up with the black and white ghosts, and it was only at this moment that Sun Wukong knew how the black and white ghosts could reach King Kai's planet so quickly through the snake path. The two ghosts were running, and suddenly the white ghost jumped on the black ghost. They took a strange posture, holding each other's buttocks with their heads, and then the two bent their bodies to form a circle. Finally, the black ghost kicked his legs on the ground, and the black and white circle formed by the two ghosts rolled forward. After rolling half a circle, the white ghost kicked his feet on the ground, and the speed immediately increased a lot. In this way, the two ghosts kicked the ground alternately, and the speed became faster and faster. The afterimage formed in the end was like a yin and yang tai chi diagram. Sun Wukong was stunned. He asked the King of Hell on the side, "Brother King of Hell, what kind of skill is this? Your underworld is really full of talents." The King of Hell smiled shyly, "I don't deserve it. Brother Sun. Black Ghost and White Ghost call this skill the Invincible Wind and Fire Wheel. I was also surprised when I saw it for the first time." Sun Wukong suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He asked, "Brother King of Hell, why do you feel different from before? Why do you suddenly, do you understand, just a little bit of that?" The King of Hell waved his hand, "Oh. Brother Sun, are you talking about attitude and tone? Just now I used the foreign enemy invasion quotes from the self-cultivation of the King of Hell left to me by the previous King of Hell. Isn't the misunderstanding resolved now? There is such a book." Sun Wukong was a little surprised. It seems that he had a dream in his previous life to become an author. When he has time in the future, he will also write a book. Calculating the time, Sun Wukong took out the small screen and took a look. Protect Sun Gohan's body from dying for 3 days, reward, 100 turns, open the second task column of daily tasks, completed, to be collected. Yo! The task has been completed. Sun Gokong collected the reward casually. Seeing that the chaos in the field had not ended yet, Sun Gokong took out a small round mirror. This is also a screen broadcast prop. On the other side of the screen, Sun Gokong was set to continuously shoot Sun Gohan. Sun Gokong threw the mirror into the air. The mirror instantly became larger. Finally, it turned into a large round mirror with a diameter of 2 meters. The mirror surface rippled slightly, the signal was connected, and the picture was transmitted quickly. Then Sun Gokong's smile disappeared. In that picture, Sun Gohan, who was obviously much younger, was happily feeding a beautiful woman sitting in his arms. Or feeding with his mouth. Sun Gohan! You bastard! I came to the underworld to stand up for you. But what about you? You just started to bite your wife. What a beast! Damn beast! Sun Wukong was in a very bad mood. Brothers are close to you, but you play tricks on them. Brothers put you in their pockets, but you kicked them into the ditch. Brothers are helping you to save face, but you say brothers are nothing. You old pervert who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. Although Sun Wukong was very angry, he still had principles. After Sun Wuhan carried a Ning into the house and closed the door, he took the initiative to cut off the screen. Glancing at the King of Hell next to him whose eyes were as big as his head, Sun Wukong slapped his face. Although the King of Hell's words of a mortal who didn't know the height of heaven and earth just now were very annoying, he couldn't accept his current funny appearance. Pa! Bobris finally couldn't escape the memory of his childhood, and the loud sound came out, proving that the slap from King Kai was really heavy. Sun Wukong turned his head and saw a clear red mark on Bobris' face, his sunglasses were broken, and his antenna was knocked off. Bobris, who was hit hard by this. As expected, he fell straight to the ground, his eyes turned into circles. Bobris lost his ability to fight. King Kai won. Lord King Kai. The black and white ghosts saw Bobris fall to the ground, shouted in despair, and then looked at King Kai with gritted teeth. I didn't expect it. You are actually the helper of the mortal Sun Wukong. It's so. Pa. Pa. It's a beating to hit 1, and it's a beating to hit 3. King Kai, who likes to treat people kindly on weekdays, has gone crazy at this time. These two ghosts, their faces are swollen like pigs, and they are not popular in the first place. Now that I have knocked Bobris to the ground, they are still willing to believe that a monkey is King Kai. Is it true that I, the King Kai, am not like King Kai? I am so angry. 10 times Kai King. Calm down. Brother Kai King. Sun Wukong quickly stopped Kai King who was on the verge of going berserk. Yes. Lord Kai King. You must calm down. These two black and white ghosts are not smart. But they don't want to be stupid. Please forgive them, brothers. The King of Hell also pleaded for the two black and white ghosts. Sun Wukong saw that King Kai was a little distracted, so he winked at King Yama and asked him, Brother Yama, tell me. Why are they not smart? Oh. King Yama also received Sun Wukong's signal instantly, nodded slightly, and began to tell. The two brothers had a very tragic experience before they became ghosts. They were abandoned because of their different skin color from their mother. Then because they had been picking up garbage and eating malnutrition, their brains were not fully developed, and their cerebellums were completely undeveloped. In the end, they died because they stole food from the septic tank while working. So, you can't blame them for this. King Kai's anger also disappeared for the most part. Now, it seems that it's good enough that the black and white ghosts didn't come with a stone and say it was King Kai. After all, although King Yama didn't say it clearly. But stealing food next to the septic tank, what do you think they ate? Just when King Yama was telling King Kai a story, Sun Wukong helped the black and white ghosts up from the ground, and exciting reappearance also snapped his fingers to restore the faces of the two ghosts to their original state. Obviously, the tragic life story of the black and white ghosts successfully moved Sun Wukong, King Kai, and reenactment. And the King of Hell, who knew all their experiences, was the one who was most touched by them. At this moment, the four judges lit up their lights at the same time. They turned around for the black and white ghosts at the same time. Let us congratulate the black and white ghosts for becoming the champions of this year's The Voice of the Underworld. Chapter 39. After several twists and turns, the perfect ending was finally achieved. Ning and Son Gohan live happily together. Son Goku's strength has greatly increased. King Kai has memorized a book of joke-telling skills. Babras has awakened his childhood memories. The King of Hell has also improved his strength and his prestige in the underworld has greatly increased. While the black and white ghosts became the champions of the Voice of the Underworld, their facial defense was epically strengthened. The other ghost messengers like the Beyblade battle. Many souls after death watched a good show before reincarnation. It's really a cause for celebration, Coca-Cola. Time flies, and it seems that a month has passed in the time it takes to squat in a pit. During this month, Sun Wukong did not disturb Sun Wuhan's long-awaited life, but stayed in the underworld. Chat with King Kai and King Yama every day to supplement his understanding of this world. The spirit bomb has been learned. Anyway, more skills are better than less, and it is fast to learn. Sun Wukong also taught King Kai and King Yama some of his improvements to the King Kai fist. He also knew the means behind King Yama's cheating behavior. First of all, it is divine power. Divine power is divided into grades. The first grade divine power is a 10-fold increase in combat power. King Yama is a second grade divine power, which is a 100-fold increase in combat power. King Kai is a fourth grade divine power, which is a 10,000-fold increase in combat power. If divine power is internal power, then the blessing of the King Yama Palace is an external force. Of course, the person who borrows power must have a relationship with the target to borrow power. Otherwise, who would lend you power if you are not related to him? The closer the relationship, the greater the power you can borrow. For example, the King of Hell is in charge of the underworld, so he can borrow power from the underworld. The King of the World is in charge of the Northern Galaxy, so he can borrow power from the Northern Galaxy. However, this superior subordinate relationship is that the target of borrowing power is above and the individual is below, so these borrowing power are all at a price, and the duration is not long. However, there is also a kind of borrowing power that has no side effects and lasts for a long time, that is, borrowing power from your own territory. For example, the King of Hell borrowed power from the King of Hell Hall just now, and the King of the World borrowed power from the King of the World. And this kind of borrowing power is also closely related to the development of the territory. For example, the King of Hell Hall has many ghost messengers and countless souls coming and going every day, so the King of Hell can reach a 100-fold increase in combat power, and it can last 24 hours a day. The Kai King planet, where only King Kai and his two monsters are active every day, can only give King Kai a 10-fold increase in combat power, and it can only last for half an hour every day. Of course, this kind of borrowing power is very proactive, and you can arbitrarily reduce the duration to increase the amplification multiple, or reduce the amplification multiple to increase the duration. According to King Kai, the spirit bomb was invented based on this principle of borrowing power. In a chat with King Kai, Sun Wukong successfully heard all the gods in the universe from King Kai. The four kings of the East, West, South, and North, the great King Kai, the King of the Kings, the God of Destruction, and the Angel. Of course, it's not that Sun Wukong doesn't know, but he needs to find a reasonable reason to know these things. Otherwise, how can a native scion know so much about this world? Now with King Kai's knowledge encyclopedia, no matter what happens in the future, it can be said that King Kai taught it. Sun Wukong also goes to the King of Hell from time to time to learn from each other. After all, it is difficult to find a good sparring partner. After a month of traveling in the underworld, Sun Wukong's combat power has reached 1.2 billion. 10 freezes. Fun. Today, Sun Wukong finally returned to Earth from the underworld. ready to continue his journey. Before leaving, he went to see Sun Gohan again, and seeing that the couple was living in love, he did not disturb them too much. But this time, Sun Gohan gave Sun Wukong an orange glass ball with 4 red stars inside. That's right. It's a 4-star dragon ball. Sun Wukong also put away the blue ball that turned him into a giant ape last time, just in case it is useful in the future. Apart from anything else, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong still wants to try to change. Starting the journey again, this time Sun Wukong is not going to practice every day in the deep mountains and forests, but is going to go to the big city to play and experience the local customs while practicing slowly. It took more than a year to reach a combat power of 1.2 billion, which is enough for a short time. Only by combining work and rest can you go further. If you keep yourself too tense, you will easily break. Big meat skewers. Big meat skewers. Big meat skewers for 10 yuan a skewer. One day, in a certain city, a small car appeared in the middle of the street. The horn hanging next to the car was playing this sentence repeatedly. As the car slowly moved, waves of tempting aromas floated out of the car, attracting the busy pedestrians around. Boss! Give me a skewer to try. Finally, a student with antlers on his head and wearing a school uniform stopped to go to school. Okay. A big skewer of meat. It will be ready soon. A tender voice sounded. Hearing this extremely tender voice, the student's eyes that were fixed on the skewers moved away with some curiosity. It was then that he realized that the figure who was constantly turning the skewers next to the grill was just a child. And the child selling skewers was Sun Wukong. It was just an ordinary meal at a restaurant. Sun Wukong, who was too lazy to cook, found a restaurant and went in to order dozens of dishes. Then he found that it was not so delicious. Although it can be said to be mediocre, it did not have the kind of bright feeling. After eating dozens of dishes and showing off 3 pots of rice, Sun Wukong had an idea. That is to open a store by himself. But he still has to travel and practice. So, this mobile stall was born. Every time he arrived in a city, Sun Wukong, after a few days of playing, he would randomly choose a location to open a stall. And the things he sold were different every time. Barbecue, steamed buns, noodles with gravy, pancakes with everything, small stir-fried dishes. He sold all kinds of food. Sun Wukong only stayed in each city for about 10 days, and then he would leave. Only people in the city were left frantically looking for the stall. But this time, the situation was a little different. Today was just his first day opening in this city. And this student was also Sun Wukong's first customer in this city. Just as Sun Wukong was grilling the student with all his heart, the ground shook. It was like thousands of troops were galloping. After a while, a crowd of people like zombies appeared not far away. At the same time, there were roars that resounded throughout the city. Found it! The car was found! It's that kid! Don't let him run away! Steamed buns! I want to eat steamed buns stuffed with pork and green onions. I want tomato and egg noodles. My old father is dying, and before he dies, he just wants to eat a bite of the fish-flavored pork shreds made by that kid. Don't believe him. He and I are from the same city. The old man walking briskly in front is his father. Sun Wukong handed the grilled skewers to the students. Study hard. You don't need to pay for this skewer. Goodbye. Shua. Sun Wukong and the car disappeared in an instant. Chapter 40. The screen flashed rapidly on the slot machine, but Lin Shi was keenly aware that there seemed to be a few skills to be selected. It seemed that only 5 skill names were jumping over and over again. Could it be? After a while, the screen stopped and a skill appeared on the screen. Death Echo. Death Echo can be strengthened. Quality, D level. Effect: when the team member's physical value is only 1 point, it will be passively triggered. Within 5 seconds, the minimum physical value is 1 point, and all attributes increase by 10%. After 5 seconds, the physical value is instantly restored by 10%. It can only be triggered once in each world. This skill is only valid for players at level 3 and below. Introduction: do you want to be a real man for 5 seconds? Strengthening requires 1000 points of stamina. All members are Trindamir? Shaking his head and smiling, he was about to turn around and walk out when the tiger-toothed girl who had said she wanted to watch the fun flashed back and reminded him. The level of the team is the same as the level of the adventure group. You can apply for challenge promotion tasks to increase the level of the team. After the level is increased, the attributes of the team's skills can be increased. The earlier you apply, the lower the difficulty of the task. Nodding, Lin Shi left the Adventurers Guild. It must be said that the 3,000 yuan was worth it. Most people probably don't have this service at all. After returning to his personal room, Lin Shi could not wait to strengthen it. Strengthening succeeded, obtaining C-level team skills, the last swan song. The last swan song can be strengthened. Quality: C-level. Effect: automatically triggered when the team member's physical value is only 1 point. The physical value is at least 1 point within 10 seconds, and all attributes increase by 15%, and the physical value recovers 20% after 10 seconds. It can only be triggered once in each world. This skill is effective for players of level 4 and below. Introduction: the last swan song is for you. Continued enhancement requires 3000 points of stamina. Theoretically, this skill that can only be triggered when dying is, at most, a last-ditch effort for other ordinary players before death, to escape or do something else. Even if it has been enhanced to 10 seconds, what can be done is very limited. However, this skill can be said to be a good thing for Lin Shi to turn the tables. The already strong health bar plus the high-speed recovery of the physique make his survivability exceed that of the frontline main tank of the same level. If someone can really force him to run out of stamina, these 10 seconds are enough for him to find a blood pack or recover a large part of his stamina. For others, the skill is not very useful, but for him, it is tantamount to rebirth. Although it is a little imperfect, Lin Shi is satisfied. For him, the most needed thing at the moment is to stack blood. Stack the stamina, so that the enhanced talent will have more room for use. Lin Shi lay down again, but Liz held her sister in her arms and pressed Bufa hard into her arms. Why? Why doesn't Aotian want to team up with us? It's all your fault, little girl. Die for me. But he obviously doesn't want to team up with us. Bufa struggled hard in the turbulent waves and argued. You invited others to join the team. And you acted so high and mighty, how could others come? Take my death gallows. While struggling, Liz changed her posture again, and the petite Bufa was manipulated like a doll in her arms. Bufa was too lazy to argue with this love-brained girl, and looked like he had accepted his fate and let her do whatever she wanted. Liz also understood that the other party had clearly expressed his intention to act alone. Although there might be a chance if he persuaded her for a while longer. But in this matter, Bufa did not do anything wrong. She was just venting her anger now. The time to wait for the next mission world is not long, but it is not short, but for Lin Shi who has no friends or relatives in the reincarnation space, it seems particularly long. After basking in the sun for half a day, he simply applied to the space to take the initiative to enter the next mission world, and also applied for the team promotion task. Your application has been completed. Since this entry into the world is an application for early entry, you will be informed of the time and name of the world to enter. Task World Extraction. Task World Extraction. After the retrieval is completed, you will enter the world, Ghoul in 1 hour and 12 minutes, please be prepared. Ghoul? That world of foodies? Lin Shi touched his chin and thought, the world of Tokyo Ghoul is not big, only the size of Tokyo City. The plot is not complicated, very cliché and inexplicable. For the sake of world peace, 2 world-class bosses decided to take the initiative to send experience packs to the protagonist and send the protagonist to the throne of the Lord of the World. Among them, the various love and hatred between ghouls and the human anti-ghoul organization CCG are very typical Japanese sick literature in Lin Shi's view. Randomly select a person as the protagonist, and then force a reason to let a group of people come to trouble him. After the protagonist has experienced the arranged hardships, he suddenly has an awakening, and then his strength soars. After thinking about it, it seems that the little angel Kaneki has entered that cheating consciousness world at least 6 or 7 times. Every time he thinks about it in his mind, his strength can be improved by 1 or several levels. As for the different types of Kagun, Lin Shi is slightly interested. The different forms of different Kagun, in his opinion, are different uses of the same energy, which should give him more inspiration to use his own biological energy. However, the prompts of this mission world are like the previous world of killing the prototype. There is no prompt for which time period of the plot he will enter. If it is the early stage, well. Lin Shi shook his head. It should not start from the early stage. With his current strength, he is estimated to be not afraid of fighting against the one-eyed owl. If he is placed in the early stage of the plot, when the little angel Kaneki has not yet turned evil, then it is really true. If he wants, he can even kill through the entire mission world. Although the storyline is not complicated, the planning and calculation of the CCG senior management, the Kazuo family and Arima Takasho should be able to dig out a lot of things. It was useless to think too much. Since he knew that the world he was about to enter would not pose any great threat, Lin Shi completely relaxed. Just before the teleportation, he checked his backpack for the last time. He had enough consumables and equipment, so. Enter the dungeon world, ghoul. Teleport, start. Chapter 41. Bien Engzem Vn Bien Gc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bien Dch. I secretly read a book while playing games last night, and my dad scolded me for a long time. I almost vomited after going to the internet cafe this week. I heard that Brother Sue went to the library yesterday. Really? Damn. Awesome. Without parents, it's just. Shut up. What the hell are you talking about? Sorry. Brother Sue, that's not what I meant. I mean. Su Ping came back to his senses and waved his hand. It's okay, I just said it casually, and I felt really good when I walked into the library openly yesterday. In 2 words, it was awesome. Brother Sue. What do you think the college entrance examination will be like this time? A game? Will it be difficult? Su Ping looked out the window. Is this the college entrance examination? Thinking divergently, to put it simply, he traveled through time. Just yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Ping sat up from the bed and found that the world is different now. First of all, the name of the planet changed from Earth to Blue Planet. To put it simply, the status of games and reading has been reversed. It can be said that everything is inferior, only games are superior. All this is because a thing called game space appeared in this world 100 years ago. Over the past 100 years, more than 90% of human knowledge and resources have come from game space. People who become stronger by playing some games in the game space are called players. And the number of games in this game space is limited. In addition to the game space, various game copies have also appeared around the world. As long as the player clears the dungeon, the game dungeon will be incorporated into the game space. If the game dungeon cannot be cleared for a long time after it appears, the game dungeon will go out of control, and the creatures in the game dungeon will appear in the real world. The creatures come to reality, and the results of this incident are of course good and bad, but most of them are bad. Here, the player needs to go out and kill the creatures that appear in reality, and try his best to pass the out-of-control game copy. But this process is very dangerous, so the social status of the player is naturally higher than that of ordinary people, but the player also bears the responsibility of protecting ordinary people. Coming back to his senses, Su Ping said, "Just adapt to the situation. As long as you have a solid foundation, you can get high scores in any game." Pa! Ka! The door was slammed open. Squad leader Tian Hongyu rushed in. "Good news, good news. The class teacher has given us benefits." The class teacher, Lao Ma, came in and patted Tian Hongyu on the back of his head. "I want to give them a surprise." "What are you shouting about? Go. Give one to each person." "Hey. All right." Tian Hongyu grinned and reached out to take the stack of cards. "Papa." Lao Ma walked up to the podium and clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. "Ahem. After today, everyone I can go home now. I will go to school for the college entrance examination in a week. The teacher here wishes everyone a good result. In addition, this is a welfare game that the teacher applied to the school for everyone. Go back and play it. Relax your mood." Slurp, Pa. He drank a sip of tea and then spit the tea leaves back. "Great. Great. Forbidden. 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 Stop nesting dolls." The remaining few classes of level-breaking classes, puzzle-solving classes, and operation classes, the teacher didn't give any lectures, but just chatted with everyone. After school, Su Ping returned to his home. He cooked a bag of potato flour for himself, and after eating, he took out the game card. He gently placed it on his forehead. "Go up." The next second, a series of voices sounded in Su Ping's mind. "You touch the game card and officially join the game space. The player panel has been generated based on your identity information. The game space welcomes you to join. Because people who have entered the game space will be forced to enter when a mandatory game copy appears nearby, regardless of their level. Therefore, China stipulates that only people who enter the game space 1 week before the college entrance examination can officially enter the game space. And this rule also makes China has become the world's most populous country, and its players are no weaker than those of other countries. You use the game card, 100 layer BB bullets. This is your first time entering the game copy, and the 100 layer BB bullets have been transformed into a welfare copy. A BB bullet page that Su Ping was very familiar with in his previous life appeared in front of Su Ping. This is a personal game interface, which others cannot see. Su Ping opened a bottle of ice cream, Coke, and then clicked with his mind to start the game. Ding! Suddenly, something that looked like an advertisement page popped up. Please choose 1 infinite bullets. You have unlimited BB bullets immediately after starting the game. 2000 change bullets. Your BB bullets can change styles at will. 3 unlimited. BB bullet game removes the limit. Why is there not even a cross? What is this? The first time this page popped up, Su Ping was looking for a cross, and only started to look carefully after he couldn't find it. No matter how you look at it, this thing is a hack. It seems that it can't be turned off. The first and second options are actually useless to Su Ping, and the third option is much better. Before Su Ping traveled through time, the BB bullets had reached more than 5,000 layers. He didn't want to play this 100-layer BB bullet, but now it's different. Choose 3, unlimited limit. Su Ping was not surprised how this thing came from. He had traveled through time, so it was normal for it to be a little special. After choosing, the page disappeared, and Su Ping officially started the game. Name, Su Ping. Level, LV0, 0/100. Game space points, 0. At the beginning of the game, there were few balls, and Su Ping quickly reached the 10th floor. You reach the 10th floor for the first time, experience +1, points +1. It's a welfare copy. It's so easy to get experience and points. But Lao Ma chose the game well. You reach the 20th floor for the first time, experience +2, points plus 2. You reach the 30th floor for the first time, experience plus 3, points plus 3. You reach the 40th floor for the first time, experience plus 4, points plus 4. You reach the 100th floor for the first time, experience plus 10, points plus 10, you get the skill, Speed Up. Speed Up, can speed up the selected target by 10%, BB bullet movement speed plus 10%. The front is the effect of this skill in the outside world, and the one in brackets is the effect of this skill in this game copy. Some game copies will restrict skills and let the skills adapt to the rules of the game. This skill is very special. It makes the selected target faster. What if I choose my own time? No requirement means no requirement. This skill is very applicable. Is it intentional or accidental? Wonderful end of chapter. I'm starting a new book again, and I hope to write 10 chapters. Chapter 42. The first dish was a delicious dish, but the dishes were very delicious. First dish. Appetizer. Spicy and sour rainbow shredded vegetables. Sun Wukong placed 2 covered plates, one large and one small, in front of the Bull Demon King and Kikai respectively. Brother Kitchen God, why do you cover the plates? Kikai asked curiously. The answer will be revealed soon. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously, and with a move of his mental power, the lids covering the 2 plates flew up immediately. Ding 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 ding. The familiar music of the Great Wall sounded from the mobile phone hidden behind Sun Wukong's back. And it was surround sound. The music perfectly wrapped Kikai and the Bull Demon King. The auditory shock is accompanied by a visual shock. Dazzling golden light shot out from the 2 plates, passing through the roof of the castle and rushing into the sky. In the golden light, there seemed to be a magical bird with colorful feathers flying. The golden light special effect dissipated, and what came into view was a plate of rainbow. Yes, it was a rainbow. The 7 colors of vegetable shreds were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a pattern that was very similar to the magical bird just now. And each shred of vegetable was cut into the size of a hair by the miraculous knife skills. So beautiful. Kikai said subconsciously. The Bull Demon King also nodded in agreement. Okay. No matter how beautiful it is, it's still a dish. Come and try it. Sun Wukong handed over 2 pairs of chopsticks. Okay. Kikai and the Bull Demon King took the chopsticks and picked up the plate of cold dishes that were now like a work of art. Both of them were shaking slightly, and they really couldn't bear to destroy this lifelike bird. I heard it. He's crying. Sun Wukong put his hands to his ears and said softly. Kikai and Niu Maoang raised their eyes in confusion. As a dish, his meaning since birth is to be eaten. He can exist forever, but he hopes that he can exist forever in the memory of the person who eats him. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Kikai and Niu Maoang slowly stretched out their chopsticks to pick up a small ball of shredded vegetables. Oh! So spicy! Kikai and Niu Maoang opened their eyes and found that they were now on the back of the colorful bird. Colorful flames surrounded them, burning and bringing a hint of warmth. It doesn't make people feel painful, but rather inexplicably moved. So sour. It seems that raindrops fell from the sky. The raindrops fell on the flames, not only did not put out the fire, but melted into the flames. The sour and spicy blended together, gently burning the 2 people. Where did this rain come from? Kikai and Niu Maoang looked and found that it was the tears of the colorful bird. At the same time, they also looked into the eyes of the colorful bird. Gratitude. Obvious gratitude flowed from the colorful pupils. Why? Kikai asked unconsciously. Because you can see him, it proves that you are tasting him with your heart. So he is very grateful that you can treat him like this. Sun Wukong's voice sounded. Niu Maoang and Kikai's eyes blurred for a while, the colorful bird disappeared, and they returned to the table. and the sour and spicy rainbow shredded vegetables on the plate had been eaten up unknowingly. "How does it taste?" Sun Wukong asked knowingly. Of course he had to eat a bite before serving others. "It's really, shockingly delicious," the Bull Demon King exclaimed slowly. He thought that he had traveled all over the country with Master Wu Tian and his senior brother Sun Gohan in his early years, had his legs crushed on the railway tracks, kissed at a martial arts meeting, and encountered ghosts in the deep mountains and forests, so he was considered to have a wide range of experience. But now, after eating this dish, he finally understood what Master Wu Tian said: there is nothing strange in the world. He also felt what his senior brother Sun Gohan often said: there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. With the improvement of his state of mind, the Bull Demon King felt that his combat power, which had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time and had not been improved, began to grow again. There is no time to be happy about the increase in combat power. Next up. Main dish, Fantasy Fried Rice. 18 ingredients with almost weightless floating cloud blue star rice, without any seasoning, can be transformed into 72 different flavors in 2.5 seconds with just a simple chewing. Fifth dish, brown sugar fresh flower dragon. The main ingredient is a triceratops covered with flowers. After picking all the flowers, put them in a pot and add water to boil them into fragrant brown sugar. The cut dragon meat exudes a fresh floral fragrance at all times. After simple seasoning and stewing, roast immediately over high heat. Roast until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and golden on all 6 sides, then sprinkle with the freshly cooked brown sugar. 3000 thunders. 30 kinds of vegetables, including lightning coriander, lightning spinach, lightning leek, and lightning carrot, are stewed together, thickened over high heat to collect the sauce. Finally, pour the prepared lightning sesame sauce. Does it look familiar? Yes, it is spicy hot pot. Borrowing arrows from straw boats. Black gem bean sprouts form boats, topaz bean sprouts form scarecrows inserted on the boats, and emerald bean sprouts and red crystal bean sprouts form arrows inserted on the scarecrows. One boat at a time, and the different sweet smells of several kinds of bean sprouts are mixed together. 7 birds dream. 7 kinds of flying birds are spliced together, like the legendary ancestor of all birds, with a faint aroma mist, like a dream. 3 visits to Malu. Try pot pot, with 3 kinds of dipping sauces. 2 soups, emerald splash. Boil the gem meat and sprinkle with chopped green onions that emit a faint green light. No other seasonings are needed to bring out the freshness of the ingredients themselves. East China Sea Dragon Palace. 82 ingredients, 17 seasonings. After drinking it, it feels like you are in the East China Sea Dragon Palace. Various rare jewels come into view, and there are dragon kings sitting and dragon girls dancing. After meal dessert, Snow Lotus Dream Dragon Fish. Snow Lotus ice cubes as bones, Dream Dragon ice cream melts the meat. The golden light column above the Bull Demon King's castle almost never stopped. Residents of several surrounding villages and towns looked in this direction curiously, but because the Bull Demon King had a reputation for being cruel, no one dared to come and check. However, although no one came, many gods came. For example, the gods of the Heavenly God Temple were drinking tea in the square of the Heavenly God Temple, and suddenly they were attracted by a golden light. One golden light was not enough, and several more rushed into the sky. The gods were curious to see what was going on. Then, of course, the powerful Sun Wukong noticed that someone was spying on him. Sun Wukong had already fought the underworld once, so he didn't want to fight the Heavenly Palace again, so he took the initiative to invite the gods down for a meal. Naturally, he also brought Popo and Cat Fairy. Then it was King Kai and King Yama. Sun Wukong invited the gods he met for the first time, so naturally he couldn't forget his younger brothers. The young version of Sun Gohan and Tai Shang and Ning were also picked up by Sun Wukong. Finally, at the suggestion of Sun Gohan and Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong teleported to a small island in the sea and picked up a bald old man who was carefully observing the yoga pants photo album. Chapter 43. The old man was very angry. Who do you say is the bald old man? Turtle Master raised his cane with an angry face, and at the same time took the tissue handed by Bull Demon King to wipe his nosebleed. Whoever stabbed his eyes into the yoga pants photo album, I said, who is the bald old man? Whoever has a nosebleed, I said, who is the bald old man? Sun Wukong pointed at Turtle Master's nose that was bleeding again. Impolite boy. I am the god of martial arts. This blood is the injury I accidentally got when I was practicing martial arts. Turtle Master took another tissue, rolled it up and stuffed it into his 2 nostrils. Ah, yes, yes. You are all right. Sun Wukong nodded frantically. Sun Wukong changed the subject again, brother god of martial arts. Look at this person here, who is not a god. Look at this one. Sun Wukong flashed to the side of the god of heaven. This one is the god of our earth. You can call him god of heaven. At the same time, he is also half of the peerless genius that the name Qians, a miracle race in the universe, have not seen in 1,000 years. He once fought to the death on the moon with the enemies who wanted to invade the earth. Those who invade the earth's territory, no matter how far away they are, they must be punished, is his motto. Look at this one again. Sun Wukong came to the side of Popo again. This one is even more amazing. The god of heaven has changed several times. And the god of heaven's attendant has always been this one. Compared with him, your age is not even a fraction of his. You know this one too. The cat immortal of Karen Tat. I won't introduce him anymore. This one, the chief steward of the underworld, the king of hell. He is powerful and domineering. Once, the previous god of heaven asked him a question, what is your underworld? Guess how he answered? He said, you asked me what the underworld is. I'll tell you now. What your heavenly god temple doesn't dare to do, I dare to do in the underworld. Who your heavenly god temple doesn't dare to manage, I dare to manage in the underworld. Manage first and then do it, King Kai has given permission. This is the underworld. Listen. How domineering. And this one? Ying Bufan. Back to the basics. He is our King Kai of the Northern Galaxy. He can know what's going on in the world with just a thought. He can change the day and night in a blink of an eye. After Sun Wukong finished introducing, there are now a bunch of gods with their chests and heads held high. First, the heavenly god. Originally, he didn't feel anything when Sun Wukong said he was a god of the earth, but he was not sleepy when he mentioned name Qians. Without waiting for him to ask, the following sentence, those who violate the earth's territory, no matter how far away they are, they must be punished, made him even more excited. Although this sentence was not said by him, it feels so good to hear it. The heavenly god silently decided that this sentence would be his motto in the future. Then it was Popo. The sentence, there have been several gods, but the god's attendant has always been this one, hit him right in the heart, and his eyes widened. Then it was the king of hell. Although the experience that Sun Wukong said did not exist at all, it sounded really cool. Manage first and then do, King Kai has granted permission. It's so cool. Finally, King Kai, he struggled for many years and finally got to the position of King Kai. Isn't it for these compliments? But the others don't know how to compliment people at all, and they just compliment with the same few words. Now Sun Wukong's little words really made him very excited. Only the cat immortal seemed not so happy, and looked at the Kame immortal with a reproachful look. It was because I knew you, so my introduction of the awesome guy was delayed. Kame immortal replied with a look of grievance, you can also blame me for this, and his heart was also full of shock. He really didn't expect that all the people present, who looked more unique than each other, were gods. Turtle Hermit was not so angry anymore, mainly because there seemed to be few people present that he could beat, and the god of martial arts was still more reasonable. All right, Brother Turtle Hermit, it's normal for men to be a little bit lustful. If a man is lustful but not active, there is definitely a problem with his development. Now hurry up and eat. Let you see what a cooking god is. Sun Wukong said, and quickly served everyone a bowl of dreamy fried rice. Everyone present was also attracted by the full bowl of fried rice in their hands, which was very light, colorful and shiny. He scooped a spoonful with a spoon and put it into his mouth. This rice should only be in heaven. It's rare to hear it on earth. The gods shook their heads again and again. Such delicious food is not even in heaven. Because he had considered his appetite before, Sun Wukong made a lot. Even though the people and gods present were eating like crazy, the amount of fantasy fried rice in the special rice pot did not decrease at all. All right. Don't just eat the rice. Eat it with this dish and soup. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and only ate the fantasy fried rice and reminded them. My cooking skills are not just as simple as eating one dish at a time and finding it delicious. The 5 dishes on the table, the 2 soups and the fantasy fried rice all have the right taste. Even if they are all mixed together, it won't taste weird at all. On the contrary, they complement each other, and a mouthful of mixed rice goes straight into the soul. Seeing everyone eating happily, Sun Wukong was very happy, so he took out a big golden bowl. He was going to eat too. Fried rice is still a small bowl. Sun Wukong served himself a full bowl of fantasy fried rice. 5 mouthfuls, a bowl of fantasy fried rice. It's worthy of me. This taste. One word. Absolute. Sun Wukong picked up the spoon and scooped himself 2½ spoonfuls of emerald water splash. Kikai also scooped a spoonful of emerald water splash like Sun Wukong, but after scooping it, she looked at Sun Wukong a little strangely. Brother Sun Wukong, didn't you finish your fried rice just now? Why is there still some in your bowl? Guess. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, and quickly mixed the emerald splash and fantasy fried rice together. Did Brother Sun Wukong hide rice in the soup? Kikai made her own guess. That's about right. Guess again. Sun Wukong had finished the emerald splash rice, scooped himself 2½ spoonfuls of Donghai Donggong, and picked up a few chopsticks of Sangguolo and Kikan Menguo. Of course, there was also the fantasy fried rice that reappeared at some point. Kikai can't guess it. Kikai whispered. Ha ha ha. I won't tease you anymore. Sun Wukong laughed twice, and explained to her while picking up the dishes again. In fact, the bowls in your hands are specially made, and they are connected to the pot for fried rice. You just need to say the spell fried rice is still a small bowl to turn on the automatic rice refill function. Just shake it twice and it will be fine. Sun Wukong said, and ate the fried rice that had reappeared in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, then stretched the empty bowl in front of Kikai and shook it twice. Sure enough, the originally empty golden bowl turned into a bowl of fantasy fried rice that was protruding. How magical! Kikai's eyes sparkled, and she quickly finished the remaining rice in her hand, then shook it, and whispered, the fried rice is still a small bowl. Looking at the fried rice that reappeared in her bowl, Kikai spoke again, wow! Brother Sun Wukong! It's really magical! Other people or gods also began to try it out of curiosity. The fried rice is still a small bowl. 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 Chapter 44. After 2½ hours, everyone and the gods were full and satisfied. Everyone gained a lot of benefits, and their combat effectiveness was significantly improved, and more potential was hidden in their bodies waiting to be stimulated in the future. Because Sun Wukong used rare animals and natural treasures for this meal, all the essence of them was perfectly stimulated by Sun Wukong's cooking skills. While eating, Sun Wukong looked at the people present and suddenly had an idea. Remember that Sun Wukong once said that he wanted to be an author in his previous life? Just when he was eating, he suddenly had an inspiration. It was a book he had read in his previous life, and with some adaptations by these people present, it could definitely be written into a good book. Several people were resting in a living room at this time. Sun Wukong sat next to Master Kame and hugged his shoulders. Brother Master Kame, do you want to be famous? Famous? Master Kame pointed at himself. I. The god of martial arts. I'm already very famous. You are not famous. Now only the older generation on earth may have a deep impression of you. Young people may only know that you exist. What do you think? Do you want to be famous again? Sun Wukong bewitched. What do you want to say? Master Kame looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. It's me, my brother, who wants to write a book with your name as the title. Isn't this asking you the meaning? Sun Wukong gestured in the air. Oh? Brother Sun, you can also write a book. King Kai interrupted at this time. An all-rounder. I am well-rounded in 10 aspects: moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, labor, benevolence, justice, reason, will and faith. Not only can I write books, but I will definitely write well. Sun Wukong put his hands on his waist. Brother Kai, in my conception, you will also appear in my book. Oh? Really? Then I am looking forward to seeing the book written by Brother Sun. Can you write me more handsomely when I appear? King Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. No problem. Sun Wukong made an okay gesture, and then looked at the others present, not only Brother Kai. You all have some roles in my book. Really? Brother Sun, please write me more handsomely. Write me more powerfully. Just when everyone was discussing, Master Kame shouted, I haven't agreed yet. Boy! Sun Wukong secretly took out a book and stuffed it into his arms. Master Kame curled his lips. He was not a person who had never seen the world. He wanted to buy me off with just one book. He secretly glanced at his bosom, and saw Lily // countryside / 69x duo / true. Okay. You're doing this, right? Master Turtle tidied his clothes with a serious expression. I agree. Brother Sun. What? You don't call me kid anymore. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows at him. Master Turtle raised his hand to adjust the sunglasses on his face. No, Brother Sun. I was ignorant just now. I just hope that there will be such resources to share with me in the future. Okay. Sun Wukong secretly handed over another book. Master Turtle remained calm, and he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was the weather vane of his future. At this moment, Master Turtle sincerely took the book from Sun Wukong's hand with both hands, as if he had grasped the future. No time to lose. Start the draft now. Sun Wukong nodded at Master Turtle. Then took out a pen and paper and started writing. King Kai, King Yama, Master Kame, and others all leaned over. Master Kame. The cold wind blows on the Kalin Tower. The cat master calls and the young man returns. On moon-watching mountain, the wolf weeps. The gods wander in Wuxiang Bay. In front of the King Yama palace, all the ghosts retreat. King Kai loses and insists on crying. Fate is destined to fail. The god of war regrets but I don't. Chapter 1, Wu Xin still does not regret even if he dies. Wu Tian. Hand over the mysterious gold paper obediently, and I will give you a quick death. The scene was very quiet, with only the sound of Sun Wukong writing. An hour later, Sun Wukong finally finished writing the first chapter of Master Kame after deleting and revising. Hey! Let's leave it like this for now. I hope people like this beginning. Sun Wukong stood up and stretched. Brother Sun, why don't you write any more? King Kai asked. Others obviously had the same doubts, and they all looked at Sun Wukong with doubtful eyes. Sun Wukong shook the pages of paper in his hand. The paper I use can write 25 words per line, and there are 40 lines in total, so one sheet of paper is 1000 words. This is the first chapter of my book. I have already written 12 pages. Even if I subtract punctuation and blank lines, it will be at least 10,000 words. I will write this much first, and I will write the rest later. My body is a little stiff after writing for so long. I'm going to do some push-ups. Sun Wukong put a few pages of paper on the table, twisted his arms and began to do push-ups quickly on the ground. Oh, by the way. What do you think of my writing? Sun Wukong suddenly asked. Awesome. You are awesome, brother Sun. This is a writing style I have never seen before. And the plot is eye-catching. How did Wu Tian go back to the past? King Kai asked excitedly. Keep it secret. You will know when I write it out later. What is that gold paper? Why does it react to Wu Tian's blood? King Yan asked. Keep it secret. You will know when I write it out later. I didn't expect that I would appear in the first chapter. But how come I am half cat and half human in the story? The cat immortal asked. In the future, they will all turn into cats, just like you are now. The rest is confidential. You will know when I write it out later. Everyone asked many questions, mainly about the spoilers of the later period, but Sun Wukong did not answer. He only answered some small events in the early and middle stages, and he only said half of the words, which made them have more questions. At this time, the Turtle Master asked a key question, Brother Sun. How are you going to release this thing? He couldn't wait to spread the book all over the world. The Wu Tian in the book is determined, heroic, indifferent to life and death, and has a firm heart. This. Isn't this him? That's right. Lust is just my disguise. This is the real Master Rashi. Master Rashi must admit that he enjoyed reading this book. He perfectly put himself into the role of the protagonist Wu Tian, who was determined to die. Sun Wukong heard Master Rashi's question, stood up from the ground, and deliberately reached into his trouser pocket in front of him. Ding 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 ding. Information release machine. As Sun Wukong played pirated music of Doraemon, he took out a machine from his trouser pocket. Information release machine, blue. It can transmit the information you want to release to all electronic devices on the planet. The bottom of this machine is a disc, with a pillar in the center of the disc. There is a speaker in each of the 5 directions of top, left, right, front and back on the top of the pillar. A black wire extends from the side of the disc, and the other side of the wire is connected to a machine that looks like a temperature gun. Sun Wukong swept the temperature gun over the several pieces of paper he wrote one by one. Information release machine. Start. The start command is correct. The information release machine began to vibrate, buzzing. Chapter 45. The story is about a long time ago, but the truth is that the story is not easy to understand. Wonderful chapter opening. A brief introduction to the early stage of Turtle Hermit. Kung Fu Master Wu Tian is being hunted down because he carries the treasure mysterious gold paper. First there are a few fighting scenes, and then because there are too many people on the opposite side, Wu Tian's physical strength is overdrawn. He jumped off the cliff while escaping. Half of his body was broken, he was seriously injured, and his life was coming to an end. He found a new mysterious gold paper not far away. Wu Tian carries 2 mysterious gold paper on his body, and this is the third one. Because the first 2 mysterious gold paper both remember the mysterious and profound martial arts knowledge, Wu Tian, who is devoted to martial arts, wants to see the content on the third mysterious gold paper before he dies. Even if I die, my martial arts will not die. With this feeling, Wu Tian touched the third mysterious gold paper, and the blood on his hand also stained the third mysterious gold paper. The third mysterious gold paper that touched Wu Tian's blood and the first two mysterious gold paper that had been soaked in blood for a long time in his arms emitted dazzling golden light at the same time. This. What's going on? A huge dizziness hit Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian forced himself to support it for 2.5 seconds, and then he completely fainted. When he woke up again, he heard a familiar meow cry. After understanding the situation, Wu Tian found that he had returned to his youth for some reason. Insert Wu Tian's memories here. That day, the 8-year-old Wu Tian went out to play, picked up the first mysterious gold paper on the roadside, and happened to be hit by a big fish that fell from the sky. This is the cat fairy on Karan Tower, who is still half human and half cat at this time, fishing through the space gate. The big fish caught broke free from the hook and fell into another space gate. This space gate was 20 meters above the young Wu Tian's head. When the cat immortal retrieved the fish, he found Wu Tian, who was pressed under the fish and covered in blood. Feeling guilty, he took Wu Tian back to Kalan for treatment. In his previous life, Wu Tian returned home after his body was completely healed. Later, he joined Taito martial arts school and showed his amazing talent. After experiencing the twists and turns of being envied, hunted, framed, driven out of the martial arts school, killing the enemy, fleeing after being defeated, and becoming stronger to kill, he learned about the martial arts resort Kalan Tower. Finally, at the age of 28, he climbed up Kalan Tower again and met his old friend, the cat immortal who had completely turned into a cat, and began to practice martial arts with the cat immortal. At the end of the memory, Wu Tian evaluated himself. He was brought to the end, took the initiative to ask to be sent back to the starting point, and then finally returned to the end after experiencing some unnecessary experiences. Wu Tian, who silently decided to tell his family and start practicing martial arts with Cat Immortal, finally found 3 mysterious gold papers in his arms. He was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that at this time, there should have been only 1 mysterious gold paper on him, but now there were 2 more. His return to his youth must have a great relationship with this mysterious gold paper. What made him happy was that each mysterious gold paper recorded the secrets of martial arts and had very magical functions. This time, with the help of 3 mysterious gold papers, he would definitely grow up faster. Next is the introduction of the 3 mysterious gold papers. Mysterious gold paper, stick it on your forehead to learn the martial arts knowledge contained in it. After absorbing Wu Tian's blood and taking him back to his youth, he changed. Each mysterious gold paper brings a magical power to Wu Tian. The first mysterious gold paper was the one that the young Wu Tian picked up while playing. It contained some insights, feelings, and explorations on breathing. After the changes occurred, it gave Wu Tian, breathing method level 10%. The second mysterious gold paper was the one that caused Wu Tian to be chased and eventually jumped off the cliff. It contained some methods and techniques for physical exercise. After the changes occurred, it gave Wu Tian, body strengthening method level 10%. The third mysterious gold paper was the one that Wu Tian saw after jumping off the cliff. Wu Tian had never seen this before, and he was also shocked after seeing it. It recorded a total of 108 acupuncture points and 365 meridians in the human body. After the changes occurred, it gave Wu Tian, opening method level 10%. Then Wu Tian began his career of practicing martial arts and brushing up his skill proficiency. Breathing method reaches level 2, and the entry ventilation is obtained, which can change the way the internal qi is used with different breathing methods. Breathing method reaches level 3. Level up, get the entry fetal breathing, you can breathe without mouth and nose, breathe underwater, gradually improve your physique during breathing, live longer, and fight longer. After upgrading breathing method, the biggest improvement is the attack speed. Continuous attack without breathing, check it out. 16 punches in 1 second, check it out. Body training method reaches level 2. Get the entry body fitness, good health, disease prevention, and evil spirits. Body training method reaches level 3, get the entry body strengthening, physical fitness is enhanced in all aspects, bigger, harder and more durable. Catch a bullet in the forehead, check it out. Opening method reaches level 2, get the entry opening acupoints, you can officially start to use chi to open the acupoints. Opening method reaches level 3, successfully opens 12 acupoints, get the entry warming acupoints, the acupoints all over the body are hot, and the acupoints are slowly growing when eating and absorbing nutrients. Before warming the acupoints, each acupointment opened can increase the power of chi by 10%. 12 acupoints means a 120% increase in power. After warming the acupoints, the strength of each acupointment is gradually increasing, and the power increase is also increasing. After 10 years of martial arts training, the 18-year-old Wu Tianxia went to Karen Tat. Text. Information release machine. Start. The start command is correct. The information release machine began to vibrate, buzzing. All electronic devices with screens in the world popped up a display box. Do you want to know the story behind the god of martial arts? Do you want to watch an unusual legendary life? Do you want to join this adventure that transcends time just to climb the ultimate martial arts? Yes/yes. If you don't choose for 3 seconds, the page will jump automatically. No cross. 3% chose yes. 5% chose yes. 85% do not choose to automatically jump to the page within 3 seconds. The rest are directly smashed and disappear in electronic devices. Well, anyway, more than half of the world's people have seen the first chapter of Master Rashi. And Sun Wukong did not immediately write the second chapter. He is just an author who is interested in writing. There is no need to push himself so hard. At this time, he is teaching Chi-Chi, who wants to learn how to cook her own cooking skills. God, Popo, Cat Master, Hades, King Kai, Sun Gohan, Tais Hang Anning, and Master Rashi went back to their homes after getting to know each other and chatting for a while. Chapter 46. The question was answered by the chef. Kikai, please listen to the question. You made a dish that looks delicious. Who should you give it to first? Sun Wukong asked while cooking. Kikai was observing Sun Wukong's movements carefully. After hearing the question, she started to think seriously. It should be, give it to Master Wukong first. Kikai said uncertainly. No. Sun Wukong smiled and shook his head. It's not enough to just look delicious. You need to taste it yourself to know whether it tastes good or not. So you have to give it to yourself first. Sun Wukong explained slowly. So that's it. I understand, Master Wukong. Kikai nodded seriously. Okay. Kikai, please listen to the next question. You made a dish that looks delicious. You took a bite and found it was indeed delicious. Who should eat it next? Sun Wukong asked again. For Master Wukong. Kikai answered immediately. Correct answer. Come to my room at night. I'll give you a special reward. Sun Wukong touched Kikai's head with one hand and put the prepared dish on the plate with the other hand. In the middle of the night, Kikai sneaked out of the room and walked carefully towards Sun Wukong's guest room. The Bull Demon King followed her carefully. During the day, Sun Wukong didn't close his eyes when he talked, so he naturally heard the sentence "come to my room at night." He didn't sleep because he was worried. Finally, when Kikai slipped out of the room, he followed her. But the Bull Demon King didn't think that two little brats who were not even as tall as his calves could do anything great. But Sun Wukong told Bull Demon King that he would leave tonight, and Bull Demon King was afraid that he would kidnap his daughter. Kikai had no idea that she was being followed, and she was still walking cautiously. Finally, Kikai walked to the door of Sun Wukong's room. Push the door gently. Click. The door was not locked, and it opened directly inward. Kikai entered the door gently again, and Bull Demon King stood outside the door ready to rush in at any time. It was quiet for a while, and then Kikai's slight sobbing suddenly came from inside the door. Bull Demon King broke into the room directly. Then I saw Kikai standing in a room with no one else, holding a piece of paper and crying. Dad! Dad! Master Wukong is gone! Wow 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 woo woo woo. Kikai saw Bull Demon King, and finally couldn't control her emotions, and the little pearls fell to the ground one by one. The Bull Demon King hurried forward. Kikai, don't cry. It's okay. Son Wukong will come back. And the earth is so small, it's easy to find him. Wow 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 woo woo. Kikai, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but my journey is not over yet. The separation now is for a better reunion in the future. Don't be sad, if you cry again you will turn into a little cat, which is not good looking. Have a good sleep. I left a gift for you. The green mountains remain unchanged. The green water flows forever. See you later. Kiki's chef master left. A lot of money for visiting the store, real chef master. Today we are going to eat at a noodle shop that claims to be a century-old brand, Mr. Musi. Look at the two banners at the door. The god of martial arts said the ramen is delicious. The chef god praised the deliciousness. Sun Wukong held a selfie stick and entered a magnificently decorated noodle shop. About 2.5 hours later, dozens of big holes appeared on the roof of the noodle shop, and dozens of people began to spiral up. Sun Wukong came out of the noodle shop cursing, the price is expensive. The quantity is not enough. It's not as delicious as Kiki's. It really ruins the reputation of me and my brother, Master Rashi. Sun Wukong was about to leave, but the voice next to him attracted his attention. Do you have a business license? Are you operating illegally? Hey! Sun Wukong was directly controlled and turned his head away instantly. I saw a few brothers who looked terrible were shouting in front of a stall. That stall sold all kinds of seasonings. And in the stall stood a girl with blue hair and a red headscarf. At this time, the girl seemed a little at a loss. Sun Wukong found a passerby who knew everything. In the chat with him, Sun Wukong successfully learned the whole story. The girl's seasoning stall was set up half a month ago. Because the taste is pure and delicious, it is very popular among the neighbors on the street. But there is a street vendor king in every city. All street vendors in the city must give him half of their income. This girl is new here and doesn't know all these tricks. And these brothers who don't look good are sent by the street vendor king to find trouble for this girl and to enforce the rules. Sure enough, there are masters among the people. This time, Brother Passerby A is not just an ordinary spectator. He actually knows the ins and outs of the matter so well. There are so many heroes in this world. After understanding the whole story, Sun Wukong took out a handful of melon seeds and started to eat them. He also handed a handful to Brother Passerby A next to him. Thank you. Brother Passerby A thanked him, not knowing that if he didn't say a few more words at this time, he might never have another chance in the future. Of course, he is not going to die. But he has no chance to appear. I have a business license. Here. The blue-haired girl took out a certificate. Give it to me. The leader of the troublemakers reached out and grabbed the business license. It broke into pieces and flashed towards the sky. Now you don't have a business license. You are operating illegally. Sorry. The blue-haired girl took 2 steps back, avoiding the reach of the troublemaker leader, and took out another business license. What you just scattered was a backup of the business license. And this is my business license. The troublemakers were dumbfounded. A troublemaker tugged at the troublemaker leader's clothes. Brother, things are a bit difficult. Who would have thought that the troublemaker leader was actually a die-hard fan of Master Rashi? At this moment, he suddenly remembered a line from Master Rashi he saw a few days ago. He just twisted his mouth. It's difficult. Then don't do it. He pointed again. Smash her broken stall for me. Throw all the seasonings for me. Okay. A bunch of troublemakers are also loyal fans of Master Roshi. When they heard the eldest brother say this arrogant word so appropriately, they were all excited. They grabbed bags of seasonings and threw them into the air. The whole world was covered with seasoning dust of various colors. Several troublemakers slowly surrounded the blue-haired girl in these special effects they made themselves. He 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 he. Little girl. Surrender. You have no way out. The troublemaker leader once again proved that he is a die-hard fan of Master Roshi. After all, this laugh is the classic laugh of the villain in Master Roshi. I made an appointment with Somalia to go to Cairo. The blue-haired girl screamed in panic. Chapter 47. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. I've made an appointment with Somalia to go to Cairo. The blue-haired girl screamed in panic. Ha 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 ha. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out, said the troublemaker number 1. Ah. Ha ha ha. It's no use even if you open your mouth so wide, said the troublemaker number 2. Ah. Ha ha ha. 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 The troublemaker number 3 seemed to be addicted to laughing. He had no time to speak and was dubbing the background all the time. Ah cut. A big sneeze came out of the mouth of the short-haired girl. It turned out that the seasonings were too choking. But at this moment, something happened. The blue-haired girl's blue hair instantly turned blonde. Sun Wukong's eyes fixed, a wild Super Saiyan. No, it was a wild Lan Chi. The blonde Lan Chi looked at the 4 people surrounding her, took out a rifle from somewhere, and fired 4 shots without any hesitation. Ah! The troublemaker covered his chest, screamed, and fell to the ground. Ah! The troublemaker brother number 1 covered his left knee, screamed, and fell to the ground. Ah! The troublemaker brother number 2 covered his right knee, screamed, and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! The troublemaker brother number 3 covered his second brother, laughed miserably, and fell to the ground. The 4 people began to roll on the ground and scream. What are you yelling about? Get out of here! I used rubber bullets before. I'll use real bullets next time. Blonde Lan Chi changed the magazine of the gun in her hand in less than half a second. Then she fired half a magazine of bullets at the ground, and the broken ground proved that what she said just now was not false at all. Don't be so arrogant. Do you know who our big brother is? Does the street vendor King Sarilang know? The troublemaker struggled to stand up, looking at Lan Chi with a distorted and angry face. Get out! Get out! Get out! Lan Chi fired a shot at the feet of the troublemaker leader every time he said a word. You wait for me. The troublemaker leader ran away. Brother! Wait for us. The 3 troublemakers could also catch up. Humph! A bunch of bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. Lan Chi snorted coldly, put the gun behind her back, turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Are you leaving like this? At this time, a voice came from behind. It seems there is another brave one. Lan Chi took the gun back and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be a little devil. What? You are also a lackey of that shitty street stall king. Lan Chi saw the person who was talking and pointed the gun at him directly. And the one who was talking was Sun Wukong. At this time, he smiled and shook his head, then clasped his hands together. No, no, no. Lady, I, Sun Wukong, can't stand these bullying things the most. We are in the same camp. But you just left like this, cutting the grass without removing the roots, aren't you afraid that they will attack your other form? Sun Wukong took 2 steps to Lan Chi and put his forehead directly on Lan Qi gun. If the lady doesn't believe what I said, you can shoot when you enter the hall. If I hide, my beloved relatives, brothers and sisters Frisia will directly become Nan Liang. You are really interesting. Don't swear on yourself, swear on your brothers. And what is Nan Liang? Lan Qi thought the little devil in front of her was quite interesting. The end of the southern Liang dynasty was the northern dynasty. There is a poem called Dawn on the Southern Liang Dynasty, which says, "My sorrow has not yet reached my hometown tonight, I am thinking of the Southern Liang Dynasty in my bed. I pity the Southern Liang Dynasty, and the Yao brothers in my hometown are singing about GBA." Sun Wukong spoke slowly, and finally advertised himself. If you want to know the details, please watch chapter 162 of Turtle Hermit, How Many Things Happened in the Southern Liang Dynasty and the Northern Dynasty. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Turtle Hermit has only 38 chapters out. Where did you read the pirated book? I tell you that I am a true fan of Turtle Hermit. If you dare to talk about pirated books again, believe it or not, I will shoot you. Lan Qi knocked Sun Wukong's head with a gun. Note: shoot to death. This is my internal resource. It's not a pirated book. Sun Wukong said in his heart that he just had more manuscripts, just in case. Okay. Let's stop talking about Master Rashi. I'll share the resources with you after the matter is resolved. You can decide for yourself whether it is a pirated book or not. Now we should solve the mess of the street vendor first. Sun Wukong chose to skip this topic and didn't reply. The author's identity of Master Rashi has been exposed. As an author, the most fearful thing is to be urged offline. I'm going to shoot that street vendor king now. Lan Qi turned around and left. Hey, hey, hey! Come back! Where are you going? Sun Wukong quickly grabbed her. You don't know anything, where are you going? Come with me. Sun Wukong pulled Lan Qi into an alley. Then he found a person with a clear goal after many twists and turns. Brother Passerby. Let us congratulate Brother Passerby for returning because of his high popularity. Facts have proved that Sun Wukong's choice is still correct. This Brother Passerby is really amazing. Intelligence work is simply amazing. Street Vendor King, Sari Lang, stall number 28 in the east of the city. On the surface, his main business is selling fruits. Secretly, he is a killer, ranked 28th in the killer rankings, with a success rate of 72% in online tasks. The offline mission success rate is 93%, and the offline contact code is, Lao Sa, I want to eat fruit. The goal is to kill Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer, because he has performed a total of 672 missions in his career, and Tao Bibai robbed him of his head 28 times. The thing he hates most is being robbed of his head and buying his fruit without paying. And Tao Bibai did both. Sun Wukong and Lan Qi flipped through the more than 40 pages of A4 paper in their hands, and there was basic information about each mission target of Sari Lang behind it. Oh! My Pangu! This brother whose name I don't know yet, you are a bit too awesome. You are probably not a top hacker or the head of intelligence on Earth. Sun Wukong looked at the passerby brother with some surprise. No, this is actually my superpower. I don't know how it came about. It was a very ordinary day, and I suddenly gained this ability. No matter what question I heard, even if I didn't know it originally, the answer would appear in my mind by itself. But this ability comes at a price. I have lost my name forever. All the people in this world, as long as they have memories of my name, will disappear. Brother Passerby explained. There are so many heroes in this world. Sun Wukong sighed from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't expect that he would have such a magical ability just by meeting someone casually. Speaking of Brother Passerby, why did you tell me that you have this magical ability? Is it because of my heroic and domineering temperament that attracted you? Sun Wukong asked again. I don't know either. No matter what question you ask me, I always answer it subconsciously. Passerby spread his hands helplessly. Ah! Sun Wukong was puzzled at first, and then he found that his question and answer law was not relevant. This is because just now at Mr. Muse's noodle shop, Sun Wukong was really curious about how to make noodles so unpalatable, so he activated the question-answer law to torture the noodle shop owner. Then the Lan Chi incident happened, so for a moment he forgot that he still had the question-answer law activated. Suddenly, Sun Wukong thought of something, and he asked passerby A, "Can you ask and answer questions yourself with this ability?" Passerby A shook his head, "No." Sun Wukong directly gave him the right to use the question-answer law. Now try to see if you can ask and answer questions yourself. Chapter 48. The question is, what should I do? Sun Wukong directly gave him the right to use the question-answering law. Try to ask and answer yourself now. Okay. Passerby A nodded and said silently, "Can I ask and answer myself now?" Then his eyes lit up. Seeing him like this, Sun Wukong knew that his idea was established. The question-answering law plus passerby A's ability to know the correct answer is a perfect match. Brother, you will follow me from now on. Without a name, your code name in the future will be passerby A. If one day in the future you want to find your name back, I will help you find it. Sun Wukong decided to subdue this talent. Only when such a talent is caught in your own hands can people feel at ease. If some bad guy with ulterior motives possesses this unparalleled intelligence-gathering ability, then the world will be in danger. Someone may ask here, if this ability is in Sun Wukong's hands, will the world be fine? This question should not arise. Even if there is no such talent and ability, let alone destroying the world, the earth is still blown up by Sun Wukong now. Okay. Think about whether you want to follow me in the future. I'll go to deal with the business first and come back soon. Sun Wukong said, waved to Lan Chi, and then left. Why do I feel like a follower? Lan Chi was a little unhappy, but still followed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong returned to the main street and put his hand in his trouser pocket. Ding 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 ding. Customized transportation. It was still the familiar Doraemon ditty of taking things out, and a large iron box was placed on the ground by Sun Wukong. Lan Chi, who followed behind, was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the big iron box. After all, isn't it just taking something out of thin air? Who wouldn't be the same? Lan Chi, endorse the idea of taking something out of thin air. Lan Chi walked up and knocked on the big iron box, making a dong, dong, sound, and then she said with some ridicule, "You said this thing is a means of transportation." I laughed to death. You don't want to sit on this iron box to find that street vendor king. Why, look down on this iron box. If you have the ability, don't write it later. Sun Wukong was still flipping through the customized transportation instructions while speaking. Tisk. Lan Chi, will crawl and stand upside down today, and I won't sit on a big iron box. Lan Chi said with disdainful tone with her hands on her chest. But everyone should know that once this kind of sentence appears, it proves one thing, that the Emperor Jing's, who has been arbitrary on the internet with the Zhenxiang divine seal for eternity, will cast his eyes again. As expected. As Sun Wukong said, customize your transportation. Start. Phantom Comet motorcycle form. Beep. 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 Cool. 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 First, there were 3 long beeps, and the big iron box emitted a faint golden light, followed by a transformation. 2.5 seconds later, a streamlined, gold-blue, wheelless suspension motorcycle appeared on the road. Driving assistant is happy to serve you. Here is a reminder, there are thousands of roads, but safety is the first. Driving irregularly will bring tears to your loved ones. The crystal on the motorcycle head flickered, and an ethereal female voice came out. This. Lan Chi was stunned. This car simply grew on her aesthetics. Her hands kept groping on the car. And her body had already ridden on it. Sun Wukong walked over slowly at this time and said, Driving assistant, play the recording. OK. Recording, start. Tisk. Lan Chi, will crawl and stand upside down today, and I won't sit on a big iron box. Lan Ki's face turned red all of a sudden. Why can't she control her body? As soon as she saw this car, she completely forgot what she said just now. I thought I could fool around, but I didn't expect there was a recording. Social death in an instant. Driving assistant. Repeat. OK. Tisk. Lan Chi, will crawl and stand upside down today, and I won't sit on a big iron box. Tisk. Lan Chi, will crawl and stand upside down today, and I won't sit on a big iron box. Tisk. Lan Chi, will crawl and stand upside down today, and I won't sit on a big iron box. Tisk. Enough. I just like this car. What's the matter? What can you do to me? Lan Chi slapped her seat and stood up. Really fragrant area. Open. I like it. I don't like it even if I like it. Get up. Sun Wukong directly pulled Lan Chi off the motorcycle and jumped on the car himself. Lan Chi staggered after being pulled, and after stabilizing her body, she wanted to turn back to grab the car. Sun Wukong grabbed her wrist directly. What do you want to do? Crawl over by yourself. Don't touch my big iron box. You. Lan Chi shook off Sun Wukong's hand and pointed at Sun Wukong so hard that she couldn't speak. Her hair was a little erect. Is she going to become a Super Saiyan too? What do you mean you? If you really want to ride, call me brother Sun first, and then sincerely apologize to my big iron box. Sun Wukong crossed his hands on his chest, with 3 points of confidence, 3 points of arrogance and 4 points of carelessness on his face. Lan Chi looked over and over again, and all he wrote was 2 words, Da Se. Note, Da Se, describes the proud look displayed by a person, and is sometimes used to describe a person's personality showing off. Sunday. 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 Give me the car. Lan Chi tried several times, but still couldn't get a child to call her brother. Finally, she simply pointed the gun at Sun Wukong and roared. Shua! Sun Wukong's hand moved quickly, and the gun that was originally in Lan Ki's hand was in Sun Wukong's hand. Sun Wukong pointed the gun at Lan Ki's head. Call me brother Sun. Then, without waiting for Lan Chi to speak, he hit her head with the gun head. A crisp sound was made, proving that this was a good head. This was not a light blow. Lan Chi covered her head with both hands and screamed. You stinky little devil! Lan Ki's face was ferocious, and she was about to get angry. Sun Wukong directly used the Flying Thunder God to swap the positions of the two and put Lan Chi on the car. Driving assistant. Launch start. OK. The anger on Lan Ki's face had not subsided yet, and she was carried away by the motorcycle in a daze. But soon she was immersed in the feeling of speeding. Exciting. Cool. Ha ha ha. Feeling the oncoming wind blowing her hair all over the sky, Lan Chi laughed heartily. There's something more exciting. Sun Wukong's voice came from the side. Driving assistant. Give this lady some meow thief. Note, meow thief, music. OK. Dice Yahoo! Chapter 49. The more you fly, the more you can fly. Dice Yahoo! Listening to this exciting music, Lan Chi became more excited. She turned the throttle manually and the speed of the motorcycle increased instantly. What kind of music is this? Lan Chi asked Sun Wukong excitedly, but the scene she saw from the corner of her eye shocked her. You. Why can you fly? Is your brother Sun powerful? Sun Wukong asked back. It's really powerful. I want to learn from you. Lan Chi nodded in approval. I think no human being can refuse the ability to fly freely. Let's talk about it later. We're here. Sun Wukong pointed to the front. At the corner, a watermelon stall came into view. I don't think I need to say more about what will happen next. The Phantom Comet motorcycle stopped not far from the watermelon stand, and Lan Chi turned over and got off the motorcycle. Sun Wukong also landed from the air. The two did not talk anymore, but Sun Wukong walked slowly towards the watermelon stand with Lan Chi behind. After a series of events, although Lan Chi still refused to accept it, she actually recognized Sun Wukong's status in her heart. With a mysterious origin, young but powerful, it is hard for people not to recognize such a Sun Wukong. Because he only needs to make a slight move, which is the limit of this segment. Sun Wukong walked to the watermelon stand, picked up a watermelon and threw it twice. Boss. How much is this watermelon per pound? 79 yuan per pound. The owner of the watermelon stand raised his head and glanced at Sun Wukong while speaking. Wow! Sun Wukong whispered, then grinned, and asked, is your melon rind made of gold, or are the melon seeds made of gold? Are you too expensive? The owner of the watermelon stand asked back. Isn't it obvious? Sun Wukong used a rhetorical question to counter his rhetorical question. Tisk, where is it expensive? The watermelon stall owner smiled and shook his head. Look, where can I get watermelons now? These are all greenhouse watermelons. You think it's expensive, but I don't. It's been this price for so many years. The watermelon stall owner changed his posture, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and spoke slowly in a voice that sounded like preaching. Sometimes find your own reasons. Do you work hard? Has your salary increased? Think about why you can't even afford a watermelon that costs 79 yuan a pound now. Humph! Sun Wukong almost couldn't hold it back. Those who like to buy watermelons and those who like to buy eyebrow pencils laughed, and Sun Wukong liked both of them. Pick one for me. Sun Wukong dispelled his laughter and said to the boss. Okay. The watermelon stall owner stretched out his foot and hooked and kicked a watermelon, and the watermelon flew up and fell into his hand. The watermelon stall owner opened his eyes and looked at the watermelon in his hand. At this time, Sun Wukong asked, is your melon ripe? I run a fruit stall, I can sell you raw melons. After saying that, the owner of the watermelon stall casually put the melon on the electronic scale next to him. Without waiting for the owner of the watermelon stall to take a closer look at the electronic scale, Sun Wukong's voice came again, I asked you if this melon is ripe. The owner of the watermelon stall paused, and the atmosphere on the scene became a little weird. 2.5 seconds later, the owner of the watermelon stall stood up. Looking at the child and the woman in front of him with a fierce look. Are you deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? The owner of the watermelon stall's voice was full of impatience, just say whether you want it or not. Sun Wukong still had that playful expression, stretched out his hand and pointed at the watermelon on the electronic scale, if your melon is ripe, I will definitely want it. Walked slowly to the side of the watermelon stall owner, and then pointed at the watermelon again, what if it is not ripe? Pull over a chair and sit down, staring at the owner of the watermelon stall with bright eyes. The watermelon stand owner was even more impatient, if it's not ripe, I'll eat it myself. Are you satisfied? He was very sure in his heart that the watermelon must be ripe. Although he often killed people, and often killed his employers because he felt that the pay was too low, he had never cheated anyone in selling watermelons. While thinking in his heart, the watermelon stand owner's hands were not slow, he pressed a few times on the electronic scale, and then looked at the screen of the electronic scale, 18 pounds. 1,422 yuan, you just give me 1,500. You are lucky today, this watermelon is quite heavy. At the same time, the watermelon stand owner was a little surprised, it seems that the quality of the watermelons this time is quite high. I didn't expect that just picking one would be 18 pounds. Don't worry about it first. Why do you add this rounding off? Sun Wukong went straight to the point, How can your melon weigh 18 jin? There's something wrong with your scale. Are you looking for trouble? This scale has been with me since I started selling fruit, and there has never been a problem. The owner of the watermelon stall finally couldn't hold back his anger and exploded. This electronic scale is his old friend. You said my melons are not ripe, I can tolerate it. After all, although the probability is small, it still exists. But you actually said that my old friend has a problem. Oh. My God. I think you, the ignorant hedgehog-headed kid, must have never been kicked in the ass by Uncle Sarlin's dirty, worn-out but durable leather shoes. The owner of the watermelon stall had already thought of the next small trick in his mind, and then he saw Sun Wukong reaching out to turn over the iron plate on the electronic scale used to hold things, revealing the black iron block adsorbed on the bottom of the iron plate. Sun Wukong leaned back on the chair and pointed, "Magnet." The owner of the watermelon stand was stunned instantly. Oh! My old friend, I always thought you left home with nothing and then started from scratch with me, but I didn't expect you to secretly bring a child with you. But Sun Wukong didn't plan to give him time to react, and directly picked up the watermelon knife next to him, and what you said. If this watermelon is raw, you swallow it yourself. Swish! The knife fell with a wave of his hand. A watermelon was perfectly split in half. You split, my melon, is it? Right? The owner of the watermelon stand wanted to take advantage of Sun Wukong's unauthorized splitting of the melon before paying, but he was stunned again in the middle of his words. I saw that water was flowing out from the middle of the split watermelon. As the two halves of the watermelon fell to both sides, two empty semicircular watermelon rinds came into view. Yo yo yo! It's really not a raw melon. Why is it all rotten inside? Now it's all over the floor, do you want to lick it clean? Sun Wukong's sneer came. Things went so smoothly, of course, because he did it all. He came here to find faults, if there are no faults to find, then he will create them himself. He asked reenactment to put the magnet. He also shattered the flesh of the watermelon with his hidden power while splitting the watermelon. Now, the overall situation has been decided. The plot has been perfectly played, and Sun Wukong's interest has been satisfied. It's time to open the last point of the Yan state map. The last note of this chapter, open the last point of the Yan state map. The dagger is revealed at the end of the map, an allusion to Jing Kei's assassination of Qin. There is a dagger hidden at the end of the Yan state map. In short, the time has come, and it's time to act. Chapter 50. After all, the story is over. Sari Lang successfully reported to the underworld. He took the express passage, and Sun Wukong personally talked to the King of Hell. What? You asked why Sarlang died? Please, a scum with only 45 combat power, you still expect him to last 3 or 4 chapters, right? If it were normal, such a character would die in half a chapter. He can have an extra chapter and a half thanks to the watermelon. Without the watermelon, he would have reported to the underworld long ago. Exciting reappearance with a snap of his fingers, the watermelon that was originally cut in half and left on the ground returned to its original state. Finding faults is finding faults, but wasting food is wrong. Sun Wukong threw the watermelon into the sky, replay oh. Oh. He punched non-stop. In just a moment, all the watermelon rinds were perfectly removed, leaving a round red melon flesh falling down following gravity. Ah! Sun Wukong controlled his mouth to open suddenly, and directly received the red melon flesh into his mouth. You're right. This watermelon is quite sweet. Sun Wukong nodded in approval, then took out his mobile phone and entered the contact information of the King of Hell. Hey! Brother King of Hell! The man who just sent it over, leave some hints in his mind, so that he can sell watermelons in his next life. Okay, brother Sun. How about it, passerby? Do you want to join me? Sun Wukong asked. I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If brother Sun does not abandon me, I am willing to worship you as my lord." Passerby knelt on one knee and clasped his hands together. So you also? Sun Wukong and Lan Qi were surprised at the same time. "That's right. Brother Sun. Sister Lan. I'm also a die-hard fan of Master Roshi." Passerby confirmed with a smile. Okay. Fans of Master Roshi are our own people. Wait, I'll leave you some tricks first." After saying that, Sun Wukong began to make various arrangements. First, Infinite Shield came with hundreds of billions. Then set up several automatically triggered counterattack methods. Finally, of course. Ding 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 ding. Adaptive Job Transfer Scroll. A scroll emitting purple light was taken out by Sun Wukong from his trouser pocket. Adaptive Job Transfer Scroll. Purple generate the most suitable profession for the user based on the user's talent. Complete the job transfer task to transfer to this profession. Okay. The road to the future is already under your feet. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. Sun Wukong handed the adaptive job transfer scroll to Passerby. "Brother Sun. I will definitely not let you down." Passerby solemnly took the adaptive job transfer scroll. After Sun Wukong's explanation, he already knew how precious this thing was. Being able to hand over such a precious thing to his brother Sun was like a reborn parent. One day later, in another restaurant that claimed to be endorsed by the god of "You're here." Sun Wukong spoke slowly. "I'm here." Lan Qi replied. "You shouldn't have come." Sun Wukong spoke again slowly. "But I still came." Lan Qi replied again. Sun Wukong lowered his head and shoveled a bowl of rice into his mouth. "Everything is settled. Why don't you continue to set up a stall to sell seasonings? Why come to me? You?" Lan Qi looked at Sun Wukong with disbelief. Then hugged her shoulders and turned around. "What do you mean I came to you? I just happened to come here to eat, okay? It was you who told me to hang out with you. What's going on now?" Sun Wukong looked at her like this and couldn't help laughing. "So you just happened to come here to eat? I thought you couldn't wait to have a thrilling, subversive, humorous and beautiful adventure with me." Tisk. Although Lan Qi was very excited in her heart, she turned her head away and ignored Sun Wukong on the surface. Tisk. Suddenly, Lan Qi sneezed, and her hair instantly turned blue. Sun Wukong silently gave wonderful reappearance who was holding pepper on Lan Qi's head an appreciative look. Sun Wukong, in a good mood, finished the rest of the meal as quickly as possible. Slap. He slapped a recipe on the table, and then took the blue-haired Lan Qi, who was still a little dazed, and used Flying Thunder God to leave. "If you dare to move again, do you believe I will shoot you?" The blonde Lan Qi held a metallic Gatling gun in her hand and pointed it at a person's head. At this time, she was wearing a nurse's uniform. And the one she used. The man held by the Gatling gun had a broken leg and was being treated by Sun Wukong. That was a month after Sun Wukong and Lan Qi started their journey. The two were eating at a restaurant that was riding on the popularity of the god of cooking, and someone next to them suddenly fainted. Sun Wukong went forward to check on the man, and found that he had allergies and food poisoning. A bowl of mushroom and beef offal soup not only successfully poisoned the man with 3 improperly handled mushrooms, but also triggered his chicken allergy. Good. Sun Wukong was so angry that he laughed. He dared to open a store without knowing how to handle the ingredients. And he even sold inferior products as good ones, using chicken offal to make beef offal soup. It would be fine if the store was big and bullied customers, but he even dared to ruin my reputation as the god of cooking. Especially when it was such a thing that could lead to a death if it was not handled properly. Sun Wukong didn't need to say much. Reappearance of the wonderful directly started to help people spiral up to heaven. Sun Wukong used his strength to stimulate several acupuncture points of the fainted man. Then the man woke up and started vomiting. He vomited until there was nothing in his stomach, and he stood up weakly. This move also shocked everyone around. Then people all knew that the god of cooking also had a medical skill that could bring the dead back to life. Later, people with various difficult and complicated diseases kept looking for Sun Wukong. Because Sun Wukong appeared randomly, it was a fate that he could find him. Sun Wukong also cured them all, just to kill time. Of course, there were also cases where they were not cured, but got worse and worse. At this time, an invincible substitute was needed. No difficult and complicated disease was an opponent that could be defeated by a snap of a finger. In this way, Sun Wukong, after the god of cooking, was given another title of medical immortal. As for Lan Qi, Sun Wukong felt that she was a little unhappy watching the show while he was busy, so he asked her to be his assistant. The main job was to comfort patients who needed treatment. Blue-haired Lan Kai will use a gentle smile to dispel the patient's worries and fears. Blonde-haired Lan Kai will use the hot barrel of the gun to stabilize the patient's mentality and body. Summary: they are all qualified nurses. Okay. Okay. Don't throw lighters into the manhole cover in the future. You are lucky not to be blown up this time. Sun Wukong clapped his hands and signaled the patient to get up and leave. Thank you, Master Medical Immortal. The patient hurriedly left a sentence and turned away. He was really afraid that he would be beaten into a pulp by the violent nurse with a Gatling gun in the next second. A small amount of flesh and blood was found among a large number of bullets. Chapter 51. The old man was very happy. This stand arrow is for you. Go and become a stand user. That day, Sun Wukong solemnly handed a golden arrow to Lan Qi, as if asking Zai to become Professor Oak, the master of Pokemon. You woke me up just to say this? I just fell asleep. What is this thing for? Blonde Lan Qi was pulled up from the bed with a confused face. She reluctantly reached out to take the golden arrow, pinched it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully, and finally confirmed that it was a golden arrow. Don't be fooled by the surface of things. This looks like a golden arrowhead. But in fact, it's a golden scissors. But it's not an ordinary golden scissors. Use it to prick yourself. The kind that bleeds. Sun Wukong explained while shaking his head. Are you kidding? This arrowhead is as blunt as a pedicure knife that hasn't been sharpened for 20 years. And it bleeds. Lan Qi looked at the round head of the golden arrowhead that was not sharp at all, and complained speechlessly. Believe me. When has Brother Sun ever lied to you? Sun Wukong patted his chest. Lan Qi was no longer sleepy when he talked about this, and began to count one finger at a time, once yesterday, once 3 days ago, once in the morning and once in the afternoon 7 days ago, and. Sun Wukong quickly took the golden arrowhead and stabbed it into Lan Qi's smooth and white thigh. As soon as the golden arrowhead touched the thigh, a cut was instantly torn in the thigh, and blood flowed out. The golden arrowhead turned into a golden light and drilled into Lan Qi's body from the wound. You. Lan Qi is really young, and fell asleep before finishing the topic. I told you to stab, so you stab. Why are you so disobedient? Sun Wukong spread his hands helplessly, and then a ball of green light flew out of his hand to heal the wound on Lan Qi's leg. This golden arrowhead can indeed make people awaken a substitute, but Sun Wukong did not pull out another one from the Qi motion disc, but made it himself. And it is also a substitute arrow specially made by him. Disposable. Lan Qi Special Version. Sun Wukong spent half a month studying wonderful reappearance, half a month to observe and record Lan Qi various data changes, half a month to design and plan, half a month to experiment and make mistakes, and finally half a month to make the finished product. It took 2.5 months, and Sun Wukong finally made this substitute arrow that he was very satisfied with. Disposable. Lan Qi Special Version. This substitute arrow does not allow Lan Qi to awaken a new substitute, but when one soul uses the body, it allows another soul to become a substitute. For example, when blonde Ranch is using her body, blue-haired Ranch will become a substitute and float beside her. The same is true in reverse. When blue-haired Ranch is using her body, blonde Ranch will become a substitute. This form of mutual substitute and main body is simply unprecedented. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's extraordinary understanding and knowledge, it would be a bit difficult to make it. However, the two Ranch substitutes formed in this way will not awaken the substitute ability. In order to make up for this shortcoming, Sun Wukong deliberately used two devil fruits. Superman Weapon Fruit, purple, and Superman Determination Fruit, purple. Although the devil fruit has a weakness of being afraid of water, Sun Wukong has a way. That is growth mantra of all things, black. After using growth mantra of all things on an item, it will not directly make the item grow, but it can give the item a potential for growth. If you want it to really grow, you need to let the item replenish the nutrients needed for growth. However, the growth mantra of all things is very magical. The growth method is not generated out of thin air, but emerges from your own mind. And while generating, it will try to search for things you know or have in your mind to grow the items. There will be no situation where you don't know something. At most, it is something you know but don't have. Although it requires a lot of materials to upgrade a purple quality devil fruit to a gold quality one, Sun Wukong's Qi Run disc has not been turned in vain over the years. If you want to collect them, just 4 words, easy. Superman Weapon Fruit, purple, plus a drop of Sun Wukong's blood plus 10 pounds of sea stone, green, plus 100 weapons diagram, green, plus title, Weapon Master, blue, plus secret art, 10,000 treasures condensation Yuan Ju, purple, plus magic weapon, 100 weapons battle disc, blue, plus 5 pounds of transformation divine mud, blue, plus 5 pounds of transformation gold, purple, plus 1/2 caddy of Yuan magnetic crystal, purple, plus superpower, weapon control, blue, equals superhuman weapon fruit, gold. Superhuman fixed fruit, purple, plus a drop of Sun Wukong's blood plus 10 caddies of sea stone, green, plus sealing technique, green, plus forbidden technique, diamond blockade, blue, plus magic weapon, heavenly star chain, blue, plus sky forbidden black tortoise shell, purple, plus 10 sealed magic spider silk, purple, plus sunflower acupuncture hand, green, plus fixed body technique, blue, plus spiritual treasure, heavenly cover, purple, plus superpower, lock, blue, equals superhuman fixed fruit, gold. If you want to say the most precious material, it must be a drop of Sun Wukong's blood. The other materials are used to enhance the ability of the fruit itself. If you want to remove the negative effects, it all depends on Sun Wukong's drop of blood. Because Sun Wukong can be exempted from all negative states, as long as he wants, his blood can also bear this characteristic. The two devil fruits are upgraded, and then they are integrated into the substitute arrow. Disposable. Lan Qi Special Version. Lan Qi 2 souls can awaken one of their abilities respectively. If nothing goes wrong, the blonde Lan Qi is the weapon fruit, and the blue-haired Lan Qi is the fixed fruit. After upgrading to gold quality, the abilities of both fruits have been greatly enhanced. The weapon fruit can not only turn the body into a weapon, but also turn anything it touches into the weapon you want, and it is no longer that kind of ordinary weapon. The more energy consumed, the stronger the function of the weapon. And the weapon has no fixed form. As long as you want, it looks like an ordinary stone on the surface, but it is actually a large yield nuclear bomb. The transformed weapon can be remotely controlled. The stronger the mental power, the farther the control distance. However, the farther the control distance, the lower the control accuracy. Of course, it doesn't matter if the accuracy of the one-time blasting weapon is low. The Ding Ding fruit, which did not appear in the original book, originally had the ability to freeze the target it touched, and after awakening, it can freeze the target it sees. Of course, there is an upper limit, and it cannot freeze if it exceeds 3 times its own strength. The most basic ability of the Ding Ding fruit upgraded to gold quality is to freeze the target it sees, and after upgrading, it can freeze the target as long as it thinks of a target. And the upper limit has also been increased, becoming more than 10 times its own strength. These are just the most basic abilities, and if you want to play with it, it still depends on the user's imagination. Chapter 52. The day was just an ordinary day. Sun Wukong visits shops every day, makes people ascend to heaven, cures diseases, writes books, and exercises. Just when he was exercising, suddenly personal practice room reacted. A piece of information came into Sun Wukong's mind. It turned out that just now, his exercise time had reached 913 days, and he could get a surprise reward. Now just say the reward redemption words. Sun Wukong bowed to the front. Hello everyone. I am a personal trainee with a training time of 933 days, Sun Wukong. I like fighting, dyeing hair, eating delicious food and playing basketball. Buzz buzz. The transparent personal practice room wrapped around Sun Wukong's body suddenly expanded and finally became a 10 × 10 × 5 space. The color also changed and became a black background with white stripes. Chicken. A voice that Sun Wukong was very familiar with flashed from the right back of Sun Wukong. Sure enough. I knew it. When I saw this name and the training time, I knew it. This personal practice room is definitely related to true fans. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked in that direction while talking to himself. What is this? Basketball. A ball of light in the shape of a basketball emerged from the wall of the personal practice room and flew towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong reached out to catch it, but the ball of light in the shape of a basketball directly merged into Sun Wukong's body. A warm feeling instantly surged into my heart. The next moment. Chicken. 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 A very short but continuous sound came out, and one after another basketball-like light balls flew towards Sun Wukong from all directions, and finally all merged into his body. And Sun Wukong only felt extremely comfortable all over his body, from the top of his head to the tip of his toes. So his body began to lean against the iron mountain involuntarily. First lean down, Sun Wukong's combat power increased from the original 3.6 billion to 5.4 billion. Then lean towards the middle, the combat power increased from 5.4 billion to 7.2 billion. Finally, lean upwards, and the combat power increased from 7.2 billion to 9 billion. With just 3 Iron Mountain lean, Sun Wukong's combat power instantly increased by 2.5 times. And Sun Wukong could clearly feel that not only his combat power, but also his physical strength, mental strength, soul strength, and other aspects had become 2.5 times the original. Too strong. But the surprise rewards of personal practice room were not over yet. Chicken, you are so beautiful, comma. At that time, the music that had haunted Sun Wukong for countless days and nights suddenly sounded. When Sun Wukong heard this familiar voice that penetrated his soul again, he almost shed tears. Being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss you more during every festival. In this life, how many things can you never forget no matter how many years you have drunk menpo soup? As the music sounded, a black man who kept dancing appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong couldn't help but dance with him. Oh baby! This dance, it seems that the road has been wiped out. At the last moment of the dance, the distance between the black figure and Sun Wukong is getting closer and closer. Finally, the two collided together, and the black figure turned into fragments where it touched Sun Wukong. As the two completely overlapped, the black figure turned into fragments all over the sky. Finally, all the fragments were integrated into Sun Wukong's body. In the personal practice room, only Sun Wukong was still dancing passionately. The music stopped, and Sun Wukong closed his eyes and cried. As his eyes suddenly opened, a blue current flashed through his eyes. Sun Wukong's hair instantly soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling gold. His eyes also turned green, penetrating people's hearts, and he was in danger without anger. The next second, the blue current wrapped around his body, and the few golden bangs that were left on his forehead also stood up. Although the color of his hair was still golden, it was brighter and more dazzling. Super Saiyan 2. Success. 100 times combat power increase. And physical fitness is permanently doubled again. Hey! A breath of foul air. Spit it out, the Super Saiyan 2 form faded, and the golden hair and green pupils returned to their original state. Looking at the black background and white stripes around him that had not disappeared, Sun Wukong couldn't help but wonder, why didn't it disappear when the reward stage was over? The next second, personal practice room gave him the answer. It turned out that it was because Sun Wukong's performance just now was really touching, and this was the first reward. So personal practice room also broke out an unprecedented magical change. That is, Sun Wukong can be given another surprise reward immediately. Sure enough. The world's true fans are one family. Personal practice room. I recognize you. Come on. Sun Wukong opened his arms excitedly. Chicken. 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 Countless basketball light balls appeared again and merged into Sun Wukong's body. After 3 more Iron Mountain rescue, Sun Wukong's combat power increased from 9 billion to 22.5 billion. This time was different from the previous time. There was no dancing black figure, only black fragments all over the sky. The black fragments merged into Sun Wukong's body. Super Saiyan 2 appeared again. The lightning wrapped around his body became brighter and brighter, and finally all sank into his body, as if brewing a more terrifying power. The brow bone was prominent, and the hair grew wildly. Finally, the hair was waist length, and the lightning wrapped around his body turned golden. Super Saiyan 3. Success. However, Sun Wukong was not as happy as he imagined. He stared at the place where the black figure appeared during the first surprise reward, and slowly said, "That figure. He won't appear again." The quiet mood affected the boiling of the blood, and Super Saiyan 3 quietly retreated. Finally, the black-bottomed white-striped wall also turned into a transparent and colorless personal practice room again. Lan Chi ran over from not far away. He was startled by the sudden appearance of the wall just now, but he didn't care much about it because it was related to Sun Wukong. However, as time passed, she couldn't help but worry. When she came to Sun Wukong, she subconsciously asked, "Sun Wukong, are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." Sun Wukong replied. "Hey!" Lan Chi was surprised for a moment. She just spoke subconsciously just now, but Sun Wukong's depressed mood was too obvious. This was unprecedented. Lan Chi spoke again, "Are you really okay? What happened just now? What's wrong with you?" Sun Wukong didn't want to make others worry, so he retracted his mood and showed his usual smile again. He turned his head to look at the sunset in the sky that was divided into two halves by a towering tower, shook his head and said, "It's just a little middle. But, a little middle, that's all." Chapter 53. The sun was shining, and the sun was shining. Sun Wukong didn't want to make others worry, so he took back his mood, showed his usual smile again, turned his head to look at the sunset in the sky that was divided into two halves by a towering tower, shook his head and said, "It's just a little middle part. But, a little middle part, that's all." Middle part? What middle part? Lan Qi asked in confusion. During the Qingming festival, it rained heavily, and pedestrians on the road combed their hair in a middle part. "May I ask where the tavern is?" The shepherd boy pointed to Kegsa village in the distance. "Little Lan Qi, you still have a lot to learn." Sun Wukong's emotions also returned to normal. As long as he still remembered that person in his heart, that person would always be in his heart, so there was no need to be too sad. "Little Lan Qi, you idiot! Don't call me that!" The blonde Lan Qi in the stand form floated in the air, glaring at Sun Wukong with her hands on her hips. "Oh? Really? I see you like this name." Sun Wukong looked at the blushing blue-haired Lan Qi with a smile. "Damn it! Blue-haired! You are not angry at all. Why are you blushing? Let me do it. I will teach this guy a lesson." The blonde Lan Qi said as she was about to drill into the blue-haired Lan Qi body. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Don't always bully me. You are the one who uses my body most of the time, and now I finally use it for a while and you want to occupy it by force." "Ah!" Sun Wukong stopped her directly, and protected the blue-haired Lan Qi behind him. "How could I?" The blonde Lan Qi still wanted to quibble. But Sun Wukong didn't want to listen to her quibbling, so he clasped his hands together and began to sing, "Child, child, why are you so bad? Bully, cheat, why did you do it? I was wrong. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Stop singing, the devil's voice is piercing my ears." The blonde Lan Qi covered her ears. "That's right. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a good child." Sun Wukong nodded with satisfaction, then pointed to the tower in the distance. "Come on, Lan Qi, I'll take you to see an old friend of mine." "What old friend?" Lan Qi asked curiously. "Aren't you a fan of Master Turtle? Do you see the tower in the distance?" Sun Wukong pointed to the inconspicuous black line in the distance again. Lan Qi reacted instantly when she heard the words tower, squinting her eyes and looking over there. Sure enough, the black line that went straight to the sky was a white pillar. She was a little excited. "This is Kalin Tower. The residence of the Cat Fairy. What is written in Turtle Hermit is actually true. It must be true. According to my understanding, some of the characters that appear in Turtle Hermit are real, but the content and plot are a little original. For example, the protagonist of Turtle Hermit, Wu Tian, haven't you heard his story in reality?" Sun Wukong said as he took off on the spot and flew towards Kalin Tower. Lan Qi also turned over and rode on his Phantom Comet motorcycle. "Is it true that the Kalin Tower written in the book is located in a place where few people go, and there is a guardian clan guarding under the tower?" Lan Qi seemed very excited. "But it's not surprising. If in the previous life, Sun Wukong suddenly knew that my monkey brother Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, was real and not far away from him, he would be more excited than Lan Qi now. It's true that there is a guardian clan. But is it rare? At least it turned out to be true." Sun Wukong's expression was a little weird. "It turned out to be true? What does it mean?" Lan Qi was very curious. Here I have to praise the blue-haired Lan Qi, who has a really good temper. If it was the blonde Lan Qi, she would have been angry long ago for Sun Wukong's half-sentenced behavior. I can only say that it was all thanks to his peers. "Don't worry, you will soon know what it means to be inaccessible. Because Sun Wukong and Lan Qi were moving very fast, they had now reached the outskirts of a forest. Sun Wukong directly rose and flew over the forest. The motorcycle that Lan Qi was sitting on bounced and jumped directly onto the treetops, and then drove between the treetops connected between each tree. Don't ask, if you ask, it's high-tech. Soon, as they got closer and closer to Kalin Tower, the sound became louder and louder. It can't be called inaccessible, it can only be said to be bustling with people. The cold wind blows on the Kalin Tower. The cat fairy calls for the return of the young man. Cat fairy, why don't you fish? Come and catch a fish and hit me. Gold paper. Where on earth can I find gold paper? I am a martial arts genius. I want to save the world. You people must have gone crazy watching Turtle Hermit. What is there? What mysterious gold paper? Let's go, don't gather here. The cat fairy is also fake. Dude. Can we put down the shovel before talking? You've been digging here for 2.5 days. Don't think no one sees you. It can't be said to be crowded, but there are definitely more people than trees. Sun Wukong pointed at the crowd in the distance, and then said to Lan Qi, you can see it too. This is the situation. Because Turtle Hermit is so popular. Even the Kalin Tower has been driven up by the popularity. The Guardian clan who couldn't even afford shoes has gone straight to a well-off life because of collecting tips. Not only are there a bunch of ordinary people wandering around in the forest, but there is also a group of masters among ordinary people who think they are masters but are not very strong are climbing Kalin Tower. The combat power is about 10 to 20. Don't worry about them. Let's go up quickly. The blonde Lan Qi couldn't wait to float around Sun Wukong. Then let's go. Lan Qi, hold on tight. Sun Wukong agreed, stretched out his hands and grabbed the front and rear wheels of the motorcycle, and lifted the motorcycle up. Then whoosh, Sun Wukong began to rise with Lan Qi and the motorcycle. The ordinary people who were trying their luck below discovered Sun Wukong who was rising. Damn! This young man! Damn! Flying! Awesome! Oh my god! Is it so magical? Oh my god! Smiley! Take me with you! Me too! Ignoring the noisy crowd below, Sun Wukong continued to rise with Lan Qi. When he reached a height where no one was climbing on the pillar, Sun Wukong threw the motorcycle aside. Flight mode. Start. Okay. The 2 tires of the Phantom Comet motorcycle were retracted, and the places where the 2 tires were originally turned into 2 jets, spewing out blue flames. With the screams of blue-haired Lan Qi and the hearty laughter of blonde Lan Qi, the 2 souls began to rise continuously. Suddenly, Sun Wukong smiled crookedly, he suppressed the sound. And then slowly spoke to the bottom. The cold wind blows on the Kalin Tower. The cat fairy calls the young man back. On the moon-watching mountain, the wolf weeps. The gods wander and the martial arts go north. In front of the king of hell, all the ghosts retreat. The king of the realm is defeated and insists on tears. Fate is destined to fail. The god of war regrets but I don't regret it. Chapter 54. The cold wind blows on the Kalin Tower. The cat fairy cries and the young man returns. On the moon-watching mountain, the wolf weeps. The gods wander and the martial arts go north. In front of the Hades palace, all the ghosts retreat. The king of the worlds is defeated and cries. Fate is the destiny, and the defeat is inevitable. The martial god regrets but I don't regret it. As Sun Wukong slowly recited the main line poem of Turtle Hermit, the people below were fascinated. Just because. His voice seemed to have some kind of magic, attracting everyone's attention. But this is also a fact, Sun Wukong still knows a few sonic methods. And with his powerful mental power, if he wants to attract the people below with a combat power of less than 50, then there are 4 words. Simple and simple. Just when the people below were still thinking about this poem, Sun Wukong's voice came out again. I didn't know there were immortals in the world when I was young. I still promised to return to the world with old love. I was like cotton in the cold wind all the way. I was alone in the ups and downs of the sea of desire. My body turned into blood after thousands of hardships. I tried my best to integrate my thoughts into one. My destiny is to gather stars. Practicing martial arts, practicing people, and practicing immortality. After the poem was finished, the people below fell into silence for a long time. This poem is indeed the content of Turtle Hermit, but it is still in Sun Wukong's manuscript, so it is not known to the world. Now that Sun Wukong has said it, it is a spoiler for these loyal readers. Of course, some people doubt the authenticity of this poem and wonder if it is pirated. But what does that have to do with Sun Wukong? Everything is up to you, whether it succeeds or not. Success is gratifying, and failure is also gratifying. After the surprise reward from the personal practice room, Sun Wukong felt that his state of mind had been elevated. Maybe he figured out some things, or maybe he saw some things clearly. But the only thing that remained unchanged was that he was still himself. A good boy who wanted to be happy every day and do what he wanted to do. Sun Wukong and Lan Qi flew higher and higher with one soul and entered the cloud layer. At this time, Sun Wukong looked around and smiled evilly. It turned out that there was something wrong with the cloud layer. There is a space corridor inside. Well, if you don't understand, just treat it as a ghost wall. Just keep walking a certain distance. Only those with combat power exceeding 100 or a firm mind can break through this space corridor. Sun Wukong didn't say much, but just moved his mental power slightly, and sent himself and Lan Qi out of the space corridor hidden in the cloud layer. Break through the cloud layer. A large group of yellow clouds came into view. This is the somersault cloud. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. This thing was my dream when I was in college in my previous life. After getting up at 8 a.m. every day, I need to climb stairs to attend class, which is too difficult for a college student with less than 20% physical strength. When I arrived at the classroom, I felt like I was going to die, so how could I have the mood to listen to the class? Only the first class on Thursday was held on the first floor. It was Sun Wukong's favorite class in his previous life. Just because he didn't have to climb stairs. If I really had the somersault cloud, I would sit up and all these would no longer be a problem. Climbing stairs, no worries, good mood is indispensable. But in the end, I suddenly remembered that only people with pure hearts can sit up, so I gave up. What is the situation of my own heart? I can only say that it is yellow and red, and I won't say more. I understand. Now that I have met, I must make up for the regrets of my previous life. Although my heart is still not pure, I will solve the problem if there is a problem. It's just a driving qualification. Sun Wukong is still very confident to solve it. I have decided, wait a while, and ask the cat fairy for a ball of somersault cloud. After flying through the somersault cloud, the two men and one soul finally reached the circular building on top of the Kalin Tower. Sun Wukong flew directly into the circular building. A 360-degree turn. Perfect landing. And Lan Qi didn't do anything fancy, just found a wider place to park the car. This is the quiet and reserved blue-haired Lan Qi. If it was the blonde Lan Qi who was controlling the body now, she would have to use the motorcycle to perform two cool stunts in mid-air. The sound of Sun Wukong and the motorcycle landing was very slight, and it didn't even attract the attention of the cat fairy. Looking closely, the cat fairy is putting all his energy into the book in front of him. Looking more carefully, it's Turtle Hermit. The cat fairy even opened his eyes that were originally squinting, which shows how attractive this book is to him. Seeing that he was so fascinated, Sun Wukong was still. After hesitating for a few times, he finally decided to interrupt him. Ahem. He coughed a few times. The fish fairy didn't react. This is too devoted. Ahem. Sun Wukong's voice was a little louder. At this time, the cat fairy suddenly found that there were 2 more people in his room, and he was in a hurry to hide the book in his hand. Don't hide it. Don't hide it. There is no outsider here, don't be too restrained. Sun Wukong said. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be my brother Sun. After hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the cat fairy also relaxed, and continued to take out the turtle hermit under his butt and started to read it. I say, cat brother. What's the matter with you? Why are you so nervous? What would happen if it wasn't me who came up? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled why the cat fairy reacted like this after discovering the arrival of someone. When asked these questions, the cat fairy couldn't help but start to talk. It seems that he was annoyed. You don't know. Brother Sun. Since half a year ago, people have been climbing up successfully. There are only 1 or 2 people whose strength meets the standard I designed, but there are more than a dozen who climbed up by their own will. Wow! So amazing! But no matter who climbed up by strength or will, they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all die-hard fans of Master Roshi. Yo! This is good! Here I also want to talk about you. You wrote too many true things in Master Roshi, and those exercise methods such as stimulating acupoints are actually useful. In the past few years, Master Tian Shen has explored a lot of powerful masters on the earth. I'm so strange if you don't get it. I'm sorry. Sorry. Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassed. I just have the passive skills of their previous life. I watched turtle immortals in this tower every day in addition to fishing and playing with hairballs. They also felt that they understood Turtle Fairy. This is the last note of this chapter. Note, Kerosene Ren by Wogeng Dong. The original text comes from Comrade Chuan Jiangguo's Kerosene Ren by Wogeng Dong. Dig that. Translated into common Chinese as, No one knows better than me. Chapter 55. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bn Dch. Kerosene Ren. Pen Wogeng Dong. Turtle Hermit. Looking at the cat hermit with his hands on his hips and a proud expression on his face, Sun Wukong helplessly reminded, Cat brother. You, is this a bit off topic? A bit indeed. They weren't that crazy originally, they just wanted to learn martial arts from me. This situation lasted until they found out that I had read 10 more chapters of Master Roshi than them. Then I don't know which bastards spread the news below, and later, whenever someone came up, they begged me to share the resources with them. I'm really impressed. But brother Sun, you are really nice. You sent us the Turtle Hermit I wrote actually has 10 more chapters than the one circulating outside. At the end, the cat hermit gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up. What? 10 more chapters? 10 chapters? A surprised voice that only Sun Wukong and Lan Chi could hear a cry sounded. The cat fairy seemed to be hit by something and rolled backwards. The Master Roshi in his hand was floating in the air. And this was done by the blonde ranch in the soul form. As a half-stand form, he also has the ability to contact the entity. The blonde ranch looked through a few pages. Really? It's really the 218th chapter that hasn't been released yet. She was so sure because Sun Wukong also opened some privileges for her, but it was only 5 chapters in advance. And because of some things, Lan Chi didn't even know that Sun Wukong was the author of Master Roshi. Blonde-haired Lan Chi put the book down and pointed at Sun Wukong with a trembling finger. What he said is true. You are Master Roshi's author. Yes. Sun Wukong had nothing to keep secret. Then why didn't you tell me? Blonde Lan Kai's hair stood up. The author was by her side for so many days, but she didn't even know. She missed so many offline opportunities to urge for updates. Sun Wukong spread his hands helplessly. Have you forgotten? I wanted to tell you. Reminiscence interspersed moment. The turtle hermit is finally updated. Lan Qi excitedly held the phone, staring at it intently. The newly released chapter of Master Rashi. Would you like to see what I wrote, Xiao Lankai? Sun Wukong was writing furiously not far away, and turned to ask her. No one would read what you wrote. I want to read my Master Rashi. But thank you anyway. Let me read 5 chapters in advance. Ha 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 ha. Lan Qi laughed happily. The blue-haired Lan Qi behind her didn't want to. It made Sun Wukong too disappointed, so she floated next to Sun Wukong and started to read. After reading for a while, Lan Qi covered her mouth in surprise. Sun Wukong turned his head and smiled mysteriously at her, pointing at the man holding his phone and reading. The fascinated blonde Rancy then put a finger in front of her mouth and made a SHH gesture. End of flashback. Sun Wukong spread his hands helplessly. Have you forgotten? I wanted to tell you. As if she remembered, the blonde Lan Qi suddenly turned her head to look at the blue-haired girl, who was not surprised at all. Lan Qi. Her face was shaking wildly, and she pointed at Sun Wukong, and then at Lan Qi with blue hair. Sorry. The blonde me. Lan Qi with blue hair was full of apology, and she didn't want to hide it. Another one of my own. Recollections interspersed. Sun Wukong turned his head and smiled mysteriously at the blue-haired Lan Qi, pointed at the blonde Lan Qi who was fascinated by her mobile phone, and then stretched out a finger to his mouth and made a hush gesture. This is not good. Blue-haired Lan Qi seemed a little hesitant. Oh. She didn't come to see it herself. I asked you to read 10 chapters of Master Rashi in advance. Sun Wukong leaned over to blue-haired Lan Kai's ear and whispered. I still think. I'll let you read 20 chapters in advance. Okay, okay. End of flashback. Sorry. Blonde me. Blue-haired Lan Kai apologized. She actually didn't want to hide another self, but Sun Wukong convinced her with his sincere feelings. You. Blonde Lan Qi covered her chest. She felt her heart hurt, although now the soul state no heart. It hurts. It hurts so much. You are all bad guys. Blonde-haired Lan Qi rushed directly into the body of blue-haired Lan Qi and began to shut herself up. The cat fairy watched from a distance. Although he didn't know what happened, the cat's instinct told him that it was better not to get close. So he slowly rubbed over step by step, took the opportunity to take the turtle master on the table, and then ran back to his room. If there is something, Sun Wukong will come to me. Now I'd better finish reading my book. This is what the cat master thinks in his heart. Sun Wukong saw that the blonde Lan Qi was a little broken, and smiled crookedly. Sure enough, it was really fun to tease the blonde Lan Qi. However, the blue-haired Lan Qi felt a little guilty. She actually betrayed another self for a mere 20 chapters of the novel. It's really wrong. But the most urgent task now is to make the blonde Lan Qi forgive herself and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. You think of a way. The other me doesn't want to come out. Blue-haired Lan Qi shook Sun Wukong's arm. It's a piece of cake. Leave it to me. There is nothing that your brother's son can't do. I can make her angry, and I can also make her happy. Sun Wukong patted his chest. Then, Sun Wukong used his mental power to directly enter Lan Qi consciousness. This is a living room with a sofa, a coffee table, and a TV. There is a blue door and a golden door on each side of the living room. Lan Qi with blue hair walked out of the blue door and cast his eyes on the other golden door. That's right, these 2 doors represent Lan Qi 2 souls. Sun Wukong came to the golden door and kicked it open with 1 foot. Little guy. Still want to hide from your brother's son? Do you think that if you close the door of the soul and force it to break, you will get hurt, and brother's son will have no way? Are you kidding? Your brother's son's soul power is tens of thousands of times that of your little Jin. Isn't it easy to protect you from getting hurt? Sun Wukong took 2 steps into the door, and then he saw the blonde Lan Chi beating a sandbag hanging from the ceiling that looked very much like Sun Wukong. "Hey, Lan Chi! Isn't this Lan Chi? I haven't seen you for a while, why are you so careless? You don't dare to hit a real person, but you are here to vent your anger on the sandbag." Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to catch the blonde Lan Chi kick at the sandbag, with a look of asking for a beating on his face, and said something very asking for a beating in a very asking for a beating tone. "Real person, do you want me to hit you?" The blonde Lan Chi pulled back her foot, asked angrily, and then turned her head away from Sun Wukong. "Hee hee! How can you be so sure that I don't let you hit a real person? You haven't hit him before." Sun Wukong laughed. Chapter 56. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. "Hee hee! How can you be so sure that I won't let you fight a real person? You haven't fought before." Sun Wukong laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, blonde Lan Chi punched Sun Wukong in the face. "Pa!" Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and caught her punch steadily. "Xiao Jin! It seems that you know me better. I really can't let you fight a real person. But there is a reason for this." Sun Wukong shook his head pretending to be helpless. "Hey? Reason? What reason?" Blonde Lan Chi sneered. "Isn't it because she wants to be her own boss and is afraid of being beaten down?" Sun Wukong smiled in his heart. Now he would reply to prove that blonde Lan Chi was not that angry. "Then, it's up to me to do it." "Hey," Sun Wukong sighed, "if there is a chance in the future, I can let you hit me twice. But now, do you want to bully me, a 3-year-old child who is powerless?" "Puff! You said you are powerless. Do you think you are talking human language?" Blonde Lan Chi was speechless. But then, she realized something else. "You said you are only 3 years old. Is it true? When did your brother Sun lie to you?" Sun Wukong patted his chest. Blonde Lan Chi began to chant familiarly again, once 2 days ago, twice 3 days ago, once in the morning and twice in the afternoon half a month ago, and. Wait a minute. Have we ever experienced this conversation and this situation? Sun Wukong immediately stopped history from repeating itself. It's right to have experienced it. This proves that you always lie to me. Every day you are either lying to me or thinking about how to lie to me. Blonde Lan Chi's face was suddenly full of anger. I didn't know before, but now I counted, I found that Sun Wukong, the Biang Wanyi, is simply a liar. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. Are there so many? Why can't I remember it very well? However, Sun Wukong was a CAI Lao Lao, college student in his previous life, so he was still thick-skinned. I lied to you in the past. I didn't lie to you now. I'm really 3 years old. If I lied to you, let my beloved relatives, brothers and sisters Frisia become Nen Liang directly. It seems that you talked about this Frisia when you first met me. Blonde Lan Chi suddenly recalled the past. Yes. I remember it too. Come, sit down. I'll tell you. This Frisia. Sun Wukong pressed Blonde Lan Chi to her own bed, and he used his mental power to condense into a stool and sat down and started to talk. Behind Sun Wukong, who was invisible to Blonde Lan Chi, Sun Wukong made an okay gesture to the blue-haired Lan Chi who was secretly watching at the door. Blue-haired Lan Chi outside the door also breathed a sigh of relief. Time began to pass as Sun Wukong explained. No. Blonde Lan Chi suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Sun Wukong. You are so cool and fooling me again. I was still angry just now. Hee hee. Sun Wukong smiled and pushed her back. Then are you still angry now? After saying that, he grabbed her shoulders and started pressing. Someone may ask here, isn't it a soul body? How can it be massaged? It must be possible. It can stimulate the acupuncture points on the body to make the body feel comfortable. Can't the soul do it? Damn it! When will this unequal treatment of the soul and the body end? When will the soul stand up? I won't say more about this kind of thing next time. Blonde Lan Chi felt the comfort on her shoulders and her face relaxed a little, but after she reacted, she immediately frowned, crossed her arms, and said in a gloomy voice, "Of course I'm still angry. You know that I'm a die-hard fan of Master Rashi. You didn't even tell me that you are the author. I'm officially informing you now that I'm going to turn from a fan to a hater. Turn to a hater. Turn to a hater. All die-hard fans are haters." Sun Wukong nodded to show his affirmation. "You. Humph." Blonde Lan Chi said that she really admired Sun Wukong's glib tongue, so she stopped talking. Sun Wukong rubbed his shoulders, pinched his neck, and pressed his calves. Although Blonde Lan Chi looked like she enjoyed it, she still didn't say a word. There was no way, Sun Wukong could only use his sincere feelings again. "Then how about I let you read 15 chapters of Master Rashi in advance?" Sun Wukong slowly spoke in Blonde Lan Chi's ear. Blonde Lan Chi closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows, but still ignored Sun Wukong. "Read 18 chapters in advance," Sun Wukong added. "Value your own feelings." Blonde Lan Chi was very moved, but she still shouted silently in her heart, "Add more! Add more! 20 chapters!" Sun Wukong added again. Blonde Lan Chi opened her eyes instantly and was about to agree, and then she saw Sun Wukong's back leaving. Sun Wukong walked out of the room directly and waved his hand. "Think about it carefully, if you don't come out, it's pretty good to have only Xiao Lan outside. Bye. I still want to see 20 chapters in advance." "You are thinking about Dizzy. Sun Wukong. You are the rising east sun." The evening of Bai Yang. After Sun Wukong left Lan Qi Heart, he told the blue-haired Lan Qi with a smile on his face that he could share the content of 20 chapters in advance with the blonde Lan Qi in the future. Blonde Lan Qi also floated out of her body angry and happy. This matter is over. Sun Wukong finally has time to find his cat fairy brother. This thing should be the senzu beans. Sun Wukong found several large jars in a corner, filled with green beans. If we rank the magical items in Dragon Ball, this seemingly ordinary green bean must be ranked. No matter how tired you are, no matter how badly you are injured, take one and you will be back to your peak. It is comparable to a plug-in. However, most of them were shown off by the tank-clad Yasuo in the original book. Just in case, let's take most of them. After all, this thing is not that important to the cat immortal. Soon, Sun Wukong found the cat immortal who was reading a book. "Brother Cat. Brother Sun wants you to exchange 2 things, how about it?" Sun Wukong asked directly without beating around the bush. "Of course, Brother Sun." Cat immortal seemed very generous. He waved his hand towards his room. "Brother Sun, take whatever you like. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. You can stay as long as you want in this place." "So good." Sun Wukong was surprised, but soon he saw Cat Immortal secretly wiping his mouth. He thought about what he just said. "You can stay as long as you want?" This is obviously greedy and wants me to cook. However, Brother Cat is really generous. In this case, Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach directly and deliberately said, "I'm a little hungry too. Brother Cat, let me borrow your kitchen for a while." Cat Immortal's mouth was almost cracked. "Brother Sun. You use it. You can use it." Chapter 57. The cat was so delicious that it was hard to eat. "Cat Immortal, this fish feast is specially made for you. Come and try it." Sun Wukong took his hands away from the eyes of the cat immortal. Looking at the pile of delicacies on the table made of his favorite fish, the cat immortal was deeply moved. He gave Sun Wukong 2 backflips on the spot. Then he knelt on one knee in front of Sun Wukong, clasped his hands together, and said, "The cat has been wandering for half a lifetime, and I only regret that I have never met." "Stop, Stop, stop. Sun Wukong quickly stopped him. Are you going to eat or not? I know that the Turtle Master I wrote is very good, but you have to be restrained. Why do you always start to play with memes? Hee. Cat Master smiled, stood up and sat at the dining table. Isn't it that Brother Sun is too good at making memes? There are too many memes in your novels. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. It seems that I will play less memes in the future, otherwise it will cause aesthetic fatigue. No. Blue-haired Lan Chi said, I think it's quite interesting. I think it's okay. Blonde-haired Lan Chi floated over, the memes are quite interesting, but I still prefer to watch fighting scenes. It's normal. I have long known that everyone has different preferences. I am just writing what I want to write. Eat quickly, otherwise the food will get cold. Sun Wukong waved his hand casually. Hey! Brother Sun! No matter how many times I eat the dishes you cook, I will never get tired of them. I feel like I have lived like a dog for so many years. Why do I know that there are such delicious things in the world only now? The cat immortal is worthy of being an immortal, his physique is different. After eating, the whole person became 2 circles fatter and became a big cat ball. Sun Wukong picked his teeth and drank a glass of water to rinse his mouth. Brother Cat. Remember that Brother Sun asked you for something. Oh. Just take it. Brother Sun. I feel a little full, I will go back and rest first. The cat immortal trembled and returned to his house. Sun Wukong walked to the several large jars where the magic beans were stored. With a wave of his hand, there was only 1 jar left. But there were at least 1,000 magic beans in this jar. He walked to the edge of the circular building again, and with a move of his mental power, he flew up with a cloud of somersaults. Looking at the yellow cloud, Sun Wukong thought for a while and decided to give it a try. With a jump, he landed on the cloud. However, he fell straight down without stopping. Sure enough. My soul is not even close to purity. Sun Wukong flew back without any surprise in his heart. What if this happens? Sun Wukong restrained all his breath and life fluctuations and stood on the cloud again. The feeling of stepping on the entity came, and Sun Wukong smiled slightly. I can ride it. It's good. But it feels a bit uncomfortable to restrain myself like this. I'd better wait for a chance to refine the cloud in the future and use it. With another wave of his hand, he put away the cloud. Although the purpose of coming here has been achieved, Sun Wukong is not ready to leave immediately. Put yourself in his shoes. Since the cat fairy is so generous, Sun Wukong can't be stingy. Decide to cook for him for a month for the time being. It just so happens that I have some things to do. This Kalin Tower is a good place to repair. Sun Wukong came to a wall and took out 2 pieces of paper. Of course, this is not ordinary paper. Ding 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 ding. Wallpaper room. Sun Wukong played familiar music and handed one of the pieces to Lan Chi, who came over curiously. Lan Chi is very familiar with this music. Every time this music sounded, Sun Wukong would take out some magical props. This includes her favorite car, the Phantom Comet motorcycle transformed from a custom transportation tool. This is wallpaper. Blue-haired Lan Chi opened the paper and showed it in front of her. Blonde Lan Chi floated back and forth. How do I use this thing? Will a new room appear when I stick it on the wall? Sun Wukong gave Blonde Lan Chi a thumbs up. You are such a little genius. You can endorse a phone watch. This thing really forms a new room when you stick it on the wall. And this new room depends entirely on your imagination. Sun Wukong looked at the excited Jin Lan Chi and reminded them, don't think too much, this prop doesn't have any particularly strong power. Force. If you want a gravity room, the maximum is 10,000 times the Earth's gravity. If you want the time flow rate inside and outside to be different, the maximum can only be 10:1. That is, 10 days outside is 1 day inside, or 1 day outside is 10 days inside. This is outrageous. Okay. Blonde Lankai complained speechlessly. Really? I think it's barely acceptable. This is Sun Wukong's true words. He really doesn't feel anything when 10,000 times the gravity falls on him now. As for the 10 times time difference, that's nothing. Now fly up directly and go to the Heavenly God Temple to find the spiritual time house outside where one day is 1 year. But it's better to have it than not, maybe it will be used someday in the future. As for now, Sun Wukong, who is not yet 3 years old, really doesn't lack time. After telling Lan Qi how to use it, Sun Wukong pasted his wallpaper on the wall. A big green iron door appeared. This is the door of Sun Wukong's previous life. Sun Wukong looked at the big green iron door in front of him and felt familiar instantly. Push the door in. Turn left to the toilet and kitchen, go straight to the living room, and there is a bedroom on both sides of the living room. The same layout, but unfortunately there are no same people. Sad? No, not really sad. He was very open-minded in his previous life. Relatives passed away, relatives getting old, relatives falling ill. He has experienced all of this. His mentality may have changed many times, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the smile on his face. Being sad is not what I should do. What they want to see is a happy me. Just like a sentence in a novel that I particularly liked in my previous life, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. Quickly recalling his life creed in his previous life, Sun Wukong almost instinctively walked to the bedroom on the left. A jump. A turn. A roll. After many years, lying on this familiar mattress with a pit made by his big butt again, Sun Wukong felt that his whole body and mind were much more relaxed. After rolling a few times on the bed, Sun Wukong buried his face in his pillow that was a little prickly. Snoring, I just wanted to close my eyes for a while, but I didn't expect to fall into a deep sleep. As time slowly passed, a strange wave emanated from Sun Wukong's body. Chapter 58. After a long time, the two sides of the river were in chaos. Sun Wukong had a dream. In the dream, he became Su Ping in his previous life again. He woke up from the hospital bed and was told that he fainted during his internship. He returned home in a daze. Back to this familiar yet strange home. Familiar because this is the home he has lived in since he was born. Strange because there are no familiar people in this home. Su Ping in the dream also instinctively lay on his bed, but without the familiar movements. Turning his head to look at the cold room, a strong smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. The laughter got louder and louder. At a certain moment, the laughter suddenly stopped, not because he had laughed enough, but because he choked. Cough cough cough. I'm choking to death. He grabbed the water cup on the bedside table and drank a few sips. Sure enough. I'm no longer Su Ping. As soon as the voice fell, he instantly jumped up from the bed and began to do somersaults in the air. When he landed, he turned into the familiar crab head again. He stretched out his thumb and pointed to his nose. I am Super Sun Wukong. There are so many beautiful things waiting for me in reality. There is no use for me to be sad in my dreams. The real Sun Wukong smiled. The momentum on his body suddenly surged. The whole person floated up from the bed. In the first second, the hair stood up and turned golden. Super Saiyan 1. In the second second, blue arcs appeared on his body. Super Saiyan 2. In the third second, the hair began to grow wildly until it reached the waist, and the blue arcs turned golden. Super Saiyan 3. In the fourth second, the golden arc was retracted into the body. In the fifth second, the waist-length hair was retracted. In the sixth second, the hair that soared into the sky spread out and turned into a crab head again. In the seventh second, the blonde hair turned back to black. In the eighth second, Sun Wukong took a deep breath. In the ninth second, he exhaled that breath. In the 10th second, Sun Wukong finally opened his eyes. What a strange feeling! He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. The fighting power was completely restrained, and the breath was as calm as the sky. But it has a 500-fold increase in fighting power. Higher than the 400-fold Super Saiyan 3. This doesn't seem to be the power of a Saiyan. Sun Wukong felt it with his heart. Soon, he got the answer. This is the power hidden in the blood of earthlings. Why does this state give me a familiar feeling? Sun Wukong recalled carefully in his mind, and suddenly hammered his palm. Isn't this the mysterious state of my great son? Now I have made it. But it turns out that this state is brought by the blood of earthlings. Then can people like Rashi, Krillin, and Yamcha also enter this state? Sun Wukong pinched his chin and began to think. However, thinking alone cannot lead to a conclusion. He directly turned on the amazing wisdom mode and began to simulate frantically in his brain. Finally, he came up with the following guesses. To reach the mysterious state. First, there must be enough combat power. According to the inference, there must be at least 10 million combat power. Second, the will, spirit, or soul must be strong enough. Third, you need to have a means to break through the limit of the body, such as Saiyan transformation or King Fist. Fourth. This is the most important, that is the mentality. The mysterious state is originally a very magical state. As long as the state of mind is there, even if the first 3 points are not met, you can enter the mysterious state, but it is not so long-lasting and the increase in combat power is not that great. The state of mind is also the most difficult, and everyone has a different state of mind. Even for the same person, the state of mind at different times and places is different. Even with Sun Wukong's extraordinary understanding, it took him 5 hours to master the ability to enter the mysterious state at any time and anywhere. You can imagine how difficult this is. And Sun Wukong also recorded his 5 hours of insights and deductions. This is the first thing he developed by himself that can be regarded as a method of practice, which is quite memorable. Tong I Sung Zin Fa. This is the name that Sun Wukong finally came up with. It's okay. For people with earthling blood, this book can be said to be a way to heaven. It's all plain language, without any classical Chinese. Sun Wukong's decision. I will find a chance to write it in the future, Master Rashi. With a thought, he exited the mysterious state. Sun Wukong finally started to do serious work. This mysterious state was originally a pleasant surprise, which he had not thought of before. However, it also successfully made a good start for Sun Wukong's action this time. This made him very happy. Sun Wukong took out the blood demon pot, purple, again. This thing is very useful for storing the blood of various creatures. The blood demon pot in his hand shook lightly, and several different blood spurted out from the mouth of the pot one after another. The first blood was very similar to ordinary human blood. This was Kryptonian blood, which was extracted from General Zed's corpse, purple. The second blood exuded a strange fragrance. This was gourmet biological blood, which was extracted from various creatures drawn from the captive of gourmet world. The third blood was purple blood, which was Namekian blood that Sun Wukong asked the gods for. The fourth blood was true dragon blood, purple, drawn directly from the Chi roulette. I don't know what kind of dragon's blood it was. The quality was only purple, so it shouldn't be very precious. The fifth blood was vampire blood, not the kind of Dio. It was a vampire wearing a black windbreaker that could turn into a bat. It was grabbed from somewhere by the Chi roulette. The quality was only blue. The sixth blood was also ghost blood, but it was the kind of ghost with lower string and 5 written in its 2 eyeballs. As soon as it came out, it wanted to find its father. When Sun Wukong smelled the strong smell of blood on him, he fulfilled his wish with a slap, and even extinguished his soul. I hope he can return to the original world and find his father. Sun Wukong changed from 2 arms to 6 arms. Then he put one hand into each blood ball. The body of all changes began to operate. The most essential things in the blood began to flow into Sun Wukong's body continuously. Take the essence and discard the dross. 6 different bloodlines began to fight fiercely in Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong's scion bloodline was as stable as a rock, and no bloodline bothered him. This is because the body of all changes has absolute protection for the owner's own bloodline. Other bloodlines can coexist with the own bloodline, or be integrated into the own bloodline, but they can never occupy the position of the leader of the own bloodline. Chapter 59. The hot feeling in the body gradually subsided, and the body of all changes, which had been busy for 2 hours, also finished its work. Sun Wukong stood up and stretched his muscles, and the forearms on his shoulders and ribs were retracted, and turned back into 2 arms. He did not do nothing in these 2 hours, just waiting for the body of all changes to move by itself. It happened that the Qi motion wheel had turned out many books that he had not read before, so he took this opportunity to pick 2 books to read. They are Blood Transfer and Vein Transformation Sacrifice and on the feasibility of cloning blood to perform bloodline magic. They let Sun Wukong understand the matter of blood from the perspective of metaphysics and science respectively. Needless to say, the first book is an evil skill, and it is a very evil one. It is very cruel to both the user and the user. The second book, to be honest, is very detailed, and various cases are clearly described, the differences between the worlds, the strengths and weaknesses of bloodline supernatural powers, and the differences between viviparous and oviparous. This thick book on the feasibility of cloning bloodline to perform bloodline supernatural powers is really helpful to Sun Wukong. It would be better if Dr. Chen was not on his list of researchers. Because he had read The Disaster of All Heavens and Worlds starts from Super Body in his previous life, Sun Wukong is a little resistant to this kind of experimental things after crossing over, for fear of attracting a certain old Chen who likes research. But after reading it, Sun Wukong will not worry for no reason. After all, they are all transcendent big guys, and they don't have time to care about a nobody like him. After 2 hours of study, Sun Wukong's understanding of the body and bloodline of all changes has deepened a bit. This body of all changes is indeed black quality. The perfect fusion between blood and blood, the coexistence of blood and blood, these miracles that are rare in normal circumstances are as simple as eating and drinking for the body of all changes. Next, Sun Wukong began to explore and try the changes in his body. After the exploration, Sun Wukong found that there are now 3 bloods in his body blended together. First, it is the blood of the scions. Needless to say, after absorbing the essence left by the collapse of the other bloods, the potential is increased again. Second, it is the blood of the earthlings. Same as above, while the potential is increased, Sun Wukong feels that his body and mind have an indescribable sense of relief, I don't know why. Third, it is a fusion blood, which is formed by the fusion of the previous 6 bloods after fierce battles, and has various strange abilities. And this ability can be called bloodline magic. In fact, the transformation of the scion blood and the mysterious state of the earthling blood can be called bloodline magic. There are 3 kinds of bloodline magical powers in the fusion blood. The first one is the change of all kinds of blood, which is mainly formed by the gourmet blood and dragon blood. The ability is to use the body to change into various organs you want. This bloodline magical power brings extremely strong plasticity to Sun Wukong's cells. For example, the 6-arm form is one of the applications. But now as long as Sun Wukong wants, let alone 6 arms, even 16 arms is not a problem. There is also the ability to transform the self cells into any food you have eaten. Here I would like to praise the magic of gourmet cells. Eat, eat, get stronger, grow, eat, eat. In addition to the uncomfortable feeling of hunger, this gourmet cell is simply the gospel of the protagonist of the devouring flow. However, this is the only side effect, and it disappears completely on Sun Wukong. The wish of red quality is not something that a small gourmet cell can shake. The second is the clone. Needless to say, Namek blood accounts for the majority of it, but vampires and ghosts also play a role in it. Sun Wukong can now do all kinds of fancy clones. The third type is the Yang body. The Kryptonian bloodline is still very powerful, and it is an independent magical power. Its main function is to absorb the power of the sun to become stronger. After the power of the sun is absorbed into the body, the growth of qi is not so obvious, but it is very effective in strengthening the body. Especially after Sun Wukong relied on his immortal body to go to the sun for a walk, Sun Wukong was more satisfied with this ability. In fact, Sun Wukong's body has not been able to keep up with the improvement of qi. The main reason is that the Scion bloodline plus the Earthling bloodline is too buggy, especially in terms of improving qi. Even if Sun Wukong focuses on physical exercise, the effect of this exercise is not good for. The growth of the body can never catch up with the growth of the qi. The strength of the body has only increased by about 10%, and the total amount of qi has increased by 50% directly. This situation also makes Sun Wukong very troubled. After all, he is not a person who can be satisfied with large quantities. In his opinion, quality is sometimes more important than quantity. He has been compressing the qi in his body, but the effect is very poor. It is because the strength of the body is too poor to give the qi a good pressure. But now it is good. After having a yang body, the problem of physical strength has been solved. As for some of the accompanying abilities such as laser eyes and frost breathing, that's it. Sun Wukong has enough means, and he is not short of one or two. The changes in the body are almost understood, and Sun Wukong has to do an important thing. Fuck! I'm so handsome! Sun Wukong looked at himself in the mirror and was very shocked. Height 1.9 meters, muscles all over the body are in golden proportions, strong and symmetrical, and facial features are resolute and handsome. And the initial form is 20 centimeters. That's right, being strong or not is a matter of time, but being handsome or not is a matter of life. Isn't it very important? Because of the magical power of the ever-changing blood, Sun Wukong can freely change his body size. The current appearance is the final growth form he planned for himself. When he grows naturally and reaches the age of 18, he will become what he is now. Of course, you can experience it in advance at any time. Just like now. Sun Wukong keeps changing his movements in front of the mirror, showing the beauty of his body. In his previous life, he didn't have any special feelings for bodybuilders. It may be because he was a fragile college student who was neither fit nor beautiful at that time. But now look at it like this. Wow! That feeling of tickling came up all of a sudden. Oh big! It feels like wonderful reappearance. Which has not appeared for a long time, is also posing the same movements as Sun Wukong next to him. If Sun Wukong gives others the feeling of symmetrical beauty, then reenactment is the explosive power that people can feel at first sight. Come back soon. Stop being so conceited. Sun Wukong directly stuffed the somewhat reluctant reenactment back into his mind. Really? What are you doing here? You made me look like a thin dog. Sun Wukong complained. After all, when he looked in the mirror just now, he did look much thinner than reenactment. Reenactment was not around. Sun Wukong felt good and posed in several different poses. At this moment, what a coincidence! The door opened. Chapter 60. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Ah! Shit! Lan Qi scream and shock came at the same time. Sun Wukong's body shrank instantly and returned to its original appearance. At the same time, he put on his clothes as quickly as possible. He turned his head to look at the man and soul at the door, and asked in a puzzled manner, "What happened to you?" Just now. Lan Qi face flushed, pointing at Sun Wukong and stammering, not knowing what to say. You saw it wrong just now. It's normal to be dazzled because you read too much. You still have to be more restrained in the future. Do you understand? Sun Wukong explained calmly, trying to fool the matter. But unfortunately, if it was only blue-haired ranch, she might be too shy to mention it, and the matter would be fooled. But there is also a blonde ranch who likes to say fuck, next to her. What did you see wrong? Don't fool me. Sun Wukong. Tell me quickly, why did you become so handsome just now? Did you show your true form? Unlike the shy look of blue-haired ranch, blonde ranch seemed very excited. If you don't know how to use words, don't use them. What do you mean by showing your true form? You said it as if I were a monster. Sun Wukong said, I am very happy that you said I am handsome, but I don't like your words. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am reborn. In my previous life, I worked for Frisia for 20 years and wasted my talent. But I accidentally discovered the secret that he likes to wear women's clothes. He ignored my tragic cry. I bought my life for the king. I shed blood for the king. Just kill me without any hesitation. In this life, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Sun Wukong sat on the bed, looking up at 45 degrees, and felt that the atmosphere was not good enough, so he stuffed a smoking lollipop, white, into his mouth and licked it slowly. Sun Wukong. Blonde Lan Qi voice was a little angry. What's wrong? Sun Wukong turned his head. At this time, he had not come out of the identity he had just made up for himself, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. You are lying to me again. Blonde Lan Qi words directly killed the vicissitudes in Sun Wukong's eyes. How do you know? Why do you say that? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. In the past, Blonde Lan Qi would have been deceived by himself for at least half an hour. What happened today? Suddenly woke up. He he he. Blonde Lan Qi laughed low. It seems you don't know yet. Every time when your mind is active, your tail will start to shake out of your control. You can't fool me anymore. Sun Wukong. After saying that, Blonde Lan Qi smiled confidently and pointed behind Sun Wukong. Nanny. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can I not know whether my tail is shaking or not? Sun Wukong turned his head in surprise, and sure enough, he saw a brown tail swaying left and right in a wave-like shape. Damn! It's hard to guard against thieves in the house. It turned out that you exposed me. What are you doing here in the seaweed? Stop shaking it! Sun Wukong grabbed the tail and wrapped it around his waist again while cursing. Don't try to fool me this time. Tell me what happened just now. Blonde Lan Qi started to get the topic back on track. Sun Wukong spread his hands. It's nothing. What you saw just now is what I look like when I'm 18, if nothing goes wrong. I just experienced it in advance. It's such a simple thing, you just made up a story and pretended to be deep, what the hell? Blonde Lan Qi said angrily. Xiaojin classmate. I have to talk about you. I found that your language has been getting more and more dirty recently. What's wrong with you? Sun Wukong slammed the table and stood up. What do you care about me? I just came in to see if you are serious about writing a book. Who would have thought that you were having fun in the room? You dirty my eyes, and you still think you are right. Blonde Lan Qi also slammed the table and stood up. Hey! Where is it dirty? You just said it was very handsome. It's dirty. It's dirty. Very handsome. Very handsome. It's dirty. It's dirty. Your permission to read 20 chapters in advance is gone. It's very handsome. Very handsome. That's good enough. Get out. I'm going to write a book. After Sun Wukong was satisfied, he drove the blonde Lan Qi out of the room. Then you write well. If you don't write well, I will be rude to you. This was the last statement of the blonde Lan Qi. The blue-haired Lan Qi who followed the blonde Lan Qi was still a little dizzy at this time. The scene she saw when she pushed the door open just now kept playing in her mind. However, what Sun Wukong was going to do next was really related to writing a book. His figure began to blur. Soon, another Sun Wukong walked out of his body. The two Sun Wukongs looked almost exactly the same, except that the new Sun Wukong did not have a tail. This was normal, because this Sun Wukong was not a scion, but a pure earthling. This was a kind of fancy clone, a single blood clone. As this earthling clone walked out, Sun Wukong's original body was stunned with lifeless eyes. This was because Sun Wukong's true spirit and soul followed him into the earthling clone. Sun Wukong split half of his soul and returned to his original body. He became a two-minded state, able to control two bodies at the same time, with two perspectives. But this was not enough. Sun Wukong separated a trace of his true spirit and returned to the original body. The state of multitasking disappeared, and Sun Wukong looked at the original body in front of him again. And the original body also looked at him. Sun Wukong asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything bad?" The original body suddenly knelt on the ground and covered his head, screaming, "Ah! My amazing wisdom! It's gone!" Sun Wukong patted his head, "Don't add drama to yourself. You just came out to record something, it's useless to have amazing wisdom." Tisk. The original body stood up from the ground, "You are such a responsible author. For the content of the novel, you are actually ready to try it yourself." "Humph, of course." Sun Wukong raised his thumb and pointed to his nose, "I am a photo writer. How can I deceive my readers?" After saying that, he pointed at the original body again, "From now on, you will be called Sun Er. Fuck. Even if I am just a trace of true spirit, I can't give myself such a sloppy name. What the hell is Sun Er? How about Sun Wukong no too?" Sun Er's face was full of rejection. "Don't talk too much. Sun Er. I am the real one." Sun Wukong still insisted on his opinion. "You will regret it. Sunday." Sun Er said that he knew this joke. "Sunday. You have to call me Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong patted his head again. "Then you have to call me Sun Wukong no too." Sun Er tried hard to fight for it. "What a troublesome clone. Congratulations, Sun Wukong number 2. You succeeded in convincing me." Sun Wukong pouted. Chapter 61. The more you go, the more you will be able to see. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and looked inside himself. In the dark chaos, there were 365 faint stars lurking. First, the third-rate to first-rate warriors will open a total of 108 acupoints in their limbs. Sun Wukong locked the position instantly. The 1 million combat power of the qi in his body rushed to the first A-cup ointment. In less than 1 second, the A-cup ointment was opened up with almost no resistance. The qi did not stop and rushed to the next A-cup ointment. In just 1 second, the qi opened up 3 acupoints. After 36 seconds, all 108 acupoints were opened. Not bad. Because my earthling blood has been enhanced, each A-cup ointment can bring me a 50% increase. 108 acupoints means a 54-fold increase. Sun Wukong felt his own situation and nodded with satisfaction. 108 acupoints are the limit for a normal first-class warrior. The abnormal ones need to open 20 more acupoints on this basis, 1 at the tips of 10 fingers and 1 at the tips of 10 toes. The shoes on Sun Wukong's feet instantly broke into 10 holes, which were broken by the gas explosion caused by the opening of the acupoints. 128 acupoints are perfect, which means you have surpassed the limit of first-class masters. If you want to enter the acquired realm, you need to start from the spine. There are 32 vertebrae in total, from bottom to top, 3 coccyx, 5 sacral vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, and 7 cervical vertebrae. At least 2 acupoints need to be opened on each vertebra. 2 acupoints are opened on each vertebra, and a total of 64 acupoints is the limit of normal acquired warriors. If you want to open 3 acupoints on each vertebra, you need great opportunity and perseverance while meeting the qualifications and talents. Open 3 acupoints on each vertebra. A total of 96 acupoints. When all 96 acupoints are opened, you have surpassed the limit of acquired warriors. While speaking, Sun Wukong's spine made a muffled puff-puff sound, and all 96 acupoints have been successfully opened. But the acquired realm is not over yet. If you want to have a chance to go further in the future, you need to continue to open your orifices. Open an acupointment at the connection between every 2 vertebrae. 32 vertebrae, 31 connection points, which means you need to open 31 more acupoints. The spine made another muffled sound, and 31 acupoints were successfully opened. 96 plus 31 is beyond the limit of the acquired limit, a total of 127 acupoints. To move from the acquired to the innate, you need to open the acupoints of the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels. Each internal organ has 9 acupoints, and the 5 internal organs have a total of 99 acupoints. When you reach the innate realm, the mystery of martial arts has begun to show its edge. Every time you open an acupointment, your own qualifications will be improved a little. Does Biggin know? It doesn't matter if you don't know, he has a 9-orifice exquisite heart that was born with 9 orifices opened. So he is very awesome. The 5 internal organs are responsible for killing. The 6 bowels are responsible for vitality. Those who have opened up the 45 acupoints of the 5 internal organs can nourish the 5 chi of heart fire, liver wood, spleen earth, lung gold, and kidney water. The 5 chi converge to the origin, and can burst out 100 times the combat power. Those who have opened up the 54 acupoints of the 6 internal organs can eat wind and drink dew to maintain their vitality, and can also swallow and digest gold, stone, and iron. The recovery ability is greatly enhanced. Minor injuries can be healed in 1 day, and major injuries cannot be bathed for 3 days. It is no longer a worry to regenerate a broken arm in half a year. These are the 99 acupoints of a normal innate warrior. The abnormal ones also need to open the 8 life and death gates of the body. The life and death gate, after opening, leads directly to the road to heaven. If you can't open it, you will have no control over your life and death. These 8 gates of life and death are called the 8 gates, namely Xiamen, Dumen, Jingmen, Shangmen, Kaimen, Jingmen, Shenmen, and Simon. So far, the first-class warriors have surpassed the 128 acupoints of the limit, the acquired warriors have surpassed the 127 acupoints of the limit, and the innate warriors have surpassed the 107 acupoints of life and death. A total of 362 acupoints. The road to heaven is only 1 step away. The 3 acupoints on the top of the sky. It can also be called the 3 flowers on the top. The 3 flowers on the top are completed. The road to heaven is also completed. Innate warriors, the person will completely transform and become a martial god. But the difficulty of opening each of the last 3 acupoints is greater than that of all the previous acupoints combined. First of all, the human acupointment needs to be impacted by compressed and condensed chi 100 times, and the amount of this chi must be at least 100,000. 100,000 compressed chi 100 times, which means that the basic condition for opening the human acupointment is to have 10 million chi under normal circumstances. There needs to be a way to exert pressure on 10 million chi. It is recommended to use a strong body to compress it here, which will be good for the future. Opening the human orifice, successfully entering the realm of martial arts, is called the first level of martial arts. The human orifice and the 362 acupoints in the body take care of each other, and you can comprehend the martial arts' supernatural power, Yuan Qi Jin. Yuan Qi Jin. The air moves at will, and the air can be compressed in any acupointment, and then released to create a powerful force. The degree of compression is related to the strength of the body and the acupoints. Then, the earth orifice requires a strong physical fitness. At least the body can withstand the attack of 100,000 air power without getting hurt. If opening the human orifice is to compress the air with the body, then opening the earth orifice is a big advantage. Opening the earth orifice is called the second level of martial arts. The earth orifice and the 362 acupoints in the body except the human orifice take care of each other, and you can comprehend the martial arts supernatural power, explosive yuan body. Explosive yuan body. You can temporarily increase your physical fitness by burning gas in the acupoints. You can explode the acupoints when necessary, and detonate the acupoints to greatly enhance your physical fitness. Finally, the heavenly A-cup ointment requires a strong soul and mental power. This is the last A-cup ointment in the body, and it is also the most difficult. It requires a strong soul power to open it. But the stronger the soul power, the harder it is to open it. If you want to open it, you can only use your soul to grind it open bit by bit. Of course, there is a shortcut, that is to understand your body and enter a mysterious state. Just enter the mysterious state for a moment, and the heavenly A-cup ointment will open by itself. Opening the heavenly A-cup ointment is called the three heavens of the god of war. The heavenly A-cup ointment and the 362 acupoints in the body except the human A-cup ointment and the earth A-cup ointment take care of each other, and you can comprehend the martial arts supernatural power, the true martial arts intention. The true martial arts intention. Enter the Tao with martial arts and condense the true meaning. The true meaning of martial arts and one's own martial arts bless each other, the combat power is greatly improved, and the martial arts intention can penetrate the whole body. The weak overcomes the strong. At this time, the three acupoints of heaven, earth, and man are opened at the same time, and they are in harmony with the 362 acupoints in the body, and the 365 acupoints are completely perfect. The highest magical power of martial arts, Jinyu immortal body. Success. As long as the body can withstand it, the acupoints will explode at will, and the combat power will increase infinitely. As long as the will is not destroyed, the battle is endless, and the martial arts will never end. The three heavens of the god of war. One level and one ascension to heaven. Open up 365 acupoints. The pinnacle of the god of war. Open up 129,600 meridians. Wu and himself are combined to become a martial immortal. Chapter 62. After all, I've been waiting for a long time. A wonderful chapter that I haven't seen for a long time. The last chapter was really brain-consuming. I came up with a martial arts system directly. I fired up my calculator, searched Baidu, and finally came up with a 365 A-cup ointment. I started writing the last chapter at 11 o'clock, and I thought I could finish it at 1 o'clock at most. In the end, I wrote until 2:30 in the morning, and only wrote half of it. I really can't bear it anymore, my eyes and brain are so tired. I won't calculate the data in this chapter. Give my brain a break. Main text. OK. The record is over. Sun Er put the filled pages of notes on the desktop. OK. Your mission is complete. Come back. Sun Wukong nodded, picked up the notes on the table and took back the trace of true spirit that he had separated. Sun Wukong's original body was once again stunned with lifeless eyes. After a while, Sun Wukong put down the notes with satisfaction. Don't think that it took less than a day from opening the first A-cup ointment to opening 365 acupoints and opening 129,600 meridians. That's because although the clone separated by Sun Wukong is pure earthling blood, but the quality of his qi, physical strength, and soul are too high for normal earthlings. This is equivalent to asking a doctor to do elementary school questions, and it is normal to do it easily. However, if it is placed on Wu Tian in the book, these realms, limits, and things beyond the limits are enough for him to practice for hundreds of chapters. Not to mention that the current plot has just arrived at Wu Tian's Ziakaran Tower to complete the task of the Cat Fairy. Without saying too much, the content of the next 500 chapters is probably there. Sun Wukong straightened his original body. The body of the Earthling now began to blur. Sun Wukong took a step forward, and the Earthling body overlapped with the original body. The body that merged into one again did not feel any discomfort. The acupoints and meridians opened in the body did not disappear. And because the blood of the Earthlings and the Scions blended together, the strength of the acupoints and meridians in all aspects has been greatly improved. Time passed slowly, and soon half a month passed inadvertently. The martial arts realm in Master Rashi was officially spread all over the world today. As this systematic path of cultivation spread all over the world, a golden light that others could not see fell from the sky and landed accurately on Sun Wukong's head. The small screen on the Qi movement disc immediately responded. And the response was not small. The continuous flashing soon attracted Sun Wukong's attention. Spread martial arts to the world. The luck of the earth is improved. The earth sends a thank you gift. Number of rotations +2. Spread the martial arts to the world. The luck of the earth is improved. The earth sends a thank you gift. The number of rotations +13. Spread the martial arts to the world. The luck of the earth is improved. The earth sends a thank you gift. The number of rotations +5. New words kept appearing, and the number of rotations kept increasing. Soon, Sun Wukong's number of rotations reached 2,000. But the growth rate did not slow down. 2,100. 2,300. 2,500. It did not slow down until 3,000, and it still jumped from time to time. Sun Wukong was naturally very happy about this. He was originally accumulating 10,000 rotations to prepare for 10,000 consecutive draws. Now there is another way to increase the number of rotations. Of course he is very happy. I didn't expect that my unintentional act would have such a gratifying effect. This is really cool. But this news also reminded him. It seems that I have stayed in Karan Tower for a long time. Being a homeboy is certainly relaxing, but the scenery outside is also fascinating. It's time to start my journey again. Let's go. Let's eat dog. Note, let's eat dog, let's go. Meaning to go. After Sun Wukong decided to continue his journey, he went to say goodbye to Cat Immortal. Cat Immortal was struck by lightning when he heard the news, and he was stunned in the same place. When he thought about not being able to eat the food made by Sun Wukong for a long time, tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he really wanted to embark on a journey with Wukong. But it was just a thought. After all, Cat Immortal is not some gym trainer who was conquered by the charm of the protagonist, and he still knows his responsibilities. Zioxia, I will not leave until you compensate for my bicycle. Gang, Zai, please let me join your adventure team. Of course, the main reason why the cat fairy can't leave is because there is no agent. Unlike those gym trainers, there are people willing to help them watch the territory. The three sisters of Hualan, my sister ran away with a stupid man. Continue the performance and continue the dance. Vunanj, I thought I had been relaxed for half my life, can't I be busy? But now I just want to say, Xiao Gang. Come back soon. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously and took out a gift for the cat fairy from his trouser pocket. Thumb 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 thumb. Food tablecloth, purple. After explaining the function of this thing to the cat fairy began to kneel on one knee and clasp his fists again. The cat has been wandering for half a lifetime, and I only regret that I haven't met you. I won't give it to you if you wander again. Don't worry, don't worry. Thank you very much. Brother Sun. The cat fairy happily accepted the gift. Sun Wukong took Lan Qi away from Kalan Tower and embarked on an unknown journey again. What kind of challenges are waiting for them ahead? Let's wait and see. Come here, Xia Lan. This is a female patient, and her condition is not that serious. You come to treat her. Sun Wukong gave up the position in front of the bed and called the blue-haired Lan Qi over. Ah! Me? I can't do it. Blue-haired Lan Qi didn't expect Sun Wukong to let her treat the patient, and she shook her hand without thinking and refused. What's wrong with that? Sun Wukong can do it, and you can do it. Come on. Otherwise, be careful, I will go to your room and spank you now. Although the blonde Lan Qi speech was very problematic, everyone knew that she was encouraging the blue-haired Lan Qi in her own way. Don't worry. I'm standing right next to you, nothing will go wrong. And you study very hard, and you have good talent, you can treat patients independently a long time ago. I believe in you. Xiaolan. Sun Wukong also cast a trusting look at blue-haired Lan Qi. Okay. I'll give it a try. Blue-haired Lan Qi picked up the sterilized silver needles beside her and began to perform acupuncture on the patient. In order to give blue-haired Lan Qi courage, Sun Wukong spoke again, don't worry. Look, this patient didn't speak from beginning to end. I think she must be very honored to be your first patient. Just go ahead and treat her boldly. If you really kill her by accident, at worst we can find Dragon Ball to revive her. Patient, am I not a human? Am I or not? I can't move since I lay in bed, how can you let me speak? I want to speak, did you give me a chance? Ah! Chapter 63. The old man was very angry. Girl, you look good. Come and have fun with me. Hey, you dare to hit me. Do you know who my eldest brother is? My eldest brother is the outer sect master of Longdao Martial Arts School. I am the outer sect master of Longdao Martial Arts School, you dare to hit me. Do you know who my second uncle is? My second uncle is the second elder of the Li family. You still want to kill me? Longdao Martial Arts School will not let you go. Our Li family is my Longdao Martial Arts School. I am. How dare you? Don't kill me. I am. The King of Hell silently flipped through a bunch of videos sent to him by Sun Wukong called Elimination Replay Collection. He sighed, looking at the crowded Seoul reception hall, feeling helpless. Who would have thought that tens of thousands of people died because of a dick molesting a little girl? He turned his head and looked at the black and white ghosts who were stabbing the dick's soul crazily, and signaled them with his eyes to work harder. After a while, the souls were still increasing, and the King of Hell couldn't bear it anymore. He had already worked overtime for 5 hours. This couldn't go on any longer. Hey! Brother Sun! Stop sending people down there. Let me take a break. No, Brother Yan Wang, these people were threatening me before they died. I was too scared. I had to kill them all in advance. But you've sent tens of thousands of people down here. Don't worry. Our Earth lacks everything except people. I don't believe that hundreds of millions of people will be implicated in the end. What if hundreds of millions of people are really implicated? Then I'll pay you overtime. Yan Wang was speechless. They were really going to kill hundreds of millions of people. He wanted to ask, is it that serious? Isn't it just that the blue-haired guy next to him was teased? But he didn't dare, because someone asked this question in the video just now. Well, he died miserably, torn apart by 6 horses. After hanging up the phone, Sun Wukong continued to head to the next city he had heard about. Blue-haired Lan Qi pulled him, Sun Wukong, it's really unnecessary. I don't care anymore. No. It's necessary. Xiaolan, remember, the martial arts world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. The current situation is that if someone affects my mood, he will have an accident. Sun Wukong said. Blonde Lan Qi was a little afraid to speak, this was the first time she saw Sun Wukong like this. She didn't understand, it was just that she with blue hair was teased, was it necessary to do this? But she actually wanted to ask in her heart, if she was teased, would Sun Wukong do the same? Although she had shot many people before, the total number was less than 100. It was not even as much as the fraction of what Sun Wukong killed today. This made her scared and excited at the same time. Because she didn't hate Sun Wukong like this. Sun Wukong swept his mind and found a bunch of people hiding around him who were full of malice towards them. They should be the mercenaries and killers hired by his next target. These people just followed orders because they wanted money, so Sun Wukong didn't make things difficult for them. With a move of mental power, these people went to report to the King of Hell without pain. Blue-haired Lan Chi looked at Sun Wukong's not-so-tall back with flickering eyes. These days, the scene he saw when he pushed the door open that day always appeared in his mind. In addition, now that lives have passed away because of her, her heart has been rippled, and I don't know what she is thinking. Sun Wukong didn't know how much impact his behavior had on Lan Chi. He was really just afraid of trouble. At first, he just wanted that bastard to apologize to Lan Chi. But what? That bastard not only didn't apologize, but also brought a bunch of people. At this point, Sun Wukong was still relatively patient, just knocking down this bunch of people, and then asking the bastard to apologize. As a result, the bastard actually wanted to grab Lan Chi and threaten him while apologizing. As I said just now, the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Since these idiots don't know what human relations mean, Sun Wukong can only let them have accidents. First it was that idiot, then the outer sect master of that martial arts hall. Then the Li family and that martial arts hall. Sun Wukong approached them one by one, but no one knew what human relations meant. Sun Wukong could only teach them for free. And I don't know what's wrong with these people. One by one they showed. They are all so proud. As if they are very powerful and awesome. After searching the soul of a lucky audience, they found out that it was because they had spread martial arts to the world that the strength of these people had improved, so they felt that they were very good. This Sun Wukong can't be ignored. Spreading martial arts to the world was his unintentional act. If others are oppressed because of this, it can also be regarded as his fault. At the beginning, he was still patient and tried to teach those martial artists what martial arts ethics are. But later, as more and more brain-dead idiots became, his patience was also worn out. In this case, let's all go to reincarnation. If you can't learn what human relations and martial arts ethics are in this life, you can try to learn them in the next life. You have to throw the garbage you created into the trash can yourself. King of Hell, trash can? No, buddy. Ahem. Just understand the meaning here. It doesn't mean that the King of Hell's palace is a trash can. Don't get me wrong. So, Lan Chi being teased was just a fuse. It just makes things that will happen in the future happen in advance. However, if Sun Wukong knew that his garbage cleaning behavior actually made the two Lankis feel more deeply about him, he would definitely laugh out loud. Sure enough, some books in the previous life are still useful for reference. It is recorded in Stone Beats and His Argumentative Master that killing with a girl can enhance feelings, which is actually true. It is worthy of being the second novel I have read in my previous life. By the way, the first one is Little Green Bottle and His Old Six Master. Everyone has worked hard this time. Eat as much as you can. Don't be polite. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and all kinds of delicious dishes appeared on the big table in front of him. And around him were the ghost messengers of the King of Hell and the underworld. At this time, 10 days had passed since Sun Wukong started the garbage cleaning plan. The floating people on the earth finally came to their senses and learned the ways of the world under the guidance of teacher Sun Wukong. Everyone must take care of teacher Sun Wukong's mood, otherwise there will be accidents. This truth is deeply engraved in the minds of the people floating on the earth. The result is gratifying, but the process is tiring. It is true that hundreds of millions of people were not sent down. But there are still millions. This made the King of Hell and his brothers exhausted. After all, they usually use the regulated life program, and only one person comes down every 10 seconds on average. Let's not say they are slacking off, but everyone is more relaxed. Is it because of the fight that a few more people came down, so they are a little busier? Now it's good, 10 days of 007, this is something they have never experienced before. They also know what is called human relations and worldly affairs at this moment. If you want everyone to be in a good mood, you can't let Sun Wukong have an accident. Chapter 64. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. It has been more than a year since Sun Wukong left Kalin Tower. Just today, he got a piece of news. The 19th World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is about to start. Sun Wukong recalled his memory and checked the portable time recorder personal practice room. In the original work, the protagonist Sun Wukong participated in the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament at the age of 12. In 17 days, he will be exactly 4 years old. After 4 years and 10 days, it will be the 19th World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong began to think about whether he should participate. Finally, he concluded that he must participate. The big guys swept the novice village. The masters bullied the weak. These are secondary reasons. The main reason is that since he has arrived at the earth, the place of luck, he can increase the number of rotations of the Qi lucky wheel. Then some key nodes in the original work, Sun Wukong thinks should also be very important. The small screen of the Qi lucky wheel will definitely issue tasks at that time. And the number of rotations for rewards must be quite a lot. So, for the long-awaited 10,000 consecutive draws. Sorry, the newbies on Earth. However, there is still some time before the start of the conference, and Sun Wukong wants to take advantage of this time to visit his old friends. To be honest, he also misses Bulma, Tais, Lazuli, and Chi-Chi. Wukong Hotel. Looking at the name of the huge hotel in front of him, Sun Wukong's head is full of question marks. After sensing the location of the old friend in his mind, Sun Wukong found that Chi-Chi was the closest to him. So he changed direction with Lan Chi and rushed to Chi-Chi's location. When he arrived at a city near Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong heard that a very popular restaurant had recently appeared. Since it was on the way, Sun Wukong was ready to do something he hadn't done in a long time. He would go to the restaurant to get more coins and tell whether it was a real chef or not. As a result, after asking for directions, Sun Wukong's expression was a little strange. Because the direction of the restaurant just overlapped with Kikai's direction. When he arrived in front of the restaurant, Sun Wukong saw the name. Wukong Restaurant. Today, it was the blonde Lan Chi who was using her body, and she also read the name of the restaurant. Is this a coincidence, or does the owner of this restaurant know you? Aren't you here to find someone? Maybe the owner of this restaurant is the one you are looking for. Blue-haired Lan Chi analyzed while pinching her chin. Everything is possible. Let's not keep touching your belly here. Just go in and take a look. Sun Wukong pushed open the door of the restaurant and walked in. In fact, he had the same guess as blue-haired Lan Chi. After all, he had taught Kikai cooking before he left. It is not impossible to open a restaurant with the help of the Bull Demon King. Hello. Welcome. What would you like to eat? As soon as I entered the door, a familiar voice came from a distance. Why is it far away? Because the interior of this restaurant is really big. Wow, a hall that is 10 meters high and 100 meters long. And the decoration is so magnificent. Gold paint on the wall. Mahogany pillars every 20 meters, inlaid with various gems. Crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. That's 2 words. Luxury extravagance. The familiar voice also came over after Sun Wukong finished observing. Sun Wukong took a closer look. Wow! How come this waiter looks a bit like Sun Gohan? The reason why he looks a bit like him is because he is too young. Completely different from the previous old age. Limited edition skin and middle-aged. Limited edition skin. Teenager. Limited edition skin. You are still a kid who knows how to play. Every time I see you, you look younger than the last time. In a few years, I'm afraid you'll become a baby. Hey! Look who's here. Isn't this Gaku? You've grown taller. Every time I see you, you've changed a lot. The young version of Son Gohan circled around Son Goku with a look of surprise on his face. Son Goku, who used to only reach his waist, now has reached his chest with his hair. Son Goku's face was no less surprised than his. Hey, brother Son Gohan. You said what I wanted to say. Every time I see you, you've changed a lot. Hey, you still don't want to call me Grandpa? Son Gohan suddenly turned around and pretended to be heartbroken. Get lost. Son Goku kicked him on the butt. Go back to your room and look in the mirror to see if you still look like a grandpa now. I'm with you. When you are polite, you act like a decent person. So what were you doing when I went to the underworld to seek justice for you? It's good enough that I didn't release your bird to nature after I came back. And if it weren't for me, you would have been dead with a ring on your head. I am half your reborn parent. You should call me Grandpa Son. Looking at the emotional Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan came over with a smirk on his face. Brother Sun. Brother Sun. Don't be angry. Look at this world, it's so beautiful. But you are so irritable. This is not good. Not good. Go away. Since you call me Brother Sun, I won't bother you about the bastard things you did before. Sun Wukong found a table and sat down. Didn't you just ask me what I want to eat? Serve me all the dishes. I tell you, even if it's a restaurant opened by an acquaintance, if it's not delicious, I will still smash it. And you, I'll give you the most luxurious spiral ascension set meal. Brother Sun is very generous. Come, this is the private room. Don't sit in the hall. Sun Wuhan smiled and took Sun Wukong to a private room. In fact, Sun Wuhan himself felt that what he did at that time was a bit unkind. Last time, because there were many people at the dinner, he didn't tell Sun Wukong, and he was afraid that Sun Wukong would have a grudge. But this time, he didn't rely on his wit and jokes to fool the matter. He knew from Sun Wukong's attitude that Sun Wukong didn't take it to heart, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong is here. Little Chiki must be so happy. Sun Wuhan talked to himself on the way to the kitchen. Suddenly, his eyes turned and a smirk appeared on his face. How about don't tell little Chiki that the guest is Sun Wukong? Let her find out in the end. Maybe because he has become younger, Sun Gohan has regained some of his unlucky character from his youth. You know, Sun Gohan was beaten quite often for using a stick. Recalling the moment. While eating breakfast, the Bull Demon King suddenly asked Master Kame, Master Mutin. How come your teeth turned purple? Master Kame looked at the purple rice porridge he had taken 2 sips of, smacked his lips, and then bared his teeth at the Bull Demon King. Little Bull. Is it still purple now? Yet. Very purple. Master Mutin, I don't think this has anything to do with our breakfast. Your purple is different from this purple. The Bull Demon King kept observing the purple rice porridge in his hand and Master Kame's teeth opposite him. Chapter 65. The old man was very happy. That's a bit strange. Kame stood up from the chair in confusion, and he was going to the bathroom to look in the mirror. By the way, where is your senior brother? While going to the bathroom, Kame suddenly realized why it was so quiet this morning. Oh, it turned out that Son Gohan was not there. Senior brother Son Gohan went out this morning, saying that he hadn't delivered milk for a long time and wanted to reminisce about the past. Bull Demon King said, thinking. Okay. I know. Kame also came to the mirror, nodded to show that he knew, and then grinned at the mirror. It's really purple. What's going on? Poisoned. Kame pondered for a while. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Could it be? Memory interspersed moments in memory interspersed moments. Master came woke up in the morning, read a book for half an hour, and then went to wash up. While washing up, Son Gohan walked over and said to him, "Teacher Mutant, I saw that you ran out of toothpaste yesterday. I bought you a new toothpaste." As he spoke, he put a tube of toothpaste on the table. "Hee. You've grown up. You're thoughtful." Master came smiled and praised him. Hee. Son Gohan also smiled and quietly left the bathroom. Then he kept retreating. "Son Gohan! What are you doing?" Bull Demon King saw Son Gohan, who had already retreated from Master Kame's hut, and asked him. "What? Old cow! Do you think we haven't delivered milk for a long time? I want to reminisce about the past." Son Gohan explained, turned around and started running. "Strange old son!" The Bull Demon King muttered, "Never mind. Let's make breakfast. Let's make purple rice porridge today." End of the flashback. In the flashback moment, after Master Roshi made a guess, he immediately went to all the trash cans to search. Soon, a paper shell with prank-dyed toothpaste, purple, was found. "Son Gohan! Gohan!" Master Roshi's heart-wrenching roar came from the turtle's hut. Son Gohan, who was eating peaches on the hill not far away, moved his ears, looked at the cloudless sky and the big sun, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Today is a good day." End of the flashback. Little Chi-Chi. Thank you for your hard work. A guest came and ordered all the dishes. Son Gohan came to the kitchen and said to Chi-Chi, who was cutting vegetables. "Okay. Got it, Uncle Son Gohan." Chi-Chi replied, and his hands moved faster. "Son Gohan! Come out with me." The Bull Demon King, who was washing dishes, looked unhappy and pulled Son Gohan out of the kitchen. Son Gohan was pulled by the Bull Demon King, and he knew what he wanted to say, so he didn't resist. Soon, the two of them arrived in a soundproof private room. The Bull Demon King directly grabbed Son Gohan's collar and lifted him up to face him. "Son Gohan! Didn't you tell that customer that he could only order 10 dishes at most? What if my Chi-Chi gets tired?" The Bull Demon King seemed very angry and sprayed at Son Gohan. "Old Bull! Old Bull! You spit! Be careful! Wash your face!" Son Gohan raised his hand to wipe the water marks on his face, and then explained, "This customer is a little special." "A little special? He even ordered all the dishes. Could it be that Son Goku is here?" The Bull Demon King guessed and spoke. "Shit!" Son Gohan's eyes widened. "Old Bull! When did you become so smart? Are you praising me or scolding me?" Bull Demon King put Son Gohan back on the ground. "Oh! Saying you're smart is definitely a compliment." Son Gohan straightened his clothes, then moved closer to Bull Demon King and poked him with his elbow. "Tell me quickly. Old Bull, how did you guess it was Sun Wukong? Go away! Get away from me! When I see your face now, I think you want to do something bad." Bull Demon King pushed Son Gohan away. Then he crossed his arms and snorted coldly, "Humph! Do you think this little problem can stump you, Brother Bull? First of all, there are not many special guests in this world that you can say. Secondly, when I first met Brother Sun, he ordered all the dishes in a restaurant. Based on these, it's not difficult to infer that the guest is Sun Wukong." Son Gohan gave him 2 thumbs up. "Old Bull! You're awesome!" The Bull Demon King turned around, looked at the wall, and twisted his body unnaturally. "Gohan the bastard! I won't be happy even if you praise me like this. Don't say that. Although this meal is not as delicious as yours, it tastes really good. It is totally incomparable to those restaurants outside that are riding on your popularity." Blonde Lan Chi ate the last bite of the dish on the plate and praised from the heart. "That's right. The chef here is the first disciple of my god of cooking. Sun Wukong was also very happy. He didn't expect Chi cooking skills to improve so much. It seems that he has practiced a lot after he left. Brother Sun. Come on. This is the last dish. You will definitely like it. Sun Wuhan pushed a dining cart into the private room, and there was a huge iron lid on the dining cart that covered the entire dining cart. Sun Wukong clearly saw the weird smile that flashed across his face. This guy must be holding back something good. Wait a minute. Sun Wukong reached out to stop the dining cart, and glanced at the empty plates on the table. There are only 108 dishes on the menu. I've eaten 108 dishes. Which dish did you serve for the second time? This, oh. This dish was specially prepared for you by our chef, Brother Sun. Sun Wuhan began to explain. No point in talking. Hey! I'll show you my true form. Sun Wukong directly opened the huge iron cover. Sun Wukong! Lan Qi! The scene fell silent, and Sun Wuhan moved his feet and slipped out of the private room. The dining cart was a huge dining plate, and a cute girl wearing a chef's hat was lying on the plate. The girl had 2 cucumber slices stuck to her eyes, and she was holding a carrot in her hand, lying peacefully in the middle of the plate. There were 12 flowers carved from tofu surrounding her. Sun Wukong! Lan Qi! Silence continued. The girl may have felt the light coming through the cucumber slices in her eyelids. She put down the radish and opened her arms. Then a crisp voice came out, "Come on! Master Wukong! Eat chi!" Sun Wuhan, who was eavesdropping outside the door, couldn't help but sigh, young people nowadays are too playful. Then he was hit on the head by the bull demon king who was also eavesdropping behind him. Chapter 66. After the meal, the teacher said that she was very happy. I can see that you taught her. Lan Qi affirmed. I didn't teach her anything else except cooking. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes at her, saying that he was speechless too. He took 2 steps forward, put his hands under Chi armpits, lifted her up from the dining cart, and gently put her on the ground. He flicked the smooth forehead lightly. You are expelled from the sect. Ah! Kikai was startled and hurriedly took the 2 cucumber slices off her eyes. No. Master Wukong. Kikai knows I was wrong. Sun Wukong smiled at her and rubbed her head twice. I was kidding you. And you did nothing wrong. It's just the wrong time. Do it again when you grow up, remember. Yet. Kikai nodded seriously and kept it in mind silently. Sun Wukong took the 2 cucumber slices that were just pasted on her eyes from her hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Not bad. The cucumbers cooked in this way are fresh, refreshing, smooth and delicate. Even more delicious. It seems that you have studied well during my absence. You have actually developed such a good cooking method. You must be rewarded. After saying that, Sun Wukong reached into his trouser pocket and started to take it out. Lan Qi behind him looked at him speechlessly. If you want to give a gift, just give it. Why do you have to make such a lame excuse? Ding 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 ding. Magic chef hat. Sun Wukong took out a hat that looked very similar to the white hat on Kikai's head. But there was a golden cross in the middle of the hat. Sun Wukong personally took off the original hat on Kikai's head and replaced it with the magic chef hat, purple, in his hand. After putting on this hat, you can control the kitchenware with your mind. Free your hands. Worth having. Sun Wukong introduced. Thank you, Master Wukong. Kikai's face was full of happy smiles. She didn't care about any functions. As long as it was given by Sun Wukong, she liked it. Good. Very energetic. Sun Wukong patted her shoulder. Master is back this time. Mainly preparing to meet old friends, and then go to the world's first martial arts conference. Kikai, do you want to go with me? Sun Wukong asked again. Yes. Yes. Kikai nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Are you going? Sun Wukong shouted at the door that had been squeezed and deformed. Bang! The heart hanging in the door finally died completely. In the fragments of the door on the ground, Sun Wuhan and Bull Demon King scratched the back of their heads with embarrassed faces. The movements were very synchronized, and it was obvious that they were taught by the same master. Chi Chi. Of course I want to go too. I'm going too. But I want to go home and ask An Ning. Ask her if she wants to go. Then pack up. Leave at 8:30 tomorrow morning. This is the restaurant that is rumored to be delicious. A man in a blue martial arts uniform walked down from a luxury sports car. It's here. Big brother. Another sports car also stopped, and a man in a blue martial arts uniform also walked out. The clothes on the person who came down first were obviously more luxurious than the one who came down later. Then I want to see if this place is worthy of its name. If it's not delicious, I will smash the store directly. The man called Big Brother walked towards the door of the restaurant. If it's really delicious, I'll just tie him up. Follow the senior brother to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition. When you win the championship, let him prepare a banquet for us. The other person's face was full of flattery. Good, good, good. Good at talking. Good at doing things. When I inherit the martial arts hall in the future, I'll let you be the head coach. The senior brother was very satisfied with what he heard. The other person was also very satisfied with the senior brother's appearance, and walked a few steps to the door of the restaurant. What? Temporarily closed. The chef went to watch the world's #1 martial arts competition. Senior brother, what should I do? Humph. The future champion of the world's #1 martial arts competition came here to eat, but the chef actually went to watch the world's #1 martial arts competition. It's ridiculous. Little Jwezi. Smash it for me. Yes. There are still many good people in this world. It just so happens that I feel bored to be left here by my main body to watch the store, so I come to find something to do. Great. Sun Er smiled and flew in the sky, flying towards the city where the Baihai Martial Arts Hall is located. As for the senior brother and lackey of the Baihai Martial Arts Hall, Sun Er was naturally grateful for letting them be astronauts for once. But now, Sun Er couldn't bear to see them down there for too long. Lonely, prepare to send more people down to accompany them. Everyone in the Baihai Martial Arts School, I made an appointment with Somalia to go to Cairo. Yan Wang, why is this elimination replay coming again? It's time to work overtime again. Ciao. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. After Red made a long cry like a zombie waking up on the bed, he sat up comfortably. Great. Why did I sleep so comfortably today? Red twisted his waist, and his short body jumped, and his feet fell into his shoes. I looked at the clock on the wall. Oh! It's 9:30. It seems that there are not many things to do today. Normally, Black would have woken me up at 7:30. It seems that the 7 ways of thinking to solve problems I bought online the day before yesterday was a good deal. What a conscientious merchant! Pour yourself a cup of black coffee, and it's so quiet this morning. There is no noise at all. It seems that the soundproof wall I bought online yesterday was a good deal. What a conscientious merchant! Standing next to his large French window, he gently took a sip of black coffee. Slurp. Today's base is also in order. There is no usual mess. Very good. It seems that the make a good plan, make your life orderly I bought online the day before yesterday was a good deal. What a conscientious merchant! Slurp. And this black coffee. It seems that the online shopping half a month ago. Ahem, it's not buddy. The online shopping industry is so developed now, at least half of the credit goes to you. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Sun Gohan, who had been standing in the corner for half a day, finally couldn't help it. I wasn't standing in the dark. How could this guy ignore me like a blind man? And you should tell me some useful information. Then I still want to listen. If not, tell me something interesting. You are just an online shopping record. But the facts prove that this Red is not a fake. His blindness and self-talk just now were just his disguise. The next second after Sun Gohan opened his mouth, 3 lasers shot directly from the ceiling of the room to him, and surrounded him in the middle. Humph! What a bunch of rubbish, they let the invader get directly to my room. That was close. That was close. I almost got hit by you. What? How could you? Bang! Before Red could exclaim, Sun Gohan flashed to his side and knocked him out with a knife. Chapter 67. The next morning after Sun Wukong found Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong, Lan Chi, Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan and Tai Shang and Ning met in front of the Wukong Hotel. They greeted each other and set off under the leadership of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong flew in front. Lan Chi rode the Phantom Comet motorcycle with Chi-Chi. Bull Demon King drove his own one-man off-road vehicle. Tai Shang and Ning and Sun Wufan sat on a huge gourd together, also flying in the sky. Sun Wukong looked back. Why did they all have a mount? This is not good. He took out his somersault cloud and stood on it. Although Sun Wukong didn't use many methods of refining weapons, he was still quite familiar with them, so he had already refined the somersault cloud into his own life magic weapon. The somersault cloud, which became his life magic weapon, naturally would not reject Sun Wukong. However, due to the lack of suitable materials to upgrade it, the speed of the somersault cloud is not very fast. Becoming a life magic weapon only adds a function of inputting energy acceleration to the somersault cloud, and there is an upper limit. The maximum combat power of 10 million per second, the speed in this state is 1000 meters per second. And Sun Wukong himself flies with 10 million combat power per second, the speed is 50,000 meters per second. If it weren't for handsomeness and sentiment, Sun Wukong would not be driving the somersault cloud now. But it feels really good to ride the cloud. Put on a few more handsome moves. Quick! Lan Kai, take a picture for me. Don't you have hands? Your 20 picture advance reading privileges. Damn! I'll take a picture. I'm afraid, isn't that enough? That's right. Click. 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 Here, I've taken the picture. What kind of shooting technique is this? You perfectly captured me scratching my butt, picking my nose, and rolling my eyes. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Amidst the noise, Sun Wukong and his group arrived near Lazali's location. This time there were no twists and turns. Sun Wukong knocked on the door. Lapis opened the door. Lapis opened his arms happily. Sun Wukong also opened his arms happily. Lapis took 2 steps forward. Sun Wukong kicked Lapis aside and hugged Lazali, who arrived later. Lapis covered his buttocks and looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Rajak came running. He was furious when he saw Sun Wukong holding Lazali. Rajak challenged Sun Wukong to a duel. Sun Wukong ignored him and continued to hold Lazali. Rajak took action directly. Sun Wukong controlled Lapis to stop Rajak. Lapis! What are you doing? Didn't you see what he was doing to your sister? Let me pass. Father! I want you to pass too. But I can't control myself. Sun Wukong! Come at me if you can. Don't touch my daughter. Sun Wukong turned around and smiled evilly. You said that. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with gold. Sun Wukong let go of Lazali and turned around. Lazali hugged Sun Wukong from behind and kissed him on the face. Rajak's eyes widened, and his armed color domineering aura instantly condensed a little more. Rajak directly used his full strength to attack Lapis. Lapis barely parried. Sun Wukong turned his head and kissed Lazali's pretty face. Sun Wu Kong. Rajek exceeded his limit. Lapis still barely parried. Sun Wukong said, "My future father-in-law. You can't do this. You can't even beat Lapis, and you say you used to be the leader of the adventure group." After that, he said to Lazali's mouth, "Sun Wukong. You used illusion on your father again." Lazali looked at Rajek, who kept punching the air, and said to Sun Wukong, "He told me to come at him. This is the first time I've heard such a request in my life. But you know, I'm a helpful person. This small request can still be met." Sun Wukong spread his hands helplessly. "It's just a small illusion. It will be automatically removed in a while." Sun Wukong added. Looking at Lazali carefully, Sun Wukong found that she actually had some dark circles under her eyes. "You have some dark circles under your eyes. Did something happen?" Sun Wukong asked her. "Well, there is something." "You? What are you doing?" Lazali nodded, and then she saw Sun Wukong stretched out a hand shining with green light to her. "You are not beautiful with dark circles. I will restore it for you." Sun Wukong smiled, and wiped his hand on Lazali's face, and the dark circles disappeared, and he also did a beauty treatment. Sun Wukong flipped his hand again and took out a small mirror. "Thank you." Lazali took the small mirror and looked at herself. It seemed that not only the dark circles were gone, but the skin on her face was also more delicate. "So what is the matter? Tell me. I will solve it for you." Sun Wukong asked again. "Come in first. Let me tell you in detail." Lazali stretched out her hand and led her into the house. "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded, "But I will bring others with me this time. I will go and talk to them." "It's okay. Call them all over. My house is quite big." Lazali said indifferently. "Okay. Then I'll go call them. You wait here." Sun Wukong turned around and flew away to find Lan Qi and the others. Lapis looked at Sun Wukong's flying back, exhaled a long breath, patted his chest. "The illusion finally doesn't take me." "Great. Are you sure?" Lazali asked him. "What? What? Sister, what do you mean?" Lapis trembled all over, and looked at Lazali with trembling eyes. "Sister? He. Look carefully at who I am." Lazali laughed evilly, and then put her hand on her face. "No. I don't want to look." "Don't." Lapis turned around and ran. Looking at his figure running away, Lazali put her hand down, revealing Lazali's face. Puff Lazali couldn't help laughing, or Sun Wukong likes to play tricks on people. It's really interesting. He. Sun Wukong, who had called someone back, stared at the scene blankly. Finding that Sun Wukong was looking at her, Lazali also stared at Sun Wukong blankly. Lazali wanted to ask, "When did you come back?" After staring at each other for a long time, Sun Wukong raised his hands. Today's 2 thumbs up to Lazali. "Well done, Lazali." Sun Wukong smiled at Lazali with appreciation. "I don't understand what you are saying." Lazali turned around and walked into the house, her steps seemed a little hurried. Sun Wukong used his super eyesight to see her face that had entered a red temperature state. Based on preliminary judgment, Lazali should be refreshed. Chapter 68. After all, the 2 sides have been busy. So, it's the Red Ribbon Army that keeps harassing you, which is why you're often woken up when you're resting. Sun Wukong finally summed it up. "That's about it." Lazali nodded. "Good. Very good." Sun Wukong slammed the table and stood up. "Today, we will strike the Red Ribbon Army. Who is willing to go with me?" "I will go." Kikai also stood up. "Damn Red Ribbon Army. How dare they make Master Wukong angry? Kill them. I want to go too." Blonde Lankai took out 2 Gatling guns, I have heard about the bad reputation of the Red Ribbon Army outside. Burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. Today, I will send them to see the scenery below. And me. They keep harassing me. I have been annoyed with them for a long time. Rajak finally got rid of the illusion, and the first thing he did when he entered the door was to sign up for the limited time event of striking the Red Ribbon Army. Me too. Me too. Except for Taizhang and Ning, everyone responded to Sun Wukong. After all, the Red Ribbon Army has branches all over the world, and almost everyone present has heard of or seen the evil deeds of the Red Ribbon Army with their own eyes. Who is so high up in the sky? He treats life as a game. The dull dark clouds cover our heads. Today, we will strike the red ribbon. Sun Gohan was inspired and turned it into a poem. Sun Goku blinked in confusion. Sun Gohan, what are you doing? How come you have become a venerable without any signs? Since you are so awesome, you will be the one to deal with the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Goku took Sun Gohan straight to the Red Ribbon Army's base camp. For safety and to be more cautious, Sun Goku asked the others not to act alone, and it would be best for them to take care of each other. The team was finally formed. Bull Demon King, Rajak, and Lapis are in one group. Blonde Lan Chi, Chi, and Lazuli are in one group. These two groups will go to sweep the major branch bases of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Gohan, you are so slow. Looking at Sun Gohan flying over with Ret, Sun Goku spoke. I'm already fast enough. I'm going at full speed all the way. Except for the time I wasted listening to his nonsense, it's already the fastest speed. Sun Gohan explained. But Sun Gohan also felt that he was a little slow. It only took Sun Goku 1 second to deal with the people in the entire base. I don't know what I did, but a terrifying power came down, and everyone fell asleep. Compared with Sun Goku, I'm really slow. This red-haired dwarf has been brought back to you. What are you going to do? Sun Gohan threw Red on the ground and asked Sun Goku curiously. I want to check the list of senior officials of the Red Ribbon Army, so that I can deal with them one by one. Sun Goku put his hand on Red's head and began to read his memory. After a while, Sun Wukong's speechless voice came out, Great! It turns out that you are also a hands-off boss. Red only remembered the names and characteristics of some senior officials, and only knew a few of their specific locations. He is really not a competent leader. I have to trouble you again, Sun Gohan. Go find a tall black bald man. He should be stunned by me. Bring him back. Sun Wukong said to Sun Wuhan, and then closed his eyes and began to search for some useful information. This tall black bald man is Black. He usually takes care of most of the things of the Red Ribbon Army. Soon, Black was brought here. The same soul search was served. A few minutes later, Sun Wukong destroyed the bodies of the two people with a gas bomb and sent them to report to the King of Hell. These two people are the evil leaders. The people below act recklessly and do all kinds of evil. A large part of the reason is the consequence of their acquiescence. Sun Wukong also wiped out a lot of spirituality in their souls. In the next few lives, they can only grow some plants such as flowers, trees, and trees to restore the spirituality in their souls. Because they have done too many bad things, their souls are stained with a trace of evil karma. If such souls are allowed to reincarnate, they will probably be evil people in the next life. It's better to be a plant for a few lifetimes, and then choose what kind of person you want to be. You go back to Lazuli's house first. I'll go to various parts of the world to deal with some important members who are alone. Sun Wukong told Sun Wuhan where he was going, and then disappeared. After that, Sun Wukong dealt with General Blue and Colonel Violet, waiting for a group of senior executives. Finally, a missing person prop was used to find Dr. Gro, who was hiding in a secret room isolated from exploration. So far, the Red Ribbon Army was completely wiped out. Kaji's never thought that when she went out to buy vegetables, the Red Ribbon Army that had troubled her family for a long time was gone. But soon, she put this matter behind her. Because another thing attracted her attention. That was Kikai, who was cooking. The knife skills were fast and accurate, which was the second most important thing. The knife was not held in the hand but was cut by herself. Kajis, who was very surprised, stretched out her finger and tasted the sauce made by Kikai. Delicious. Very delicious. Such a little girl actually made it better than herself. It's simply inconceivable baby. Note, inconceivable baby, inconceivable, meaning incredible. A new word every day. I wish all my readers can pass the Set 4 and Set 6. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Sun Wukong said beside her. Then I'll leave it to you, Wukong. Kajisi smiled. By the way, Wukong. Now that the crisis of the Red Ribbon Army has been resolved, then our family is going to watch the world's #1 martial arts conference. Do you want to go with us? Kajisi suddenly remembered this and asked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was stunned, then smiled and pointed to himself and Sun Wufan and his group sitting in the living room. What a coincidence! Our group is also going to the world's #1 martial arts conference. That's great! When are we leaving? Kajisi also thought it was a coincidence. I have to pick up another group of people. If possible, we'll leave tomorrow. Sun Wukong thought carefully, then spoke. There are still 7 days to his birthday. His idea is to hold a birthday party now that everyone is gathered, and then go to the #1 martial arts conference. Leaving tomorrow. Kajisi muttered to herself, and then shouted towards the living room, Lajak. Lapis. Lazuli. Sun Wukong and the others are also going to the #1 martial arts conference. How about we leave tomorrow morning? A voice came from the living room. I'm fine. This is Lajak. I'm fine too. This is Lazuli. The day after tomorrow. Sister and Dad, don't look at me like that. I'm fine too. I won't say who it is. Chapter 69. The time flies. The author is here to popularize knowledge for everyone again. Today, I will popularize the word ren for everyone. Do you know it? To be honest, if it is not connected with time, even the author does not know how to pronounce it. I used to think that the word was pronounced existence. Later, I found out that it was pronounced ren. Time flies. The meaning of Shiguang ren is that time passes by little, and it passes by in a flash without you noticing. Today's popularization ends here. Thank you for watching. Text. 1 + 1 = 1. 2 + 2 = 4. 3 + 3 = 9. Listening to the little brat in front of her stumbling over the multiplication table, Bulma was speechless. The teacher asked her to help check the recitation of the class. She thought that this broken multiplication table could be memorized after reading it once, so she agreed without caring. What IQ do these little brats have? They can't even memorize this broken multiplication table with a maximum of less than 3 digits. The average time spent by each child stumbling over the recitation is enough for him to solve a quintic equation. But since she promised the teacher, Bulma still insisted. 9981. Finally, the little brat in front of her finished reciting. Quick! Next one. Bulma took out the list, ticked his name, and called the next person up. 1 + 1 = 1. Bulma looked at the sky outside the window and couldn't help sighing, ah, what a boring day. Son Goku has been gone for more than 3 years. I don't know how he is doing. I'm still waiting for him to take me to the universe to play. At this time, a handsome face came into Bulma's sight. His facial features were strong and handsome, his face was smooth but not pale, and every strand of hair was black and shiny. Good. Good. So handsome. Bulma's eyes were almost full of love, staring straight at the man outside the window. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Bulma found that the handsome guy outside the window was actually looking at her and smiling at her. What a bad smile! I like it so much. And the handsome guy outside the window was of course Son Goku. He saw that Bulma was fascinated by his perfect body skin, and unconsciously twisted the corners of his mouth. It seems that Bulma is busy. Let's go find her after class. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. No. Gone? Was it my illusion just now? Bulma rubbed her eyes. No. It shouldn't be an illusion. Bulma turned her head and shouted in the direction of her school bag, Xiao Kong. Search the school. See where the tall and handsome guy went just now. Okay. Miss Bulma. A disc-shaped white object flew out of the school bag and made a mechanical sound. Then there was a cool click, split and deformed. Finally, it turned into 12 small drones, flew out of the window one after another, and began to carefully search every angle of the school. This thing is quite interesting. At this time, lying on the cloud 10,000 meters above the school and basking in the sun, I saw these small toys. Released mental power, wrapped these small drones, and began to explore. Shenji Balian was used very well, and there were some technologies and artificial intelligence. As expected of my little genius. Chi refining and technology are so well integrated. Bulma surprised him with just a preliminary investigation. Bulma's talent in scientific creation is absolutely amazing. In the original work, she even directly created a machine that can travel through time and space. It was just an attempt to give him the knowledge of another world. But unexpectedly, Bulma's talent in refining equipment is not much weaker than science. This little device is exquisitely made. It can convert solar energy into electricity and chi. And there are semi-connected structures everywhere. It seems that there are many forms that can be deformed. This small energy furnace can actually achieve 1000 times energy compression. The more he looked at it, the happier Sun Wukong was. After all, he was going to take an all-round development route in the future, and technology and refining equipment would sooner or later be studied. Now let Bulma explore the way forward. It will be much faster for him to learn from her in the future than to explore by himself. While Sun Wukong was thinking about the problem, 12 small drones also flew back to the classroom and flew towards Bulma. Tell the result of your search. There is no such person. Bulma's voice was full of doubt. Am I really hallucinating? Speaking of that person's head shape. Bulma closed her eyes and carefully recalled the scene just now, and suddenly found that the hairstyle of the handsome guy just now was very similar to that of Son Goku. Is it because I miss Son Goku too much? So I have hallucinations? No way. I probably don't think of him that much. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is just a jerk who likes to play tricks on people and leaves without saying a word. How could this genius miss him? Bulma was caught in a brainstorm for a while, and the expression on her face began to change wildly. Time passed little by little while Bulma was thinking. It's time to end the get out of class. As soon as the bell rang, Bulma rushed out of the classroom. It really annoyed her to get along with those little brats who were the same age but whose brain circuits were completely different from each other. Coupled with the suspected hallucination just now, she was a little confused at the moment. Bang! Bulma bumped into a tall figure at the corner. The figure stood still, but Bulma fell backwards unsteadily. Of course, this person was Son Goku. Son Goku quickly squatted down and reached out to support Bulma, who was about to fall to the ground. And said slowly in a gentle voice, "Little sister. Why are you so careless? Are you not hurt?" "No. No. No." Seeing this handsome face up close, Bulma's face immediately became refreshed, and her usually clever little mouth became a little stiff. "You blush. Let me see." Son Goku spoke gently again. After saying that, he reached out and gently held Bulma's chin, letting her head lift up. As Son Goku slowly approached, Bulma actually closed her eyes directly. Click. Hearing the sound of taking pictures, Bulma opened her eyes in confusion, and then saw that Son Goku had turned back to his childhood face. Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this my future wife Bulma? How come her face has become so red after not seeing her for a few years? Son Goku's laughing voice reached Bulma's ears. Her already red face turned even redder. A huge roar spread throughout the corridor. Son Goku! Sora! You bastard! Chapter 70. The two of them were still angry. Are you still angry? Sun Wukong followed Bulma and asked with a smile. Humph! Bulma said nothing, snorted coldly, and walked faster. A gift for you. Sun Wukong also sped up, keeping level with her, and raised his hand to hand over a beautiful little box. Humph! You left without a word. Now you come back without a word. In the end, you want to bribe me with a broken gift. Bulma's voice was full of resentment, but she still reached out and took the small box and put it in her small bag. No, no, no. I don't need a gift to bribe you. Sun Wukong chuckled and shook his head. What? You? Bulma turned her head and stared at Sun Wukong, and was about to scold. But Sun Wukong was not going to give her this opportunity. He took 2 steps forward and hugged her in his arms. Relying on the height difference, he gently put her head on his chest. Sun Wukong put his mouth close to her ear and whispered, I want to buy you with my whole life. I wonder if it's enough. Bulma's eyes trembled. Without waiting for her to speak, Sun Wukong directly hugged her by the waist, and then clouds appeared under his feet and flew into the sky. Keep rising and rising. Soon, the two broke through the clouds in the sky. Under his feet, there were white clouds flowing slowly. Above his head, there was an extremely bright starry sky. In front of him, there was a bright red sunset. Bulma looked at these things with great interest. It's not that I haven't seen it before, but for some reason, Bulma felt that at this moment, these things have become more moving. I left without saying a word because I hate the procrastination of parting. But a short separation is for a better reunion. Now I'm back. And I have the power to protect you. Will you accompany me on the road ahead? Sun Wukong held Bulma's hand and looked into her eyes. After staring at each other for a long time, Bulma dodged her eyes and turned her head away with a red face. Who wants to accompany you? How far away can you go? Hee hee. Sun Wukong smiled, and pulled Bulma into his arms again with a strong pull in his hand. This is not up to you. How far I go, you accompany me. Just a 5-year-old brat. So arrogant. Bulma struggled symbolically for a few times, and then stopped moving, quietly listening to Sun Wukong's heartbeat. I didn't expect that the genius beauty girl would make mistakes. I'm not 5 years old today. It's my 4th birthday in 3 days. Sun Wukong said. So you know you're only 4 years old. You're so lustful at such a young age. What will you do in the future? Bulma said angrily. Can you blame me for being lustful? The Scion race is now sparsely populated. What's wrong with me just wanting to expand the race? For the sake of the race, I can only make myself more lustful. Sun Wukong fully demonstrated his thick skin. Oh! Haha! Bulma laughed a few times strangely. Then our race hopes that Mr. Sun Wukong will marry many wives in the future to develop the race. It is extremely difficult for the Scion race to reproduce. For the sake of the race, I can only choose to sacrifice myself and use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. Sun Wukong said righteously. You. Bulma turned her head and looked at Sun Wukong in shock. She just said it casually, but she didn't expect him to admit it directly. I have never seen such a shameless person. Bulma was moved. Hey! Now you see it. Sun Wukong laughed. Humph! Bulma leaned her head on Sun Wukong's chest again. She was a little tired today. Let's talk about the future later. 3 days later, Sun Wukong's birthday party officially began. The scene was not crowded, but it was bustling. Today is my birthday. Welcome everyone to come and support me. Sun Wukong sincerely thanked everyone present. From being alone at the age of 1 to being surrounded by relatives and friends today. Since arriving on Earth, Sun Wukong has sent invitations to many friends he has met. Thais, Bulma, Dr. Brief, Bridget, Lapis, Rajk, Lazuli, Kajis, Sun Wuhan, King of Hell, King of the World, Thais Hang Anning, Kikai, Bull Demon King, Cat Immortal, God, Popo, Lankai. These friends and relatives of Sun Wukong are now gathered in the huge courtyard of Bulma's house. Sun Wukong cooks by himself, using a variety of ingredients are used to make different delicious dishes. After eating and drinking, it is time to give gifts. After everyone knew that this was Sun Wukong's birthday party, they prepared a gift. Amid everyone's calls, Sun Wukong opened them one by one with great interest. First was Bobo's gift box. After untying the ribbon and opening the lid, a pair of sunglasses came into view. Great! Needles don't poke. Sun Wukong put the sunglasses on his face directly, which was very suitable. Next, the gift from the gods was a long-sleeved yellow vest coat, very thin and silky. Sun Wukong also wore it on his body. The gift from the cat fairy was a colorful fishbone necklace. The gift from the Bull Demon King was a helmet with the same horns as his. The gift from Tai Shang and Ning was a golden belt. The gift from Sun Wuhan was a bracelet made of some unknown wood. King Kai's gift is a necklace made of a jade plate with the words written on it. King Kai, no. You just have to be naughty, right? King Kai's gift remake is a necklace made of a jade plate with the words King Kai written on it. Kajis's gift is a badge with the words Vice Leader of the Laji Adventure Group written on it. Rajak's gift is a badge with the words Leader of the Laji Adventure Group written on it. Lapis's gift is a very straight wooden stick. Bridget's gift is a white short-sleeved shirt with Bulma embroidered on the chest and ties embroidered on the back. Dr. Brief's gift is a toothbrush that can play music. Foreshadowing after 50 chapters. The last 5 gift boxes are for Bulma, Thais, Lazuli, Chi-Chi, and Lankai. Sun Wukong opens them at the same time. The gift box contained a blue bow, a notebook, a badge with the head of Sun Wukong, a pink apron, and a bracelet made of yellow and blue rope. I am very happy to receive the gifts. Then I will give you a full set of armor. Sun Wukong directly put all the gifts on himself. Finally, a handsome guy wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a yellow jacket, a pink apron, sunglasses, a horn helmet on his head, a blue bow and 3 badges on his chest, 2 necklaces around his neck, 2 bracelets on his wrists, a golden belt around his waist, a notebook in his left hand, a straight wooden stick in his right hand, and a toothbrush in his mouth appeared. Ha ha ha! What kind of style is this? It's quite unique. Quick! Take a picture of him. Elegant. Extremely elegant. Amidst laughter and joy, Sun Wukong's 4th birthday party ended. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. The first time, the first time. 5 days before the world's first martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong and his party arrived at the venue, Silula Island. Found a receptionist, he led Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Bull Demon King, Lapis, and Rajk to the registration site. The rest of the people went to find a place to live, or to find an open space to release the capsule house they brought with them. Ouch! My stomach hurts. You go find a house first, I need to go to the toilet first. While everyone was looking for a house, Kame Sensei left the crowd with an ugly face, holding his stomach. Hello, the 5 of us want to register. Sun Wuhan came to the registration staff on behalf of everyone. Okay. Sign your name here, then measure your height and weight, and you can participate. The registration staff took out 5 registration forms. Sun Wukong and the others filled them out, and then were led to the backstage by a new staff member to measure their height and weight. "Hello. I want to sign up." Not long after Sun Wukong and the other 5 left, another person walked up to the registration staff. The registration staff looked back and saw that no one else came to sign up for him. He was idle, so he thought about helping this person write the registration form. He asked, "What is the name of this gentleman?" "I am Jackie Chan." After a while, Sun Wukong and the other 5 finished signing up, and after leaving the registration point, they reunited with everyone else. But because there were too many people in the group, they had not found a suitable house yet. In response, Sun Wukong pointed casually, "Let's go with that one." Everyone turned their heads and saw a medium-sized homestay, which was not too big. "I'm afraid it won't fit." "Brother Sun," Lapis said hesitantly. "Believe in you, brother Sun. Just go." Sun Wukong patted his chest. "Okay." Lapis nodded, and then entered the B&B and talked to the owner. After talking for a while, Lapis came out with a bunch of keys. "Okay, brother Sun. Follow me." Sun Wukong waved to everyone, and then took the lead to walk into the B&B. Coincidentally, there is a long corridor. Ding 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 ding. Wallpaper room. With the sound effect, Sun Wukong took out 10 wallpaper rooms from his trouser pocket. In fact, what Sun Wukong drew was a purple item called Wallpaper Room Pack, which contained a total of 10 wallpaper rooms. This thing. Sun Wukong introduced the function of the wallpaper room to everyone. Dr. Brief became interested and took a wallpaper room and looked it up and down. After looking through it for a few times, Dr. Brief took out a thermometer-like thing from his arms and scanned the wallpaper room. The thermometer beep, 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 beeped a few times, and then a blue 3D screen popped up. Dr. Brief looked at it for a few times and exclaimed, "Wow! This strange space fluctuation. I seem to have an inspiration again. After this martial arts competition is over, I should be able to issue a new universal capsule." Sun Wukong smiled and thought to himself that he was worthy of being a genius like Bulma, which was really awesome. After sending the wallpaper room down, plus the original rooms of the B&B, it was more than enough to accommodate everyone. Sorry. I'm late. People are useless when they get old. I don't know what I ate and I had diarrhea. A voice came from a distance. Sun Wukong turned his head and saw that Master Roshi was back from signing up. In order to avoid any accidents, when Sun Wukong left to sign up, his mental power covered everyone. So naturally, he remembered all the things like Master Roshi pretending to be sick and running away, changing clothes, changing his name to Jackie Chan, and signing up for the competition. Now seeing Master Roshi change back into his original clothes, pretending to be exhausted and limping back, he naturally found it extremely funny. But in order to save some face for the old man, Sun Wukong still held back his laughter. He walked up and patted Master Roshi on the shoulder. I understand. Brother Master Roshi. As the saying goes, a man will have diarrhea after living for 70 years. You are over 300 years old, and you didn't poop directly in your pants, and you can hold it in and find a toilet, which is already amazing. By the way, I have medicine to treat diarrhea, do you want it? Blue-haired Lan Chi, floating behind the blonde Lan Chi, tilted her head in confusion, and looked at Master Roshi carefully several times. According to Sun Wukong, taught him to look, smell, ask and feel, Master Turtle clearly didn't have diarrhea. Strange? Sun Wukong also found the blue-haired Lan Chi with a question mark on her head, and blinked at her. Oh! So there is a reason that can't be told. Blue-haired Lan Chi immediately understood. Because similar things have happened before. Recall the interspersed moment. Medical fairy. You must save my husband. I don't know what's wrong with him recently. He has no energy to do anything. A relatively strong lady said to Sun Wukong with concern. Sun Wukong glanced at the thin young man next to him, symbolically grabbed his hand and felt his pulse, and asked casually, "Young man, what's your job?" No job." The young man spoke in a dull voice. It can be heard that he is indeed a little listless. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the elder sister, taking a breath of cold air. "Hiss, your husband's disease is terrible." "Ah? How terrible?" The elder sister was also a little scared. "It can be called so terrible. If you really don't understand, I can tell you that this disease can be named after your husband in the future." "What's your husband's name?" "His name is..." Just as the two were discussing what the disease should be called, the blue-haired Lankai in a nurse's uniform kept looking at the young man. After preliminary judgment, the young man should be fine. Why did Sun Wukong lie to the elder sister? And Sun Wukong soon found that the blue-haired Lankai was looking at him in confusion. Turning his face to the side, he blinked at her. Although the blue-haired Lankai didn't quite understand what he meant, she still chose to believe Sun Wukong and stood aside without saying anything. "Okay, then this is the name of this disease. This disease is difficult to treat, but it is also easy to treat. But for me, the medical immortal, it is not a problem. It just requires a very precious medicinal material. If you believe in me, give me a deposit of 500 first, and I will pay the full fee after I cure your husband. How about it?" Sun Wukong concluded. "No problem. Medical immortal. Here is 500. Take it." The eldest sister immediately took out 500 yuan and put it on the table. Chapter 72. After the two of them had a baby, they were still very busy. "Okay. You go out first. The next treatment process is more private." Sun Wukong pointed at the door again. "Okay. Okay." The elder sister walked out of the door immediately. Watching the elder sister walk out of the door, close the door. Sun Wukong picked up the 500 yuan on the table, rolled it up, and then stuffed it into the young man's hand. The young man's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Without waiting for him to say anything, Sun Wukong shouted to the outside of the door, "Elder sister! You can come in." The young man didn't care about the doubts, and quickly stuffed the 500 yuan into his trouser pocket, and then sat back in his original position. The elder sister also hurried behind the young man and cast an inquiring look at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled confidently at her, stretched out his hand and patted the young man's shoulder. "How do you feel now, young man?" The young man clenched his fists directly, and stretched out his not-so-obvious muscles. "I feel full of strength." Sun Wukong asked again, "Are you energetic?" The young man showed a confident smile on his face, and his whole body was full of strength again. "Energetic." "Okay. Xiaolan, take out the QR code. This lady, transfer the money. You can leave after the money is transferred." Lanfa Lankai took out a QR code, and the elder sister scanned the money without saying a word. Before leaving, the young man put his hands in his pockets and touched the 500 yuan again. The whole person was shocked, and he turned around and held Sun Wukong's hand. "Medical immortal! You are so amazing! Good vision! Good vision! Goodbye." After sending the two away, blue-haired Lan Chi confided her doubts to Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong looked out the window, and his voice was a little low and regretful. "There is only one disease in this world. That is poverty." End of the flashback. Little Blue. What are you doing here? This is the wallpaper room I left for you. Blue-haired Lan Chi, who was still immersed in memories, was pulled out by Sun Wukong's voice. Nothing. Blue-haired Lan Chi smiled and reached out to take the wallpaper room handed over by Sun Wukong. There are still 5 days before the start of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. and Sun Wukong is preparing to give others a collective special training. Sun Wukong handed 4 stones with Sun written on them to Bull Demon King, Sun Gohan, Lapis, and Rajak respectively. Your next task is to put the stone in your hand on the round platform over there. Sun Wukong pointed to a platform in the distance. This is a fairy bean. After eating it, you won't be hungry for 10 days. Sun Wukong threw 4 more beans into the mouths of the 4 people accurately. You have 10 days. I will come to you after 10 days. Or if someone puts a stone on the platform, I will also feel it. Bye. After explaining the task, Sun Wukong's figure disappeared from the spot. Some people may ask here, isn't there only 5 days left before the world's first martial arts conference? Why can we still train for 10 days? Just because. They are not in the outside world, but in a wallpaper room. This wallpaper room was opened by Sun Wukong to a time flow rate of 1/10, that is, 10 days in the wallpaper room, and only 1 day in the outside world. As we all know, generally in such seemingly simple training situations, there will always be a stubborn person who stands up and then gets slapped in the face. No, he is here. What's so difficult about this? Lapis curled his lips and started running towards the platform, even if it's such a simple training. I want to be the first to finish it. Seeing Lapis walking a long distance towards the platform, Rajak couldn't help but wonder, is this training really that simple? The Bull Demon King no longer hesitated and began to walk towards the platform. Only Son Gohan was still standing there with confidence. Are you kidding? That's Son Goku. How could he set up such a simple level? Not to mention that he still had 10 days left. Ouch! Ah! The moment of slapping in the face, although it was late, it came. When Lapis was 10 meters away from the platform, he staggered, walked a few steps forward, and fell directly to the ground. Fuck! It's so uncomfortable. Dad! Save me! Lapis asked for help. Rajak ran over speechlessly. After 10 meters from the truncated platform, a force of gravity pressed down on him. It was twice the gravity of the Earth. 1 meter further, it was 4 times the gravity of the Earth. Force. When it reached Lapis's feet, it was already 8 times the gravity of the Earth. Rajak also felt a little uncomfortable, so he quickly lowered his head and grabbed Lapis' ankle and dragged him out of the 10-meter range of the circular platform. The gravity on his body was lifted, and Lapis quickly jumped up and moved his body a few times. Hey! I almost died. Lapis wiped the sweat from his head. Finally, he stared at the circular platform 10 meters away for a few more glances. It was a big platform. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Lapis felt that he could do it again. Just a gravity wants to stump me, Lapis. You didn't expect it, brother Sun. But it's normal. How can my superb throwing skills be imagined by ordinary people? Lapis grabbed the stone and stretched his arm back. Go. Throw it with all his strength. The stone drew a perfect parabola and fell accurately to the center of the stone platform. Nothing more. Lapis smiled crookedly, crossed his arms, turned around, and looked up at the ceiling of the wallpaper room at a 45-degree angle. Unfortunately, it was not a wise move to open champagne at half-time. Just when the stone was 1 centimeter away from the round table, the stone stopped in mid-air. After floating for 2.5 seconds, it instantly shot towards Lapis. And Lapis was still posing confidently, and even his observation haki was not turned on. The stone hit the back of Lapis's head accurately. Bang! The crisp sound proved that this was a good start. Lapis quickly spun in the air. After more than a dozen front flips in a row, the whole person fell straight to the ground. Being young is good. Fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Lala. You son. Hey, the Bull Demon King looked at Lokja, wanting to say something but stopping, and finally said nothing more. Be more open-minded. Young people are like this. Son Gohan patted Lakya's shoulder to comfort him. I've gotten used to it. Lakya said indifferently, then approached the circular platform, found a gravity intensity that suited him, put the stone at his feet and started training. Just get used to it. Son Gohan nodded, and also found a suitable gravity intensity to start training. The same goes for Bull Demon King. About 2 hours later, Lapis woke up. After being taught a lesson by Lakya, he also devoted himself to training. Chapter 73. Let's see what happens, let's see what happens. Wonderful chapter title. I'm really sorry, everyone. I don't want to appear so often. It's mainly because some dear readers responded that snapping fingers and slapping are both pa, so it's a bit confusing. From this picture on, snapping fingers is pa, and slapping the face and other physical attacks become pia. Bye. Main text. Hello everyone, I'm Lapis. Today we will be in a strange world and embark on a real survival journey. 2.5 hours ago, after 10 days of hard work, I finally put the stone with sun written on it on the round table against gravity. I knew I could do it. Although I was the last one among the 4, it did not prevent me from being full of confidence in myself. Then, Brother Sun appeared. He said that we performed very well and could rest for 2 hours, and then said that we would go to a place for the final trial. I asked Brother Sun how I performed. Brother Sun also gave me a high evaluation. Very show effect. Although I didn't understand it very well, I think it must be a very high evaluation. For 2 hours, I took a shower, played a game again, and then played a game again. My father Lojak dragged me out of the room and beat me up, and I reluctantly started warm-up exercises. After 2 hours, the 4 of us and Brother Sun met again in the training room just now. Brother Sun just waved at us, and my eyes went dark. Then I appeared in a wilderness. And my father, Uncle Gohan, and Uncle Niu were not by my side. Before I could get happy, the wilderness where I was lying shook. I turned my head and looked into the distance. Damn it! What the hell is this? Go out and take it. In front of me is a thigh that reaches the sky like a giant pillar. That thigh can be lifted up. Damn it! Why is that thigh moving towards me? I started to fly desperately. Boom! Listening to the dull sound of hitting the ground beside my ears, I knew that I had escaped a disaster. Turning my head and looking, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a huge mammoth. The mountains next to it looked particularly small in front of it. I don't know how long it is. But I think it must be at least 1 kilometer. And it makes me feel very dangerous. After training, according to Brother Sun, my combat power has reached more than 2000, but my observation Haki frantically warned me that I was no match for the creature in front of me. I think his combat power is at least 4000. What else is there to say? You oil the road. However, the escape plan did not go as smoothly as I imagined. A terrifying suction came from behind me. I looked back and found that it was the huge mammoth using his nose to suck like a vacuum cleaner. And the objects it sucked were various dinosaurs in a small valley that were obviously tall for humans, but were like ants in front of it. The suction from the side alone made it difficult for me to break free. I couldn't imagine what would happen if that nose was facing me. And the dinosaurs on the ground had no power to resist at all, and were sucked into the body of the huge mammoth along with the surrounding lake water, stones, and trees. Finally, the suction stopped. I started to run at full speed. The last look before running away, I saw the huge mammoth spit out a pile of bones with its nose. Because I had run far away, I suddenly wanted to be naughty. I shouted to the back. It's wrong to be picky. Then my voice came from a group of green strange birds hunting in the sky. A bunch of little karami. If I can't beat the giant elephant, can I beat you? It turns out that I am indeed stronger than those green birds. With the haki of armament and observation, I beat those birds and made them scream. But I immediately realized how stupid my decision was. because the terrifying suction force fell on me again. And this time the suction force was several times stronger than before. I resisted desperately, but I kept approaching the giant elephant. And the group of green birds had already reached the giant elephant's nose. As they got closer and closer to the giant elephant's nose, the suction force became more and more terrifying. Just when I was 2 meters away from the giant elephant. When I was 1,000 meters away, the clouds in the sky suddenly turned green. Then, huge green drops of water fell from the sky. Each drop of water was bigger than me. The raindrops hit the giant elephant, and immediately made a hissing sound, and wisps of white smoke came out. The terrifying suction stopped. I slid towards the giant elephant for a distance by inertia, and then immediately ran away without stopping. But I still couldn't control my head and eyes. The giant elephant pointed its long nose at the sky, and then a huge white air column sprayed out from its nose. The green clouds were broken open, revealing a green creature that looked like a combination of a catfish and a snake. The white air column hit the head of the green creature. The green creature was obviously angry, and its head began to emit green light. I thought something bad would happen next, so I didn't continue watching and turned around to run away. Half hours later, when I came back to my birthplace, the place that was originally a wasteland turned into a huge basin with green smoke. Occasionally, flying creatures flew over the basin, accidentally covered by the green smoke, and fell asleep directly, and then their bodies began to rot during the fall, and when they fell to the ground, only pits and bones were left. I think Brother Sun thinks too highly of me. Is this place really for people? But I adjusted my mentality quickly, and I made the best of it. The main reason is that I believe Brother Sun can't just watch me die and be indifferent. I took out my mobile phone and turned on the video function. Hello everyone, I am Lapis. Today we will be in a strange world and embark on a real survival journey. In front of the huge basin in the background of green smoke, as the first video was recorded, I began my journey of survival. Also known as, Please Give Me a Way to Live. A giant with one eye. A turtle flying in the sky. A big tree with eyes and a mouth. A stone man disguised as a mountain. A monster that can be invisible and discharge electricity. Ants that look inconspicuous but can reach supersonic speed with a strong jump. A giant dragon with a black gem embedded in its chest. A four-armed gorilla with a clear palm print on its face. A poisonous little snake that likes to hide in the water and be the sixth. If I can get out alive, these videos and photos in my phone will be enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Chapter 74. The world that Sun Wukong sent the 4 people into was naturally the Sumuru Cave Heaven, black, that he had drawn before. When he went in to pick fruit, Sun Wukong found the Doraemon that he had been raising there before. But is this Doraemon growing too fast? The size has tripled compared to when he first came in, and the energy in his body is incomparable. After casually slapping the Doraemon who wanted to take revenge away, Sun Wukong began to think about why. But soon he found that there was a mysterious substance in the air around him. It should be something like spiritual energy, heaven and earth energy. Creatures, plants, and even inanimate objects that have lived in this substance for a long time will undergo a transformation like flying. For example, the Terra King Kong. After learning this, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't let it sit idle. So he put all the animals and plants he had extracted into the Sumuru Cave Heaven. This also created the current trial place for Lapis and others. The trial time for several people this time is 30 days. That's right, Sumuru Cave Heaven also has the ability to adjust the flow rate of time, and the upper limit is 1:1000. And Sun Wukong was not idle during these 3 days. Every day during the day, he went shopping and playing with Bulma, Tais, Lazuli, Chi-Chi and Lan-Chi. At night, he instantly moved to the surface of the sun, absorbed the power of the sun and began to temper his body. The amount of air in Sun Wukong's body has reached 600 million, and all of them are 500 times compressed air. In other words, the amount of Sun Wukong's air is 600 million, multiplied by the compressed mass is 500, and finally equals 300 billion combat power. After entering the mysterious state with the greatest strength bonus, the combat power is 150 trillion. It looks very strong, but Sun Wukong is not satisfied. According to his idea, when the amount of qi reaches the level of 100 million, the quality of qi should have reached 10,000. But because the body strength is too far behind the total amount of qi, it has not been achieved yet. And his next goal is to compress the amount of qi from 600 million to 100 million. Then when the body strength is raised and the qi can be compressed 10,000 times, when will the amount of qi be increased again? But this is not something that can be completed in a day or two. It still requires a lot of time. But what Sun Wukong lacks the most now is time. So he is not in a hurry. Keep grinding, and you will get water sooner or later. Wukong. What is your current combat power? Dr. Brief asked Sun Wukong such a question while eating breakfast. About this number. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and made a 3. Oh. It's 30 million. I was wondering why it couldn't be detected. Dr. Brief nodded in understanding. Sun Wukong smiled, 3000 was right, but the unit was wrong. But he didn't open his mouth to correct it, instead he asked, detection? Father-in-law, have you made a detector? Dr. Brief nodded and pointed at the glasses on his face, this is it. With some information in your spaceship computer, it's not difficult to make this. I also made some small upgrades, my glasses can detect up to 10 million combat power. But if I use the best materials on Earth to make another pair, it should be even higher. Father-in-law is awesome. Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up. This is nothing. This is awesome. While speaking, Dr. Brief touched the left leg of the glasses 3 times. The vast horizon is my love. Sun Wukong's singing voice came out. I recorded the songs you sang at the birthday party. It's really exciting to listen to them while doing experiments. Dr. Brief said, and swayed to the music. Sun Wukong was also happy to see it, and swayed with him. Sure enough. Interesting people will attract each other. Father-in-law. You are undoubtedly the most awesome inventor on Earth. Sun Wukong exaggeratedly said to Dr. Brief while swaying. Keep a low profile. To use the words in a novel I've been obsessed with these days, there are so many heroes in the world. There are still many geniuses on Earth. For example, that one. Dr. Brief's originally smooth words became hesitant when he mentioned the name of the person. Just because. He is a person who usually likes to do experiments at home. He never went to those gatherings between doctors, so he really didn't know many people. Sun Wukong saw that he was brainstorming, so he made a small suggestion, how about Dr. Gero? Yes. It seems that there is such a person. He is also a pretty good genius. Dr. Brief clapped his hands. I seem to have met him in a competition. The works he brought out were amazing. It's just a pity that he didn't install speakers, so he missed the championship. It's obvious that he hasn't read the book The Self-Cultivation of Inventors. There is a famous saying in it, a mature inventor will definitely install speakers on his inventions. Dr. Brief was still strong and actually started to do Thomas spins on the ground. Sun Wukong saw it, and was amazed and couldn't stop, and started to support himself with his hands on the ground to do Thomas spins. Father-in-law, the author of this book is not you, right? Is it so obvious? Dr. Brief asked with a smile on his face, curling his lips. It can't be said to be obvious or not, it can only be said to be obvious. Dr. Gero missed the championship, so isn't that you, father-in-law? Sun Wukong chose to change the subject. No. The champion is another person who installed speakers on the day of the invention. Dr. Brief shook his head and denied Sun Wukong. Hey? Didn't you, father-in-law, participate in that competition? It was just a change of subject, but Sun Wukong was really confused now. It counts as participating. But it can only be considered as participating half. Dr. Brief fell into memories. Participated half? I must hear what the situation is. Father-in-law, tell me quickly. Sun Wukong's curiosity was aroused. I originally signed up for that competition, but at the end of the preliminaries, I was found to have won 3 consecutive championships, and then I was invited to be a judge. Dr. Brief told the story. I was wondering how there could be a competition that deducted points for not installing speakers. It turned out that you were the judge. This matter became normal all of a sudden. But no matter how he complained in his heart, Sun Wukong still gave a thumbs up. Father-in-law is awesome. Chapter 75. The last time I saw him was when he was about to die. 30 days. Sister. Do you know how I spent these 30 days? Your dear brother Lapis has been close to death many times. Don't you care about your brother-in-law? Sister. When I woke up, it was no longer a volcanic eruption or wild beasts, but a white ceiling, Sun Wukong, and lazuli. Lapis's tear glands went out of control. While hugging the bedside table and rubbing it hard, he kept telling lazuli about his feelings in the past few days. And although he seemed to be blaming Sun Wukong at first glance, if you listen carefully to his words, you will find that it is so natural to call him brother-in-law. Lazuli had been with her brother for so many years, and she easily noticed the difference in his words. Her face turned red, she snorted coldly and turned around and left the room. All right. Stop giving. The bedside table is almost rubbed bald by you. Seeing Lazuli leave, Sun Wukong stopped Lapis's violence against the bedside table with a smile on his face. Bedside table? No. No. You are a person, I am furniture. There is no good result for us to be together. Stop. I feel it. Lapis, I'm afraid you can't decide what happens today. Enjoy it when you feel it. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Lapis shuddered, as if someone was spreading rumors about him just now. He looked at the bedside table in his hand with disdain, and Lapis quickly put it down for him. Only then did he have the opportunity to check his situation. The tattered clothes had disappeared, and turned into the one he wore most often. The dirt and injuries on his body disappeared, as if the 30-day survival journey was a dream. But the energy in his body that had become stronger for more than a lifetime clearly told him that this was not a dream. Brother Sun. I did a good job just now. I will help you catch up with your sister. I just hope that this kind of deadly training will be less in the future. Lapis rubbed his hands with a smile. I can catch up with your sister without your help. But you did a good job. This thing is a reward for you. Have a good rest. Tomorrow is the martial arts conference. Sun Wukong threw a black bead over, then turned around and left the room. Bang! The door closed. Then the sound from outside the door made Lapis, who wanted to sleep, no longer sleepy. The dog came to the door sneakily, put his ear to the door and started eavesdropping. Hey! Lazuli! Why are you still at the door? If you weren't at the door, how could you hear my filial brother who sells his sister for profit? That's right. It's really wrong. I always look down on such people. What do you think of people who want to have 5 relationships at the same time? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What do you think? I think he's awesome. When we first met, you grabbed my hand and said that my future husband must be a peerless strong man with the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. The kind that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. In the end, you also said that he has great love. So that's what you mean. As expected of you. Smart and clever. Exquisite. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Where do you want to go? Don't pull my ears. It hurts. It hurts. The voice gradually faded away, and Lapis sneaked back to bed. But he was no longer too sleepy. So he simply studied the black beads that Sun Wukong gave him. Ladies and gentlemen, children and adults, the 19th World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament officially begins today. A yellow-haired host wearing sunglasses is standing in the middle of the martial arts venue, speaking passionately with a microphone. I am the host of this martial arts tournament, Zhang Yuge. I chose it myself. I think everyone has noticed. The venue for this competition is much larger than before. That's because the rules of this competition have changed a bit because of a novel that has swept the world, Master Rashi. Next, in this 250m x 250m venue, a 50m x 50m arena will rise every 10 meters, for a total of 16 arenas. In the fight, you can take the initiative to admit defeat. Falling off the arena is considered a loss. Losing consciousness for 10 seconds is also considered a loss. Everyone can go on stage to be the champion. The person who chooses to go on stage to be the champion at the first time has 5 opportunities to take the initiative to challenge, and everyone else has 3 opportunities to take the initiative to challenge. If the opportunities to take the initiative to challenge are used up, you cannot take the initiative to challenge again. Challenge the champion. But you can passively accept the challenge. It is strictly forbidden to collude to make a match. If you are found out, you will be banned from participating in the world's first martial arts conference for life. After 2.5 hours, the champions of these 16 arenas will be the top 16 of this conference. The rest of the people who are not in the arena will be eliminated. After the top 16 are decided, the ground between the 2 adjacent arenas will rise and become the arena area. The original 50m x 50m arena will be merged into a 50m x 110m arena. And the 2 players on the merged arena will be the opponents of the top 16. I believe that smart audiences can think of it. When it comes to the final, all the arenas will be merged into a large arena of 230m x 230m. That's all for the introduction of the rules. I think everyone can't wait to watch the passionate battles. Now, the top 16 decision match begins. As his voice fell, the ground rumbled and shook, and a total of 16 arenas rose from the ground. The 4 doors opened, and all the contestants walked out. It's quite well done. Sun Wukong praised, and then jumped directly to the arena closest to him. You really don't know how high the sky is. Pia. Before a muscular man finished speaking, a clear slap sounded on his face, and the whole person fell asleep. What a fool who doesn't know how high the sky is. Lapis, who was passing by, added to his unfinished words. Lapis, Rajak, Sun Gohan, Bull Demon King, and a certain Jackie Chan contestant, all jumped into the ring without waiting. But I don't know if it was a coincidence or from their heart, the rings they chose were the ones farthest from Sun Wukong. Because of the outstanding performance of a certain Tiangao brother just now, there were fewer people surrounding Sun Wukong's ring. But all of them are powerful. Of course, for other normal contestants. After all, among this group of contestants with an average combat power of dozens, 100 combat power is already considered a master. And among the people around Sun Wukong's ring, there are actually 2 or 3 with a combat power of 200.